Chapter 1. Transmigrated into the apocalypse. Yuyu opened her eyes to find herself in a dim, damp little room. The place was no bigger than a palm. The bathroom, kitchen, and the bed she was lying on were all crammed into the same space. There was no one else around, only a faint glow coming from the table. Yuyu struggled to sit up, feeling aching all over and her eyes swollen nearly shut. Before she could figure out what was happening, the glowing object on the table began to vibrate, and a clamorous piece of music burst forth. Yuyu didn't know why. She didn't know where she was. She dragged herself to the small table and was surprised to find that it was actually a smartphone. She began to feel that something was off, because in her time smartphones had long been obsolete. Everyone used personal terminals, and this thing on the table would already be considered an antique. Curiously, she picked up the phone to look. The small screen showed the caller as Agent. She instinctively tapped accept, and was immediately met with an overwhelming barrage of scolding. "What are you doing? Why are you only answering now?" Yuyu cleared her throat and in a precise, measured voice said, "Not the person." The person on the other end paused suspiciously. "Did I dial the wrong number?" Goodbye." Yuyu replied politely, then hung up. The phone was silent. Its last bit of battery died and the screen went completely dark. Following instinct, Yuyu charged the phone, then went into the bathroom and stood before the mirror, where she took in the appearance of this body: fine, soft black hair, a fair, clean little face. Her eyes were swollen, but you could still make out their original shape, likely round, cute apricot eyes. Her lips were beautifully shaped, the corners slightly upturned. But the color was pale, as if she had lost a lot of blood. This body looked about 16 or 17, underage, with a bit of baby fat left on the face, pretty and adorable. Just in very poor condition. Yuyu was already in her 20s. This body seemed like her from a few years ago, only healthier back then. She had originally been a resident of Slender, a recent university graduate who made a living by writing. Slender was technologically advanced. Anything could be accomplished with electronics, so the humanistic spirit was especially treasured. Yuyu wrote in many genres. Her latest work was a collection of strange tales. Shortly after it was released, people from the Interstellar Administration came knocking. They said that the substellar system of Slender, the planet Hylon, had a fracture open up in its crust, and the monsters that crawled out of it were somewhat connected to her. So she was required to go there personally to deal with them. Yuyu at the time had a bewildered look. The apocalyptic Hylon? What does that have to do with me? The Star Administration people said that because Yuyu is a being from a higher dimension, a leakage of her psychic power caused the things she wrote to become physical entities on the lower dimensional planet. In short, Yuyu had inadvertently carried out a dimensionality reduction strike on Hylon, so she had to go and fix the trouble she caused. Yuyu had no choice but to agree. She barely had time to grab a pen before being sent over. People at the Star Administration told her that the rift in Hylon Star wasn't entirely her fault. It was mainly caused by the increasingly severe pollution by the people of Hylon Star. She accepted the identity arranged for her by the Star Administration, a webcaster, also named Yuyu, because various urban legends had been appearing one after another over the past 2 years. This little streamer called Yuyu was also a paranormal investigator streamer. But the original body was timid, hardly spoke, and never showed her face, so she remained completely obscure. The original body was an orphan who had grown up in a welfare home. The director, whom she called Mother, supported her schooling until she graduated from high school, but then could no longer afford tuition. With no choice, the original had to go out and work. But she was a minor girl. Who would want her? The original didn't know where the information came from, so she set out on the path of being a paranormal streaming host. After organizing the information, Yuyu suddenly raised her hand and with a tug at the air, a pen emitting a silver glow appeared in her hand out of nowhere. The pen looked plain and unremarkable, nothing special. Holding it, Yuyu felt a bit relieved. Good, the pen came through. It was daytime now, but the curtains in this rented room were drawn tight, making the interior feel oppressively stifling. The phone buzzed back to life after getting a bit of charge, and once it powered on, it started ringing again. Yuyu didn't answer. It kept ringing, persistent as if it wouldn't give up. The caller was still that manager. Yuyu tapped to pick up. Hello. Apparently the person on the other end had come to their senses and immediately cursed. What were you doing just now? Saying you're not the person? Are you crazy or what? Yuyu didn't get angry. She repaid spite with kindness, speaking softly. Sorry, what can I do for you? No one could refuse a young girl's soft, sweet voice, and even the agent's tone softened a bit. "Miss, did you forget? It's almost the end of the month, and you still owe 30 hours of live streaming. Are you planning to pay the breach fee?" "Live streaming go right. The original person was a streamer," you asked humbly. "What should I stream?" "You want me to tell you?" The agent's voice involuntarily rose. "I don't care what you stream as long as you make up the hours." "Alright." Yuyu agreed. "Anything else?" "If not, I'll start the live stream. 30 hours. It was already the 28th. There were only 3 days left in the month. That meant she was expected to live stream without sleep. No wonder the original owner really had chronic procrastination. The penalty for breach of contract sounded like something she couldn't afford. The original owner must have been dirt poor. Otherwise, why be a ghost hunting streamer on a planet full of weird tales? That was basically asking for death, wasn't it? Gurgle gurgly. A strange sound suddenly echoed at why Yuyu touched her stomach. A clear sense of hunger came over her, somewhat novel. Her people, the Sanluo Star natives, no longer needed food to obtain energy, so they naturally didn't feel hunger. The original owner was truly poor and didn't even have streaming equipment. The phone on the table handled everything. Since she needed to make up streaming time, Yuyu opened the live streaming app on the phone. Glancing at the back end, there were only a little over 10,000 followers, pitifully few, and many were probably zombie accounts the company had bought for her. I guess the original owner was living off the company's minimum wage paid. Why? Yuyu shook her head, lifted the phone and held it in her hand, and started the live stream. The stream ran for a full 10 minutes with no one coming in. It was quiet and lifeless, completely dead. Really? Why? Yuyu set the phone on the tripod so her face wouldn't be filmed, then turned and opened the refrigerator. The fridge was pitifully empty. A handful of scallions, 2 eggs, 1 tomato, and nothing else. But there was a good stockpile of dried noodles and instant noodles. Why? Yuyu, a bona fide alien, had heard the legendary name of instant noodles many times in history class. And when it came down to choosing between dried noodles and instant noodles, she opted for instant. Some of the original owner's common sense memories gradually flowed into her head, and Yuyu decided to make herself a tomato-and-egg instant noodle. Chapter 2. Reincarnated as a paranormal streamer. After turning on the light and drawing the curtains, the whole room became much brighter. Although small, it was fairly clean. She took a pale yellow small pot from the cabinet and washed and prepared some scallions and tomatoes. Why? Yuyu remembered something else, stared at the cute little pot for a while, then put it down and chose the black iron wok beside it. The countertop had everything she needed. Yuyu watched the pan heat up, poured in some oil, and pointed her phone at the kitchen, recording her busy little figure coming and going. When the oil came to a boil, Yuyu looked back at her phone screen and found that people had actually joined in that short time. She guessed the chat had been posting for a while without the streamer responding, so a few well-off viewers had sent a tenuous big bullet comment. Just as Yuyu looked back, she happened to see the big bullet comment float by. "Streamer, look at me. Host, look at me." There were 10 messages in total. Why? Yuyu seemed to be able to picture a little person jumping up, waving both hands and shouting, "Host, look at me." The image was so vivid she couldn't help but chuckle softly. "I see you." The comment section, which had been relatively calm, suddenly exploded. "Wow." The streamer spoke. "I've followed the streamer for so long, this is the first time I've heard them talk. The streamer's voice is so nice, so cute. I'll take that girl gosling as my salute first." After replying that, Yuyu hardly looked at her phone. She thought for a moment, moved the tripod next to the pot, and pointed the camera at it. While clumsily pouring the chopped tomatoes into the pot, she solemnly addressed the camera. "Please keep your distance while watching so you don't get splattered. Ha ha ha, you're so cute it won't splash on us." Is the streamer cooking? Is she finally switching careers to become a food streamer? Yuyu focused on stir-frying the tomatoes and didn't see the scrolling comments. When she felt they were almost done, she poured water into the pan, covered it, and waited for the water to boil. Only then did she have time to check her stream. Unconsciously, 500 people had already joined, but most were just lurking. Not many were talking in the chat. Yuyu glanced and then began to answer questions seriously. "I haven't changed careers, it's just," she said, a little embarrassed, "I didn't meet the required live streaming hours this month, so I might be streaming non-stop for the next couple of days. I'm hungry. I'll just make something quick to eat. Then I need to go grocery shopping later." "Taking you all with me?" "Sure." "Does the streamer have any plans to go ghost hunting recently? I heard District 108 hasn't been very safe lately. Does the streamer have any thoughts?" At last someone had remembered her old trade, but the remark was quickly drowned out by other barrage comments. Host, stop doing ghost hunting streams. Do something else. When you were out streaming before, you were so scared you couldn't even speak. Your hands were shaking terribly, no immersion at all. It turned out that when Yuyu streamed silently before, everyone thought he was a taciturn young man. Naturally they didn't buy it, but when they heard him today and discovered he was actually a delicate little girl, they immediately forgave her. Yeah, girl. Switch careers. There have been more and more strange tales in the country lately. What you do is no different from licking blood on the tip of a knife. Why Yuyu tossed the flatbread and seasonings in together and said honestly, but this job pays better. Why Yuyu was an extreme hedonist. Before being sent here, her quality of life was above most people's. In that technologically advanced era, she didn't have to do any housework herself, but as soon as she arrived she became flat broke, so of course she had to find ways to make money. When the noodles were ready, she made herself an egg, chopped some scallions and sprinkled them on, using up all the ingredients in the fridge. A bowl of braised beef noodles in a tomato soup base was served, and the whole little room was filled with the aroma. Yuyu couldn't wait to dish it up. On camera only a sharp little chin was visible. It was Yuyu's first time eating food from Hailangsing, and she enjoyed even the instant noodles. She ate quietly, her rosy little mouth opening as she inhaled ravenously. The originally sparse barrage suddenly grew denser. The girl eating a meal had attracted a lot of bored onlookers. The streamer's mouth looks very kissable. Damn. I just finished eating. Why do I feel hungry again? Streamer, turn around and post a video. The way she cooks instant noodles looks so delicious. After finishing the meal, Yuyu rolled up her sleeves and cleaned up, took the phone down from the tripod, walked around the room once more, grabbed the few remaining coins and keys from her wallet and went out. Wow. Is this the streamer's perspective? Judging by the distance, is the streamer 1.5 meters tall? Ha, going to buy groceries with my daughter. Yuyu saw the comment above and displeased replied, I'm 1.6 meters. Okay, you're 1.6 meters tall. Don't be mad. But little Lolas are so cute when they're angry. The original owner lived in a neighborhood that wasn't in the city center, but there were markets and such nearby, so it didn't take long to get there. The weather today didn't look very good. The sun wasn't out, thick clouds covered the sky, and it felt a bit sultry. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Yuyu looked up. Far on the horizon it seemed a mushroom cloud had suddenly bloomed. If she wasn't mistaken. Why did it look like someone was flying in the sky? Yuyu wasn't sure what kind of physiological makeup the Hylon planet people had. Her Sunluo planet had many races and quite a few could fly, but in the information she had obtained, the Hylon planet people seemed to be terrestrial, so they couldn't fly, right? She glanced several times, but didn't think much of it and stepped into the convenience store by the roadside. Why Yuyu hadn't paid attention to the city center. A group of people in black combat suits were fighting a gigantic monster there. This monster was hard to describe. It had no flesh on its body. More like a massive white skeleton composed like a western dragon, its eye sockets in the skull burning with a faint green fire, and with a flap of its huge bony wings it nimbly took to the sky. This bone dragon was different from any creature they had seen. It lacked that indescribable viscous malice most had, and its enormous form possessed an inexplicable sharp beauty. The mushroom cloud released earlier was detonated to test their strength by blowing up this creature, but it clearly had not caused any substantial damage. Instead it enraged it. The faint green fire in its empty eye sockets flared into an angry purple flame. Countless Esper users tried to use their abilities to deal some damage to it, but failed. The monster's defense was terrifyingly strong. Ordinary attacks simply couldn't harm it. The squad leader was a short-haired woman. The ammunition shed brought was nearly spent, and without hesitation she made a decision. Retreat. This bone dragon was codenamed Fafnir, the latest specter discovered in District 108. So far several abnormal incidents don't seem to be related to it, but it is stationed at District 108's most mysterious and Lurforgal's site, the Blood Pool, and by itself it had risen to become the boss of District 108's monsters. Nobody dared provoke it. Chapter 3. Tales of the Ring Lake. After the captain ordered a retreat, no one lingered to fight. Everyone withdrew their powers and fell back to the safe zone as quickly as possible. After emerging from the ghostly, mist-choked blood pool, a lean man said with a grave expression, "This was our first time facing Fafnir. We brought so many people, and the damage we did was still negligible. It looks like we'll need to reassess it once we get back." The captain frowned. Seeing that the creature behind showed no sign of pursuit, he relaxed slightly. Good thing Fafnir isn't aggressive. Otherwise none of us would have walked away today. That thing is so weird it's hard to hit, moves fast, and it hasn't attacked us. Are there any other monsters this powerful in the files we've seen? Another team member couldn't help asking. I haven't heard of District 108 for now. But other heavily polluted districts have even trickier ghosts. The captain sighed, sheathed the butterfly knife in his hand, and said, "Fall back." After they fell back, a huge skeletal head surfaced from the blood pool behind them. The flames in its eye sockets had turned a wrong blue. Watching the vicious humans leave, Fafu retracted its head, and its massive bony wings carefully shielded its enormous body. Compared with its sturdy hind legs, its shorter forearms were raised. It touched the skull that had been attacked and emitted a sound incongruous with its giant forming. It swayed and sank itself into the pool. Then opened its mouth wide and swallowed countless ghosts sheltering in the blood pool. Fafna, absurdly strong, cries a lot, and can eat a lot. Meanwhile, Yuyu, still wandering aimlessly in the supermarket, was completely unaware of the fierce battle that had just taken place over there. She picked up a bunch of baby bok choy, bought several vegetables she remembered liking, then stocked up on a heap of rice, flour, oil, purified water, and so on, spending all the money in her pocket before finishing. Someone in the barrage of comments said, "Did I ask this the end of the world? Why is the streamer hoarding so much food?" Sigh, don't be surprised, upstairs those of us who hoard are all like this. After confirming that the supermarket would deliver, Yuyu slipped the key into her pocket and said to the camera, "Since we're already out, let's do a ghost hunting video. Any objections?" "Jesus, it's getting dark, streamer, don't tempt fate. Hurry home." Recently several creepypastas in District 108 happened at night. The streamer picked the right time, it's perfect for prepping a new video. "Streamer, look at me, streamer, you're in District 108, right? I came across a post a while back saying there are man-eating mermaids in the ring-shaped lake in District 108. Could you take us to check it out?" These days strange tales everywhere are no longer that unusual. Only the authorities still try to cover up some of the truths behind them. But with supernatural incidents happening repeatedly, the Special Management Bureau can't silence public talk. Fortunately, the masses are still only half believing and half doubting, so social order can be maintained for now. Yuyu read that comment carefully and asked the ring-shaped lake. "Yes. Streamer, should you bring some kind of self-defense weapon? I heard that place can contaminate the human body." "Where upstairs hear this from?" "Someone from that neighborhood posted. But they were all deleted later. I vaguely remember the content was roughly like this. Damn, it's so dangerous over there, the streamer better not go." "It's fine, I can go take a look." Yuyu pulled out a pen, wrote a line of characters in midair that even the people of Ocean Blue Star couldn't understand. As soon as the line appeared it turned golden, then entered Yuyu's own body and disappeared. This pen was brought by her from the Sinluo star belt. On this planet it's essentially an accessory, of course. It can also be called an ability mainly sustained by Yuyu's mental power. When she said she was going, half of the bullet comments supported her and half cursed that she was courting death. But Yuyu's essence is that of a spirit investigating streamer. So there were many excited fans. And before long someone sent her several large virtual gifts to encourage her. Yuyu raised her phone in front of her and stopped speaking casually. The ring-shaped lake wasn't far from the suburb where Yuyu was. No need to hail a car, a 20-minute walk would get her there. In the darkness, the petite, delicate girl walked unhurriedly along the silent path. The moon was large and round. It was clearly not long after nightfall, yet the street was empty of people, quiet to the point of being eerie. The camera pointed ahead. It was ordinary darkness, but because there was no sound at all it inexplicably brought more fear. Yuyu was focused on watching the road and didn't notice that the live chat had already started trembling with anxiety. "Help, why is it so quiet? I'm so scared." "Streamer, say something, I'm so scared. Why is it so dark? Isn't there a street light over here?" "Damn, the streamer has the quiet trait, is scared but doesn't even scream." Very good, very good. Your hands are steadier this time, much improved from before." Yuyu cast a word spirit upon herself. This kind of word spirit would transform into a domain within the next 2 hours. Inside her boundary, every sentence she spoke would become a form of judgment. After walking for about 20 minutes, they finally reached the ring lake the viewers had mentioned. From a distance they could see a vast eerie black mist spreading over the area. To the naked eye the mist looked viscous, as if countless particles were swimming inside it. Extremely nauseating. Around the ring-shaped lake there is a residential complex, and at this moment the whole complex seemed to be shrouded in black mist. Although it wasn't as dense as the surface of the lake, it was still visibly rolling at a noticeable speed. The fog seemed to contain some clawing, writhing monsters that would devour anyone who came near. Holy crap, the streamer really picked a real place this time. I feel my sanity plummeting. So gross, the camera can actually capture that thing. Alright, we saw it. Streamer, retreat now, that's enough. Anchor continues. First go check the neighborhood, then take a look in the ring lake, that'll be enough. A big firework emoji followed that comment. Yuyu recalled the task the Star Administration had assigned her earlier. She had to retrieve the monsters she had written. There were too many strange tales on Hylon Planet, and she didn't know where her monsters all were, so she could only check every place. She silently lifted her phone and walked in. When she reached the community gate, she found the entire iron shutter sealed with yellow tape, on which were the 4 characters danger. Do not enter. Oh ho. This side sealed off, huh? Alright, I now believe this weird tale is real. Everything's sealed off, who knows what might have happened? Yuyu stared at the seal, torn for a moment, and finally chose to bypass it and slip into the eerie housing complex. Chapter 4. The fish-head monster from the outside the complex already looked strangely off. Inside it felt even clearer. The whole neighborhood was filled with drifting black mist, and stepping in sent a chill down the back of one's neck. Yuyu looked around the surroundings and didn't move forward for the time being. In the short time since she came in, nothing unusual had happened yet. The barrage comments gradually grew bolder. It seems like nothing's happening. Aside from it looking a bit eerie, it really seems like nothing's wrong. Streamer, why not get closer to the circular lake and take a look? No sooner had that comment been posted than disaster struck. A gigantic fish-headed monster came stumbling toward Yuyu. Its upper body was a huge, rotting fish head. Its lower body was sturdy human legs wearing shorts with thick leg hair. Green slime trailed along the path it ran, and looking closely you could see countless transparent fish eggs writhing in the slime. Absolutely disgusting. The moment the monster appeared, the live stream was shut down for containing disturbing content. Oh snap, the streamer's done for. WTF, I only went to the bathroom for a bit. What happened? Where'd the streamer go? What kind of monster is that? Holy shit, are there really ghosts? Of course, you could no longer see those dynamicuity the instant the fish-headed monster charged. After the live stream was shut down, the delicate young girl casually stuffed her phone into her pocket, no longer hiding her boundary. It poured out all at once. Immediately, a broader veil of golden light swallowed the black mist. The fish-headed monster let out a strange high-pitched scream, its footing slipping on a slick patch as it tried to change direction and flee. Yuyu, come over. A light, soft, syrupy voice echoed through the space. The fish-headed monster seemed as if an invisible giant hand had clamped its throat. Its body dangled helplessly in the air, slowly drifting toward the girl. The monster's thick legs flailed uselessly in the air. The vacant, drooling expression was replaced by a clear terror. It didn't even dare look directly at the girl shrouded in golden light. This aura is terrifying. It must be a high evil. Yuyu hadn't expected her realm to have such a strong effect on the monsters in this place. She thought things from higher dimensions would be weakened when brought into a lower one. When the creature tried to run upon seeing her, she had no choice but to speak and beckon it over. The huge, disgusting fish-headed monster was now held by the scruff like a kitten and put before Yuyu. It had no doubt that if the girl said one more word, it would truly die out. Yuyu lifted the monster to eye level and studied it carefully. Jie's analysis of this place matched her guess. These fish eggs should have a parasitic function. Once they attach, they burrow into the skin and use a human body to incubate the eggs. Yuyu was still thinking when a water arrow flew through the air. This was a true water arrow, formed from condensed water, and it instantly pierced the floating fish-headed monster's eye. The fish-headed monster barely struggled before it exploded, turning into countless transparent fish eggs. Some of the fish eggs flew toward Yuyu, but were stopped by a layer of golden light and all fell to the ground with a slap. Yuyu looked in the direction the water arrows had come from. A short-haired girl was on a nearby building waving frantically. Hey! You over there! Come over quickly! Yuyu thought for a moment, quietly hid the golden, glittering Jia, and lifted her foot to walk that way. The building over there was actually another high-rise in the complex, probably inhabited, but right now the apartment entrance was wide open, clearly welcoming Yuyu. Yuyu wasn't worried it might be a trap. After all, she had the Jia, and ordinary ghosts and monsters couldn't trouble her. Once inside the stairwell, the originally chilly air was noticeably weaker. There must be some means of protection in place, keeping the black mist out voices came from. Upstairs saying the elevator was broken and to take the stairs to the 5th floor. Yuyu obediently climbed the stairs. When she reached the 5th floor, all the room doors on that level were open. Below the 5th floor there was no sound at all, so it seemed no one remained. Stepping onto the 5th floor, the feeling of warmth intensified, like being bathed in holy light, cozy and pleasant. Though for ghosts and demons it would be an entirely different matter. This was probably one of the reasons the doors in this building dared to be left wide open. All the rooms on the 5th floor had their doors open, and quite a few people were standing inside. The girl who had waved to her from upstairs earlier came out first and greeted her warmly, asking, "Where are you from? Are you an ordinary person or an ability user? Are there others outside?" Yuyu's barrier was still active, so she couldn't speak freely. She pointed to her mouth and shook her head. The short-haired girl showed a look of pity on her face. "She's mute, how unfortunate. Did those fish eggs splash on you?" "Sorry, I didn't expect even the lowest ones to explode." Yuyu shook her head again to indicate she was fine. The delicate, soft little girl stood in place, obediently answering questions. Her jet-black eyes looked extremely quiet and well-behaved. The short-haired girl, struck by a wave of maternal instinct, opened her mouth to continue speaking, but was interrupted by a bespectacled, refined-looking man. "All right, Xiao Luo, let them in first." Xiao Luo scratched his head awkwardly, stepped aside and said, "Come in then. I got too excited just now." After entering the room, Yuyu found it was a suite, very large, with many people sitting or standing inside. Some of their forms had already gone beyond the realm of human, but everyone acted as if it was no surprise. Yuyu's original planet was much the same, so she didn't feel anything was off. As soon as Xiao Luo came in, he tapped his own head and said, "I forgot to mention it's like this. Don't be afraid, they aren't monsters, just newly awakened ability users. They won't hurt you." Yuyu nodded slightly, offered a smile to the room as a greeting. The bespectacled man walked over and said, "To ensure safety, I need to take you to a private room for routine questioning. Do you have any objections?" Yuyu wondered how he would question her now that she was mute, but she shook her head and obediently followed him. Xiao Luo glanced from behind, muttering, "Being so serious will frighten the poor girl." He shook his head and went over to stand aside. Before safety was confirmed, no one showed any obvious reaction to Yuyu's arrival in the small room. The man with glasses said seriously, "Don't be nervous, it's just a routine questioning. Everyone who comes in here has to go through this." The little girl obediently nodded and gave him a sweet smile to show she was harmless. Man with glasses, "No acting cute." Yuyu. Chapter 5 Special Administration Bureau. Considering Yuyu's situation, the man with glasses found paper and a pen for her. He asked a question, and Yuyu wrote the answer on the paper. First question, "How did you get in?" The man with glasses pushed up his spectacles and watched the girl bow her head and scribble, "I am a spirit hunting streamer. Some fans said there are monsters here and asked me to check it out." Yuyu held up the paper to show him. The bespectacled man's face darkened and he said, "Second question. Why come here after hearing it's dangerous?" Yuyu sighed, looked down and wrote, "Lives hard. I have to make money to support myself." The bespectacled man didn't dwell on that question, only saying sternly, "Do you know how many streamers before you came here with the same idea and ended up being transformed into monsters?" Yuyu shook her head obediently. This residential complex has already become a Class A polluted area. The authorities have sealed it off. We originally planned to deal with the creature here before informing everyone, but you people were so quick to spread rumors and acted too hastily." The man with glasses said. "Right now the public doesn't know that more and more monsters have appeared in this world, one after another, recklessly coming this way just to investigate so-called spirits." Yuyu kept her head down and listened obediently to the lecture. Fortunately, that fish-headed creature just now was the lowest-level organism in this polluted zone, and it was at the edge of the complex. "That arrow arrived in time. We saw a golden light on you earlier, and now you can't speak. Could this be your ability?" The man with glasses boldly speculated. "Ordinary people are terrified the first time they see a monster like that. You, a young girl, looked pretty calm. Are you in the trade?" Yuyu wrote, "It's my ability. I can't speak for the next 2 hours. What do you mean by insider? Looks like you haven't been awakened long." The glasses-wearing man said after a moment's thought, "By insider we mean ordinary people who have already awakened abilities. The Special Management Bureau will send staff to visit you. They recruit rare talents like us. Once you're registered, the pay and benefits are generous. We'll all be colleagues then, so that's why we call them insiders." Yuyu nodded and wrote, "No one has come to my house yet." After all, she had only arrived today. The man with glasses asked some basic questions about Yuyu again, and after confirming she wasn't a bad person, he took the initiative to explain. Now some higher-level monsters have the ability to take human form. These monsters crawl out of the ground fissures and can taint and mutate ordinary humans, so we have to make sure you're not a dangerous element. But generally higher-level ones don't appear in a level-contaminated zones. Why Yuyu? Now that I have a few more questions to ask, is that okay? Yuyu, encountering the special side of this world for the first time, seized the opportunity to gather information. The man with glasses had probably already confirmed she would become an insider, and he didn't mind at all. Of course, before today I was just an ordinary person. From what you say, there's also a mysterious organization called the Special Management Bureau. Yes, the Special Management Bureau has existed for almost 20 years. Based on analyses, the rifts appeared about 30 years ago. At that time, strange incidents happened frequently, and some people developed abilities after encountering those incidents. The Bureau was then established to handle such anomalies. In recent years, as the rifts have expanded, more and more high-level monsters have appeared, forming separate contamination zones. The man with glasses gave a brief summary, then said, "There are many more details. After we get out, someone will contact you and they'll tell you everything. Yuyu. K.O. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Su Juan, I'm 26 years old, captain of the 3rd Squad of Precinct 108. I was sent here to carry out the cleanup of this contaminated area," the man with glasses said. "We came in yesterday. When the incident first happened in this neighborhood, a lot of people were evacuated, but some refused to leave. We did our best to save them, but there are still civilians who were contaminated and turned into monsters." Yuyu wrote. "My name is Yuyu, I'm 18 this year." Although the little girl looked underage, her ID said she was 18. Sujuan nodded and asked, "Would you mind telling us your ability? There will be a cleanup shortly, would you be willing to help?" Yuyu nodded and wrote, "There is still an hour and a half. You can think of it as sarcasm, the specifics. You'll see when the time comes. I can guarantee my own safety, don't worry." Yuyu didn't say much more. She was afraid that if she spoke too much she'd be taken as a high-level and arrested. Never mind guaranteeing her own safety, if her mental power were strong enough, Yuyu could easily annihilate this contaminated zone in an instant. What a pity. Yuyu checked and found she could now only maintain the barrier for 2 hours, and its strength was greatly reduced. After asking the questions, the two of them walked out of the small room together. Su summoned everyone over and said, "This young lady is Yuyu, a civilian psychic. She will join our cleanup operation in 20 minutes. Please take good care of her. Let's finish the task and break camp as soon as possible." Everyone responded once, and Xiao Luo happily stepped forward. "Don't worry, boss, I'll definitely protect little fish." Su Juan nodded at the Traiant who had been sitting in the room and said, "Lin Lin, stay in charge of this building. Xia Qing will assist him. If you see ordinary humans on the ground, pull them up and arrange them upstairs. Save as many as you can. Xiaoyu, have your water arrows ready to protect your sister and dad." This Traiant was not the same as the usual kind. It was a tree radiating a strong life force and holy light, its huge canopy almost reaching outside the window. It occupied the largest space on the 5th floor. In the middle of the trunk, a delicate young face could be seen. His body had become the tree. His slightly closed eyes opened a little, his pupils a vibrant green. He quietly blinked, which was his assent. The girl called Xia Qing had a lower body formed of countless thick vines. She sat beside Lin Lin. Compared to these two, Xiaoyu was much more ordinary. He held a bow and arrows, guarding his sister and Lin Lin, accepting the orders without objection. "Xiao Luo, everyone else come with me. Well, split into 2 teams. Yuyu, you go with Xiao Luo. Her ability is special and can protect you." Yuyu blinked, mouthed a thank you, although she didn't actually need protection. After they were arranged, Xiao Luo handed Yuyu a transparent bubble. The bubble felt unusual to the touch and was about as big as her head. She explained, "The fog outside has a certain level of contamination. My bubble can effectively block all pollutants. You should be better off wearing it. Don't worry, I'm quick at making these. Everyone will have one." At Chapter 6, drafted to a mission, Yu took the bubble from Xiao Luo, squeezed it in her hand, then shook her head and lowered her eyes to write on the writing pad. "Thanks, but this will affect my use of my ability." She pointed to her mouth and Xiao Luo understood. "All right, but you must stick with us later." Xiao Luo patted her shoulder. "This is probably your first time using your ability in a fight, right?" Yuyu nodded. The two squads went downstairs separately, and Yuyu obediently followed beside Xiao Luo, listening to her chatter. That fish-headed monster you just met is the lowest-level creature in this contaminated area. The mucus on its body contains countless transparent fish eggs that are highly infectious. Any ordinary person who touches them will become contaminated and turn into a fish-headed monster like it. She glanced at Yu's expression and noticed there wasn't a trace of worry or fear on her face, which made her somewhat approving. She continued, but this kind of low-level thing can't infect us psychics. So you don't have to worry about that for now. What's actually troublesome is the creature in the center of the lake. What's in the center of the lake? Yuyu looked at her with a face full of curiosity. The creature in the center of the lake isn't exactly high-level, but it's at Class A. It's the source of this contaminated zone. Only by dealing with it will the zone collapse. Xiao Luo said as she pointed to the particles moving in the black mist. This kind of fog appears in every contaminated zone. Those drifting particles we call evil. They have the effect of confusing people's minds. Ordinary people who stay in them too long become irritable and quick to anger. It stirs up the dark side of human nature. Yuyu nodded to show she understood. The small team led by Xiao Luo had only 6 people in total. With Yuyu it made 7. Their task was to head to the center of the ring-shaped lake and clear out all the monsters along the way. The residential complex was large, and they were stationed in buildings on the outskirts, so breaking through to the ring-shaped lake at the center would take a considerable amount of time. Everyone remained highly vigilant. After speaking for a while, Xiao Luo fell silent and focused on scouting ahead to prevent any accidents. The mist seemed to grow thicker. So much that in the darkness they couldn't even see each other's faces. With a snap, someone was the first to switch on a powerful flashlight. A beam of light pierced the black fog and lit the path at their feet. Under the flashlight's strong beam, Yuyu finally made out what the particles drifting in the black mist were. They were clearly tiny insects, almost too small to be seen with the naked eye. The other team members were clearly already used to seeing this and simply forced down their nausea as they kept moving. Xiao Luo glanced at the girl's expression with some concern and comforted her. Don't worry, these bugs can't enter the human body. Yuyu also found the bugs disgusting. Her lips moved slightly and she uttered a passage in a language the others couldn't understand. Golden runes formed and entered Yu's heart. In an instant, a great golden light enveloped the girl and centered on her. The 6 teammates were also benefited. The black insect mist instantly dispersed. Xiao Luo's mouth formed an astonished O. She asked uncertainly, could your ability be the same origin as Linlin's both healing types? Yuyu said nothing, only urging them forward with her eyes. In the blood mist-shrouded blood pool, a huge skull suddenly burst from the surface. As if sensing something, it stopped chewing, stared blankly in a direction, its massive body trailing blood as it slithered down, eerie and bewitching. After quietly sensing for a moment, it made a sudden dive out of the blood pool, its pale body fully exposed in the moonlight. It let out a high, piercing scream toward the east, then humbly and devoutly bowed its enormous form. The goddess. It labored to utter the indistinct syllables, then flapped its giant bony wings and flew up, leaving the blood pool that had long been its dwelling. The mother. It's going to find the mother. Outside the blood pool, the first squad of station scouts only saw a huge skeleton flying away under the moon. Startled for a moment, they hurriedly contacted headquarters. Calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. Fafna just left the blood pool and headed southeast. At the 108th District Special Management Bureau branch, the short-haired woman looked grave. Southeast. Isn't that the contaminated zone assigned to the 3rd squad? Could Fafna be heading for the Ring Lake? But there was no trace of evil detected on it. What was the point of going after those monsters that crawled out of the fissures? Could the 3rd squad's operation tonight have been discovered by those monsters, and was it going to reinforce them? Liang Feng frowned, picked up the comm and said, keep constant watch on Fafna's position and report to me. First squad, 10 people, follow me to reinforce the Ring Lake. They were now only relieved that it was late at night and there were almost no pedestrians on the road. Otherwise, once this 3th-level monster Fafna appeared, it would certainly cause panic. The Special Management Bureau sprang into action. Dozens of psychics climbed out of their sleep, took their weapons and gear, and followed the captain toward the ring-shaped lake. Yuyu was like a high-wage streetlight. Within the radius around her, all the black mist dissipated, and at the same time she drew the attention of monsters hiding in the darkness. The low-level creatures of the Ring Lake feared this golden light, but still like moths to a flame, monsters kept streaming toward it without end. Xiao Luo and the other members stared in disbelief as the 10th monster charged into the golden light and was then, as if encountering aqua regia, directly dissolved. The melting process was so gruesome and rapid that for a moment they couldn't even tell what kind of terrifying killing instrument the golden glow enveloping them actually was. But the golden light did not last long. Countless low-level monsters were obliterated within it, and then as if exhausted, the light finally dimmed, clinging to Yu's body just enough to keep the black mist from corroding her. It seems the time is up. The frail, beautiful girl finally spoke. Her soft, ethereal voice sounded in everyone's ears as she tilted her head apologetically and said, "Sorry, from here on, it's up to you." She hadn't even figured out how to use her pen yet. She had poured all her mental energy into constructing that barrier. Once the time was up, the barrier collapsed. "I'll try something different next time," Yuyu pondered thoughtfully as more fish-headed monsters emerged from the black mist, and the real battle began. Why? Yuyu kicked disdainfully, sending away a monster that tried to come closer. For whatever method Xiao Luo had used, the black mist had completely dissipated. As far as the eye could see, there were dense clusters of fish-headed monsters and human corpses whose mutations hadn't finished. An appalling sight. Why, Yuyu, can you handle these monsters? Come over here. Xiao Luo shouted anxiously. Chapter 7. It's my little bone. Yuyu stole a moment to look back and replied, "I can't." This area was already very close to the ring-shaped lake, and besides the lowest-grade fishhead monsters there were also some grotesque frogs, 2 huge eyeballs set in swollen skin. A second look was mentally contaminating. These frog monsters were not dull and sluggish like the fishheads. On the contrary, they were extraordinarily agile. Their jumping power was amazing. When they leaped into the air, their unusually long tongues shot out with a plist, and Yuyu dodged as the dark red tongue slapped the ground of Yuyu. So disgusting. Fortunately, the number of these creatures wasn't endless. A loud boom rang out. Yuyu looked up to see a strange mushroom cloud explode and smoke fall down. The monsters seemed to have been infected by a virus. They fell over and convulsed. Xiao Luo's face lit up with delight. "It's the boss." Yuyu watched the mushroom cloud that hadn't fully dispersed with curiosity. "What kind of heavy weapon is this?" It was developed by the Central District Headquarters, specifically to deal with this kind of large-scale appearance of homologous monsters. "Our district went to great lengths to get just 2 of them," Xiao Luo explained. The explosion of the mushroom cloud gave everyone time to catch their breath. The surrounding monsters had been temporarily cleared away. One of the team members led them to rendezvous with the captain, and Xiao Luo spoke to Yuyu from behind us. "So far, only this one contaminated zone has been found in Sector 108. The blood pool can't be eliminated. Fafner is occupying it. That monster is beyond what we can handle right now, but fortunately it doesn't come out much and hasn't caused any trouble so far." Fafner. Fafner is a monster that only appeared recently in our Sector 108. It's a huge bone dragon. Xiao Luo thought that since they'd be on the same side later, it wasn't a secret worth keeping, and she said it's a 3-class high-level codenamed Fafner. We've assigned code names to all the high-levels that have appeared. This one is badass. It's not something our forces can deal with right now. Bone dragon? Yuyu felt a stir in her heart. She remembered she might have written a bone dragon called Little Bone. Could it be such a coincidence, a lucky break? But don't worry too much. I heard from the captain that Faf has no malice in him. He's not of the same origin as the monsters that crawl out of the rifts. Xiao Luo comforted her. Right, I've been meaning to ask. Yuyu wasn't really worried about Faf, she said. What exactly are the rifts? Do all the monsters come from there? Why don't they just seal them? Xiao Luo shook his head. So far we still haven't figured out what the rifts actually are. All known monsters do come from them. As for sealing them, if we could seal them, would we be working this hard? It was quiet around them, then they heard voices after a while. Boss! Xiao Luo called out. Su Juan walked over, his gaze landing on them. No one got hurt, right? It's nothing done. Oh, don't worry, boss. We just received word Fafna might be coming this way. First squad has already come to cover our retreat. Su Juan was very serious. The higher level 3S isn't something we can handle. Fall back. What? But hasn't it been in the blood pool all this time? How did it suddenly come out? We're almost at the ring lake. Can't we deal with that a class first and then retreat? Everyone was very unwilling. They had been lying in wait here for 3 days and had finally reached the area around the ring-shaped lake. Now if they were ordered to break camp and return, wouldn't all their effort have been for nothing? Follow orders, Su Juan said expressionlessly. Each of you is an important strategic asset. I can't put all of you in danger for the sake of one rank. The group could only reply reluctantly, Yuyu was just a nobody. She did whatever others told her. When the captain ordered them to leave, she lazily answered yes and followed along. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. This group had already been not far from the ring-shaped lake, and the moment the previously calm surface of the lake altered, everyone noticed it instantly. The black mist had somehow already dissipated. Ripples spread out across the lake in concentric circles, as if something was about to break through the water. The moon, which had been bright and large after the black mist cleared, was now being obscured by a dark silhouette under the moonlight. The massive bone dragon beat its wings, and 2 flames turned orange with excitement flickered in its eye sockets. This enormous skeleton looked as if it had been crafted as a work of art, possessing a mesmerizing beauty so beautiful. Someone stared at this terrifying high-ranking creature in a daze and genuinely admired it. Yuyu was almost certain this was the offspring she had created herself, for it matched the little skeleton she had imagined in every way. Besides, the instant it appeared, an invisible contract formed between them, and the pen in her pocket buzzed with excitement, about to fly out. To be good, wait a moment. Yuyu held it and soothed softly, there are too many people around right now. I can't move freely. As if sensing her intention, the previously restless Fafna calmed down, looking here with reverent eyes and murmuring inaudible words. Mother Goddess. Finally I see the Mother Goddess. Just as everyone was stunned by Fafna's appearance, the surface of the lake finally showed signs of movement. With a loud splashing sound, a soaking wet giant serpent burst from the water. The serpent was ugly and fat. Near its tail a large bulge had formed, and countless transparent eggs were oozing from a small split into the water. Looking closely, the ring lake was densely filled with these translucent fish eggs. The serpent still chewed on a bloodied severed limb in its mouth. After swimming for a moment, the eggs rapidly separated at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into tiny fish-headed monsters or frog-like creatures, then surged ashore in a swarm toward where the humans stood. Their sharp teeth glinted terrifyingly, as if determined to devour them all. Done for, done for. Xiao Luo murmured, we were late? The monsters have come. Yuyu also frowned as she watched the small monsters climbing ashore, taking 2 steps back. As if sensing the goddess' displeasure, the Fafner that had been in the air gave an angry shriek and dove down. Oh, not harm the Mother Goddess. No one is allowed to harm the Mother Goddess. Flames sweeping across the sky dove down, deliberately avoiding Yuyu, mercilessly incinerating all the small monsters that tried to approach her. Chapter 8. No one may be disrespectful to the Mother Goddess. The huge bone dragon dove down viciously and bit the giant serpent's head in one bite. A-class monsters obviously had no resistance against a high-rank 3S creature. The giant serpent let out a deafening shriek. Contained within that cry was a strange power. Everyone present changed color. Those with weaker mental strength fainted on the spot, and even those with stronger mental power like Su Juan and Xiao Luo couldn't resist for long and felt drowsy. Yuyu was still conscious. This A-rank psychic was far weaker than her, so that shout basically had no effect on her. Seeing all the humans fall to the ground, a tremendous upheaval swept through the entire ring-shaped lake. The densely packed baby fish and tadpoles were all swallowed back into Mother Giant Snake's huge mouth, and one after another the already formed fish-headed and frog-headed monsters, as if sensing something, staggered toward the ring lake after biting the giant snake's head. Faf spat it out with a series of disgusted sounds, as if he had tasted something revolting. The giant snake, after eating the offspring it had produced, opened its mouth wide again and swallowed all the lower beings that had foolishly come close. By now, it looked different from the higher-level one Yuyu had seen earlier. Its originally slick, slimy skin was now covered with a thick layer of scales, and the snake's head was coated with a layer of jet-black, needle-like protective growths. Knowing it was by no means a match for this higher-level opponent, this higher-level being, now vaguely showing signs of intelligence, had exerted every effort to reclaim its strength, trying to buy itself a chance to survive. It finished eating all the small monsters, then viciously set its sights on the only human left standing on the shore. It sensed a terrifying power contained within this human's body. If it could devour him, Not only would it stand a chance against this higher-level being, it might even be able to contend with those two most mysterious and fearsome beings. The Fafnir in midair seemed to sense the giant serpent's intent. It let out an angry roar, and its previously casual toy-like attitude toward its prey changed instantly. How dare this lowly creature covet the mother goddess? No one may show disrespect to the mother goddess. Seeing the supreme mother goddess' calm and composed expression, the enraged Fafnir redoubled its efforts to tear apart this presumptuous lowly being. The mother goddess must be testing me. I am the mother goddess' favorite child. No one else can steal the goddess' favor from me. The bone dragon clamped down on the dark snake's vital spot with one bite. The terrifying bite force snapped the snake in two before it could even react. The insect fog dissipated completely as the giant snake died. And with a sweep of its tail the bone dragon sent the carcass flying aside like garbage in the moonlight. It finally saw the faith it had longed for. A peculiar radiance lit the girl's delicate little face. The way she looked at it carried a faint approval that made Faf's massive body tremble with excitement. It didn't even dare to look at her anymore. Instead it devoutly bowed its massive head, begging for her touch. Mother goddess. Finally I see the mother goddess. It was the first child to see the mother goddess with its own eyes. Since its creation, all creations had yearned to see their creator, to receive her mercy and touch. It was a blessing at last it had seen its god, its mother. The Special Administration Bureau people had never heard Fafnir speak, nor had they heard the ing-ing-ing whimper this huge monster made when wronged. In truth, these were all little private antics concocted by Yuyu as a prank. When Yuyu first created this little fellow, she really hadn't expected it to become so formidable. It had actually risen to be the boss of this whole area. She placed her hand on its huge skull with satisfaction and said softly, "Wonderful little bone." And the bone dragon was already so excited it felt like it could fly. The mother goddess had touched it. The mother goddess had praised it. The mother goddess said she's amazing. The mother goddess must really like herself. The little flames in her eyes turned into an excited, joyful pink, with a hint of shyness. Yuyu had written the characterization herself, so she naturally knew Bone Dragon's current mood. She glanced at the moon and said, "All right, other humans will come by soon. You should leave first." The Bone Dragon, which had been joyful, tilted its head, feeling disappointed and puzzled. "Ing." Yuyu laughed through tears. "You're too big. If they see you they'll suspect me. Be good, we've already established a connection, so you'll know where I am." Since they had already met, her pen would automatically forge the link between them. Wherever she went afterward, the Bone Dragon would be able to sense her clearly. "Remember to shrink a little when you come see me," Yuyu reminded anxiously, her face full of a doting mother's worry. "Don't get caught. Even if they try, they won't be able to catch you anyway." The Bone Dragon, reluctant and unwilling to part, nodded, nuzzled Yuyu's palm, cast one last affectionate glance at its mother goddess, and flew off, looking back every few steps, estimating the time was about right. Yuyu found a slightly cleaner spot, lay down, and pretended to have fallen asleep as well. So when the first squad arrived, what they saw was a neighborhood of people who couldn't wake up. Near the ring-shaped lake were all their team members. A monster that had already reached a rank lay split in two, lifeless. The neighborhood was unexpectedly clean. No traces of monsters could be detected, which differed from the large-scale low-level monster presence reported back by the third squad. And those who had already fallen unconscious clearly did not know what had happened. Liang Feng had no choice. He waved and called someone over. "Have logistics come and take the people back, and while they're at it, check whether there are any other issues in this complex." "Yes. By the way, Captain, there's also an unfamiliar face here, someone we've never seen before," a team member reported. Liang Feng glanced and said, "Not from our bureau, should be a civilian." "That can't be right. If she were an ordinary person, Su Zhuan wouldn't have brought her to such a dangerous place. Bring her back with the others. She must have something special, maybe she's awakened an ability." Liang Feng gave the order. In previous missions they had also drafted ordinary people. After contact with monsters, ordinary people have a certain chance to mutate into monsters and a certain chance to awaken abilities. If they encountered someone who had awakened an ability during a mission, they mostly captured them together to complete the mission. After all, there are very few ability users now, and civilian ability users who refuse to join the official ranks also don't want to face danger. With contaminated zones growing, manpower is truly scarce. Yes. Originally Yuyu had been feigning sleep on the ground, but after staying up all night she couldn't resist real drowsiness. By the time she reached the first squad, some time had passed, and she vaguely fell asleep for real. Chapter 9 brought back to the Special Management Bureau. When she woke again, Yuyu found herself in an unfamiliar place. A gentle, pleasant female voice reached her ears. "You're awake? How do you feel?" Yuyu sat up in bed. Everything around her was white: the white ceiling, the white bed, the blue and white striped patient gown. Why did it feel like a hospital? A round-faced young woman was looking at her with concern. Why Yuyu smiled at her and shook her head. "I'm fine. Where is this?" The young woman said, "The special ward of the Special Management Bureau in District 108. Humans rescued from the contaminated zone are all here." Although she had heard the bureau's name from Xiao Luo and Su Zhuan before, Yuyu still felt a bit curious when she actually arrived. "This is the Special Management Bureau. I'm Liang Yun from Logistics. You've already slept for 10 hours. Are you really feeling okay?" The young woman asked again with concern. "If anything feels wrong, you must tell me straight away. That contaminated area has already vanished. When the headquarters found you all, you were unconscious." As someone who was at the scene, Yuyu spoke up. "I don't think anything's wrong. I'm just very tired. Do you remember what happened before? Can you tell me honestly?" Liang Yun asked her gently but earnestly. Why? Yuyu nodded. "We were almost to the ring lake when Su suddenly told us another monster had appeared. He said the first squad would cover our retreat and to get out quickly, and then I saw a huge skeletal dragon under the moon. That was Fafnir, the most terrifying high-evil in District 108, Liang Yun said gravely. And then? What else do you remember?" The white room looked ordinary, like any regular hospital ward. But it was actually a disguised monitoring room. Whatever the people inside said was being recorded by staff outside wearing headphones. Now everyone returning from the ring lake was giving statements. They didn't know who this unfamiliar girl was, so they had to check her identity first. Why Yuyu was completely unaware. She roughly pieced together her experience and that of the members of Third Squad and said, "After that bone dragon appeared, a giant snake showed up in the center of the lake. It was disgusting, and then for some reason the two monsters started fighting. The snake let out a scream and many people passed out on the spot. I also felt very sleepy. I glanced at the lake at the end. The two monsters were fighting, and then I blacked out when the little girl spoke. Her round, doe-like eyes watched her intently, appearing very gentle and harmless, and since what she said basically matched Su Zhuan's side, the people monitoring naturally didn't suspect much." Liang Yun listened to the no problem coming through the headset and quietly exhaled, her tense body relaxing. She nodded. "By the way, how did you get into Ring Lake residential area?" She turned on the voice recorder and asked another question. Why Yuyu then recounted again that she was a paranormal live streamer, and then feigned puzzlement. I noticed some strange changes happening to me. It was urgent before and I couldn't really ask. I want to ask you now, is that okay?" Of course, Liang Yun was clearly used to ordinary people's cognitive collapse after being rescued, and went along with her words. "What questions?" "First, by your account I gained a supernatural ability. Can you tell me how I got it?" Yuyu asked, following normal human reasoning. Ordinary humans have a certain chance of undergoing a mutation when they come into contact with evil. When did you notice something was wrong with you? Well, shortly after I entered that residential complex, a fish-headed monster suddenly ran out, and then I discovered I had some kind of strange ability, Yuyu said. What do you mean by evil? Those monsters? No, those black mists we call evil. Every contamination zone produces black fog, and only monsters of grade A or above can create a contamination zone. So, it's possible you only developed your powers after being exposed to the black mist. Liang Yun looked at her thoughtfully. Didn't you feel anything uncomfortable in your body? Yuyu shook her head obediently. Her ability was innate to her as an alien. What discomfort could there be? Well, that's fine. I'll give you a full checkup in a bit. Liang Yun stretched. Enough chatting. Are you hungry? Want me to take you to eat first? Yuyu was very interested in Hailan Star's food culture. Besides, she had just arrived yesterday and only eaten a bowl of instant noodles, so she was indeed feeling hungry again. She nodded, looking obediently at her. Okay, thank you. Liang Yun was charmed by the little girl's politeness, and since the questioning was basically over, she didn't hesitate to show her fondness for the pretty little sister. You're welcome. Let's go. Bureau cafeteria has pretty good food. Sister will treat you to a meal. After leaving the ward, Yuyu saw the interior of the Special Management Bureau for the first time. This area is for logistics. The most common buildings are these kinds of wards, Liang Yun said, pointing to the white corridor that stretched out of sight. The bureau has a spatial esper who can create inner worlds and fit even more wards inside. Wow! Amazing! Yuyu exclaimed in wonder. Following Liang Yun through winding turns, they finally left the ward area. Along the way, many people greeted Liang Yun and cast curious glances at Yuyu beside her. Why Yuyu didn't sense any ill intent from them, so she simply observed along with the others. By the way, there's something I'm quite curious about, Yuyu suddenly said. The Special Administration Bureau is such a large place with so many people, and with more and more contaminated zones. Why does almost nobody know you exist? When he heard the question, Liang Yun smiled helplessly. It's all orders from above. The ground fissures have been opening for many years, and more monsters have crawled out, increasingly higher level ones. At first they kept quiet to avoid causing public panic. But you can't hide fire under paper. Both ability users and monsters altered by the fissures have appeared, so it won't remain a secret. They'll probably make it public eventually. I don't see any need to keep hiding it anymore, and it can't really be hidden. The Special Administration is just deceiving itself now, Liang Yun said softly. She glanced at Yuyu and added, like you said, there are more and more spirit hunting streamers. Almost every place with an urban legend has monsters or even contaminated zones. Although electronic devices entering contaminated areas get their magnetic fields interfered with, people aren't idiots, they can guess. Previously the higher-ups ordered that this kind of information be suppressed, but in recent years they've given up. It does need a medium to let everyone know about these things, Liang Yun said. Why Yuyu nodded as if it were a serious matter. There's one more thing I need to tell you, Liang Yun said apologetically. Our conversation in the ward was being monitored. Don't take it personally, it's not directed at you. Every ordinary person brought back from the contaminated zone has to go through this stage. Chapter 10. The Little Tree Person and the Little Mute. Yuyu didn't mind. She smiled gently. The two of them reached the cafeteria in no time. The Special Management Bureau's cafeteria was also quite large. People coming and going were all wearing uniforms, most appearing normal, though there were some strange-looking ones. For example, a moment ago a wolf-head man in a suit had strolled by with his hands in his pockets, and everyone quite normally called him Brother Chin. There was also a boy who was completely green who had come bounding along. Yuyu saw his face, thoughtfully stroked her chin and said, Lin Lin. The boy froze in his tracks, then turned and ran up to the two of them. Who's calling me? Lin Lin stepped closer, and only then did Yuyu get a clear look at him. Unlike his earlier Treyant form, the boy transformed back into a human looked noticeably more lively. From afar she had only seen that he was all green. Up close she realized it wasn't just his hair, his irises and eyelashes were green too. It's me. Yuyu touched her nose. I remember you, you're the Treyant. Lin Lin was amused by her way of addressing him and burst out laughing. I remember you too, you're the little mute. Yuyu, that was my power, I couldn't speak for a while. Lin Lin said, that's my ability to. During that time I turn into a tree person and can't move. You know each other? Liang Yun, delighted by their conversation, laughed heartily for a while, then remembered, I forgot, the Tree of Life went on a mission with Captain Su this time. The two nodded and Liang Yun, like a child, said, wanna go eat together? Lin Lin shook his head, no, I need to report to the headquarters. You're called Yuyu, right? The last sentence was addressed to Yuyu. She nodded and Lin Lin said, come over after you finish eating. I'll give you a sip of my milk. Why, Yuyu didn't know what he meant by a sip of my milk, since he had already run off. Liang Yun met her gaze, his eyes full of curiosity. Lin Lin's ability is the Tree of Life. Besides being able to fix a form and then envelop an area in holy light, his leaves can heal corruption. What he meant by a sip is that he'll help expel any evil that might remain in your body, she explained. This is so powerful. Yuyu exclaimed in admiration. Indeed. Liang Yun felt the girl was very sincere. Lin Lin's ability isn't just sought after in District 108. He'd be a hot commodity even in the central city. And he's got a great personality, everyone wants him on missions. Yuyu nodded in agreement. Who wouldn't like such an outstanding ability? A walking caregiver. As they spoke, the two had already entered the cafeteria. Liang Yun found her a seat and, being considerate, asked, I'll go get food. Do you have any dietary restrictions? You didn't know, so she shook her head. None, I guess. Then shall I bring you our canteen specialty dish? Wait here for me for a bit, okay? Liang Yun coaxed like she was comforting a child. Yuyu felt her goodwill and obediently nodded. Thank you, Yun Yun. I'll give Yun Yun a gift later. You're welcome. The Special Administration Bureau canteen's signature dishes were mainly spicy. One bowl of Sichuan boiled fish was more than enough for the two girls to go with their rice. Liang Yun, worried she couldn't handle the heat, had even bought a few extra bottles of milk and set them aside. The nutrient solution from Sunluo Star isn't spicy. This was the first time Yuyu had eaten something that stimulated her taste buds like this. So spicy her eyes watered. Yet she still craved more, alternating a mouthful of milk with a mouthful of rice. While eating, she didn't forget to politely say thank you, Yun Yun, it's delicious. Haha, you're welcome. After finishing, Yuyu looked at her rosy, pouting mouth and, feeling awkward, pressed her lips together. It's a bit hot. Liang Yun laughed heartily after eating. The two went to Liangfeng of the headquarters. By the time they arrived at the conference room, many people had already come. Liang Yun led the person in and then stepped back. Xiao Luo and Su Zhuan were there, including Lin Lin, whom they had just seen, and almost all the members of the third squad, plus a man in a white coat standing to one side, seemingly waiting for someone. Seeing Yuyu enter, Liangfeng stopped speaking and said, You must be Yuyu. Hello, my name is Liangfeng, commander of the Special Administration Bureau, District 108. Yuyu obediently shook his hand. Hello. Can I take you for a full body check first? I heard from Xiao Su that you awakened an ability. Checking will help us understand you better. The white coat had actually moved at the hint of the news. Yuyu. Okay. So they had been waiting for her. The white coat was actually a fairly good-looking young man. He had an air that immediately put people at ease. Smiling at Yuyu, he said, Come with me, don't be afraid, it's just a very simple test. Yuyu looked at him pleadingly. She couldn't tell what the man in the white coat was going to do with her next, so she just followed him. The man in the white coat led her to a very bright room filled with instruments Yuyu didn't recognize. He brought her to a chair, sat her down, and placed a hemispherical device on her head. Now we're going to test your mental power, he said. Once it starts, the machine will give you keywords. Construct images in your mind, use all your imagination to build them. Yuyu blinked to show she understood. She closed her eyes, and for some reason the strange machine seemed to connect to something like the sea of consciousness. Two characters appeared in her mind. Earth fissured at so she closed her eyes and began to imagine based on the information she had on the crystal ball beside the machine. As Yuyu began to enter deep construction, a value started to soar. When the number jumped from 100 to 500, the lab coat man's expression was still fairly normal. When it easily leaped to 1000, he was already a bit surprised. Then the value kept skyrocketing. By the time it reached 5000, the crystal ball had turned red, it flickered once more, and stopped at the number 5888. The doctor in the white coat stared at the number in stunned silence. After Yuyu stood up from her seat, he couldn't help but ask, You're actually a high-level, right, Yuyu? Oh no, could it be that my identity as an alien was exposed so quickly? No way, she had already tried to suppress her psychic power to the lowest level. How could she still be suspected? The man in the white coat coughed twice. Just kidding, it's just that your mental power is a bit absurd. In all these years, I've never seen human mental strength this strong, so I'm a little surprised. After ordinary humans awaken abilities, their mental power is usually around 1000 to 1500. The stronger the ability, the higher the mental power. Even for an ability as formidable as Linlin's, mental power only reaches about 3800, which is still within a reasonable range. So how did this girl jump straight to 5000? Is the machine broken? Am I seeing things? The man in the white coat began to deeply doubt himself. Chapter 11. Receiving an olive branch from the Special Administration. After testing psychic power, they ran some other tests: reaction speed, stress tolerance, that kind of thing. Those were all fairly normal, but one physical strength measurement was absurdly low, even a bit lower than the average human male. Normally when an Esper awakens, their physical strength increases dramatically. Especially if their ability is related to physicality, it's a qualitative leap. Yet Yu's measured value was even below the average for human females. That was definitely not normal. But the man in the white coat glanced back at her unusually strong psychic power and felt relieved. Maybe all her talent was in her psychic ability. Not long after they finished most of the tests, another girl in a nurse's uniform brought over a file and handed it to him. Dr. Bai, the reports are all here. She whispered in the man in the white coat's ear. Among the psychics we've tested before, there's never been one this strange. Yuyu stood nearby. Dr. Bai glanced at her and said sternly, "So far we haven't fully studied the genes of all humans who have awakened abilities. As long as they're not of the high tier, all phenomena are normal. You may see more cases like this in the future. Don't jump to conclusions just because you haven't seen it before." The junior nurse lowered her head and said humbly, "Understood, Dr. Bai. I'll study even harder from now on." Yuyu had actually heard the nurse say that her readings were odd, but apart from feeling slightly guilty, she wasn't really offended. Because the nurse was right, even if she wasn't high tier, she certainly couldn't be considered an ordinary human. Doctor Bai looked down at the report for a moment and said, "Your name is Yuyu, you're 18 years old, right?" Yuyu nodded. "Awakening of abilities isn't limited by age, so you don't need to worry. There have been earlier cases, some newborns even awakened abilities under certain circumstances." Dr. Bai comforted her. Yuyu nodded repeatedly and asked humbly, "So, Dr. Bai, have you found out what my ability is?" Dr. Bai shook his head. "Everyone's ability is different, and only the person can truly experience it. We can only roughly determine that yours is likely mental type." Yuyu nodded to indicate she understood. Dr. Bai asked again, "From what Xiao Luo described, your ability seems a bit similar to the Tree of Life, but it has greater destructive power and a time limit." Yuyu nodded, then shook her head and said, "I'm not really sure. I used it instinctively at the time." Yuyu hadn't lied. The pen she brought was a conduit. As long as her mental power was strong enough, anything could be accomplished. The earlier boundary was merely something she had subconsciously created. Dr. Bai nodded as if in thought and said, "You can explore the specifics gradually later after the checkup." Dr. Bai led her to another room, where Lin was already waiting inside. He looked strange now. His hair had grown very long, hanging at the back like willow branches. When Yuyu came in, he was idly plucking the leaves from his head out of boredom. "You're here?" Seeing the newcomer, Lin's eyes lit up. "I've been waiting for you. Put this in your mouth and chew it. You finish chewing and swallow. It will dispel the evil inside your body." It was obvious had been waiting for her a long time. Yuyu took the freshly plucked leaf he handed her and put it in her mouth. A comforting warmth ran down her esophagus and spread through her whole body, effectively dispelling the slight chill that had lingered from being in the black mist for so long. Lin really was a little sunned. Yuyu sighed to herself. How did she not think to write a nanny-type monster back then? Thinking of Little Bone, the gentlest of all her pups, having become someone no creature in the entire region dares to provoke. You couldn't help but worry about the pups scattered elsewhere. Are the people over there all right? After meeting Lin, Dr. Bai walked her back to the conference room and then left. Liang Feng and Liang Yun were waiting for her in the conference room. When she arrived, Liang Feng got straight to the point. "Miss you because you were an ordinary person before, you might not be aware of the Special Administration Bureau. After awakening abilities, our bureau issues invitations to you all. Did Officer Su mention this to you?" Yuyu nodded. "What is Miss Yes' intention?" Yuyu thought for a moment and asked, "Does our Special Administration Bureau provide the 5 social insurances and a housing fund? What are the benefits like? What are the usual tasks? Are the working hours fixed? Will I need to sign a confidentiality agreement?" When Liang Feng heard that, he sensed a chance and smiled. "Of course. What I'm about to say next covers all that. Our Special Administration Bureau is an official organization. We provide the 5 insurances and a housing fund. The pay is generous, and there is corresponding compensation for each completed mission. Routine tasks are dispatched by the Bureau. Working hours are not fixed. You only need to go out on field duty when there are contaminated zones or monsters. As for a confidentiality agreement, originally you would need to sign one, but a new policy has been issued from above. You said before that you're a streamer, right?" Liang Feng confirmed with her. Yuyu nodded, a vague guess already forming in her mind. "Your task after joining is simple. Follow the mission team and record footage. In short, your future streams will be about broadcasting these events to the public," Liang Feng said. "Not only does the Special Management Bureau in District 108 lack dedicated recording staff, you could say that branch offices nationwide don't have them either. Dr. Bai said your psychic strength is unusual. That means you're more likely than others to resist contamination. So this position suits you perfectly. Yuyu understood Liang Feng meant for her to serve as a war correspondent. From the sound of it, she might be sent on business to other regions in the future. This job was practically tailor-made for her. Yuyu had been worrying about how to find the remaining kids, and now the opportunity had arrived. Seeing the young girl deep in thought, Liang Feng felt uneasy. Worried he had asked too much. He said, "When I say record, it's not entirely filming. You only need to capture the general content so the public can see the mission location and the monster's characteristics. The main purpose is to encourage people to avoid them when possible, or to know the correct way to respond if they actually encounter a monster." Yuyu nodded and raised another question. "But normal devices lose signal when exposed to insect mist. What do we do about that?" "Don't worry about that," Liangfeng replied. "Our RD department has already developed a special device. You can try it on the next mission." With that, it was basically settled. Chapter 12. Everything is to find the little one. Yu's future live streaming platform would still be the one she was currently on. As the country's largest short video live streaming platform, the company naturally also held a stake in Kuayin. From Liangfeng's tone, in the future the Yuyu account would be developed into the official science popularization account and would receive the best promotion and exposure. Putting aside the fact that the job was essentially war reportage, to normal people this was a windfall. Yuyu naturally accepted willingly. After that, Liangfeng also gave her a copy of the Special Administration Bureau Common Knowledge Manual, left her address, and said they'd mail it to her once the equipment arrived. Since she was considered a sort of off-staff member, this assignment naturally came with a bonus. Yuyu left them some basic personal information for their records and then went home. The phone she had used for live streaming had long since died and shut off, but fortunately she still had some small bills on her, and she successfully hailed a car home. Compared with her previous personal flyer, this was the first time Yuyu had ridden such a slow means of transport. She curiously pressed against the window to look at the scenery the whole way, chatting with the driver now and then. The taxi driver was a middle-aged man with a thick beard. When he looked at Yuyu through the central rearview mirror, it was as if he were looking at his own daughter. He couldn't help but break into a kind, benevolent smile. "Miss, how did you come out of the Special Administration Bureau? Did you run into something strange?" the man asked, curious and gossiping. "I come here a lot and pick up quite a few passengers, but most of them act all mysterious and distracted. You actually seem pretty normal." Yuyu just smiled. There was something strange, but uncle, aren't you afraid? Aren't you ever curious about these things? I'm a taxi driver. I've seen everything. Don't worry about it. I've had plenty of odd passengers. If I told you some of their stories you'd be scared, so I won't." The man smiled mysteriously, already looking like someone who'd seen it all. The road was still long. Yuyu grew interested and persistent, said, "I'm not afraid. Tell me, I'm quite curious." The driver couldn't refuse her and had to say, "You young people, you're all so bold. Fine, then today I'll tell you." Yuyu put on an attentive look. After a moment's thought, the man began to tell some strange tales he'd heard. "Back when I worked, I wasn't in District 108 but further out in District 16. That place is close to the central area and by the sea, with many ports. You know how it is, people from coastal areas pull almost anyone out and they're rich or well off. One day I picked up a man in a black suit from a port in Haicheng, looked like the kind of company boss, but I found his spirit was not right. When he got into the car he looked completely distraught, muttering something under his breath like, 'Miss, do you believe there are ghosts and monsters in this world?' the uncle asked her. Yuyu nodded. "Yeah, that makes sense. You just came out of the Special Administration Bureau." The uncle thought for a moment, then continued, "That man kept muttering something about a sea god or whatever. He spoke so unclearly I only caught a few words. The gist was that he needed to go back to prepare to attend some banquet on the Black Pearl. You're inland, so maybe you haven't heard of it, but the Black Pearl was actually very famous, a luxury cruise ship, as tall as 3 decks. The domestic elite prided themselves on being able to board the Black Pearl. But everyone knows the Black Pearl sank into the deep sea 10 years ago, taking several hundred people on board with it, no survivors. That man said he was going to attend a banquet on the Black Pearl, which might have been possible 10 years ago after all. The address he gave was indeed a famous wealthy neighborhood in District 16, but the ship sank. Where would he go to attend?" The uncle clicked his tongue and said, "And there's always this briny smell about him, like the sea. You're telling me a company boss would go down to the sea to fish and end up like that? So I suspected had been targeted by some kind of ghost or spirit." The uncle talked for a while and kept glancing at Yu's expression. Seeing she truly wasn't afraid and didn't think he was crazy, he continued. "Later, I heard from some colleagues that the man eventually disappeared. His wife reported it, and it caused quite a stir. But the police couldn't do anything, and it looks like it was handed over to the Special Administration Bureau of District 16. Miss, I'll tell you, District 108 is actually a pretty safe place. I've heard about a few weird stories around here. Aside from some decent one called Moonlit Bones, the rest are things the special admin can handle, and they're not that difficult at most. The uncle abruptly fell silent. Yuyu. At most a level? Uncle, you're with the Special Administration Bureau too. Aren't the levels of various monsters known only to the Special Management Bureau? Did Uncle let that slip? The uncle gave an embarrassed smile. Haha, miss, you're with the Special Management Bureau? He had assumed the young woman was a victim, and hadn't expected her to actually be from the Special Management Bureau. Yuyu neither nodded nor shook her head. Instead she urged, it's not important. Please continue. The uncle looked embarrassed. Just then the navigation announced they had arrived at the destination and he breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's about it anyway. Anhua residential area. You can get off here. Yuyu paid by the roadside and said regretfully, alright. Uncle, can we add each other on WeChat? You've seen a lot, surely you dare go to places with strange rumors, right? If I need help next time, could I look you up? We can discuss the price. Hey, don't go. She watched the dust-turned rear of the car and scratched her head in puzzlement. Weren't they getting along fine just now? Why did he speed off as soon as he heard she was from the Special Administration Bureau? She took the keys out of her pocket. Everything she bought yesterday had been left at the door by the supermarket staff. Yuyu carried it in bit by bit, filled the refrigerator, then charged her phone and powered it on. By the time she got back from the Special Administration Bureau, it was already evening. The sky darkened, the sun becoming an orange disk about to slip into the mountains. That driver uncle said moonlit white bony, isn't that probably Fafin? This little creature is a bit socially anxious. It barely appears during the day. On nights of the full moon its whole skeleton briefly evolves, greatly increasing its power, but before it evolves its body itches terribly and it can't help rubbing itself against anything to scratch. It was probably seen by someone. Among the people it's called moonlit white bones, and the Special Administration Bureau calls it Fafner. Yuyu shook her head, thinking where such a high-end name came from. It's really just a little squeaky creature called Little Bone. Anyway, with nothing else to do, Yuyu took out the Special Administration Bureau Common Knowledge Manual that Liangfeng had given her and flipped through it. There was only one sentence on the title page. Humankind never yields to bewilderment and evil. Chapter 13. So many people care about me. After opening it, the first chapter was the construction history of the Special Management Bureau. It turned out the Bureau had already been established for 20 years. The headquarters was built in the Central District, where the most powerful psychics were stationed. At the same time, the ground fishers also originated in the Central District. The Central District had the largest population and the most strange tales. Just among the documented resolved high-level contamination zones, almost all were discovered in the Central District. There were also some SS Glass missions sealed in the archives, almost all radiating out from the Central District, making it hard not to overthink. It was surprising that even peripheral neighborhoods like District 108 would produce 3-level high-class incidents, to the point of drawing the Central District's attention. Fortunately, the high entity in Zone 108 does not share its origin with the rift. Yes, according to the manual, not all monsters emerge from the rift. Some documented high entities do not create contaminated zones themselves, but rift-borne monsters gather in packs and attach themselves to these high entities, forming advanced contamination zones. Yuyu stroked her chin, reasoning that it was plausible these non-rift origin monsters might be her brood. She made a note to be careful when she went back to the other zones. Yuyu looked back. Besides some unclear, unresolved high contamination zone information, there were also some special, highly contributive psychics. There were 118 zones in the country, and each zone had a Special Administration Bureau branch. The manual also recorded that monsters can evolve by mutually devouring one another, and psychics' powers can of course be enhanced through certain special methods. When Yuyu was flipping through the high contamination zones, she saw the urban legend about District 16 that the taxi driver had mentioned. It was a 3-level mission called Haicheng Urban Legend. The file was recorded as follows. A few years ago a luxury liner, the Black Pearl, sank in Silverfish Harbor. After it disappeared it became a ghost ship that often appears on nights when the moon is full. Each time it appears it randomly selects 100 people to attend a grand party on board. Those who attend never return. The rare survivors who do come back vomit uncontrollably, as if trying to disgorge their entrails. Their minds are shattered, and they keep shouting things like huge tentacles, demons, And monsters, the higher-order specifics of the contamination zone that formed are still unclear. It can only be roughly inferred that it may be a tentacled monster whose prototype is an octopus. The Special Administration Bureau of District 16 once sent out a 6-person all-class squad and a 10-person all-class squad. None of them returned. The contamination zone was too difficult to deal with and, in desperation, it had to be sealed away. There are also some other similar mysterious high-level contaminated zones. Because they can't be dealt with right now, they've been recorded as esoteric sex sites. Zone 16 is too far from Zone 108, and too much of the information is vague. Yuyu isn't considering something that distant for the time being. She plans to stabilize matters on her own side first, besides, as she travels on business more in the future. These high-level contaminated zones will certainly be eliminated by any means necessary. She'll have the chance to visit them one by one, so there's no rush. Why Yuyu read the manual for a while. When the time was about right, she turned her phone on. Just after a day and a night, the moment she turned the phone on, it was so full of messages and calls it could barely move. Yuyu sighed, waiting for the lousy phone to catch up for a long time before she began clearing the little red notification dots. The original owner was clearly socially anxious. She could count her contacts on one hand, so the most frequent calls were the more than 30 from her manager. But the manager tended to be a bit dramatic, so Yuyu ignored his calls and opened her text messages. There were also dozens of texts. And at a glance they were all from the manager. He cared so much about her that Yuyu felt a little touched and finally opened a message to take a look. The first message was an overwhelming barrage of abuse. "What the hell are you doing again? What's going on in your stream? The platform just banned your account. What are you doing? Even if you're a young girl, you can't do things like this for the sake of performance metrics. Don't you know how to keep your dignity and respect yourself as a girl?" Yuyu. She understood now. The manager suspected she had traded her looks for performance, and that's why the platform banned her. She could easily picture the manager's face as he ranted. The second message was calmer. "He must have gone to check the reason for the ban. I saw it. I misunderstood the previous message, but what the heck place did you go to stream this time? I called you and couldn't get through. What on earth are you doing?" There were a lot of comments under your old videos like, "What a monster. Where did you get the money to hire actors?" By the third message his suspicion had already turned into worried. "I saw someone's comment. Did you go to the Ring Lake? Are you trying to get yourself killed? I told you before not to go. Have you forgotten how that once popular streamer Changguang disappeared? He went to the Ring Lake to investigate spirits and never came back. Are you still alive? Why does your phone have no signal at all? You're not really dead, are you?" Then a dozen or so rambling messages, mostly insisting that she and the phone's owner had no grudge, probably assuming she was already dead and reporting to the police. The last message was the most recent, sent just 10 minutes ago. "You're not dead. I saw the official account released your profile. How did it become an Administrative Control Bureau official account? Since when did you get involved with the ACB? Are you okay? If you see this message, call me immediately. I'll ask around and find out what's going on." You carefully read the message to the end, then without any ripple of emotion switched to the messaging interface and opened her Quine back in as expected. It was already filled with explosive messages. Her avatar had been tagged with a small blue checkmark indicating an official account. Her nickname, however, hadn't changed. The replay of her last livestream had already surpassed 10 million views. Her followers had surged to 500,000, and beneath the automatically saved livestream replay video there were countless comments. "Are you there? Is the streamer still alive? Holy shit, I saw it. The last scene of the video is a fish-headed monster. There were snowflakes flashing earlier. The signal was bad, and when that thing appeared it scared the hell out of me." "Me too. So there really are monsters in this world. The streamer's probably dead now." "That monster was disgusting. Who can take it on? And I heard the streamer is a young girl, so she has no combat ability at all. Thanks for the invite. I'm here watching in person. When I saw the fish-headed monster my sanity completely dropped to 0.90 of people were in awe, and the other 10 were praying for the host to come back and do a stream to explain things." Chapter 14. Putting on a supernatural show. Yuyu skimmed through the many messages, and found that more people wanted her to return to livestream. She thought for a moment and called Liang Feng. "It's 7 o'clock in the evening now. They probably just finished dinner over there and were free," and the call was answered quickly. "Yuyu. Director, I want to ask you something." Yuyu, following how people at the bureau addressed her, called her that. After I powered on, I found that previous livestream recordings weren't deleted. And many fans are asking me to go live. Liang Feng already knew what she was going to ask. He said, aside from the Bureau's classified matters, you can reveal a bit to the public about monsters and fishers. But don't say too much, keep some details vague, that makes it more believable. Okay. Yuyu considered for a moment and roughly formed the content in her mind. By the way, every member's information in the Special Administration Bureau is confidential, mainly to prevent higher beings infiltrating human society and targeting us. And you're the first SAB representative to face the public. I hope you'll protect your information even more. Yuyu made an HM sound, then heard her continue. All your information has been retrieved and archived by the Bureau. No one will be able to find it, so you can rest assured. After hanging up, Yuyu stared at her streamer dashboard. The little blue verification check had been added to her avatar. It seemed they truly weren't planning to keep it secret. While wondering what kind of higher being could possibly blend into human society, Yuyu propped up her phone and prepared to go live. Most of the fans who recently surged were young people driven by morbid curiosity. They were half skeptical, curiosity outweighed fear. Liang Feng asked her to disclose the monster's information bit by bit, a gentler approach than an official announcement, less likely to cause panic. As for secrecy, Yuyu pulled out a pen and drew a fox mask for herself, the kind that would cover the whole face, so she didn't need to change her voice. Her previous videos had already revealed her natural tone, so there was no need to hide anything further. The streamer you follow is now live. At exactly 8 in the evening, countless users scrolling through videos received that notification in their inboxes. They all brightened instantly and couldn't wait to click in. What came into view was a dim, cramped room. A slight, petite girl lazily leaned on the sofa, a fox mask on her face with long, sinister eye slits. Welcome to Yuyu's live stream. The girl's soft, ethereal voice sounded in that setting, making it all the more eerie. Damn. The streamer is live. The streamer is still alive. This isn't quite what I imagined. The speaker was an old fan who had been following Yuyu. He paused, then said, my impression of Yuyu was that she was a sweet girl. What's with this dark Lolita thing? Don't doubt it, brother upstairs. It should be the streamer. Her voice hasn't changed. If you mute the screen and listen to the stream, you'll realize it's her. The moment the stream started, a huge number of viewers flooded in. Compared to the first live stream, the barrage of comments was rolling so fast that Yuyu couldn't even make out what they said. She tilted her head and said, the streamer is still the same streamer. Don't worry, she hasn't been possessed by a monster. If she hadn't said anything, it would have been fine. But now that she had, everyone felt layer upon layer of goosebumps rising across their backs. Liang Feng and the others watching the stream together. With that acting, you really do come off like a high-level being who snuck into human society. The conspiracy theories in the comments have indeed begun. Damn, it was fine until the streamer said that. Now my mind is spiraling. The streamer hasn't actually been possessed, has he? Stop pretending to be mystical. I'm really scared right now. The fox mask on screen gave a light chuckle. Just kidding, my phone was just turned on a little while ago. I just saw everyone asking me to start the stream. Speak up if you have questions. Yuyu will answer them one by one. Finally getting down to business, everyone was eager to start asking questions. And by this time nearly 50,000 people were watching the live stream. The comments scrolled so fast that Yuyu squinted and struggled to catch them. Failed to catch. At last one big fan couldn't hold back and sent a huge firework gift. A special effect exploded on the screen, and the fan's enlarged, bolded message drifted by. Only then did Yuyu see a clear question. Why Yuyu, what was that fish-head monster earlier? This big brother clearly watched the whole live stream. Yuyu recognized this fan who randomly sent big fireworks. The fish-head monster was exactly what you think it was. The fox masked person's answer was sly and casual, as if it weren't a disgusting creature but just an ordinary fish. Her reply successfully grabbed everyone's attention, and immediately someone imitated the earlier big brother and sent a super large bullet comment. Was that a real monster? Or was it staged by your own people? Yuyu nodded solemnly. Really. Everyone who watched the live stream should have seen the creature was oozing mucus. And there were fish eggs inside that mucus. We couldn't possibly have manufactured that. People who watched the live stream, no, we didn't see any fish eggs. Don't make us recall something that disgusting. So the Ring Lake rumors are true. There really are man-eating mermaids. Holy crap. I used to live in the Ring Lake complex. One day someone from the neighborhood committee came to us saying the authorities were going to fix something and we had to temporarily move out for a week. I did too. It seems like everyone in our neighborhood received that notice. They offered relocation fees, so staying elsewhere for a week wasn't a problem, and their attitude was good. Most people left, but I remember some accepted the money and stubbornly refused to go. When the staff came to check, they hid everywhere. Are those people okay now? If there are monsters in the ring lake, wouldn't those people be? Seeing the conspiracy theory about to start again, Yuyu spoke up. Don't worry, everyone. The Special Administration Bureau has already sent people to clear it out. Now that the black mist has dissipated, the ring lake is safe. As for those people you mentioned, we rescued some, but we're not sure how many didn't relocate, so. The young girl shrugged, looking regretful. Once the Special Administration Bureau was brought up in the conversation, a lot of people started asking questions. I've heard of the Special Administration Bureau, but I don't know what they do. So it turns out they catch monsters. Right, Yuyu suddenly became the Bureau's official ghost hunting blogger. Does that mean Yuyu is part of the Bureau too? Can you tell us about the Bureau? Time for a little explainer. Yuyu briefly consolidated the Bureau's information and told everyone to call the Special Administration Bureau if they encountered anything strange. Night deepened. Seeing that the live stream was going fairly smoothly, Liangfeng finally felt at ease and went back to rest. Chapter 15. Just a little toy. After Liangfeng left, the live stream continued, and Yuyu answered fans' messages now and then. As the night grew late, Yuyu was quite satisfied with today's live stream performance and the live stream with tens of thousands of viewers. She, under the guise of an official channel, had said that long speech. She didn't know how many viewers had paused to listen, but the power of public opinion was enormous. She was sure that starting tomorrow these reports would spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. Whether they believed it or not, she could always do another live broadcast later. It would have an effect. After the peak, only 10,000 people remained in the stream. Yuyu glanced at the time. It was already 11. Today's tasks were basically finished. She stood up, stretched, took a sip of water from the side, and prepared to end the live stream. Yuyu took off her mask and went to the window for some air. Suddenly a flash of white light appeared, and a palm-sized little thing tumbled and fluttered toward her. Just as it was about to hit the glass, Yuyu reacted quickly and scooped it up, pinching it into her hand. Yuyu was now standing, so the video couldn't capture her face, but someone sharpied noticed her movement. The little trinket pinched between the girl's pale, tender fingers glowed a milky white in the darkness, very conspicuous. Someone curiously asked, "What is the streamer holding?" "Can't see clearly, it's so tiny." Yuyu picked up the little thing and saw a mini Fafna humming in her palm. Two small pink flames bouncing in its eye sockets. Absolutely adorable. She couldn't help but feel a twitch between her brows and answered the chat's question in a calm tone. "Just a little toy." "The streamer's this old and still plays with toys?" "I'm 20 already and still play with toys. And the streamer is just a little girl. What's wrong with playing with toys?" "Upstairs, is that toy of yours legit?" "What the hell? What nonsense are you talking?" The barrage of comments behind her was a mess. She didn't even look. She watched as Faf had already started frantically nuzzling the finger he was holding. Yuyu gave a few perfunctory words and then ended the stream. The little bone dragon, seeing that she had finally turned her attention to him, excitedly and eagerly began to whimper. The mini version of the little bone whined in an even tinier voice, completely unlike the 3-second high-level beast that could bite through a giant serpent. "Whimper, mother goddess. Why are you coming to find me so late?" The little bone dragon crawled up her hand onto her shoulder, and Yuyu took out her phone while bonding with the little creature. While sleeping during the day, someone came over after eating their fill. Fafner then crouched on the girl's shoulder, his larger hind limbs gripping the fabric on her shoulder tightly. While his smaller front paws carefully tugged at her hair to steady himself, he could feel the faint fragrance emanating from the mother goddess and felt indescribably happy. Mother goddess smells so nice, so soft, so gentle. Nothing is happier than staying by the mother goddess side. When Yuyu heard that, and that it knew to come over only after eating its fill, she brightened. "You don't want to trouble me?" The little bone dragon stared intently at her profile and nodded vigorously. "I want trouble the mother goddess. Mother goddess, please keep me by your side." Understanding its meaning, Yuyu reached out and stroked the little skull. "Of course I'll keep you by my side. After all, you're my baby, and babies have to obediently stay by their mother's side," she coaxed softly. "Isn't that right?" The whimpering creature had no ability to think anymore. and could only nod frantically. By the way, what do you usually eat? Yuyu suddenly remembered this question. When she first created these little things she hadn't written the details, so she wasn't clear on some small specifics. We everything. Eat everything. Yuyu frowned. Humans? Monsters? Normal food. Fafna nodded once, then shook his head. Only eaten monsters? The blood pool? Yuyu was puzzled. Where is the blood pool? The little bone dragon shook his head, then proudly puffed out his chest. It's already been eaten clean out. The mother goddess likes obedient children, so she has never eaten ordinary people, even when they bully her. She hardly ever fights back. Draining the blood pool can sustain Fafna's current condition for a long time, so she doesn't need to feed again for the time being. Yuyu nodded. It is indeed very convenient she handles eating, drinking, and excretion all by herself. What a carefree little one. While the mother and child were happily together here, the scout assigned to investigate the blood pool monster woke up the next day and was completely stunned. Originally, behind him was a dense, indistinct evil. Passing through the evil revealed the true appearance of the blood pool. Countless monsters dwelt within the blood pool. They sought to cling to the region's most powerful higher being, enjoying its protection to ensure they wouldn't be exterminated by the Special Administration Bureau. And the Bureau had never seen Fafner eat. Nor were there many cases of ordinary humans being harmed by Fafner, so they reasonably suspected that the monsters living in the blood pool were its fodder. Fafner had been staying properly in the blood pool, not wandering around, and would occasionally eat monsters to reduce their burden. In a sense, Fafner had actually helped them a lot. Then today, they discovered a terrifying fact. This high-ranking being that had been keeping their balance had devoured the monster gathering ground in Area 108, and then run off. What does this mean? No one knew what this newly sentient high-ranking being was thinking. They looked at the bare, spotlessly clean blood pool. There was not a trace of evil left there, not a single monster remaining. For a while she didn't know whether to light candles for those monsters or for herself. Just because of Fafna's escape, Yuyu was called to an emergency meeting the next day, and the conference room, Liang Feng in formal attire, announced the matter to everyone very solemnly. Except for Yuyu, everyone else was extremely surprised. Just one night, where could Fafna have gone? Xiao Luo asked, puzzled and worried. And the blood pool was filled in. How could there be no trace at all? The scouts only discovered the pool was gone this morning. This is ridiculous. This only shows that this higher level power is truly terrifying. Su Zhuan pushed his glasses and said it could silently devour so many monsters. Half asleep, Yuyu instinctively replied, he really is a glutton. Yuyu had been forced to stay up late last night and got up early today. She was exhausted now, and the culprit in her pocket was still sound asleep, completely unaware of the commotion had caused. Yuyu's words. The entire conference room fell silent. After a long moment, Xiaoqing blurted out, well, but I think what you said makes sense. Liang Feng sighed, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. What exactly does it want? Chapter 16. Going to the Communication Conference District 108 was considered a remote area. Apart from Lin Lin's outstanding abilities, the Special Management Bureau had painfully few ability users there. Not to mention a high-level Class 3S. When dealing with a class pollution zone, they would have to dispatch an entire squad. Placed in a central district, and class ability user could have handled it easily. Fafna's appearance was already very abnormal. Logically, such a remote district shouldn't have produced a high-level like that, yet it showed up anyway, and then mysteriously disappeared. How could Liang Feng not be worried? Obviously everyone thought the same as the captain. No one knew how great a potential danger a lost high-level creature could be. Yuyu couldn't stand seeing them so gloomy. Thinking my kid isn't that thoughtless, she forced a casual look and tried to comfort them. Don't overthink it. I looked through Fafna's files, it hasn't hurt anyone. And it's not the kind of monster that creates contaminated zones. Maybe it's just full and planning to forage in another sector. Xiao Luo looked up, listless. You're right. If it's just foraging, that's fine. Even if it really wants to cause trouble, we don't seem able to stop it. There weren't many urban legends in District 108 to begin with, and most of them had been mostly dealt with. One major threat had even been chewed up by another. District 108 really didn't have much going on now. It was relatively safe. Let's set this matter aside for now. Liang Feng pondered for a moment and brought up another topic. I haven't told you yet, the Triennial Exchange Conference has started again. The Central District has sent invitations to all major districts. Each district can send 3 to 5 ability users to attend. Is anyone willing to go? When he said that, the atmosphere in the meeting room wasn't as enthusiastic as Yuyu had imagined. Everyone actually looked somewhat listless. Liang Feng had clearly anticipated this reaction and said helplessly, I know none of you want to go, but this is also an opportunity for Zhao Leo in learning. Is there really no one willing to attend? Everyone kept their heads down and said nothing. Yuyu looked at Xiao Luo in confusion, and Xiao Luo quietly explained, this exchange conference happens every year. Each district has to send people to attend. But you know our remote district has few monsters and few ability users, and even fewer high-level ability users. The highest rank in our bureau now is Team Chief's rank. Su is a rank, the rest of us are just little B and crank guys. Originally for the past few years we went happily enough, but when we went and saw it, other major districts could pull out A or S rank people at will. Compared to them we look like we came straight from the countryside. So of course we get mocked. Didn't you notice how our bureau calls people by rank since you arrived? Xiao Luo said softly. That's because our district doesn't emphasize that. In other districts rank is everything. While the two were whispering, Liang Feng said helplessly, Team Su, you decide. You must go. For the rest, pick a few recent hires. Su Zhuanying nodded, his sharp gaze sweeping the room. The veteran employees in the conference room couldn't help but lower their heads, hoping not to be singled out. Why Yuyu, Lin Lin, Xiaoqing, Xiaoyu, the four of you go. Xiaoyu will lead the team. Xiaoyu was considered a veteran employee. His sister and Lin Lin had only joined the bureau this year and were the most gifted psychics of their cohort, 1 a rank and 1 rank, the strongest psychics recruited by District 108 Special Management Bureau in many years. Yuyu and Tong Wang were chosen because she was the country's first war correspondent. After going to the Central District, they would have to stay there for a year. Ostensibly it was an exchange, but in reality it was another way of assembling the strongest forces to deal with some long-sealed contamination zones recorded in the files. The records for these high contamination zones will depend on Yuyu. Xiaoyu had always had a poker face. He didn't mind being appointed leader by Su Zhuan. Lin Lin and Xiaoqing were clearly curious, and Yuyu was fairly interested too, so the mood in this 108th District Envoy team was tolerable. Xiao Luo looked at her sympathetically and comforted her, it's okay. Although your rank assessment isn't out yet, your status is special. Lin Lin and Xiaoqing's ranks are fairly high, so you probably won't be targeted. If those people from the Central District bully you, just tell Brother Xiaoyu and have him shoot them with a hidden arrow. Yuyu couldn't help but smile. The bone dragon in her pocket woke up and was rubbing against her finger. The little spines on its bony wings had softened, not at all prickly, but rather ticklish. After that, Liang Feng stayed behind with the 4-person team to discuss the exchange meeting. District 108 was too remote. They had to take a long-distance bus to the larger District 80. Then transfer there to a plane straight to the Central District. At Yuyu hadn't finished memorizing the Special Administration Bureau handbook when she was handed another book, the list of espers. Each of the 3 newcomers got one, and they held the manuals looking at one another. Liang Feng said, I hadn't given this to you before because I didn't want anyone to develop bad ideas over rank, but other regions outside are like this, rank determines status. This manual records all the psychics who have made major contributions since the Special Management Bureau was established, as well as recent newcomers. Just take a look, get familiar with their faces. Don't worry too much about anything else. Liang Feng admonished like a mother. District 80 also has several high-level contaminated zones, but don't worry, the psychics from District 80 will be with you, so you'll watch out for each other if anything happens. Your departure is the day after tomorrow. You don't need to pack anything. Once you arrive at the Central District, someone will take care of everything for you. Liang Feng gave the instructions, then turned to Yuyu and said, you can pick up your special equipment directly at the Central District. Yuyu nodded. Everything had been explained, and Liang Feng let them go, telling them to keep an eye on their phones. They would be notified later about follow-up matters. After leaving the Special Administration Bureau, Yuyu headed straight for the mall, planning to get a new phone. That old junk of hers caused too many mishaps. The previous resolution of the 11 contaminated zone had earned Yuyu tens of thousands in commission, so buying a new phone was well within her means. Yuyu was an extreme hedonist. If she was going to buy something, she bought the best and never treated herself poorly, and for the coming year she shouldn't have to worry about accommodation at all. Everything will be reimbursed at public expense. Life is short, so seize the pleasures in time. Just out of the mall, Yuyu twisted her ankle and went to the food court. Little bone dragon perched on her shoulder like a cute yet odd ornament. No one could tell it was actually a 3th-grade high-level creature. Just like that, Yuyu, propping a food glutton on her shoulder, single-handedly swept through the entire food city, sampling the dishes she had previously only ever read about in history books. 2 hours later, the little bone dragon lay belly-up, slumped on Yuyu's shoulder as she steadied it against the wall, and let out a contented belch. Chapter 17. The little bone saved the little Trent. 3 days later, Yuyu looked at the closed door, clapped her hands, then drew a protective shield around the little bone dragon curled on her shoulder, suppressing all its auras so it looked more like an exquisitely crafted toy. She then grabbed her small suitcase and took a taxi to the Special Management Bureau. By the time they reached the Special Management Bureau, Lin had already arrived. The brother and sister were still on their way. It was only 9 in the morning, but Lin looked as if had been waiting a long time. Yuyu set the small case at her feet and asked curiously, "You came this early?" Xiao Luo, who had no tasks today, was also accompanying them and said, Lin has been living at the bureau. The little Traiant said indifferently, "I originally came from District 66. There was a 2S high grade there. It turned my neighborhood into a contaminated zone. Apart from me, there were no survivors in the whole area. After I awakened my ability, that high grade kept trying to eat me. The Special Management Bureau in District 66 couldn't handle it, so I had no choice but to flee." He paused, a strange look appearing on his face. "That monster left its pollution zone and wouldn't stay there. It insisted on eating me and followed me all the way, only stopping when we reached Zone 108. It was just last year that our zone discovered a 3S-level Fafner." Xiao Luo laughed. "As everyone knows, higher-level monsters treat those one level below them like superiors, so in a way Lin was saved by the Fafner." Lin nodded, and when he glanced at Yuyu he was startled, pointing at her shoulder. Fafner." Yuyu had already thought of what to say. She kept her expression unchanged when facing the little tree creature whose face had gone pale. "Just a little toy. Do you really think it looks like a bone dragon?" Little Luo also gathered around looking very interested. "Wow. It's exactly the same. If I couldn't sense it, I'd have thought this was a miniature Fafner." Lin crookedly leaned in, half believing, half doubtful. "Is this for real? But it really does look like a mini version." The little bone dragon, taken totally by surprise by the two enlarged faces, gave a huge fright. Its small claws grabbed Yuyu's clothes as it bared its teeth fiercely at these two brazen humans. Yuyu had already cast a layer of deception on it. To outsiders it looked like nothing more than an unmoving little toy. "The more I look, the cuter it gets. Yuyu, where did you buy this? I want one too." After getting used to the sight, Lin pointed at Faf and indulged in wishful thinking. "I'll have one custom made if I swing by Zone 66 later. I should get some protection, right?" "Yuyu made a friend out of nothing. Not for sale." "This was made by a friend of mine." Lin disappointedly pursed his lips. "Alright then, seeing him like that, you couldn't help teasing him. Let me ask you, what do you think of Fafu?" Lin watched her warily. "What are you going to do?" "Nothing much, just asking." The girl smiled sweetly at him, reminding him of the sly, ghostly fox mask from the night of the livestream. I guess." Lin gathered his words. "Who isn't afraid of a high-level 3S? That 2S that tried to eat me nearly wiped out an entire neighborhood. Left the Special Management Bureau of District 66 helpless, let alone Fafu. Who wouldn't run from such a terrifying existence? Still, it did save my life, you know. In a way, it even saved the whole of District 108. The mini bone dragon paid no attention to the human's conversation, but when it heard the mother goddess praise it from the depths of her heart, good child, it couldn't help but leap high. Closing its eyes and eagerly nuzzling Yuyu's fingers were here. Xia Qing's lively voice came from behind. "Cool guy Xia, you dragged 2 suitcases following his sister. Didn't the headquarters say we don't need to bring much?" Lin complained. "Why do you all have suitcases?" Xia Qing took her suitcase and huffed proudly. "How can girls be the same as you boys?" Xia Yu showed no expression. "They're all hers." Yuyu leaned in curiously. "What did you bring?" Xia Qing was first startled by the little bony dragon on her shoulder. Then when she heard it was a toy, she turned her attention back to her own trunk. "Just some daily necessities, and some underwear and things like that." When she heard daily necessities, Yuyu lamented, I forgot." "No problem, you can use mine for now. We can buy more when we get to the Central District." Xia Qing said generously. "Big sister, we're on the road for at most 3 days. Couldn't you just wait until we get there to buy them?" Lin said. speechless as she looked at her. How can you say that to me? And I even brought things for you. Xiaqing said, displeased. What did you bring? Xiaqing began pulling things out of her small handbag. A hat, colored contacts. If you don't want the contacts you can wear sunglasses. Yuyu, wow. The stronger a person's supernatural ability, the more their body changes from normal. Take Linlin for example. His iris color and hair have permanently turned green, and his skin is an unusually pale shade. Going out like that inevitably causes ordinary people to treat him as an oddity. He is headstrong and has no interest in hiding it, so he has hardly gone out over the past 2 years. Thank you, Linlin said, moved, holding the hat. The car's here, the car's here. Xiao Luo cut their teasing short, personally saw the 4 of them into the car, and worriedly reminded them, take good care of yourselves when you're away. I'll miss you, boo-hoo-hoo. See you in a year. Also, make sure you come back alive. Having seen the attrition rate at the exchange conference with his own eyes, Xiao Luo silently prayed for them to die in the taxi. The 3 unfeeling ones were already chattering away again, while Xiaqing sat in the front passenger seat with his arms folded and his eyes closed, resting. What the 3 excited young men didn't know was that the exchange conference held both danger and opportunity. Clearing out several high-level contamination zones came with an extremely high mortality rate and a chance to improve oneself. In other words, anyone who managed to return alive from the exchange conference would advance a tier, whether by their supernatural power or their own abilities. And the end, Linlin still couldn't resist the 2 girls. They pinned him down, put a hat and colored contact lenses on him, hiding his conspicuous eye color and hair. The taxi driver was also from the Special Administration Bureau. Driving, he talked to them. Going to the passenger station, timing it out. You're headed for the exchange conference, right? Yeah, Xiaqing said. Big brother, have you been? It's our first time. Anything we should watch out for? The driver said, what right do I have to go? My level is too low, my psychic ability is useless, I haven't done many missions. At most I can drive and contribute to the bureau. The passenger station wasn't far from the administration bureau. It took only half an hour. The driver helped them unload their luggage and with the same earnestness reminded them, have a safe trip. Chapter 18. You are my creation. You will absolutely submit to me. The passenger station in District 108 was indeed very grand. People came and went carrying suitcases, and the arrival of the 4 young people did not attract anyone's attention. The bus they took bound for District 80 wasn't very crowded. Only a scattered few were seated. Soon after they boarded, it was time to depart. The trip from District 108 to District 80 took 5 hours. They set out at 10 in the morning and would only arrive around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, then rest for a night at the Special Administration Bureau in District 80 and depart the next day with their people. The bus started, and the scenery outside the window began to flash by. Yuyu watched for a bit with little interest, then noticed the other 3 had already drifted off in various slumped positions, so she closed her eyes and fell asleep as well. While Yuyu was awakened by a blast of cold air, she frowned, thinking the overhead air conditioner had been turned too high. She opened her eyes to reach out and adjust it, then noticed something unusual. She had clearly boarded the car during the day, but outside the windows it was completely dark now, with only a dim little light on inside the vehicle. Xiaqing beside her seemed to still be asleep, appearing unaffected. Yuyu felt that something was wrong. At this moment the atmosphere inside the car was quietly a little eerie. The middle-aged man who had been tilting his head and snoring in front was now completely motionless. Linlin and Xiaoyu were sitting next to them. They too looked as if they had slipped into a deep sleep. Yuyu tried to raise her hand to push Xiaqing beside her, but found she was as if frozen in place and couldn't move at all. Not to mention lifting her hand, she couldn't even open her mouth. What's happening? Sleep paralysis? Yuyu stared blankly at the air. The ghost hiding in the shadows already had weaker mental strength than she did and couldn't feed off her fear. Seeing everyone else falling into the environment it had created, it began chirping anxiously. One in the light, one in the dark. Yuyu and the ghost stared at each other wide-eyed. The ghost struggled for a while and was about to give up, when suddenly its chest went cold. Its misshapen forelimb collapsed to the ground and it couldn't move. It sensed an unbearably terrifying presence calmly closing in on it. Its not very smart brain frantically told itself run. If it didn't flee now it would be crushed, but its body, facing an abyss-like presence, was helpless. It trembled, humbly prostrated itself on the ground, willingly submitting to this imminent superior. Ghostly mist spread, The evil had almost congealed into substance. But if Yuyu were here, she would notice that there were no filthy insects among this evil. It was a pure black. The creature didn't even dare lift its head to look directly at this superior. It could not speak, so it used the last of its will to express its submission, its body shaking out of shape. Why are you so scared? A pale, slender hand stroked its skull. The youth's voice was teasing and curious, like a demon whispering in its ear. Found an interesting fellow. Mind if I borrow your power for a bit? He asked politely on the surface, but the monster clearly saw the tip of a sickle flashing a cold silver light in the fog. It had no doubt that if it refused, it would immediately be cleaved by that sickle into the mist that swirled around this superior being. It trembled and nodded. Thanks, the boy chuckled happily. In an instant the monster was enveloped in viscous ghostly fog. It opened its mouth in terror as it felt its consciousness being gradually consumed by a terrifying will. The car's interior lights suddenly began to flicker wildly. The temperature, which had just returned to normal, dropped sharply. Yuyu, wearing only a thin knitted dress, felt goosebumps rising on her arms. Fafu seemed to sense something. The little thing, which had been anxiously hopping on her shoulder, unexpectedly fell asleep without warning after the car lights started flickering. Welcome to the killing game. A cold, ghostly voice sounded in her ear. Where you couldn't see? Black mist silently crawled up her back, like a young man's fingertips teasing the delicate, pretty bones of a girl's shoulders with fond delight. There is a ghost on the bus disguised among the passengers. Each night it will kill one person on the bus. Each daytime you have the chance to vote out the ghost. After each round of the survival game, the survivors will each receive one clue about the ghost. When fewer than 6 people remain on the bus, the ghost will be unrestricted and begin killing at will. The voice paused, then smiled as it said, Pretty little girl, hurry and find the ghost on the bus, save everyone on board. The young man's voice murmured in her ear. It didn't sound like the chilling words of a murder game, but rather like ambiguous flirting. The killing game. Yuyu spoke, realizing she could make a sound. The black mist behind her condensed into the bony hand of a young man, idly sliding. What kind of game? Just catch the mastermind behind this. The girl suddenly snapped, spinning around and precisely seizing the hand that had been causing trouble on her body. Then she gave a fierce yank, pulling out a tall, gaunt figure along with the hand. As if appearing out of nowhere, the black mist instantly enveloped Yuyu. She distinctly felt the body pressed against her back. A cold, lifeless hand pinched the girl's round, cute earlobe and with amused interest said, Player, you cheated. Why? Yuyu sensed danger. She was now pinned against this ghostly thing's thigh, unable to even turn around. Fouls demand punishment. The youth continued to speak deliberately, watching with keen interest the pretty, lively little prey in his arms while pondering how to torment her. If she were made to cry, her reddened eyes would surely look beautiful, wouldn't they? He curled his lips maliciously. While the thing was lost in those thoughts, Yuyu took advantage and, with her free hand, pulled a pen out of her pocket. She could feel that this thing seemed tightly bound by some kind of law. The one who had just arrived was not his true body, at most a doppelganger, so she should be able to defeat him. If it was a law, then she could barely count as a creator, right? Yuyu thought, not daring to be negligent, and using all her spiritual power, she waved her hand and wrote a rule. You are my creation. You will absolutely submit to me. With a rumbling crash, a peal of thunder sounded, and the rule took effect. As the corresponding condition took effect, Yuyu felt a sharp pain in her head, like being pricked by a needle, and all the originally full spirit force was sucked away by an unknown power. The once exuberant young man's body stiffened, and he looked down, with an unfriendly expression. Clearly, he had also sensed that force. Chapter 19. The Unfilial Sun-Mother Goddess. He lowered his head. The girl's complexion had gone listless from having her spirit drained, like a flower that had been wrung. Why did I knew? Yes, heart. A good child you outwardly. Let go of me. The youth seemed not to mind at all. He still hadn't revealed his true face, yet Yuyu somehow could see the curious, innocent cruelty on his features. How did you do that? Yuyu kept her mouth shut, leaning weakly against him, feeling like she would faint any second. What on earth was this youth? Her rules were like an oracle across the entire ocean blue star. Although they'd been heavily suppressed, they shouldn't have been so helpless against him. It's not like dealing with a mere clone would be this difficult. End this game, Yuyu ordered weakly. The youth pouted innocently and said, This game wasn't made by me. It was made by another little thing. Beloved Mother God. You've used all your strength on me. You can't escape this illusion. Why Yuyu? Damn. Does that mean she can only complete the game? With her current power, at best she could establish this rule. There's no way she could command him. Unlike the other little ones, which can sense her will and would never disobey her, this one isn't biological, not obedient at all, extremely rebellious. But dear Mother Goddess, how could I ever let you get hurt? The youth shifted tone and said happily, you can come with me, and as a bystander, watch this game through. Yuyu was held pinned in the arms of this rebellious son, unable to move, forced into silence as she looked toward the illusion. In the illusion, it was already the third daytime. 2 passengers on the vehicle had their heads tilted, a huge hole of blood at their necks, as if some enormous monster had taken a bite out of them. Correspondingly, when Yuyu looked toward where those 2 passengers were, their chests showed no rise or fall at all. They were clearly no longer breathing. The youth followed her gaze, hoping to see fear or surprise on her face, but found the girl's expression calm, showing no fluctuation at all. He boredly took her hand. His ice-cold, pale large hand threaded between her fingers, feeling the warm, living heat of a human body inside the illusion. Xiaqing frowned. She too couldn't communicate with the others. During the day the passengers in the car all kept their heads down like walking corpses. Only her brother and Lin Lin could still blink and turn around a couple of times, like living people. The rule this illusion set was a night of deadly pursuit. Those who survive can obtain clues about the ghost, but after 2 nights, ordinary people still can't handle the specter. 2 people are already dead. They have no options now. They can only hope it's their turn to be part of the killer, be killed as soon as possible. Although it was said that all passengers in the car would vote together, there are clearly only 4 of them left with any capacity to think. Xiaqing counted. There were 16 passengers on the car in total. When the remaining number drops below 6, the ghost can begin killing without restriction. She didn't know what a deadly game of escape looked like. Ghosts could only kill at night, so the 4 of them all had a slightly better chance of surviving than ordinary people. Because there were no clues, another day passed with no one voted out. Night fell, and Xiaqing closed her eyes involuntarily. When she opened them again, she was awakened by a deadly sense of suffocation. A swollen-faced green demon grabbed her neck with both hands. Startled, Xiaqing's lower body reflexively turned into countless verdant vines, which viciously coiled upward to strangle. The green-faced demon was instead fiercely entangled by the vines. The boy outside the illusion saw this and curled his mouth in disappointment. What a useless one! It's only the 3rd night's ride and he already ran into a god. The useless green-faced demon. How was I supposed to know a few big shots would sneak in among the ordinary people? I'm just a lowly cranker. That green-faced demon had been stopping cars on this street for months. It was the first time had encountered someone with supernatural powers getting in, and he had the bad luck to pick a high-level one. Yuyu also saw Xiaqing act for the first time. Before this, the little green vine had always been by Lin Lin's side, responsible for pulling ordinary people up from downstairs. She had never seen these green vines be so aggressive that a single blow killed it instantly. The blue-faced ghost breathed its last, and the game naturally could not continue. The monsters outside the illusion clicked their mouths regretfully and prepared to run. Then its body stiffened. The abnormally swollen form suddenly withered, black mist gathered, and a tall, thin silhouette loomed indistinctly. Don't rush off yet. There's one more thing I need to ask of you, monster. How could I possibly withstand your 2 words, please? Do you know Gasso? His eyes curved, but there wasn't a hint of amusement in them. Take me to find it. Inside the car, Yuyu stared at the suddenly dissipated ghostly mist. Baffled that on the roof, the black fog carried away the monster's thin, deformed body. The boy's ghastly, wicked voice sounded in her ear. He spoke sweetly and affectionately. Mother Goddess, I'll remember you. I'll come find you to play again next time. As if a summons from the Grim Reaper. Yuyu muttered a curse under her breath. Traitor. Appeared for no reason, left for no reason. What the hell is that? Although he had been staying close to her the whole time and the atmosphere between them seemed intimate, Yuyu had no doubt that his original intention was to toy with her to death. She could clearly feel the cold and cruel murderous intent beneath his sweet and affectionate words. He probably hadn't expected that she could mobilize the power of the laws of this planet. Otherwise, Yuyu would by now have become part of the black mist. Yuyu smug, hands on hips. JP haha. Gotcha. I'm an alien. For a long while after the ghostly fog left, Yuyu still felt a chill all over, as if that evil god were still being held in her arms. That monster had already gone. and the illusion naturally dissipated. The interior of the carriage had returned to normal. The driver seemed unaffected the whole time, and except for the two who were already dead, the rest of the passengers all woke up with terrified faces. Xiaqing opened his eyes and immediately went forward to check the breath of the two people. Luckily, the breathing is very faint. She's probably just unconscious. After she came back, she suddenly remembered something and looked at Yuyu strangely. Why didn't I see you just now? Yuyu's face was already pale. She lied without changing expression. I don't know, I didn't see you either. It should be a low-level ghost, Xiaoyu said. Those killed in the illusion can't manifest in reality, and Xiaqing can eliminate it with one strike. So it wasn't some powerful ghost. This kind of illusion might be an eerie tale to ordinary people, but for professionally trained experts it's nothing. Chapter 20. Even a little bone can't beat that. Unfilial sonnet should be a cooperative relationship. The ghosts and monsters inside the illusion are lower level, common, only crank, but they have real lethality. The ghost that created the illusion hasn't shown itself yet, but the illusion isn't powerful. It should have fled already. My blind guess is Brank. Xiaoyu, as the experienced big brother, immediately guessed most of it. These ordinary minor monsters are very common. They won't kill people, but encountering them brings bad luck for a long time. He explained patiently. The green-faced ghost sucks the life essence from the living and creates fear. The illusion-eating ghosts feed on fear. Their relationship is mutually beneficial. Ordinary passengers who ran into it could only consider themselves unlucky. You mean it didn't see us just now either? Xiaqing pondered for a moment. Could it have created two illusions? Split us up. I've never heard of such a low-level ghost being able to create two illusions. Lin Lin muttered to herself in puzzlement. Why Yuyu put on an expression of bewilderment as if she knew nothing. How should I say it? I don't even know if it counts as an illusion, because I was still inside the carriage, but I saw all of you fall into a deep sleep. And outside the window it was black and very cold. I could see what you were going through in the illusion, but I couldn't move a muscle. The words, the three of them fell into contemplation. Could it be related to my psychic power? Seeing that they had all gone silent, Yuyu had to backtrack and explain herself. By your account, the creature that creates the illusion must be using psychic power as a medium, right? Maybe, it's possible it failed to pull me completely into the illusion? Yuyu ventured. Saying it that way made everything click. Xiaqing's eyes lit up. Right, the headquarters did tell us before that your mental power is unusually high. The other two also wore expressions of sudden understanding, and Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief. This time, some of the passengers in the car who already knew each other began whispering quietly. Damn, I just had a dream. Terrifying. I did too. You go first. I dreamed there was some monster making us play a ghost hunting game. At night we'd have a death match and by day we'd vote. But I couldn't move at my seat at all, and when night came I could only watch that person being chased by the ghost. And in the end they died, the speaker said, pale as if still shaken. There was a hole that big in their neck. Same here. Damn. That scared me to death. He patted his chest while turning to look at the two passengers who had died in the illusion, and relaxed when he saw they didn't have that terrifying hole in their necks. It's fine, they seem to still be asleep. Must just been a dream. But we had the exact same dream at the same time. That's ridiculous, right? I don't know, could it be from reading too many novels lately? The one I recommended to you. One person said suspiciously. That could be. Thoughts by day, dreams by night. But that dream felt so real. I almost thought I would be the next to die. The two of them rambled on for a while and soon convinced themselves it was just a dream, then moved on to other topics. Why Yuyu and Xiaqing looked at each other. They'll forget about this afterward, right? Xiaqing nodded uncertainly. Should? I heard that people with bigger hearts forget faster. The little bone dragon in the pocket had already woken up by now. It was wildly bouncing around in Yuyu's pouch, whining softly and plaintively. Wee, damn it. That guy actually dared to knock me out for disrespecting the mother goddess. I'm going to eat him right now. Yuyu reached out and rubbed its little head to soothe it. Good, leave this guy to me to deal with. The little baby is responsible for growing up obediently, and the bad guys will be chased away by mama. The little bone dragon was moved but also dejected. Its golden beads fell one by one. It's all my fault for being useless. I couldn't protect the mother goddess. What use am I if the mother goddess needs me? Yuyu comforted it while thinking, don't even mention the little bones. That guy is very likely the evil god born from this planet itself. She couldn't do anything to him either. Moreover, even if the bone dragon returned to its original form, it might only be able to hold that youth off for a moment, and this car would probably be torn apart. Besides, the mastermind behind the illusion is another enchanted monster whose true body has been hidden somewhere unknown. If the bone dragon acted rashly, it would probably expose something. She only wanted to quietly use the special administration to retrieve the little ones. She didn't want to be treated like a high-level target. Ah, there's only half an hour left. Xiaqing glanced at his phone and said happily. They had been pulled into the illusion for an unknown amount of time. It didn't seem long. But before they knew it, more than 4 hours had passed. Yuyu looked out the window. The sky had indeed returned to normal and the sun was already low in the west. This trip really hasn't gone smoothly. Lin clicked his tongue, willingly put on sunglasses, and his green eyes blinked. I really don't know what other troubles await. Yuyu propped her head with her hand and stared blankly for half an hour, feeling like her buttocks, numb from sitting so long, no longer belonged to her. When they arrived at the District 80 bus station, the four of them got off with their luggage and all breathed a big sigh of relief. We're finally here. I could have died on that ride. Lin stretched lazily. I think I've already purified all the carbon dioxide on the bus. Yuyu. Pahaha. Xiaqing also couldn't help laughing. Lin is a tree, hahaha, I almost forgot. No wonder this time she's been so fresh all along the way. Xiaoyu didn't speak. Tall and long-legged, he walked ahead, craning his neck to take a look, then led the way in a certain direction with the 3 children following behind. Over here, over here. Not far away, a young man holding a sign's eyes lit up as he waved at them. The sign he held bore several large characters: welcome colleagues from District 108 to visit our district. Walking up to them, the young man greeted him with a beaming smile. Brother Xiaoyu, you're leading the team again this year. Xiaoyu nodded lightly in greeting. Lulu. They must be the people attending the exchange this year, right? Lulu looked past Xiaoyu. I heard from our captain that there was a little green guy who kept peeking around, but couldn't find you. Instead he saw a few shamate. The little green man stepped forward and took off his sunglasses. Looking for me, big brother? Yo. Lulu was startled, then quickly clung on. Oh, it's you. Wow. Little brother. Why do I feel so familiar and friendly whenever I see you? People came and went around him. Lin didn't want to be seen as some kind of poser, so he put on large dark sunglasses, revealing a small portion of his pale, delicate face. Maybe it's because I'm a tree. He felt a special warmth toward all the anomalous beings that were animal or plant-like. Whenever he saw them he felt very fond. Chapter 21. The passionate Sector 80. The station was too crowded, and they didn't stay to talk long. Lulu led them into the special vehicle sent by District 80's Special Administration Bureau. Inside the car, Lin was able to relax for a while. She took off her hat and sunglasses, revealing striking green hair. Lulu exclaimed in awe, wow. It really is green. I heard the better the talent, the higher the rank, and the more pronounced the physical mutation. Lulu leaned up to Lin. To be honest, I haven't seen a power user with such a high degree of mutation in a long time. This must be at least glass, right? Lin was startled by Lulu's enthusiastic gossiping and took a step back, practically pressed against the seat. To guess so. Isn't it strange? The higher a human's rank talent, the more they resemble monsters. The higher a monster's rank, the more they resemble humans. Xiaqing complained as he toyed with his fingers. Only low-level monsters would expose themselves right under the special agency's nose. Those of Class A and above know to form contaminated zones to stake out territory, and among human society there are who knows how many high-level 3S entities hiding in plain sight. As long as they don't cause trouble, the authorities can't tell the difference. Yeah, it's a bit ironic. Lin nodded in agreement. The Special Administration Bureau for Zone 80 arrived after a short while. As a 4th-tier district, it was indeed a bit more bustling than the remote Zone 108. You could tell just from the bureau's grounds. The director was a very kindly-looking middle-aged man. He came to the door personally to welcome them, and even hung a banner to show his greetings. I heard from Sister Luo that our district has always had a good relationship with District 80. Since this place is a transit hub, so they don't look down on people as much as some other districts. Xiaqing secretly told Yuyu, I also heard our headquarters has a thing going on with their headquarters. They call it headquarters, but it really just means the director. The 108 District Special Administration is short-staffed, so Liang Feng is both the headquarters and the director, and usually personally leads the teams on various missions. Lin was drawn in by the gossip, face eager. Really? Who did you hear that from? Our headquarters doesn't seem like the type to like that sort of thing. Lulu's gaze had been following Lin Lin and caught the tail end of the conversation. What? Who likes what sort of thing? They were horsing around in the back while Xiaoyu walked ahead and talked with the director. You directors sure know how to make people work for you, sending you to lead the team again this year. The director held a thermos cup, smiling. How's District 108 been recently? I heard a high-level has taken up residence there. Nothing serious has happened, right? Nothing so far. Xiaoyu didn't mention that Fafu had already disappeared. He simply followed the director's lead and made a calm remark. We just cleared a grade contamination zone recently, and haven't found any other monsters for now. How's your district been lately? Sigh, same as always. You know how it is where there's a high-level monsters tend to concentrate. Our district has no high-levels, so they pop up here and there, one at a time. We deal with them piecemeal. The director said that by the way, are you four the only delegates this year? He suddenly remembered something and asked, including you, that's four. Yes. Xiaoyu said with a bitter smile. You know the rules of the exchange. These three children are already the best a district like ours has produced in recent years. The director nodded knowingly. True enough. The exchange has become stricter in recent years. The classism is too strong. The slightly weaker kids have suffered a lot of injustice. Right? Who is the recorder? The director leaned back with interest. This is the first seat assigned by the special administration. Your district grabbed it first. Why not take them along for some training? Xiaoyu nodded. The materials were submitted and approved a long time ago. Yu's abilities are very special, and her psychic strength is the strongest among known powered individuals, so she is the least affected. The position of recorder had actually been proposed for some time, but the assimilated powered all had their own duties, and there was temporarily no suitable personnel. In recent years, each district has been continuing to look for suitable candidates. Liangfeng is decisive and efficient. He took this spot this year. Apart from the central district, Yuyu is the first recorder among all the major districts. None of the district chiefs probably expected that a remote minor district would seize one of the only two nationwide spots. They were all waiting to see the joke. Xiaoyu of course knew this principle as well, but only smiled faintly. The central district said it's fine, so let's go ahead and Yu's documents were rushed in the day after her physical exam. The bureau received them within a day, and after review found no issues, effectively approving Liangfeng's after-the-fact approach. The receptionist here was Lulu. He booked a hotel near the Special Management Bureau for them to stay one night, then catch a plane the next morning. By the time everything was settled, night had already fallen. And naturally he arranged a meal for the hungry group. District 80 is wealthy and ostentatious. The hotel provides one room per person, offering excellent privacy. You can finally let the bone dragon out for some fresh air. I am going out to eat. You can play by yourself for a while or go out for some fresh air. But be careful not to be discovered. Okay? Yuyu bowed her head and gently admonished the little skeleton. Mother goddess. Rest assured. I will take good care of myself. After getting it to obediently nod in agreement, Yuyu left the house with peace of mind. In such a remote neighborhood, a high-level 3S shouldn't be so easily caught, right? Not long after Yuyu left, the originally palm-sized adorable little creature shook its head and bobbed, then flew out the window. It had slept enough during the day, so it could go hunting for food at night. Because the Luluding Hotel was close to the Special Administration Bureau and there weren't many people around, Fafu quickly grew larger as soon as he flew out the window, and 5 seconds later a huge dark silhouette swept across under the bright moon. Mom, look! A dragon flew by. A child said, pointing curiously at the moon. The young woman glanced up suspiciously. The moon was bright and clear, nothing unusual. She couldn't help laughing. There's nothing there. Come on, let's go home. There is, of course. The child puckered his lips in defiance and muttered to himself, such big wings. So beautiful. The place to eat was a very quiet private restaurant. For convenience, Lulu had specially reserved a secluded private room. When Yuyu and the others arrived, only Lulu was there. Seeing them come in, he smiled and said, the director and Kurue will be here soon. You can sit first and have some fruit to hold you over. Lin Lin was not polite at all and popped a grape into her mouth. I've only had breakfast all day. I'm starving. Yuyu peeled a banana for herself as well. Good thing Xia Xia's little biscuits kept me going. This is too painful. I hope our district quickly fixes what needs fixing but really can't take so much tossing around. Chapter 22 Xiaoyu. The male mom. It didn't take long before the director pushed the door open and came in, followed by 3 young people, 2 men and 1 woman, all quite good-looking. Oh, sorry to keep you waiting. I got held up for a bit. Seeing they'd already arrived, the director looked a little embarrassed. Order quickly, you must be starving, right? Xiaoyu said politely, we've only been here a little while. Director Li is swamped with work. It's already very kind of him to make time to meet us. Yuyu, a bit surprised, stole a glance at this cold-faced, stern-looking guy. She hadn't expected that someone who looks expressionless at home could be such a social butterfly outside. Xiaqing caught Yu's thought and snorted. Do you think Captain Su would have sent my brother out for nothing? Before the dishes arrived, Director Li welcomed everyone. We're heading to the Central District together tomorrow. Let's get to know each other. Let's do introductions. Ruerue, you start. The person Director Li pointed out was a particularly sweet-looking young girl, who seemed even younger than Yuyu, only about 15 or 16. The little Lolita was not shy at all. She stood up and introduced herself. Hello brothers and sisters, my name is Kurue. And Srank plant type Esper. For the upcoming itinerary, everyone please take care of Meth Boy. Beside Kurue was tall and thin, with a pair of very sharp eyes like a hawk's. He slowly scanned the room once, then said, he a rank Esper. My mutation direction is animalization. After he finished speaking, he didn't sit down immediately, but instead added slowly, because of my ability, my gaze might make people a little uncomfortable. I can't control it very well. So I apologize to everyone in advance. Xiaqing, who had been ready to mock him, heard how sincere he sounded and instantly couldn't stay angry. Humph. Then there was another chubby boy who had been smiling the whole time. He obediently stood up and said, my name is Lu Hong's class Esper. My mutation is a bit complicated, I can't really explain it well. Anyway, you'll get to see it sometime. Xiaoyu had been to District 80 several times already. Most people here knew him, so he didn't say much and coldly gave only his name. Xiaoyu. I know you brother Xiaoyu, the little loli said with a sweet smile. Boy mommy see you. In a sense, isn't Xiaoyu basically like a male mom? Every time he's the stubborn one leading the team into the central area, bearing all the mockery and ridicule with his poker-faced my name is Xiaqing. Little Ivy stood up and waved a finger. But my brother is not the male mom, Lin is. Dad like little tree person, damn. Why was I called out all of a sudden? By the way, you're the recorder from District 108, right? Yuyu, sitting as steady as a mountain, was also dissed. I watched your live stream that night, so handsome. That mysterious vibe is really appealing. Truly a professional streamer. Yuyu forced out a laugh. Not at all. Watching the young people get along so quickly, Director Li took a sip of goji berry tea from his thermos contentedly. That's wonderful. After a while, the waiter opened the door and brought in dish after dish, and the atmosphere at the table grew even livelier. Psychic users already tended to lose energy more easily than ordinary people. The few from Sector 108 had been hungry all day, and having loosened up a bit with these people, they no longer held back and began to tuck in heartily. Dekurue just laughed. Slow down, we're not fighting you for it. Ah, if we'd known you were so hungry, we would have messaged you to eat first. Xiaqing ate as she spoke. You wouldn't believe it, on our way here we ran into a monster. Its level wasn't high, but it pulled an entire carriage of people into an illusion. Kurue was startled. There's such a monster? Yeah. Except for Yuyu, we all got pulled in. Inside that illusion there was another ghostly creature, Crank. They insisted on playing some kind of game where, after a while, they have to kill someone inside the illusion, a cyclical system. The third time it was my turn. I didn't have experience then and I panicked, overdid it, so I'm a bit hungrier than they are. Xiaqing explained plaintively. I've never seen this either. Kurue sighed. Maybe we're just too inexperienced. Hopefully training in the Central District will help us improve. Kurue said as she sympathetically offered Xiaqing a chopstick of food. Eat more? Replenish your strength. Why Yuyu? You might not believe it if I said it, but I'm actually the one who needs replenishing the most. Lin ate while her hair grew, deftly plucking leaves to give her. Yes, you've worked hard. Kara's socks. It was already late after they had eaten and drunk their fill. Everyone had had a bit of wine. Lulu still didn't feel at ease with them, so he had people escort them to their rooms one by one before leaving. Yuyu, half worried about running into Gulong on his way back, opened the door. The room was very quiet, with no sign of any living thing moving. He probably hadn't returned yet. she exhaled in relief, and the young woman who had brought her also relaxed. All right, I've delivered you, so we'll head back now. Yuyu said politely. Okay, thank you. After the young woman left, Yuyu turned and locked the door. She also knew the bone dragon's habits and that it most likely wouldn't return at night, so she didn't wait for it and pulled the covers up to sleep. Unbeknownst to them, a few kilometers away, a monster with bones like a forest bit off the neck of another face-obscured ghoul, crunching and chewing it down. When the core monster died, the evil of the entire contamination zone instantly dispersed. These evils, like festering sores clinging to bone, tried to infect the bone dragon, but were swallowed by a strange silver light on its body, leaving not a trace. This level contamination zone, like the previous blood pool, was filled in after finishing its meal. The bone dragon tapped its short forelimbs on its belly, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. This contaminated area was neither too big nor too small. Fafna's eating left her neither hungry nor full. It looked up at the moon, flapped its bony wings and hurried off in another direction. Fafna, time to eat, time to eat. When Yuyu woke up the next morning, she had no idea that the pup shed let out for some air had sneakily eaten several contaminated areas. When it came back, it banged against the transparent glass window several times, then lay on her hand in a wronged way, making little whimpering noises. Yuyu didn't understand the vague meaning it was trying to express. She only sensed the little creature's desire to be petted, so she generously stroked its skull. Little bone dragon. Mother goddess cuddle. Yuyu didn't understand. Not full. Hungry. Can't understand. The little bone dragon shyly acts spoiled. But beside the mother goddess, anything goes. Yuyu kept being perfunctory. Good. Chapter 23. Little bone ate many contaminated zones. The next day, the seven boarded the plane. Director Lee and Lulu watched them leave before returning to the Special Management Bureau. As soon as they got back, they received a string of blockbuster news. The 11 contaminated zone on the outskirts of the city is gone. Only a pit remains. It must be where the insect queen stayed before. The evil has also dissipated. Director. The A contaminated zone over in the high-tech district is gone. The machines checked it. It's very clean. Report. The monster in that previously troublesome contaminated zone has disappeared. The contaminated area is also disintegrating bit by bit. Director Lee holding his thermos. What's going on? Have you checked the surveillance? Lulu behind him asked anxiously. Chief Lu, the cameras go blind in the contaminated zones. They're all being monitored manually. Check it, see if there's been any unusual activity recently. Not just those few contaminated zones, pull up the nearby surveillance too. Director Lee pondered for a moment. So many contaminated zones disappeared in one night. It's impossible there was no trace at all. Yes. The special commissioners of District 80's Bureau of Special Management were all baffled. The prime culprit had already fled. On the plane, the little bone dragon pressed itself against the window to watch the clouds outside. Although it could fly, it generally didn't fly this high. Being so close to the clouds was a first and felt a bit novel. Yuyu wore an eye mask to catch up on sleep. She had overexerted her spirit power dealing with that rebellious son yesterday, and still hadn't recovered. She felt listless. The little bone probably sensed her fatigue and kept to itself, occasionally rubbing against the girl's palm like a bit of affection. The flight to the Central District's airport still took 3 hours, enough time for her to regain some strength. The vegetation here was as lush as a tropical rainforest. All kinds of plants that shouldn't be here seemed somehow favored, growing supernaturally. Only faint traces suggest this place was once covered by human civilization. It used to be a famous wealthy neighborhood. The angel fountain is draped in vining plants. The water source long since dried up. But the soil here is unusually loose and fertile, very conducive to plant growth. In the largest square at the center of the complex, a huge, bizarre ancient tree rises from the ground. The tree is so large that 5 grown men cannot embrace it. The trunk is a lava-like reddish-brown, and a faint heat seems to emanate from it. Its enormous crown is even more bizarre. Each palm-sized leaf is a flame-like red, and countless similarly colored vines writhe and wave in the air. If you looked closely, countless strange eyes grew on those vines, rolling around. Even a single passing bird would be fiercely snatched down and shredded into pulp. This ancient tree domineeringly occupied nearly half of the neighborhood. For dozens of miles around there were no living creatures, only a well-preserved villa standing all alone. A red-haired youth sat impatiently on a thick trunk, his lower legs swinging back and forth as if waiting for something. His pupils were the same flamed as fire. His face crawled with strange, intricate red markings, and he exuded an extreme ferocity that made anyone dare not come near. After a while, a thick, ink-like black mist appeared. The vines waving in the air wrapped around it as if maddened, only to be ferociously devoured by the black mist. The young man curled his lip and muttered, "Boring." With a wave of his hand, the vines obediently drooped, lowering him gently to the ground. After a moment, a swollen-faced monster was thrown out from the black mist. The youth's expression brightened and he was about to command the vines to feed, but a cold voice interrupted him. "Devourer tree, that thing isn't for you to eat." Facing the two higher-ups, the monster cowered on the ground, trembling, not lifting its head at all. Even an SS-class devourer tree felt a sense of oppression before the black mist, as if facing a higher-up. It bowed slightly in reluctant submission, a gesture that meant, "My lord." A chuckle came from the black mist. "Don't pretend I know you're not convinced." The devourer tree straightened up, not answering him directly, and said, "What do you want from me?" "I heard your life core was lost." The youth's voice carried mockery. "So I'm here to trade you some information." The god-devouring tree was stunned for a moment, then asked warily, "What do you want to know?" "Don't be nervous." The figure in the black mist flickered in and out. "I lost something too. Let's trade. You tell me where Gasso is and he'll tell you what I know. How about that?" The god-devouring tree froze, then suddenly spat a curse. "If I tell you where Gasso is, that guy will strip me bark and all." "Who told you I knew this?" "That little thing." Its ferocity was on full display. Countless dark red vines thrashed and writhed, ready to surge forward the next moment and devour that lowly being. A black mist appeared in time, wrapping around the ugly monster. "Don't get excited. I won't give Gasso a chance to come out alive. So you don't need to worry about your bark. I promise it will stay intact on you." The devourer tree thought for a moment and said, "What do you know?" "A few days ago I passed through a small place and saw a lot of interesting things." The youth's voice was beguiling. "For example, I sensed your aura on a little green tray ant." Upon hearing this, the devourer tree was already more than half convinced. "Where?" "Switch. You woke up feeling refreshed and much better, just in time to hear the flight attendant's sweet voice announcing that the plane was about to land. The little bone dragon beside the seat had also fallen asleep. Yuyu scooped it into her pocket, yawned, and spoke to Xiaqing next to her. "Are we almost there?" Xiaqing was watching a video. She murmured in agreement when she heard that. "You woke up just in time." "The Central District," Yuyu said. "It's my first time coming to the Central District." She looked like a hillbilly entering the city for the first time. Xiaqing nodded. "Me too. I heard from Kurue that the espers are gathering here over the next few days. The Central District is huge, with many high pollution zones and countless Class A areas. We've got our hands full now." Yuyu said indifferently. "What's there to be afraid of? There are over 100 districts in the whole country. If each district sent 3 people, that would already make 300. Besides, larger districts can apply for extra slots. Their district has many high-level psychics, so they should be sending a few more." Xiaqing thought for a moment. "That's true. I heard that when we get there we won't be sent on missions right away." Kurue squeezed closer and said, "Apparently we have to attend training first for 2 months, and only then are we split into teams by attributes and sent on missions all over the country." Training? The seniors call it a special training camp. Chapter 24. Arrival at the Central District. Once we reached the Central District, there were no more attendants. Too many ability users from other districts had arrived over the past few days. The Central District Special Administration Bureau had already sent information to the team leaders' phones in each district, and they were required to make their own way there. The 3 kids from District 80 were also coming to the Central District for the first time. Unfamiliar with the place, Director Lee confidently entrusted them to Xiaoyu. Information is more developed in the Central District. Because there are more strange tales, there is no intention to block information. Pedestrians on the street have clearly grown accustomed to people disembarking from the airport dressed oddly, and no one gave the little tree person a second glance. The little tree person, able to realize freedom of appearance here, was overjoyed and smiled whenever speaking to anyone. "Take out the ID tags we issued earlier. Later we'll go to headquarters to verify identities." Xiaoyu reminded that Yuyu took from her small pouch the silvery white little badge that Liang Feng had given them earlier. She hadn't looked closely before. Only now did she notice that this thing held in the hand had a peculiar texture, as if constantly carrying it could effectively nourish a person's mental energy. "Nice thing." The overall technological level of Hylon Star lagged behind the planet Yuyu originally came from by hundreds of times, but in some areas they were frantically innovative. For example, the Special Administration Bureau that had never been made public. The Special Administration Bureau in the Central District was established first and served as the headquarters. The others in other districts were branches. So all the systems in the Central District were more complete and advanced. This is the real Special Administration Bureau. Xiaqing couldn't help but exclaim. Standing before them now was a magnificent building. From the outside it looked like an unremarkable gray, but anyone who approached could feel the antique aura it exuded. The Central Special Administration Bureau was likewise modestly built on the city's outskirts, yet it covered a vast area that stretched as far as the eye could see. This archaic gray tone was like a giant tortoise standing guard here, and somehow, as they drew closer, there was an overwhelming sense of spiritual energy filling the air that invigorated them. After verifying their identities at the entrance, they stepped inside and were met with a futuristic silver-white interior that looked very different from the exterior. People in various uniforms came and went, and there were also some newcomers from other districts who, like them, were obviously Esper recruits. Yuyu glanced secretly. Most of them still looked like ordinary people, but if you paid attention you could notice some unusual physical traits that would give you a rough idea of their type of mutation. They hadn't waited long when a staff member hurried over while talking on the phone. When he reached them he hung up and said, "You're here as communicators too, right?" Once they arrived the children were somewhat restrained. Xiaoyu nodded. "Okay, follow me over here." The staff member called for another group of bewildered people and led them inside. "Sorry to keep you waiting. The Fisher opened up much larger again this year, and the Bureau has been especially busy lately. My name is Lu Yuan, and I'm in charge of matters for the exchange conference. I'll take you to the dormitories to drop off your luggage first. After that you're free to do as you please. You can use your badge to eat in the cafeteria. Later you'll receive a muster order. Just go to the designated location to assemble when it's issued." They walked through winding corridors and finally arrived at a white apartment building. "You'll also swipe your badge to enter. The electronic display will show your room," Lu Yuan explained. "Everyone has a single room. Bathrooms and toilets and everything are fully equipped. You may be staying here temporarily for the next year. If anything is unsuitable, you can report it to the staff. Yuyu. Socks. A single room. Wow, as expected from the headquarters, they really have deep pockets." They split up according to the information and went to their respective rooms to put their things down. Then Yuyu found that the single room was unexpectedly not small at all. It was clean and tidy with some basic daily necessities. But Yuyu never skimped on herself. So she turned and went to the nearby supermarket to shop. After buying a pile of household items and bringing them back, she lay back down and went back to sleep to restore her stamina. Elsewhere, already socializing in the cafeteria, Xia Qinglin said, "There's still one more person? The Bureau has many informants. One slip and you'd be discovered." Little Bone Dragon also knew not to cause trouble for the Mother Goddess, so after coming over it behaved very obediently and never ran off. Yuyu felt a bit guilty. "Maybe you shouldn't follow me anymore." The little bony dragon, which had been a bit listless, violently shook its head, the two small flames in its eyes turning into a tearful blue. "Wah, Mother Goddess, what did I do wrong? Why don't you want me anymore? Whoa!" The little bone cried very loudly. Yuyu said, "No, it's just that where I am, it restricts your freedom too much." The bone dragon shook its head, shaking. "Wah, wherever the Mother Goddess is, that's where it'll be." "You're not my shadow-following pest," Yuyu said with a wry smile. "I'm literally the Mother Goddess Shadow Dragon. I suddenly remembered I made a little booklet for you before I came. You can just stay inside it." Yuyu slapped her forehead. The monsters were originally written by her. She simply brought the mother book over, so having them stay inside it was perfect, and staying inside the mother book could both nourish the monsters and keep them hidden from other shows safe. The bone dragon seemed to half understand the booklet Vuyu mentioned, but it could vaguely sense something, so it nodded obediently. It can do that. As long as it could be near the mother god. Vuyu focused her mind, drew a silver pen out of the air, and with the pen tip smoothly sketched out a booklet. The bone dragon felt the familiar primordial power upon it, cried out in joy, and plunged into the booklet. The little toy in the room was gone, and an extra elegant, imposing bone dragon had appeared on the first page of the booklet. Yuyu nodded with satisfaction, and on the other side the names of the little bones and some of their traits automatically surfaced. She tried it out. The current Mother Book could only serve as a temporary dwelling for the monsters. The true Mother Book was still on her original planet. Only by recovering all the monsters as quickly as possible could she send them back into the book. When Yuyu woke up, it was already nearly evening. She went to the cafeteria by herself, and before long she received a summons. The assembly point was the lobby on the first floor of the apartment building. While Yuyu glanced at the time, another hour and a half remained, so there was no rush like the others here. She could restore her mental energy by taking in energy. Of course, sleeping was the main method. As she hunched over and ate voraciously, a plate was set down beside her, and another plate was set down across from her. Xia Qing's loud, carefree voice rang out. I knew you'd wake up and come eat. Are all of you with high spiritual power this sleepy? Xia Qing poked Fan irritably. Lin too. We were only out for a little while and she went back to sleep. Boring. Chapter 25. Little Fireman? There's a problem. Lin gave her a look. Miss, not everyone has as much energy as you. Before long, Kurue and the others arrived. Since everyone was new, they naturally stuck together so they could get to know each other a little better. After arriving in the central area, we were required to keep the name badge on us at all times. The badge not only showed the name but also listed the region they came from, their talent level, and the direction of their anomaly. A group of people sat at a large table. The two young girls were the ones chattering away the most. I sneaked a look around just now. The ability users from those regions are also high-level. Kurue whispered to Xia Qing in amazement. There are S-levels and S-levels everywhere. I hardly saw any A-levels. District 108 has never cared about rankings. Hearing this, Lin said indifferently, now I finally understand why Sister Luo didn't want to come. With levels displayed so conspicuously, who wouldn't feel inferior seeing that? An exchange tournament is meant to gather the strong. You useless trash are simply outmatched. What right do you have to complain? A sarcastic voice came from the side. Lin turned his head and saw the speaker was a man with a delicate, effeminate appearance. He was holding a tray and looking at them with utter contempt. What do you mean? Who are you calling trash? Lin couldn't stand the grievance. You damn sissy, you get a superiority complex from 2 ranks, is that it? You? How dare you say that about me? The man, who had never been spoken to like that before, snapped back in anger. Do you know who I am? Lin of course didn't know. So he stretched his neck to glance at the nameplate pinned to the man's chest. Feng something. Oh, Feng Ke? From District 3 Fengcheng. Feng Ke proudly puffed out his chest, about to say something when Lin added, never heard of you. Feng Ke was about to curse, but when he saw the boy's nameplate, his sense of superiority instantly returned. Oh, that explains it, a rustic bumpkin from District 108. No wonder your outlook is so narrow. Don't even talk about District 3. This must be your first time in the Central District, right? So, never seen a scene this grand before? Lin Gave him a baffled look. Not knowing you makes me ignorant? You're a Hailong coin, so everyone has to know you? That's ridiculous. You. How dare a mere Srank act so arrogant? It's just a healer. What is a worthless support throwing a tantrum for? Feng Ke had always been the young master of a prominent family in District 3, and had never been talked back to like this before. For a moment he couldn't come up with any insults and could only grab onto rank and background to retort. A mere Srank? Another unfamiliar boy cut in, with obvious impatience and anger in his tone. Who are you calling Srank, birdbrain? Lin hadn't expected anyone to react even more strongly than he did and was stunned for a moment. Turning to look, he saw that the speaker was a person covered in red, hair blazing like fire, giving off a rather volatile impression. Why you? Sock. Little fire guy. Shatching this damn CP vibe. Who are you? What business is it of yours? Feng Ke was already unhappy being snapped at by sharp-tongued Lin, and now another rude guy popped up. He immediately regretted provoking them. Can't you read the nameplate? Don't spout nonsense. I just want to know who you called trash earlier, who you said was a tiny Srank. Feng Ke sneaked a glance. Daiwol from District 66. A 3-class special type ability user. Where did he come from? Had never heard of this person. I didn't say anything about you, mind your own business. Feng Ke could only be domineering to those a bit below him in rank. Facing someone so forceful and hard to deal with for the first time, he immediately softened. There was a heavy trace of fierceness in Daiwol's brows and eyes, who knew what had been through, but he looked fierce and not to be trifled with. And now he seemed angrier than Lin. which left the person involved a bit at a loss. Big brother, calm down. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not argue with him. The tray ant usually looks soft and sweet, lively and cute when not angry. Worried his big brother might fly into a rage and start a fight, he hurriedly hooked his arm through his, had only been here a day. He didn't want to become famous so quickly. Although he didn't know why this irritable big brother cared so much about this. This irritable big brother was kinda good looking. Lin glanced at him one more time and Daiwal's heart dropped in fright. He nervously touched his face and when he spoke again, his tone had become much weaker. What are you looking at? Startled, Lin quickly averted his gaze. Sorry, Funke saw that this person's moods were unpredictable, one moment defending someone, the next scolding them, so he hurriedly slipped away while they weren't paying attention with the others gone. The little fireman showed no sign of leaving and sat down beside Lin, asking in an unfriendly tone, the tree of life, how could it only be Shrank? Lin eagerly added another grilled sausage for the big brother and said, Thanks, just now my test came back. Shrank. Xiaoqing said. No, a table of gossiping glances abruptly shifted from Lin to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing. Well, actually the equipment in our district is too old. The highest level it can measure is glass. We didn't have time to update the data, so that's what was reported. Lin. Have we really gotten this poor? Xiaoqing gave an embarrassed smile. I asked Sister Luo. She said they'd do a comprehensive check anyway after you get here, so just come and we'll deal with it then. Yuyu pointed to the 3 question marks on the rank side of her nameplate and asked earnestly, what does this mean? Your case is unique, our district can't detect it. The headquarters idea is to figure it out after you arrive. Xiaoqing rubbed his nose. You're the recorder. You should be more important than us cannon fodder, right? The central district will definitely sort out your situation. Everyone. For a moment they didn't know what to say to T that moment. Everyone's nameplates all began to flash at once. Kurue said. Assembly ordered at IT was the first time everyone had seen this thing light up, and they were a little nervous. They hurriedly cleared their plates and prepared to assemble. Lin looked back and saw the red-haired youth still chewing leisurely on half a roasted sausage. Big brother. It's time to assemble. He couldn't help but urge. Let's go. Diwer condescended to glance at him, swallowed what was in his mouth, silently repeated a few phrases, be sociable, be like a human, and then followed the tree of life. I'll definitely retest it later. The red-haired youth looked at the hand tugging his sleeve and mumbled something. There were too many people, so no one heard clearly. Only Yuyu glanced at the little fiery person with a face full of impatience. What he said was, how could the core of my life possibly be this weak? Chapter 26 Recorder of the Central District. Once the assembly order was issued, the apartment lobby instantly filled with people. When Yuyu and the others went in, there was no room to stand, so they had to remain outside. The irritable elder brother clearly didn't like crowds. He frowned and was about to leave, but Lin grabbed him. Don't go, brother. We'll be inside in a moment. Your new hair don't be so willfully different. Before the incident, Lin was just a student who had just entered high school. Military training had only recently ended, and he had gone home for a break when the accident happened. As a result, he was still habitually obedient to his superiors, not wanting to be a troublemaker or stand out. This big brother was very powerful, but hot-tempered. He was probably some young master from a wealthy family before coming here. He had just helped him, so he should be looked after a bit more. The Central District Special Administration Bureau is so big that there are clearly many rules to follow. He held Dewar back. Not wanting him to be punished straight away for breaking discipline because of his temperament, Dewar probably also took to heart the words "don't stand out," because he inhaled deeply and patiently waited outside with the little tree person, but it didn't take long. The crowd flowed, the people inside moved in one direction, and those behind hurried to follow. Once inside they discovered there was a large auditorium. Everyone went in, sat down, and waited for the exchange meeting to begin. Yuyu felt. The scene was very familiar back in middle school. She seemed to always attend various meetings in halls like this. She hadn't expected that even on another planet she'd be sitting here like a student at a meeting. A row of unfamiliar faces sat on stage, people Yuyu had never seen before. An old man with a very long white beard, a short-haired woman with striking looks, a middle-aged man in a suit, an amiable-looking elderly lady. Yuyu looked at them for a while and reached one conclusion. None of the people sitting up there were harmless. Each of them looked quite ordinary, like everyday people. But anyone who could represent the Special Administration Bureau at the main office wasn't that simple. Fortunately, she had stowed the little bones away in advance. Otherwise, arriving here might have exposed some clue. Once everyone had mostly taken their seats and the two large doors were closed, the conference officially began. Yuyu had been propping her head up, while listening to the person at the front speak, when she suddenly saw someone running back and forth carrying a video camera. Xiaqing, sitting nearby, naturally saw it too and explained, "You weren't here this afternoon, so you don't know. I already asked around. There are only 2 recorder positions. Besides you, there's this person from the Central District. But what he records isn't made public. All the footage is kept in the file. You shoot for external publicity, so it's like one handles internal affairs and the other handles external. He's way busier than Yoha has to film everything." Yuyu nodded and glanced at the nameplate on his chest. Yujia Central District S-level psychic. Up to now, Yuyu had seen all 5 classifications of Esper on Hylon Planet. Aside from the most common plant, animal and physical types, she had also encountered the rarer psychic and special types. "Did you find out what his mutation direction is?" Yuyu asked curiously. "He seems to have much more work experience than I do. And he's psychic. I can't quite imagine what he would become to calmly record every mission." "I don't know about that." Xiaqing rubbed her nose. "Each Pischer's mutation direction is considered a private matter. Unless they volunteer it or it shows up on a mission. Nobody goes up and asks." Yuyu thought about how pretty Xiaqing turned into a kingvinistentical monster every time she used her ability, and suddenly understood what privacy really meant. If someone's mutation direction was embarrassing to talk about, it would indeed be hard to bring up. "Don't worry," Xiaqing said. "You're a recorder, which makes you different from us. You'll be working with Yujia from now on. Maybe one day they'll even be your mentor." "Right, then I'll go meet him later and have him teach me," Yuyu said proactively. The speeches by the leaders on stage had all ended. Xiaoyu already knew the nature of these brats. They wouldn't sit quietly through the whole thing, so had long since taken notes and pushed them toward the others. "This is the schedule from now on." Yuyu leaned over to take a look. "Tomorrow everyone will have a full-day physical examination, which will carefully differentiate students by department and rank, then divide them into different classes to receive varying levels of training for a period of 2 months. Every 2 months there will be an inspection." The total of 362 people were divided into different squads and sent across the country to carry out missions to sweep pollution zones. The advanced squads would clear advanced pollution zones, while the weaker ones would handle lower-level zones. Everyone was assigned clearly. "All your assignments will be sent to your phones later, very detailed. Just follow them," Xiaoyu said. "When the assembly order lights up, gather at the central square. Uniforms will be issued tonight. From now on you must wear them on missions or during training." Lin grumbled, "Just like when I was in school. Strict management will improve efficiency." Xiaoyu glanced at him and said, "There will be a medical exam tomorrow. Ranks will be reassessed and nameplates may change. Go to bed early tonight." In a sense, the communication conference was like a summer camp, selecting newcomers, training them, and then sending them out on missions. By the way, Xiaoyu added, "After the training camp there's an exam. Those who do well will get rewards, and for every mission afterward you'll receive different rewards based on how well you complete it, so we're not working for nothing. Strictly speaking, we're more like mercenaries. If your abilities are strong enough, you might be recruited by the Central District for focused development." In recent years, as strange tales have increased, the global climate has become unbearably harsh, natural disasters frequent, and many people online are already spreading talk of the end of the world. Yuyu had a peculiar premonition. The current calm was only the quiet before the storm, countless monsters lurking in the dark ready to stir. And the Earth's rifts had not yet truly revealed their nature. The Special Management Bureau alone could not save all of humanity. When the apocalypse came, only those with real ability would survive. She looked at the conference room filled with psychics, her round deer-like eyes flashing an unusual silver light. "This is not the apocalypse, it's a selection. Survival of the fittest. The ones with abilities now are the first humans to follow evolution, the first to take on the duty of clearing out the monsters. If nothing intervenes, global evolution is an inevitable future. All humans, including animals and plants, will mutate. The former life forms were too fragile. The useless who remain stagnant will be eliminated. The real selection is about to begin." Chapter 27. A slight error. After Xiaoyu finished his instructions, everyone dispersed and returned to their rooms. Lin walked for a while, then turned back in puzzlement and looked at the person behind her. "Big brother, why are you following me?" The red-haired youth was taken aback, then awkwardly and embarrassingly said, "You exchange contact information with me." Lin suddenly understood. It turned out Big Brother felt an immediate kinship with him. He generously showed his QR code and said, "I haven't formally introduced myself yet. My name is Lin. I'm from District 108. Or, I was in the same district as you." "Daiwol, I know it's on your nameplate." Lin, "Haha, I forgot, but saying it aloud feels more proper." "You're too fragile. I'll protect you from now on." The boy suddenly said this abrupt, nonsensical line, and Lin looked up in shock. Then he saw the disdain and complexity in his big brother's eyes. Lin, "Thanks, I guess." They exchanged contact information. Daiwol wasn't worried this little thing would run off anymore, so he left relieved. And before leaving, he didn't forget to warn him. "If anything happens, call me. If you're in danger, you can come to me. In short, don't go dying on me." Lin, who stayed where he was, "Are you being polite?" The group eavesdropping openly. While watching the little fire person walk away, Xiaqing stepped up. "What's his deal? Do you guys know him?" "No, we don't. We only met him today," Lin replied sullenly. "So what does that mean?" "He stood up for you and walked you back to the dorm. Could it be that he fancies you?" Xiaqing gossiped. Lin is so cute, it's only natural people like him." Kurue clicked his tongue and joined in. "A 3-level big shot. You can count all the 3 levels in the whole country on one hand. Strive for wealth, forget not each other." Hien said stiffly. Lu Hong nodded with a smile. "Brother Lin has a bright future ahead." Everyone has offered their blessings. Yuyu thought for a moment and sincerely said, "May you soon have a noble child." Lin, "Oh, can a bunch of seriously ill friends be abandoned?" Lin, unable to bear it any longer. "Don't talk nonsense. Our relationship is just very pure friendship." "Come on, what kind of friendship makes such a solemn promise?" Xiaqing didn't buy his nonsense, but seeing the little tree person about to flare up, she hurriedly corrected herself. All right, you two are friends." "Fine." Through our belobsessed eyes, Kurue looked at him regretfully, shook her head, and left. "Share the blessings, you bear the troubles," Hien said, then left as well. Lu Hong said nothing. He gave a mysterious smile and followed Hien. Lin's scalp tingled from how those people treated her. Fuming, she glared at the last person, ready to hear what clever retort she might come up with. But to her surprise, Yuyu yawned and, sounding sleepy, said, "Well, I'll be off then. Go to bed early." Lin finally shifted to a sullen tone. "Goo. Right? May your friendship last forever." "Screw you." The next morning, because everyone was worried about the physical exam, they all got up very early. Even the sleep-loving Yuyu came yawning and early. There were many items in the checkup. The inspections were detailed and strict. They only needed to finish everything today. The facility dedicated to the exams was very large. The more than 300 people weren't all there at once. They had arrived early, so it wasn't crowded at all. A group of people first went to test their mental power. In a white room, Yuyu had previously taken the mental power test. Unlike the clumsy large machines in District 108, the device for this test looked like a thermometer. You just press it to your forehead, and the value rises with fluctuations. The maximum value is 10,000. Kakue and the others, whose mutation direction was relatively common, were all between 1,000 and 2,000. When it was Lin's turn, something changed. The staff member responsible for recording glanced at the report in surprise. "Aren't you a plant type?" Lin nodded, staring at the light point rising to 4,000 and falling into thought. "My last test was over 3,000. What, can mental power still increase?" The staff member pushed up his glasses. "Of course it can. It's just I've never seen a plant type with such high mental power, and they're only in rank." Xiaqing explained miserably, "The equipment in our district is old. There may be errors in the measurements, worker. That error is a bit large. They'll probably have to reassess the level." Lin finished measuring and moved to Yuyu. The little girl obediently pressed her forehead against it, and the light point began to rise rapidly. The worker's expression was normal at first, but as the light point broke through the 6,000 mark and showed no sign of stopping, his mouth gradually opened. He glanced at the unfazed Lin and Xiaqing. "Is this an error too?" Lin nodded, "Yes." The number finally stopped at 7,800. He said in surprise. Broke the record. Why? Yuyu stepped down, feeling a bit dizzy. This machine seemed to have suction, sucking away the little spiritual energy she had painstakingly recovered. The previous highest record was Yuyu, that recorder 7,000, the attendant here was explaining. Then he glanced at Yu's report casually. Huh? You're a recorder too. You're the recorder from District 108. Yuyu nodded. Doctor, my head hurts. Recorder. I'm not a doctor. You probably pushed yourself too hard. I guess I finally understand why you were chosen. Your mental power, there isn't a second person like you in the whole country. You're most suited to go to the front lines and film. Why Yu's mental power increased too. Lin thought for a moment. It went up by 2,000 points. You've been so sleepy lately because of this? Increasing your mental power by sleeping. Yuyu nodded vaguely, thinking to herself that that's not it. It was because she'd overdrawn herself dealing with that rebellious son before and still hadn't recovered. How strange, I'll have to try that later, Lin said. Lately I also feel that sleeping can really help cultivate oneself. Xiaqing said coolly. Training camp starts tomorrow, so don't think about sleeping in. After testing their mental strength, because everyone's attributes differed, they split up to undergo other tests. Before long, someone came to find Yuyu, saying her condition was special and she needed an additional examination. Why Yuyu went along with them. The place they went to was also a white room with quite a few people inside. Yuyu didn't recognize most of them. Only one familiar face, the record keeper Yuyu she had seen last night at it. Wasn't until the person who had brought her gave a military salute to the people in the room that she belatedly realized. So this was a room full of big shots. Chapter 28 Area 108 Mistook me, must be Yuyu, right? The record keeper reported by Xiaoliang Feng. An old man in a white coat smiled kindly at her. Don't be nervous, come in. We're testing you alone because you're a bit special, so you won't be tested with the others. Why Yuyu didn't know what to say. She didn't know anyone here and didn't know what to call them. With so many people staring at her, she felt her social anxiety about to flare up. The old man introduced himself. My name is Fu Ai. I'm the director of the research department. You can call me Dr. Fu. Why Yuyu obediently greeted Dr. Fu. This is our central district's recorder. His name is Yuyu, and he'll be your senior disciple from now on. Have you two met before? Dr. Fu chatted with a smile, showing no intention of getting straight to the point. Why Yuyu had to follow his lead and reached out to give Yuyu a brief handshake. Senior brother Yu. Junior sister Yu. Senior brother Fish. Junior sister Fish. Yuyu almost laughed at the titles. What about your condition? Director Liang has already submitted the report to me, Dr. Fu said. Besides an unusually high level of psychic power, your physical fitness is that of an ordinary young woman. The Special Administration Bureau only recruited you recently, so they probably haven't had time to put you through special training yet, right? She really hadn't. She had only been here for less than a month since crossing over. Yuyu nodded and looked at old Fu with eager eyes, waiting for him to continue. The old man was charmed and thought she was still nervous. He smiled and said, it's nothing. I'm just telling you that your arrangement is to first follow the training camp for 1 month of special training, then undergo 1 month of psychic training. Is that okay? Yuyu couldn't say no either, so she nodded and asked, what is psychic training? Dr. Fu didn't answer her question. Instead he brought up another matter. I read your report. The first time you used your ability was in the Class A contaminated area's Ring Lake. At that time your power was equivalent to a barrier, enough to protect you for 2 hours, but that contaminated zone was too small. Then higher level threats appeared, so your ability didn't fully manifest. You also don't know what your power actually is, right? Yuyu nodded. My ability isn't very consistent. I'm not sure about its category or what direction the mutation took. Indeed, very unusual. Our preliminary guess is that your ability is sustained by your psychic strength, so it counts as a psychic type, Dr. Fu said. As for the specifics, they're not important. The upcoming psychic training is basically to teach you to use your psychic strength to lay down barriers, allowing you to stay safely inside contaminated zones, even to observe monsters up close without being detected. Yuyu. Wow. Is it really that amazing? Of course it's difficult, we haven't succeeded before. Dr. Fu said, dousing her with cold water and then encouraging her. But now we have you. With such high mental power, you'll definitely succeed. Yuyu could almost foresee her future days and said miserably, what if I can't do it either? Dr. Fu cut her off. Young person, don't belittle yourself. In the end, the others still weren't satisfied. The newly appointed recorder seemed to be good for nothing except her exceptionally high mental power, so begrudgingly they took her to measure the other values. There was no earth-shattering twist that in the end. Yuyu was provisionally classified as an S-level psychic type Esper with the direction of the mutation unclear. That level was about what Yuyu had expected, neither ostentatious nor unimpressive, just right for bluffing. After the medical exams, everyone's nameplates had changed slightly. The 3 children from Sector 108 Xiaoqing was S-level, while Lin Lin and Yuyu were both S-level. District 108 wronged me. Xiaoqing sighed, I'll take on more missions and use all the rewards to repair our little shabby district when I get back. Lin Lin. Me to Yuyu. The next day, the training camp that had everyone crying out started in earnest. Yuyu was indeed, just as they had arranged, thrown in first for a month of physical training. The first 3 days were when everyone cried and screamed the loudest. These delicate children experienced hellish training for the first time. Yuyu, who as a workaholic hardly ever went out, truly felt the pain. She wished she could draw a little figure to train in her place. However, her poor physical fitness was real, and so to avoid holding others back later, she had to grit her teeth and suffer through the practice. They called it special training, but only the first week was physical conditioning. Once you survived that first week, it was all kinds of agility, reaction, heat and cold endurance training after that. Later, when Yuyu recalled those days, she regretted more than anything why she had signed up with the Special Administration Bureau for that little bit of convenience. If it could be summed up in 4 words, it would be unbearably bitter. Luckily, the 2 months flashed by. However hard it was, she got through it. After the last day ended, Yujie looked at the others, then at Yuyu and asked curiously, It's been 2 months, Severion's changed. More or less. Why do you still look like you'll be blown over by a gust of wind? Yuyu wiped her face and drew back the thin luminous membrane clinging to her body. Maybe because I'm a female reporter. By the way, we've just dispatched 10 A-level contaminated zones, 5 S-level, 5 doubles and 3 3-level missions. Which one are you planning to take? Yujie handed her a bottle of water. Yuyu twisted off the cap, took a few sips and without thinking asked, Which ones are the 3 S-levels? Yujie just laughed. You have pretty grand ambitions, your first assignment, and you take on 3 S-levels at once. Aren't you afraid you won't come back? Yuyu, bold as ever, waved her hand. The Bureau trained me to record these precious filmic records. If I'm going to take any, I might as well take the most dangerous ones. Yujie told her. 3 S-level contaminated zones, one is the Rainy Night Tail in Sector 8, one is the Subway Tail in Sector 10, and the other is the Sea City Tail in Sector 16. The last one sounded a bit familiar, so you asked one more question. The Sea City Tail? That one? Yujie was quite surprised. Haiqing's ghost stories are the most mysterious. You're good at picking. You didn't pick one that's already taken, did you? You had that very one in mind. Can I go? You can. Yujie thought for a moment. It's just that this mission takes a long time to complete. You'll have to go there in advance. And you'll need a fake identity. Okay. Yuyu agreed at once. What kind of squad is taking this mission? Senior, will you send me the details later? Okay, Yujie nodded. I'll send the materials to you as well. Thanks, senior brother. Yuyu added, which contaminated zone are you going to this time? The doubles one, Yujie said. The contamination is widespread and the impact is severe. I'm going to make a detailed record and turn it into a video later. The 3S one you took will serve as the preserved footage. Understood. Chapter 29 Silverfish Port Haiqing. The Silverfish Villa District is the villa area closest to Silverfish Harbor, and it is also the largest and most luxurious villa district in Haiqing's District 16. Because District 16 faces the sea and its maritime trade is very prosperous, blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners can be seen everywhere on the streets. The wealth created by people here accounts for 60% of the country's total. And anyone you see walking down the street could be one of the tycoons on the rich list. At that moment, Yuyu had a big black bag on her back, wore aviator sunglasses, and looked at the luxurious, extravagant community gate before her with a face full of amazement. She asked the person beside her, I've heard of the Silverfish Villas. It's a rich area where land is worth its weight in gold. Is our bureau really that awesome? We actually got access to this. The boy beside him was very tall, handsome, and wearing the same sunglasses as Yuyu. He said arrogantly, wrong? This wasn't obtained from the bureau. My family originally lived here. Yuyu was astonished. I didn't see that. You're actually a second-generation rich kid. You don't look like it. Zhoujin was furious. What do you mean? Am I really that ugly? This boy's name was Zhoujin. He was one of the team members responsible for the Haiching ghost stories, this time a doubles rank. Animal type Esper. There are 12 people in their squad in total, 5 at 3S level and the rest are doubles level top-tier configuration, which shows how much the Special Management Bureau values this mission. I heard the Silverfish Villa district is the most likely to receive an invitation, Zhou said nervously as he and Yuyu walked toward his home. I don't know if I, as bait, can lure the enemy successfully. Why Yuyu comforted him. What's the big deal? Even if you don't work, there are 5 of our people already lurking in that villa district. I refuse to believe none of them will get picked. A thin, almost invisible black insect mist clung to the Silverfish Villa district. Yuyu added uneasily, besides, look at this haze. In a while, it won't be far from turning into a contaminated zone. Zhou could see it too and nodded. Those high-end places that catch people are all like that. I can't imagine what their headquarters must be like. The two of them walked for about 10 minutes and arrived at Zhou house. He didn't live with his parents. The building they had come to was his property. He planned to put Yuyu in this place temporarily and go home to visit his parents. Yuyu was very much looking forward to staying temporarily in the luxurious villa, but she still felt embarrassed and said, this isn't right. You're too kind, Zhou. Stop pretending. Your smile is about to reach the back of your head. They had barely finished putting things down when Zhou phone rang. After answering, he heard a few words. Then his expression turned grave. All right, I understand. I'll be there right away. As soon as Yuyu heard that, she knew something had happened. What is it? The survivor from Haiching Tales, the one we've been chasing for a long time, has been found. Brother Feng and the others have him detained in Building 8. We're heading over now, Zhou said. There wasn't time to go back to his parents. Zhou lowered his head and hurriedly sent a message, putting his luggage with you, yes, and the two went together toward Building 8. As soon as they entered Building 8, a strong, heavy smell of seawater hit them. Yuyu, an inlander, was driven back several steps by the stench. Although Zhou was from Haicheng, he had never smelled anything this strong and frowned in discomfort. After the two of them adjusted to the smell inside, they hurried in. A middle-aged, overweight man wrapped in a faint black mist was sitting on the floor, vomiting continuously. A few other young people sat to one side, covering their mouths and noses. The one leading them had blue hair and equally clear blue eyes, the Feng that Zhou had just mentioned. Feng Sheng. He was also the team leader on this assignment, a 3-class special type psychic. Are they here? Feng Sheng nodded to the two, then used his chin to point at the man sitting on the ground. This is him. Mr. Ma from Xingyuan Group, ranked 50th on the new rich list, and he lives in the Silverfish Villa district. His wife sought help from the Special Administration Bureau 2 months ago and reported Mr. Ma's abnormalities. Tell me in detail. The Haicheng urban legend has been around for half a year, pretty much as the files describe. Every so often a ghost ship appears and its mysterious owner invites distinguished guests to a grand gathering. What's different is that another secret circulates among the upper circles of District 16. Only the chosen distinguished guests are qualified to attend the grand banquet. And at the banquet there are foods that grant immortality. Feng Sheng spoke slowly. So what ordinary people consider a strange tale has become a coveted sanctuary among the upper circles of District 16. Ma's wife always knew her husband was obsessed with the banquet, trying to uncover the secret of eternal life. But the rumored host only invited the top 50 on the rich list, so he used some means to jump from 88th to 50th on the list. Yuyu and Zhou looked at each other. And then, for now, no matter what method he used, he apparently had indeed received an invitation from the host family. His wife was the one who noticed something was wrong the next day. The next morning, Mr. Ma was emitting a strong smell of the sea, like a month-dried ribbonfishful and nauseating, but he himself didn't notice it at all. After waking he was jumping around like he'd won the jackpot. When his wife asked him about it, he only replied mysteriously, "It's done," saying he would soon be able to attend the Black Pearl's banquet. His wife was taken aback and pressed him, saying the Black Pearl had already sunk. How could there be a banquet? Maybe he was dreaming too much and had been haunted. Mr. Ma flew into a rage, insisting he had already received the invitation and would be able to attend the banquet in a week. Then Mr. Ma started acting all mysterious, like he wasn't mentally well. Feng Sheng took a breath and continued, "My wife was planning to take him to see a psychiatrist, maybe even to a mental hospital, but then Mr. Ma suddenly disappeared. He was only missing for a day. The next day he showed up at Silverfish Harbor soaking wet, completely distraught, vomiting non-stop, babbling incoherently. Yuyu pressed. What did he say? They were basically these few words abandoned by the gods: monster, immortality, mermaid feast, and the like. His wife later decided he had completely lost his mind, took all his assets and ran, leaving this madman to wander the Silverfish harbor every day, shouting that he wanted to board a ship. Zhou Jin clicked his tongue and summed up. Inexplicable, although the man is crazy, we can still glean some clues from his scattered words. Feng Sheng disagreed. This is undoubtedly a high-level contaminated zone. First we have to figure out how to get in. And also, that thing, the mermaid banquet, needs attention. Chapter 30. The mother goddess doesn't like kids with bad temper, so don't make me angry. Okay. Find a way to get in. You touched her chin. This is a tough one. They've invited the top 50 on the wealthy list. How can we fake that identity? Don't worry, we've already made arrangements, Feng Sheng said. Zhou Jin is the heir of the Zhou family. His father's name is Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing, 38th on the rich list. It was said the host favored young people. The invited distinguished guests were mostly heirs of various families, and of course, they all had to be adults. However, most of the wealthy families at Silverfish Villa had children late in life, with a bunch of illegitimate offspring and few legitimate heirs. Left with no choice, the selection shifted from the heir to the person himself. We don't even know how that monster identifies people, Feng Sheng said. Zhou Jin is the real candidate, and the Bureau has fabricated a fake returned overseas person through media manipulation. If it works, we can at least infiltrate with 2 people. My ability is special. I can sneak 3 more people in without anyone noticing. With you, that makes 6 of us inside. And the remaining 6 will meet us at the pier. The captain had everything laid out clearly. At that time, we'll disperse everyone at the pier and try to drag the monster ashore. All right, Zhou Jin replied, watching the man on the ground continue to retch, still dissatisfied. Ask him more. See if you can get any clues out of him. Feng Sheng went outside for some air and motioned for him to come. The middle-aged man constantly gave off a foul, briny smell. Neither of them dared to get too close. Suppressing his nausea, Zhou Jin crouched down to meet him at eye level. Mr. Ma. The middle-aged man looked dazed. Hearing someone call his name, he glanced up at him and murmured, I'm no longer Mr. Ma. Even the city won't acknowledge my identity. What came to greet me were monsters. The mermaid banquet turned into something disgusting, the secret of immortality. This person spoke incoherently. Zhou Jin had to listen hard for a long time before he could make out the words mumbled from his mouth. What is that? Zhou Jin took a step back and looked at Yuyu. You studied interrogation professionally, you do it. Yuyu. Not every kind of questioning is an interrogation. What I did was an interview. Yuyu took a deep breath and crouched in front of him. Who is God? Mr. Ma's body trembled. He lowered his head in a mixture of fear and abasement. I don't dare to look the God in the eye. Why you had to change the line of questioning? What does the monster look like? What is the mermaid banquet? What is the secret to immortality? Zhou Jin, you can't ask it like that, can you? Mr. Ma suddenly burst into tears. The obese man in his 40s cried with snot and tears. I've already lost my qualification to board. I failed to obtain the secret to immortality. He cried for a while, then remembered something else and with tears in his eyes hunched his shoulders. Mermaid banquets? There are no mermaid banquets. They're all monsters, sharp-toothed, blood-gaping monsters. There was really nothing more to get out of him. The man was incoherent and his words sounded like the ravings of a madman. If they wanted the truth, they'd have to find it out for themselves. That I know I was wrong. I repent. The two were about to leave when Ma Zong behind them suddenly fell to his knees and began pounding his head on the ground, saying as he did so, I killed people, I violated the laws of heaven, I shouldn't have sold human organs for money, I shouldn't have trafficked, but I did it to get on the ship. They're all so rich and they're about to reshuffle the rich list. He was desperate. His forehead was a bloody mess from the pounding. Where could I get so much money in just a few months? At that, the two men's faces turned grave. Call the police. There's only 1 week left until the night of the full moon. Have you finally decided on the candidates or not? A young man's angry shout rose from the dark, eerie great ship. Fewer and fewer people are boarding. If we can't find anyone else, that one will devour us alive. Do you all want to die? The speaker looked handsome, dressed in an elegant suit. But his lower half was shockingly a cluster of transparent, strange jellyfish tentacles. In his rage he stung several monsters in front of him to death with his poisonous limbs and said, "Go find them! Go find them!" At last some small creature down below spoke up miserably. "Lord Chisi, it's not that we haven't been looking, but that one's requirements are too high. There are only so many people in the top 50 of the rich list. We've already rounded up most of them over the years. Why not capture some commoners?" "But can commoners appreciate my art?" An ethereal, uncanny voice came from the back. All the monsters present shuddered in unison as a tall, thin figure walked in from outside. He had an irresistibly bewitching face, narrow, upturned eyes that carried an odd, sinister quality, yet his expression held innocent curiosity. He was dressed in casual clothes. At first glance he looked like a nobleman who could make every young girl scream. An ordinary person as ordinary as they come, yet he made all the monsters willingly bow and worship. "Sir," the jellyfish in a suit spoke first, "although the elites in human society are concentrated in that small segment, there are many formidable people hidden among the populace. Not everyone on the rich list will necessarily appreciate your work." "Sir," he thought for a moment and then remembered, "you're right. There was a human who sneaked onto the ship before. He was clearly a nouveau riche. It was our fault." Kais bowed his head deeply. Later we threw him off the ship as you instructed." The youth glanced once outside the cabin. The moon was already very full, missing only a tiny sliver before it would be perfectly round. He heaved a deep sigh, extremely worried. "My skill isn't high enough yet. What if the mother goddess finds me and I can't make something to please her? Kais, teach me, what should I do?" He was like a student about to sit an exam without having studied. Pacing anxiously. My Lord Yuri. Kais opened his mouth, looking at him with a complicated expression, wanting to say something but swallowing it. Say it." The youth looked at him. "Did you come up with any good ideas?" Kais thought of that unlucky bunch tied up in the hold side and shook his head. "No, never mind, as long as he's happy. What he wants to do isn't something lowly foot soldiers like us can guess. 7 days left," Yuri counted. "Can you all put in a little more effort?" he said gently but troubled. "The mother goddess doesn't like children with bad tempers, but some things just make me angry no matter what. So don't make me angry, okay?" A bone-deep chill seeped into Chi's spine. Outside the massive luxury liner, several horrifyingly thick tentacles loomed, half hidden beneath the deep, dark sea. Chapter 31. I know about the Black Pearl. That night, Yuyu sat alone on the soft, luxurious bed and opened her phone to scroll through the forum. Zyogatu was set loose by her. The palm-sized little toy ran back and forth on the quilt, adding a touch of life to the otherwise quiet large room. After interrogating him during the day, they discovered that Mr. Ma might be involved in a crime and immediately handed him over to the police. Afterwards, Zhou went home and arranged for Yuyu to stay here. Right now Yuyu is browsing the dark web forum in District 16. Various urban legends aren't widely available on mainstream media platforms, but the dark web is full of bounties for all kinds of strange tales Dias mentioned earlier. Besides those recruited by the Special Management Bureau, there is also a group of civilian psychics who refuse to join officially. These psychics can freely take jobs on the dark web. So there are all kinds of information sources there. Yuyu planned to check the dark web to see if she could dig up any news about the Haicheng urban legends. Nobody knew who ran the dark web. Today a message had been pinned and highlighted in red: latest bounty notice for the SS-level contaminated zone Haicheng urban legend. All residents of Silverfish Villa dreamt simultaneously about a new way to board the ship. Besides invitation letters, purchasing a ticket also grants boarding. On the night of the full moon 1 week from now, I cordially invite several rank or higher psychics to board the ship with me. Ticket costs will be reimbursed, and upon completion of the task the employer will pay a commission of 1,000,000.1 million. You couldn't help but click her tongue. She'd have to take on several missions to earn that much. As she thought. Yuyu sent this bounty notice to their task squad group chat. That brief message actually contained quite a lot of information. When they took missions, the boarding method was still the old one. They hadn't been told of any new method in dreams, so the truthfulness of the message remained to be verified. But generally the reward notices that get pinned are fairly reliable. They shouldn't be far off. It's just unclear where one is supposed to buy the so-called ship ticket. As soon as it was sent, someone replied. Zhou should be idle now too, and he sent. Keep an eye on it. Is the information accurate? Fengshang said. I'm also watching the dark web. The message you forwarded should be trustworthy. We don't yet know the price of a ticket, but there's still a week until the full moon night, so there's time to gather more information. Why you didn't look at the messages in the group? She was still scrolling through that pinned post, under which many people had commented. Admin, is this news for real? I don't live in Silverfish Villa, so I don't know if the person offering the reward is reliable. Replying to the person above, this damn post is pinned by the admin. The information is absolutely real. Okay. What do the ship tickets look like? I also accepted a related task and need to board. In recent years, many wealthy people have gone missing because of the Haicheng urban legend. Of the top 50, well over half were affected, so there are many people posting similar tasks. The rest include some who were traveling on business around the country, and some who are permanently abroad. Qingjin's parents had just returned from overseas, so they avoided the invitation. Private message me. I have information about ship tickets. There's only a week until boarding. I've been invited, but I don't want to go. Someone powerful save me, take my place or go with me. If you come back alive, you'll be richly rewarded. Upstairs, who's the unlucky one this time? How did you know the Black Pearl invited guests who could bring companions? Back upstairs, that mysterious person sent me an invitation 3 days ago. It said I could bring family. Who I am doesn't matter, what matters is, someone please save me. I'm really terrified. What are you afraid of? Don't wealthy circles like yours always go to banquets? Don't you want to live forever? I don't want that. Not a single person who went has returned. Who knows what happened? The Black Pearl sank long ago. What's coming back is a ghost ship. A phantom ship. I don't want to go. Yuyu was amused by this seeker's comment. After all, not everyone these days is obsessed with the 4 words immortality. There are still sensible people. Why Yuyu continued scrolling and suddenly saw a comment like this: that I have boarded the Black Pearl. I have information for sale. Message me if interested. That comment was met with nothing but insults beneath it. That I don't believe it. They say none of the passengers who boarded ever returned. Are you trying to scam people for money? After all, we don't even know if the news is real. I don't believe it either. If you're spreading false news, we don't have the luxury of verifying it with our lives. OP. Don't get cocky selling news now. The whole District 16 is in a panic. If you dare do something so despicable, I'll beat you to death later. I know who you are. The OP apparently knew the person threatening him and immediately defended himself. I'm not lying. I really went on the Black Pearl. Oh, are nothing but people who don't trust him and insult him. The original poster felt terribly wronged, stopped selling information, and just poured out everything he knew all at once, like dumping a bag of beans. Why you scrolled down with great interest. I am a powered individual. I boarded the Black Pearl with my employer. How to put it, whether you believe me or not, the splendor on the Black Pearl was exactly as described in the legends. At the time I boarded as the household's pet. Because my ability is rather special, it's a disguise type and not very offensive. The sailors aboard didn't stop me. After boarding, I met many big shots of the same era. All nationally renowned financial tycoons. They behaved as if they'd lost their minds, single-mindedly seeking the secret of immortality. The ship's owner was a particularly handsome human man, more attractive than many celebrities I've seen. The procedures after boarding were pretty normal at first. Where did things change? It happened at the mermaid banquet. As a pet, I wasn't qualified to attend the mermaid banquet. I could only watch from outside for a while. I squatted at the entrance to the banquet hall, listening and keeping an eye on my employer. I couldn't see what was happening inside, only hear the sounds. Basically, the host was introducing the dishes at the mermaid banquet. For some reason, whenever the host spoke, I felt dizzy, very much like the legendary mermaid. When she sings, she has that kind of disorienting effect on people's minds. Then I listened and fell asleep. When I woke up, the banquet was already over. To be honest, I didn't hear any exaggerated commotion, though that might be because I was asleep. In any case, when I came over, there was no one left, but the air was filled with a foul stench. When I looked up, the Black Pearl had already changed beyond recognition. It was no longer a luxurious, splendid liner. It had become a creepy, terrifying ghost ship. Chapter 32 Invitation. The luxury cruise had turned into a creepy, terrifying ghost ship. And the sailors who had been perfectly normal on board had become monsters exuding the smell of the sea. One man was still wearing a suit on his upper body, but his lower half had become those transparent tentacles. I watched him sting someone to death with my own eyes. The owner, however, still looked human. He had been quite cheerful, smiling all the time, But after the mermaid feast he became unhappy, and his mood clearly affected the life and death of everyone on the ship. I am sure he's definitely not human. There's no way a human could tame monsters. He must be an unimaginably terrifying high being. But I didn't get to see the true form of that higher being. I was too scared and I ran away. Before fleeing, the only thing I could do was sneak into that cabin to take a look. It was full of people, all those reported missing. They weren't dead yet. After the original poster posted that long passage, someone replied below. Sounds pretty plausible. That master could indeed be a high-level one. I heard even 3 steer beings can take on a human appearance. I want to know the original poster's powerful to come back from a monster lair and scathed. Me too. 1 a no 10086.op. I can transform into any animal up to 3 times a day, 1 hour each time. Woo. That's awesome. Setting aside that OP didn't protect the employer and ran off. You're so timid. What kind of mercenary are you? Expecting the employer to take a blade for you? Yuyu scrolled through the comments for a while longer. They were all useless nonsense. She thought for a moment, then organized several key points from the original poster's message and sent them to the task group. Nobody here had gone to sleep yet. Once the message went out, people immediately popped up to comment. Fengshang. What that psychic said is very likely true. Many pieces of information line up. At least the mermaid banquet is real. Then it seems the mermaid banquet is the key to this mission? That person said the master's voice has an ability that induces sleep. Everything was normal before the mermaid banquet, but afterwards it changed drastically. This was posted by Zhou. Could it be a spirit type? Hallucinogenic? That monster stays out at sea all the time. Maybe it's actually a mermaid? A team member speculated. The information is still not detailed enough, Fengshang said. We preliminarily rated it SS level, so the master would be at least SSS. There's also a jellyfish that can take a semi-human form, which should be S level, and we don't even know how many of the sailors he mentioned there are. This battle will be hard. Yuyu wasn't in charge of fighting, so she wasn't worried at all. Besides, she had little bone. In a pinch she could act as a summoner and ride the dragon into battle. She thought that once she got all the little ones gathered, she wouldn't have to worry about any missions. That was the joy of being a summoner. Yuyu turned off her phone, feeling the little bone dragon restlessly rubbing against her arm. She suddenly remembered. The setting she had given it before seemed to be. Does something go wrong on the night of the full moon? Does it itch? Yuyu reached out a finger and scratched the skull of Fafna. The little bone dragon immediately rolled over into her palm, exposing its belly and whining coquettishly. Whine, whine, mother goddess, it itches, pet me. Yuyu scratched it while thinking that when she wrote it originally, the full moon night seemed to be a special node. All the various times in this Haicheng urban legend also happen on full moon nights. Is that a coincidence? This time the high-level Tai is so mysterious. No one knows what its true form looks like, and it's all secretive and enigmatic. Yuyu also couldn't be sure this was the creature she was looking for. She had chosen this task purely because she had heard of it before, and she had written about aquatic organisms. Forget it, I'll try my luck. There are too many polluted areas across the country. I'll look for them one by one. She scratched little bone's itch for a while, then put it away. She turned off the light, and the whole room plunged into darkness. Yuyu sank into sleep. A strange, translucent light spread from Silverfish Harbor, blanketing the entire Silverfish village. And yes, sweet, dark dream appeared a handsome man. He bowed to the young woman with the manners of a true gentleman, his voice elegant and pleasant. Good day, esteemed miss. The Black Pearl is about to set sail. The Onsivari 6-month Merfolk banquet will soon commence. Would you like to know the secret of immortality? Would you like to remain forever youthful? Would you like to learn what the most exquisite delicacy in this world is? Then come attend the grand banquet aboard the Black Pearl. The invitation has been placed by your bedside. In 7 days, presenting the invitation will grant you passage onto the mysterious, luxurious Black Pearl. We look forward to your arrival. Yuyu. Why does this sound like an advertising slogan? She tentatively reached out and waved her hand in front of the gentleman. As expected, he showed no reaction. It must be something like a projection, used only for conveying messages. Yuyu knew she was still in a dream and she didn't force herself awake. After that person passed on a message in the dream, they disappeared and did nothing else. But when she woke up the next morning, every single sentence that person had said was crystal clear. Each word stuck in her mind. It was as memorably brainwashing as some damn pyramid scheme. Yuyu got out of bed, washed up, and checked her phone, finding that not everyone was talking about it. Only Zhou had sent a message, I received the invitation. Right. The invitation. Yuyu almost forgot. She came back to the bed with a toothbrush in her mouth and found a finely crafted invitation by her pillow. The invitation looked as if it were made from vintage, elegant craft paper. The envelope even had a tasteful wax seal very proper to why Yuyu casually opened the envelope. The format was also the kind commonly used by medieval nobility, formal and old-fashioned. She took a photo and sent it to the group, saved the cost of another boat ticket. The others hadn't replied yet. Maybe they hadn't woken up. Since they arrived, this villa had come with a housekeeper. Said to be from a steward family that had served the Zhou family for generations, a younger member specifically assigned to manage this villa. Now it was convenient for Yuyu. There was a prepared breakfast downstairs. After thanking them, Yuyu sent a message to Zhou Jin and got ready to bring the invitation to find Fengshang and the others to meet at breakfast. Yuyu tentatively asked the young steward, "Did you have any dreams last night?" "No dreams all night." "Miss Yu, did you not sleep well? Is the bedding uncomfortable?" It seems not everyone received an invitation. Yuyu Chong smiled at the worried-looking steward and said, "No, slept very well." Chapter 33 The Black Pearl. After breakfast, Yuyu took the invitation and went to find Zhou Jin. Then the two of them went together to Building 8 where Fengshang was. On the way, the two talked about the dream they had last night. "That man just didn't look like a good person," Zhou Jin said in a low voice. "Like those pyramid scheme guys." He immediately asks if you want to know the secret to immortality. So misleading. Yuyu said nothing. She was thinking about the message she saw on the dark web last night. "I think the boarding a week from now will be the most packed it's ever been. Various ability users mixed together. Plus wealthy people still dead set on the mermaid banquet for immortality. It's bound to be quite a spectacle. I don't know yet how you buy the tickets, but since this news is out, there will definitely be swarms of people chasing it." Zhou Jin rubbed his chin. "What exactly does the ghost ship want to do by luring so many people over?" Yuyu shook her head. Building 8 wasn't far from where the two of them lived. It didn't take long to get there. She had already sent a message before coming, and Fengshang had woken up early. As soon as the two of them arrived, he said, "I also received an invitation last night. 3 identical invitations lay on the table." She hadn't looked closely when she woke up this morning. On the back of the envelopes was a grotesque, clawing design, several thick, strange tentacles that made Yu's brow tighten. "What does this pattern mean?" Fengshang was the first to speak, puzzled as he reached out and touched the chibi tentacle monster. Feeling no special power. "I don't know. Could this be that higher-level original? An octopus or a squid?" Zhou Jin let his mind wander. "Maybe it's a logo painted on the envelope?" "So cute," Yuyu murmured, touching her chin. "It really is that Yuri who likes to act cute." Her voice was too low. The other two didn't catch the last sentence and focused on studying the words on the envelope. "The content is the same as what's been published on the dark web." Zhou Jin flipped through it repeatedly and finally concluded, "The information now is basically all known. The mysterious ghost ship won't appear for another 6 days. There shouldn't be any more anomalies after that, right?" Fengshang frowned and nodded. "I guess so." The group crouched together again to discuss and consolidate the known information before dispersing. On the way back, Zhou Jin asked Yuyu about her recent plans. "What are you going to do for the remaining 6 days? Are you preparing anything else?" Yuyu looked at him in puzzlement. "What do I need to prepare? Isn't it enough for me to just carry the camera?" Zhou Jin. "Damn, I forgot we're the main fighters." The girl nodded, reminding him. "Yes, all I can do is stay hidden. You plan the actions on the ship yourselves. I can't protect you. I am just a delicate psychic type. Like senior brother you, as long as I don't slow you down, that's already good." "That mental barrier you train at, can't you include us under it?" Zhou Jin fell silent for a moment. Then asked stubbornly. "The high-level contamination zone of 3 Shonasli. I'm not even sure I can cover myself," Yuyu said. "Now we can only hope that that monster's psychic power isn't higher than mine, and that it won't see straight through me." 6 days passed in a flash. The invitation stated that boarding time was 7 p.m. At the exact moment the sun fully set, the Black Pearl would appear at Silverfish Harbor, and everyone would board with their ticket or invitation. Guests are expected to attend in formal dress. Anyone whose attire does not meet the requirements will not be allowed on board. This time 7 people boarded the ship openly, and 6 other powered individuals were stationed ashore to provide support. Besides the recorder Yuyu who boarded, the rest included 4 level 3s altered marine-powered individuals, plus 1 true rich heir Zhou Jin, making them the strongest combat force. The invitations where formal attire requirement was clearly taken seriously. By 7 in the evening, Silverfish Harbor was packed with people in their finery. At a glance it was as if the grandeur of the Black Pearl once more filled the scene. Yuyu wore a cherry-colored cocktail dress. Her hair and makeup had been meticulously done. Fluffy, cute little curls rested on her graceful collarbones. The young girl already had delicate, attractive features, and the careful styling made her even more striking. She looked like a pampered daughter of a noble family, her eyes carrying a hint of innocent naivety. Before boarding, Feng Shang specially instructed everyone, "Before the apparition occurs, we must all pretend we don't know each other. Walk around the ship more and look for missing people. Rescue as many as you can." Each of them wore a special earring in their ear. It looked ordinary, but it was actually a very covert communicator, specially treated so it wouldn't fail in places where evil was present. Yu's camera was also specially made into a tiny chip almost invisible to the naked eye. More precisely, this chip was the compound eye of a certain psychic from the Bureau. Yuyu placed it on the bracelet on her wrist. Whatever the compound eye saw was transmitted in real time into the Bureau psychic's mind and then rendered into images by machines. This psychic had only recently been discovered. The big shots at the research institute were ecstatic and hurriedly produced this secret camera. These small accessories so common on people would never draw anyone's attention. Yuyu activated the compound eye while on the road. From the moment the ghost ship docked, everything was continuously transmitted back to headquarters. Of course, Yuyu had also considered what to do if the high-level being in this contaminated zone turned out to be her own child. Simple. She would just turn the compound eye off. The compound eye is part of that Esper's body. At critical moments it will reactively flee back to the original body. Besides, Yuyu had plenty of ways to block the compound eye. There was no way headquarters would see her and her child's reunion. So far, everything was pretty normal. The ship hadn't arrived yet, and the team members were spread out, unobtrusively watching the surroundings. The very moment the sun completely sank behind the mountains, the last bit of light vanished. The moon had not fully risen yet, and there wasn't a trace of light between heaven and earth. I am here. The Black Pearl. It really is the Black Pearl. Oh my! How beautiful! Someone cried out, and everyone's gaze fervently turned toward the horizon. A luxury liner as tall as 2 stories was slowly making its way here, its lights blazing, sailors patrolling the deck. For a moment it felt as if they had truly returned to decades ago. Before the Black Pearl had sunk, Zhou Jin bit the tip of his tongue to sober himself up a bit. The Black Pearl has long been gone. What has appeared now are all fakes. This is a ghost ship, he warned himself. Chapter 34. Boarding. As soon as the Black Pearl appeared, everyone rushed toward it in a frenzy. Yuyu and the others had been blending into the crowd and were soon pushed along with it. Excited, agitated shouts rose from the crowd, noisy and clamorous. They had docked. The grand scene on the ship became even clearer to everyone's eyes. A man in a medieval tailcoat bowed gracefully to those below in a gentlemanly salute. The cruise ship was ablaze with lights. The warm glow desperately enticed people in the night's darkness. Faint music could be heard, making it even harder to tell whether this was reality or a dream. Distinguished guests, welcome aboard the Black Pearl. Allow me to welcome you on behalf of my master, and to invite you to embark on this wonderful evening's journey. My name is Kais. Tonight the Black Pearl's destination is Mermaid Island. Unlike before, tonight's mermaid banquet will be held on Mermaid Island. The host has carefully prepared the most exquisite dishes and awaits you on the charming Mermaid Island. The man in the tailcoat stood at the bow smiling as he greeted them. 2 sailors stood beside him, responsible for checking guests' invitations or tickets. Chiz greeted each passenger who boarded as if he were an old friend, familiar and natural. For a moment everyone thought this must be the real Black Pearl, and that they were about to set off on a wonderfully dreamy voyage. And no wonder, it's a 3-level contaminated zone. The deception is ridiculously strong. Feng Shang bit his tongue to warn himself not to be fooled by the current appearance. Everything on the ship was a facade. These crew members and sailors could all be monsters wearing human skins. Besides, he had just heard that man's words. In the past, the ghost ship would dock, take on people and leave, and no one knew where it would sail to. From what he heard, this time it was apparently a completely different situation from before. Previously the mermaid feast was held on a ship, and the host should have been on the ship too, but this time the mermaid feast was being held on Mermaid Island. They had never heard of any Mermaid Island, nor had they received any information about it, which was a problem. The other team members obviously hadn't anticipated this situation either, and all asked him over the communicator what to do. Feng Sheng replied softly with 4 words: wait and see. They were already on board, so from now on they could only adapt to whatever came. Just in case, Feng Sheng found a corner and passed the message to the teammates waiting ashore. If they completely lost contact before dawn, they would call the headquarters for help, and he would try to send his location information. Plans can't keep up with changes tonight. The fog is thick, and no one can know what will happen next. This was already the safest arrangement. After boarding the ship, everyone spread out, and for now everything still seemed normal. Apart from Feng Sheng and Zhou Jin, the other 3 team members had one task: to plant bombs on this fog-shrouded ghost ship and find a chance to detonate them. Of course, that was all for after the plan. They had just boarded, and once everyone was on the ship, the hatch would be closed. Kiss' elegant, pleasant voice sounded in everyone's ears. First, once again welcome honored guests aboard the Black Pearl. The Black Pearl is dedicated to giving you the finest sailing experience. Every guest who received an invitation will be assigned a personal butler. From now on, everything is handled by your butler. Ticket holders, please proceed to your rooms according to the information on your tickets. The Black Pearl will set sail shortly. Guests, please return to your rooms to rest briefly. In 1 hour there will be a grand masked ball on the deck. We look forward to your attendance. His words seemed to have a kind of magic. The people on the deck involuntarily stopped every action the instant he spoke and listened quietly until he finished, only to suddenly come to themselves when, without anyone noticing, they slipped away. This kiss has very strong psychic power. Feng Sheng said quietly into his earpiece. Everyone stay alert, don't let him bewitch you. Zhou Jin replied. Yuyu also heard the captain's call, but Qi Si's words didn't affect her much. Perhaps it was because of her mental strength. After Qi Si left, a group of people in steward uniforms filed in, well trained in each finding the master they were to serve. Miss Yu. My name is Lia, your personal butler. I will be at your service for the remainder of the journey. The young man naturally took the small suitcase from Yu's hand and stepped forward. Shall I take you to your cabin now? Yuyu nodded and sized up the private butler. The moment she saw him, Yuyu knew he was definitely not a normal human. His facial expressions were too stiff. Although his dress and manners made him look like a polite gentleman, from another perspective he resembled a carefully engineered robot. Rigid to the extreme, Lia walked ahead. Yuyu couldn't see his expression and could only hear him introduce the Black Pearl in a stiff voice. If he were an ordinary person, the first time boarding such a luxurious liner, he would be too excited to notice anything else. But Yu's attention kept being drawn involuntarily to these crew members. Perhaps because her gaze was so direct, Lia suddenly turned and asked her, "Do you have any questions?" They moved to a place where the light was less intense. Half of Lia's face was hidden in shadow. His jet-black pupils stared unblinking at Yuyu, and with an expressionless, stiff tone he asked, "Do you have any questions?" A scene like that would be enough to give anyone the creeps, but Yuyu showed no reaction. She only felt that this person was stiff in a way that made him a bit like a zombie. Not knowing whether not replying might trigger some death condition, Yuyu shook her head and smiled. "When will my room be ready?" Just now she hadn't paid attention to the sailors walking back and forth. Now that she watched more closely, each of these seamen looked copy-pasted. Their facial expressions and movements stamped from the same mold. Riddled with flaws, such anomalies are easy for anyone attentive to notice. What she didn't know was that from the moment they boarded, everyone's perceptions were being quietly altered. They would gradually superimpose this ghost ship onto the Black Pearl in their memories, until they were completely immersed in a world of dazzling decadence and no longer sensed anything amiss. Only those with stronger mental abilities psychics might detect that something was wrong, but the effect seeps in so imperceptibly that by the time they fully came to their senses, it was already too late. I in the captain's cabin, the suit-wearing jellyfish said satisfactorily to the numb, steering monster. This method really works, so many people came today. More than any time before. Lord Yuri will surely be pleased. Chapter 35. The tentacles beneath the Celia led Yuyu to her private room, paused at the door and said, "Miss Yu, Lia is right outside the door, ready to take your orders at any time." Yuyu took the small box and gave a graceful bow. "Thank you. My pleasure." It was obvious that honored guests who received invitations were treated completely differently from passengers who bought tickets. The room Lia brought Yuyu to, in both decoration and location, was the best on the Black Pearl. A soft large bed, a private bathroom and shower, comparable to a star-rated hotel. And she had just glanced again and noticed that the rooms of the passengers who bought tickets seemed to be shared by several people. According to the crew who had bought tickets to board, their rooms were cramped and narrow, not even in the same class. Yuyu had already activated the compound eye. Everything on the Black Pearl was being recorded and silently transmitted back to headquarters. Unlike what Yuyu and the others saw, the staff at headquarters responsible for capturing the images kept their brows tightly furrowed. Because what he saw was nothing less than a ghost ship full of monstrous white bones. There were no lights blazing, no lavish splendor. A dilapidated huge ship somehow kept moving and stiff, salted fish sailors paced its decks. An entire line of fish people decorously wearing sailor uniforms, their eyeballs flattened into their sockets atop their fish heads, exuded a sea-salty stench that could be smelled even through the compound eye, and the man in a suit who called himself Keese was even more absurd. His upper body wore a finely tailored suit, while his lower half consisted of long translucent jellyfish tentacles floating beneath him. A researcher watching nearby inhaled sharply. Box jellyfish, the most venomous jellyfish in the world. Every time it affectionately shook hands with a guest, the two observers here shuddered with fear, worrying that one careless move might mean those unlucky souls would be stung to death. The private butlers were even more absurd. They weren't lazy like the sailors. They were zombies with swollen, discolored faces, cocking their heads and drooling. And each time they spoke, the rotting flesh on their faces trembled as if about to fall off. This strange ship was surrounded by a dense aura of evil, which bit by bit eroded the sanity of those aboard, making them sink into obsession without feeling anything amiss. Compound eyes can only record images and cannot hear specific spoken words, so they had not heard that tonight's course already had a definite destination. Yuyu went into her cabin, closed the door, let the little bone dragon out, and told it not to appear in front of her bracelet. The little bone hadn't been out for a long time and was expected to romp around the room, but after coming out it staggered around, dizzy and stumbling, its wings so weak it couldn't even lift them. Turns out it was seasick. Yuyu looked at it in disbelief. You're seasick? You're a high-ranking 3S and you're getting seasick. Little bone curled up into Yuyu's palm, whining plaintively. Wah, it's not even an aquatic creature. Isn't seasickness pretty normal? How about you? Fly outside for some fresh air? Yuyu tentatively asked it. Yuyu opened the window. The briny sea breeze rushed in. The little bone dragon sneezed and was blown over by the sudden strong gust. Yuyu laughed and scooped it up, saying, "Do you want to get a bit bigger? The wind could blow you away." The mother and child didn't notice that behind the open window, a thick tentacle was waving in the air. The tentacle was densely covered with bright blue rings, and hidden in the middle of each blue ring were secret little eyes. The tentacle had frozen the moment Yuyu opened the window. After a moment, it surged toward Yuyu's window like a mad thing. The little eyes in the blue rings all rolled at once, crazily radiating feelings of longing and adoration. Mother God. The Mother God is inside. Yuri wants to touch the Mother Goddess. Yuri wants to snuggle with the Mother Goddess. The window wasn't closed. Yuyu, with her back to it, was soothing the little monster in her palm. Countless tentacles lurking beneath the surface surged forward impatiently. The small eyes in the blue ring stared unblinkingly at this gentle, delicate silhouette, so gentle. The Mother Goddess is so gentle. Yuri also wants to return to the Mother Goddess embrace. Yuri also wants to be cherished by the Mother Goddess. Who is that strange presence? On what basis can it monopolize the Mother Goddess' favor? The tentacles outside the window were rubbing their hands and preparing to rush in the next moment, but they all froze in unison. It was the original body controlling them from 1,000 miles away. Wait a little longer. Shall be here any moment. Its little boat carries the Mother Goddess toward it. It must prepare the most sumptuous dishes to wait for the Mother Goddess. On the terrifying dark mermaid island, lights suddenly shone as bright as daylight, and a huge monster crawled out of a cavern full of treasure, its surroundings waving countless tentacles in ecstatic excitement, like a child running about in glee. The Mother Goddess is coming. The Mother Goddess is coming. Yuri is going to prepare a surprise for the Mother Goddess. Yuyu, still in the cabin, was completely unaware that her good big boy inside had almost suddenly risen in anger. After soothing the other good big boy, she put him back into the maternal book. At that moment, there was a light knock at the door, and the butler's voice sounded outside. "Dear Miss Yu, the masquerade is about to begin." I have prepared your gown and mask, would you like to attend? Yuyu acknowledged with a sound, opened the door, and Leah held a tray on which a splendid gown and a mask lay, awaiting their owner to don them. She took the tray, thanked her, and then closed the door. Why Yuyu didn't know what kind of affair this ball was, but as the recorder, she was clearly obligated to document every scene, so she had to attend the ball. After a moment, the girl, having changed into a long dress, stepped out of the room. It was unclear who had chosen the gown, but it suited Yuyu perfectly. The girl's waist had always been slim, and now it seemed even more delicate to the touch. Her beautiful clavicles were exposed to the air. The lynx mask covered the upper half of her face, while her tender, bright red lips showed mysterious and lovely. Miss Yu looks lovely in that outfit, Leah praised sincerely. Yuyu slipped on white gloves and with elegant grace, placed her hand in the butler's as they headed for the deck. On the dark, fathomless sea, the little peeking creatures watched the girl's back with shy excitement. The mother goddess is so beautiful. Truly the creator of Yuri. Yuri has such good taste. The tentacles tangled together, struggling to restrain their urge to come forward and snuggle. Only staring blankly at the girl on the surface of the sea, Yuyu came up onto the deck. There were already many people here. Besides the central dance floor, there was a long table nearby, piled with exquisite petit-fours and dishes. Waiters carrying trays moved freely through the crowd, and glass after glass of champagne was taken away. The ship is fake, the people are fake, but the food and wine are actually real? At headquarters, the staff who had been observing from the compound were very puzzled. Chapter 36 Yuri. Once. Cuddles. Quite a few people were already standing on the deck. A few familiar faces appeared in the crowd. Yuyu met their gazes without expression, and they all pretended not to know her. The young girl casually rotated the exquisite, valuable bracelet on her wrist, took a glass of champagne from a passing waiter, and sipped it intermittently. Yuyu could almost tell at a glance that whatever else might be fake, the food on this ship was definitely real. The seafood had been freshly caught. It was hard to see so many varieties of fish, shrimp, and shellfish inland. Delicate, adorable sushi, expensive caviar, brightly colored fruits and pasta, everything was available. It dawned on Yuyu that she was hungry. The men and women on the dance floor had already twisted into a mass, and no one at all paid attention to the food area. Just the chance to give her a break, Yuyu thought, and she took a small plate, put some food on it, and sat in a little corner to sneak a bite. While no one was around, she also tried to slip some tasty bits to Faf, who was seasick, watching the special zone folks constantly staring at all the food. Did you forget something? Yuyu only remembered after filling her stomach that she was still a recorder. She turned her gaze toward the dance floor. People were lost in the intoxicating revelry, and so far nothing particularly unusual had happened. Welcome, honored guest. May I ask if the food in the dining area meets your satisfaction? A young male voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Yuyu turned around and saw Keese, who had changed into a different set of clothes. It's delicious, Yuyu replied honestly. She didn't know why this person had suddenly singled her out while she was alone. After a moment's thought, she added, I really like it. Not to mention anything else, the head chef on their ship was indeed skilled. Anything taken from that long table was distinctive and left a lingering taste. Seeing that her expression didn't seem staged, Chisi happily praised, You truly are a connoisseur who knows how to appreciate food. Our hosts will certainly like you very much. It is our honor to have you aboard. Yuyu scratched her head a little embarrassedly. She had only spoken a couple of honest sentences, and this person was flattering her so much. Hasn't anyone praised the food here after dining before? Chisi shook his head and looked with her toward the humans in the dance hall. Almost all the guests came for the mermaid feast. They wouldn't be interested in the ordinary dishes here. But everyone who attended the mermaid feast seemed dissatisfied. Chisi sighed. Humans are really hard to please. Yuyu. I'm still here. Of course, you are the only one among all these guests who truly savors our host's cooking. Kai's looked moved, as if had found a kindred spirit. To be honest, I think this is much better than the mermaid banquet. I don't understand why those people keep forcing themselves to eat when they're clearly about to vomit. Here it comes, time to fish for information. Forgive my impertinence, may I ask what kind of person your host is? The young woman raised her wine glass and lightly clinked it with the gentleman in a suit, seeming a bit bashful. I mean, no offense, I'm just curious about who could make such a delicious spread. If you'd rather not say. That's fine too. Kai's, however, smiled faintly. You are the first person in a long time to care about the master of our family. Most people who get on the ship either think only of the merman feast for immortality or nervously try to get back home. Who would ask such a near-taboo question? It's like those horror movies where someone plays the deadly pen pal game and still asks if the other person has a boyfriend. It was almost an untouchable secret in everyone's heart, like knowing the Black Pearl had long since sunk, yet still unable to help chasing that seemingly real, seemingly illusory wisp. No one dared to ask why Yuyu was stubborn. She even added, he definitely isn't an ordinary person. Definitely not ordinary. This is a damn SS-level elite. The kind that sent countless rich men off never to return. Surprisingly, Kiss answered. He thought for a moment and said, my master's actually a very lonely man. He's been waiting for someone. Strange or not, a 2S creature full of deadly poison saying its boss is a lonely person who has been searching painfully for something all these years. How rare. Kai's continued, I haven't known him long. He used to have a bad temper and was always fighting with others. I don't know when it changed, but he eventually cultivated himself and reformed. One of his great hobbies is cooking. Unfortunately, no one appreciates his culinary skills, so he is very lonely. Why? Yuyu asked curiously, does your master have no friends? Why doesn't anyone appreciate such excellent cooking? So, Kai shifted his tone, his jet-black eyes unblinking as he looked at her. Master used the name of the mermaid feast to attract the wealthiest humans in the country, hoping they would recognize his cooking. Monsieur, why have you come? For immortality? Or for the prosperity of the Black Pearl? Yuyu said nothing, smiling as she sipped her wine. The Special Administration Bureau people already had their hearts in their mouths. Just as Kith asked that question, the venomous creature in a suit suddenly sprang up, countless translucent tendrils pointing straight at the girl, as if the next second they would wrap around her and strangle her. All Yuyu felt was Kith suddenly staring at her intently. She pretended not to care and drank, but in truth she had run out of words. But after only a few seconds, the jellyfish in a suit suddenly lost control and left. Having finally thought of what to say, Yuyu turned back. Where is everyone? In the blind spot of vision, a 2S-level highly poisonous monster was tightly entangled by innumerable tentacles ringed with brilliant blue. The upper body still human, Koa struggled in pain, futilely trying to pry off those dreadful tentacles, a beast-like rasp escaping his throat. Lord Yuri. Spare me. 10 minutes later, the box-shaped jellyfish collapsed to the ground, its transparent tentacles twisting half-lifelessly. A man in a suit who looked exactly like cheese appeared in the same spot. He seemed not quite accustomed to his new body, standing crookedly in the corner and stumbling, unable to get his posture right for a long while, but his ability to learn was strong, and after a short time he could stand and walk upright normally. Kiss glanced down at the jellyfish slumped on the ground and curled his lip in disgust. Then he casually scooped it up and stuffed it into the nearby storage. He smoothed his outfit, took a mask from a waiter, put it on and headed back toward the dance floor. Goddess. Countless blurring tentacles composed into a human form spoke in a clumsy, yearning whisper. Yuri wants cuddles? Chapter 37. Would the mother goddess dislike Yuri? The little blue jelly sadly wondered. Kiss suddenly left without a word. Yuyu sat there for a few minutes not understanding, watching the crowd on the dance floor and wondering whether she should step in for a spin too. Just then, a white-gloved hand reached out in front of her, and a mysterious yet familiar voice sounded from above. Esteemed lady, may I have this dance? Yuyu looked up. A mysterious mask covered the upper half of the man's face, but his familiar voice and jaw still let her recognize him, none other than Kai's, who had fled in a loss of composure earlier. It turned out he had gone to fetch a mask. The other teammates had already found dance partners and gone in to whirl earn gain feel report in the dance. Yuyu was just considering finding a partner herself, and this important gentleman had presented himself, so she of course accepted gladly. So the young lady loftily placed her hand on the man's white-gloved hand, covering her mouth with the other as she smiled softly. Of course, then she saw that this cunning, unassailable Lord Kai suddenly seemed to waver, as if his legs had gone weak, stumbling slightly the moment their hands touched. Why, Yuyu thought, does this person have some hidden ailment? Or am I charged? Cheese quickly brought himself under control. Beneath this skin suit, the tentacles each gave a little tug at one another. Gurgle gurgle. Damn it, wake up. Almost blew our cover. Are you okay? The girl's gentle, cautious concern sounded by his ear. The tentacles, excited and bashful, prepared to sway together but were stopped by one that was slightly more rational. Cheese cleared his throat lightly and smiled. I'm fine, thanks for your concern. Under Kiss' calm, carefree expression. It's stuck. WWW. The mother goddess is so soft and gentle. As Yuri imagined, the mother goddess truly is as wonderful. Kiss, made up of countless tentacles, straightened its back slightly and carefully clasped the girl's tender, petite hand, gently as if enclosing a butterfly far away on Mermaid Island. Yuri herself could of course sense what was happening with her double. The whole enormous monster thudded into the sea beside the island, its thick, terrifying tentacles thrashing wildly. The merfolk who had been sitting on the nearby rocks swam away in fear, afraid of being smashed like those boulders. The mermaids had all gone, leaving only a single creature bathing in the moonlight. After a while, a huge rounded head slowly rose from the water, bouncy and jiggling like a translucent blue jelly. Against that, the countless blurring tentacles waving about looked even more eerie and terrifying. Yuri felt as if his whole monster was being cooked. He could clearly feel the girl's soft hand and warm body heat transmitted through a thin layer of fabric to his duplicate. The Kiss over there didn't dare to do anything strange. But here there was only him, a lone monster. The little blue jelly sensed for a moment, then suddenly without warning turned into a little pink jelly. Its tentacles also became a tender pink. The two glossy black eyes on its big head blinked. All the tentacles curled up, shyly covering its eyes, scratched at its head, wrapping itself into a duang-duang jelly ball. Under the jelly ball's head was a body like a little girl's skirt, now swaying in the water just like Yuri's mood. Swaying and swaying, Yuri lingered in the fluttering feelings for a moment, then shot off rapidly in one direction. In the 3S High-Level area, no monster dared to remain. They all avoided that clearly excited aura. Yuri the little jelly dove headfirst into a cave island drifting on the sea. From the outside the cave looked pitch black, but when Yuri, who had taken a human form, went inside, his face was lit by a golden glow. Before Yuri lay an entire cave full of glittering treasures, huge gold coins, a mountain of high-quality luminous pearls, piles of enormous pink and purple pearls the likes of which the outside world had never seen, strewn as if worthless, and boxes upon boxes of jewels and agates stacked to one side. It was almost a cave forged from gold. Anyone who learned of it would go mad wanting it, and guarding it was a terrifying high-level being. Yuri saw that his treasures were happy too. He couldn't wait to roll around in the coins, and he remembered the mother's murmuring when she created them, such good children of mommy. So he embarrassedly restrained the urge to tumble on the ground, and a tentacle reached behind him to skillfully rummage and search. He wanted to give the mother the most unique welcome gift in this world. A tentacle pinched up a huge gold coin and weighed it, wobbling it from side to side. Yuri frowned, looked at the coins all over the ground, shook his head no. This was too ordinary. A dazzling, ornate ruby appeared before Yuri. From certain angles it looked as if the gem were filled with starlight. Yuri's favorite was this gem. He thought for a moment. This ruby could be made into a woniofaken necklace to give to the mother goddess. But a necklace alone wouldn't be enough. Yuri turned his gaze to the other side, where piles of merfolk silk were stacked. This precious fabric was worth a small fortune even in tiny pieces, yet now bolts of it lay in the corner gathering dust. Yuri walked over and his tentacle gently brushed away the dust. A strange radiance rippled across the sumptuous cloth. Yuri nodded with satisfaction. These fabrics could make the mother goddess the most beautiful garments in the world. The little monster's gaze scrutinized the treasure in the cave with a critical eye. The golden glitter it usually adored somehow could not satisfy it now. None of this is worthy of the mother goddess. Yuri thought despondently. The mother goddess is the supreme being. Could she possibly like these gifts? What if she no longer likes these gifts? What if she doesn't like Yuri either? The little blue jelly grew sadder the more it thought about it. It worried whether its creator still liked it, and its tentacles drooped listlessly. Yuri walked out of the cave and returned to Mermaid Island, absent-mindedly preparing for the upcoming mermaid feast. A huge, glittering gold coin had been carried out by it unconsciously, and now lay on the ground all alone. Yuri cried as he cooked, worried that the mother goddess would dislike him if he couldn't deliver a gift she liked. Tentacles and ingredients flew everywhere, then were methodically dealt with and thrown into the pot. It remembered that the mother goddess seemed to particularly like a few dishes on the long table, so it diligently made several more servings. The monsters guarding the door didn't dare come in. They heard Lord Yuri's earth-shaking sobs and silently edged a little farther away. Chapter 38. The Sneaky Zhou Jin. The Black Pearl. They had already entered the dance floor. For some reason, Yuyu felt the man beside her alternately excited and downcast, his emotions very apparent. They hadn't spoken a word until now, and Yuyu couldn't help but break the silence. "Mr. Kais?" The masked man was taken aback, then came to himself. Miss Yu, what is it?" The music had paused for the moment, and the two were leaning at the edge of the dance floor. It wasn't exactly quiet. Voices of men and women talking drifted in, and Yuyu instinctively moved a little closer to him and asked, "You've looked unwell for some time. Has something happened?" Chess recoiled as if shocked. "No, Miss Yu." Find out why Yuyu saw he was unwilling to speak, so she tried asking something else. "By the way, may I ask a few questions about the mermaid banquet?" Just as Chess was about to speak, a fat man in a suit approached from not far away. His face, all jowls, wore a greasy, ingratiating smile as he strode up to Chess. "Mr. Chess, may I have a few minutes of your time?" Socially anxious Yuyu felt as if her eyes were being assaulted, so she raised her glass and smiled at Chess helplessly, saying, "It seems you have more important matters, Kais." Kais gave an apologetic smile in return. "Sorry, we'll talk next time." Watching the person leave without being able to stop them, he ground his teeth in anger, then turned his head and stared darkly at the man. "You'd better have something important." The man shrugged, puzzled. The tentacles didn't wait for him to speak. They couldn't stay still for even a second. In front of him they pulled out the still-dazed jellyfish and then transformed into countless tentacles that swarmed away. The man watched with wide eyes as a living person turned into thick, terrifying blue-ring tentacles. A sheet of human skin slapped onto the floor, and he felt his heart jump in fright. Then a transparent, jellyfish-like unidentified creature slowly reformed, and the man who had fallen kissedly became plump again. The fat man felt his worldview shaken. You. Just regaining his wits, Kiss rubbed his head and forced a smile. Several thin, transparent tendrils probed the man's skull. What were you going to say, Mr. Massey?" "The tentacles that had chased after you soon couldn't find any sign of her. They wandered around in place, turning about." The salted fish sailor beside them stared blankly, drooling obviously. He couldn't possibly know Yu's whereabouts. The tentacles burst into tears with a wah. The tentacles whimpered and, crestfallen, sank to the bottom of the boat, lying there and bawling, "Boo-hoo, our mother goddess must not like us. That's why she left so quickly, boo." Yuyu, who had already gone elsewhere, didn't know that her good eldest son was heartbroken because he couldn't find her. Seeing that everyone had left the dance floor to cozy up to Mr. Chris, she obviously couldn't pry any information out of them, so she had to leave and observe on her own. Yuyu walked to a corner where no one was supervising and happened to run into the equally sneaky Zhou. Zhou hit her back and was originally startled, immediately assuming a defensive posture, but when he saw it was one of their own he relaxed. "Oh, it's you. You scared me." Yuyu didn't tease him either and asked, "Have you discovered anything?" Zhou shook his head, then nodded. Yuyu. Zhou thought for a moment and answered, "I discovered that many civilian psychics boarded the ship. Among them there seemed to be some with particularly sharp mental abilities who noticed that something was wrong with the Black Pearl. I overheard a bit." "Tell me about it." "That psychic apparently had unusual eyes. He said the visions he saw were different from ours." Zhou thought, then said, "I didn't hear clearly, but in short, besides those who boarded being human, the rest were monsters. Especially that Kith. His strength is terrifying, probably an S-class. Yuyu. To be honest, I was just dancing with him a moment ago. Besides, I observed that these sailors really do seem a bit off, and my, private steward, I think he looks shifty," Zhou said firmly. "There's definitely something wrong." Yuyu had long suspected this ship was full of abnormal people and asked, "So what will we do? Are you all going to fight?" Zhou shook his head. "The captain hasn't given orders yet. Lu Li and the others went to plant the bombs, and people haven't been rescued. Don't rush if the enemy doesn't move. Neither do we. Yuyu made an O sound and said, "All right, then shall we split up and search the cabins? Maybe those missing people are hiding there." Zhou nodded. "Be careful yourself, don't get spotted. From what I gather, the captain means that we shouldn't act rashly until we reach Mermaid Islands. Trying to contact headquarters." Yuyu held up the bracelet. "I can only send images through it. I can't transmit my location. Mermaid Island is probably the boss lair. Should we really wait until then to make a move?" Zhou nodded. Let's do what the captain says. Why you didn't care either. After all, it wasn't her doing it. After they parted, Zhou walked alone to a secluded spot. He carefully avoided the sailors milling about and went to the hold where Kais kept food and water. There really were heavy guards at the lower hold. Zhou thought for a moment, opened his mouth and emitted a peculiar sonic wave. At the same time, gill-like protrusions began to grow at his temples and his eyes shifted to a sea-like blue. When Zhou sonic wave went out, the salted fish sailors' eyeballs nearly popped out. They couldn't help gaping as they responded to that strange sound wave. Then only 2 sailors were left on guard. The rest all neatly lined up and departed. Zhou, an S-rank animal-type ability user, had mutated toward a dolphin. His ability was to launch sonic attacks against marine creatures. Of course, it could also be used to bluff people into leaving. After tricking everyone into leaving, Zhou popped out, gave the 2 remaining lazy sailors 2 solid punches, silently knocked the fish to the ground, and then prepared to drag them into the hold together. He saw a sailor with keys hanging from his waist, and casually pulled off a large bunch. Every key looked exactly the same. Zhou? What the hell is this thing? All the storage rooms in the lower hold were locked, and from the outside they all looked identical, impossible to distinguish. Zhou closed his eyes and resigned himself to trying them one by one. Zhou had just sent out a fake message to lure the sailors away. For the moment no one should come over, so he finally dared to act boldly. Chapter 39. There's actually another defective one. Zhou laboriously tried each of the keys, the 1% probability really. Testing his patience. Finally there was only 1 key left. As he slid it in and unlocked, he worried about how to open the remaining row of doors. The cabin doors were completely sealed, and there weren't any windows or anything. If you wanted to know what was inside, you had to open them one by one. Click. The door opened. Zhou waited patiently at the threshold for a moment. When nothing happened, he cautiously stuck his head in. He was then met with a host of bluish, luminous gazes. All those gazes belonged to the fantastical, beautiful creatures inside. Zhou gaped in stunned silence. Mermaids? The cabin contained only 1 huge basin, densely crawling with a peculiar kind of creature. Their upper bodies were all human, each with striking looks. Seaweed-like hair clung to their cheeks, and their shifting gazes were mesmerizing. Zhou could even imagine beautiful, alluring big tails beneath the water, like enchanting sirens. Isn't this the fabled mermaid? The mermaids all lounged lazily across the basin. Seeing a stranger enter, they did not cry out. They only watched him with wet eyes. From their faces Zhou read fear and sorrow. Perhaps they treated him as one of their own. That might explain it. After all, ever since Zhou first used his powers, his whole face had changed somewhat, his features taking on more of a dolphin-like aspect. Normal people would take him for a monster, so it should be normal that these merfolk didn't become suspicious when they saw him, right? If the enemy doesn't move, neither do I. After a glance, Zhou saw that the group of merfolk were very quiet and probably wouldn't attract anything else. Not knowing whether they were friend or foe for the moment, he didn't dare act rashly. He suppressed the shock in his heart and prepared to quietly report to Feng Sheng what he had seen. Both sides hesitated for a long moment. Zhou retreated while calling softly, "Captain! Captain! I've made a discovery in the lower compartment." The other side replied quickly, "I'm here. What do you see? Did you find anyone?" Zhou was about to speak when he saw a mermaid suddenly open its mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp, pointed, shark-like fangs. It opened so wide that he suspected the mermaid could bite off his head in a single chomp. Zhou fell silent in an instant. Not knowing their combat ability, he dared not attack rashly for fear of drawing the sailors. His survival instinct surged. He backed away quickly, shut the door with a snap, and trapped the lunging mermaid behind it. "Zhou? What's wrong?" "Zhou?" On the other end, Feng Sheng also heard the unusual sound and called out anxiously. Zhou Song, having put the danger behind him, exhaled and said with lingering fright, "It's okay, Captain. In the lower hold I found a whole compartment of merfolk. They suddenly attacked me just now and I shut them back behind the door." "Are you okay?" "It's fine," Zhou replied. He glanced at the pitch-dark lower hold, recalled the sharp beak of the merfolk that lunged at him, guessed that the sailors would probably be back soon, and in the end fled back up a deck as if flying. The hatch slammed shut with a pitiless bang. and the sliver of light that had come through vanished. The merfolk rasped from its throat, letting out a futile breathy sound that was surprisingly a young man's voice. Save me as... Except for him, the rest of the merfolk all closed their eyes in despair and numbness. The merperson had just lunged with all its strength. Zhou only saw its terrifying mouthparts and didn't notice that its lower body wasn't the beautiful fishtail he had imagined but a bloodied human pair of legs as if they had been torn apart and then forcibly stitched together into the semblance of a tail, gory and horrifying. The mer people in the basin were the same, only their stages differed from that monster. Their legs had already fully fused into a single fish tail. Apart from lacking scales and having their leg bones merged into one, they sat seemingly docile in the basin, more like they were trapped there only because they had lost the ability to walk. Once the door closed, countless greenish eyes became visible in the dark, looking more like some creatures lurking in the shadows. The deformed creature that had burst out seemed to have transformed into a fish as well. Its desperate struggles for help were to no avail, and it collapsed onto the ground. The floor was wet and slick, but it wasn't water. It flailed uselessly on the ground for a few moments, and in that short time the newly grown organ behind its ear cracked and dried. The suffocating feeling of oxygen deprivation slowly swept through its body. It lay like a real fish on a chopping board, struggling, then finally falling still after who knew how long. The hatch creaked open again. Kai's uttered a surprised oi, glanced with satisfaction at the basin where the mutated creatures were looking more and more like merfolk. Then kicked the corpse on the floor in disgust and muttered to himself, there's actually another failure. But these defective ones keep trying to jump out one by one. Didn't I tell you? You can't leave the water during a mutation, Kai's admonished earnestly. Honored guests, all of you yearn for immortality. Can't you endure a little hardship? We've finally come this far. Hold on a bit longer. Once we reach Mermaid Island, you will have achieved complete success. The monsters in the basin, whether they understood or not, stared numbly at the elegant man by the door. One more, Kai's waved, and a few salted fish sailors hauled in a fat man, then silently dragged away the corpse on the ground. This is Mr. Marseille. He too couldn't wait to learn the secret of immortality, and by chance he discovered some extraordinary secrets, so I had him come along to keep you company first. And don't waste this failure, Kai's ordered. Drag it to the other room and make a precious mermaid lamp out of it. Be careful not to let the honored guests above see it, or they'll be frightened. The salted fish crew muttered in agreement, picked up the key from the floor, kicked the two fallen sailors aside, and opened the nearby hatch. Kai's glanced at the two unconscious sailors and said disdainfully, what useless pieces of trash. I wasted my money on you. You're fired when we get back. There's a careless guest who broke into the hold. Go find him, Kai said coolly. At the same time, all the lights on the ship went out, and a man's warm magnetic voice sounded over the intercom. Dear esteemed guests, we have an announcement. The Black Pearl has experienced a minor electrical issue. Please all return to your rooms. The repair crew is inspecting the problem. For your safety, regardless of any sounds you may hear, please do not leave your rooms. Chapter 40. He touched my precious ingredients. Repeat announcement. The Black Pearl. When Yuyu heard this announcement, she was on the deck enjoying the sea breeze. There was nothing unusual at the moment, so she temporarily shut off her compound eyes to save them for later when the ability's duration might be needed. Chi's voice rang out. The entire ship lost power, and the people who had been partying on deck panicked and began to talk anxiously. What's going on? Why did the power suddenly go out? It's so dark. Everyone hurry back to your cabins. The sailors appeared at the right moment, herding people back to their rooms like sheep. Feng Shang quietly informed everyone through the headset. Everyone listen to this, Qixi, and return to your rooms first. See what's going on. Just having escaped with his life and receiving the notice, Zhou felt uneasy. Captain, they haven't discovered me, have they? It's fine. Go back first. I'm right next to you, Feng Shang said. If something happens later, it'll come. Zhou responded and obediently returned to the room with everyone. People sobered up from the lights and wine, walking back in confusion and unease. What happened? Turning off the lights like that was really scary. That was the thought of ordinary humans. Don't make any rash moves. Go back to your rooms and wait, as he said. Don't come out without permission. Yes, that was the internal thought of the Special Management Bureau squad. Has anyone taken action? Which idiot alerted them? We still haven't found the person. Why are we being locked up? This isn't what the employer said. How are we supposed to handle this kind of unexpected situation? Thought the freelance ability user who had taken the job. Why you didn't think that much. Lia somehow found out where she was, and when she arrived Yuyu was halfway hanging over the railing, eager to leap. Miss you. According to Lord Kiss instructions to ensure your safety, you'd better come back to your room with me now. Lia made a polite beckoning gesture. The girl jumped down, nodded, and having no objections followed him back. Can you tell me what happened? Yuyu pressed against the door crack to look at Lia standing outside, curiosity in her round, childlike eyes. The power system malfunctioned. The creature answered blankly. The waves suddenly surged, violently battering the great ship, rolling up layer after layer of towering swells, as if intent on swallowing the vessel. That I want the truth. The girl's voice seemed imbued with magic, carrying an irresistible command. Like an oracle. That a meddlesome little ant slipped into the crowd and found my precious ingredients. Chis' face flashed through the zombie's mind, and he involuntarily murmured the superior's order. Find him for me. After listening, Yuyu closed the door and returned to her room. The zombie, still muttering to itself, turned and instinctively gathered in a certain direction. She didn't see it in the warm, bright cabin. Yuyu sat on the soft bed, pondering what Lia had said. What ants, what ingredients? Did someone discover something and get seen by Cheese? No, that's not right. They're still searching now, so it shouldn't have been seen. Why Yuyu knew that besides official psychics like them, there were also civilian psychics on this boat who had been hired to look for the person. For a moment she couldn't be sure which side had stepped on a landmine, except for the ship's most luxurious VIP suites. Most of the remaining rooms were these 10-person guest rooms with bunk beds, only one bathroom, cramped, narrow, and damp. Room 104 housed 10 people. 5 of them were civilian psychics, all members of the same team of powered operatives hired by the same person. The highest ranking among them was an animal-type Glass. Everyone followed his orders and called him Brother Xing. Xing's mutation manifested as a sea snake, which was well suited to this kind of maritime mission. He was an old mercenary, and after taking the job he did not act rashly. Instead he ordered his team to observe first and look for opportunities to get into those sealed rooms. Their employer was a young man who asked them to find his father, who had been missing from the Black Pearl for 4 months, then kill him. Most of the mercenaries who boarded the ship were there to find someone, and a small number of employers had asked them to investigate the affair of the ageless mermaid banquet. Only after boarding did they discover that the ship was strangely bewitching. Everyone unconsciously fell under its spell, like being possessed, and completely forgot about their missions. They didn't even realize where they'd sailed to. What if this so-called kiss was taking them to some mermaid island that was a highly contaminated area? Shinga thought for a moment. It seemed they really had no way out. Why now they'd probably covered more than half the journey. If they abandoned ship and tried to flee, not to mention how slim their chances of success would be, they would be utterly disoriented in these waters and couldn't find their way. Shinga knew this was a 3-level contamination zone. He hadn't paid much attention at the time, but after boarding the ship a creeping sense of dread had slowly taken hold of him, even though not a single monster had appeared yet. His brain was frantically urging him to leave. Everything felt like the calm before a storm until Kiss broadcast. Everyone was forced back to their rooms and their movements restricted, and that sense of fear rose to its peak. The room was very quiet. No one knew what to do. There are no monsters showing up on the surface. They don't even have targets. Even if they had strength, there's nowhere to use it for now. Brother Xing, what do we do? I feel this broadcast is really weird, saying the power system failed. It was clearly fine just now. This looks like a deliberate blackout. A lackey asked timidly, raising his hand. Nonsense, of course I can tell. Brother Xing snapped. We don't even know what this person intends. Let them do whatever trick they want. We'll deal with it when it comes. With so many Esper types, they should be useful somehow, right? The other 5 ordinary humans were even more mentally affected than they were. Right now they sat on the beds like walking corpses, dazed, as if still lost in the recent hallucination. These people are all crazy, another person said, looking at their expressions and shaking his head. Ordinary people have very weak mental strength and are easily controlled. They don't know anything now. They're all waiting for that so-called mermaid feast. As they were speaking, strange noises and sounds spread from outside. It sounded like something being dragged across the floor, making quite a racket. Someone couldn't help but step forward to check. There was a small peephole in the cabin door that allowed a view of the outside. An utterly terrified scream escaped his mouth as a pair of dull, murky eyes met his through the cat's eye. Chapter 41. Baby, go help mommy see what's happening outside. The phone had lost signal since boarding the ship. Yuyu sat on the bed and, as usual, let little Bone out to keep her company. The little creature that had been toddling uncertainly on the blanket a moment ago suddenly stopped, standing in place as if deep in thought. Its small skull craned forward as if sensing something. What's wrong? Yuyu asked casually while tasting the floral tea Leah had carefully prepared for her. The tea carried a sweet fragrance she had never smelled before. A single sip seemed to soothe her entirely. The cold sea wind howled outside the window, waves battered the hull, and Yuyu leisurely hid in her room, feeling a peculiar warmth. This warmth was soon interrupted by a piercing scream. Before this, Yuyu had never imagined that a man could make such a high-pitched scream. As if his courage had been screamed out along with it, she stayed in the room, hearing no movement, but strange and eerie sounds faintly came from over there. Curiosity got the better of Yuyu. She wanted to open the door to take a look. No matter what noises you hear, do not open the door. Kai's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Yuyu recalled his warning over the broadcast just now. Baby, fly out and see what's going on outside for mommy. Yuyu confidently commanded the little bone dragon. The little bone dragon was already swooning over that gentle baby, and at the words it didn't hesitate and slipped out. It didn't want to fall for it either, but the mother goddess called it baby. With 3-level high concealment, being unnoticed was ridiculously easy. The little bone dragon flew quietly into the corridor and saw nothing unusual. Through its live feed, Yuyu clearly saw her personal butler standing at her door like a block of wood. His features so relaxed and distorted because he didn't need to pretend that he was unbearable to look at. Room 104. The one who screamed was a brank mercenary. He had been caught off guard by a pair of terrifying eyes in the cat's pupil and, unable to hold himself, broke down. His cry succeeded in attracting the attention of the creature outside the door. One dull thud after another sounded, thud thud thud, as if someone were pounding monotonously on his heart. He felt every cell in his body screaming. Those eyes were firmly imprinted in his mind, and when he closed his own eyes he still saw those dull, murky eyeballs. He felt like he was being watched. The monster was right outside the door at this very moment, knocking patiently but violently. Please open the door. That Kai's voice came from outside the door, the man smiling broadly. Routine inspection. No one dared to open the door. Xing. What do we do? The younger brothers looked to Xing for help. That class guy was already crouched down, clutching his head, incoherent. What are you afraid of? Xing scolded, frustrated at their lack of backbone. Nothing's even happened yet. Look at you all. Why is everyone so terrified? How pathetic. They hadn't even faced them directly, and their people were already scared out of their wits. Knock, knock, knock. Kai's politely knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside. Then him coming in. He regretfully took out his key. Inside, the trembling, quail-like group. You have a key? What the hell are you knocking for? Shinga closed his eyes, heard the lock slowly turning, and tightened his long knife at his waist. The sound rang like a nervous buzzing at the tip of everyone's heart, tightening everyone's nerves. At last, with a crack, the hatch was pushed open, and in an instant everyone's hearts jumped into their throats. The weapons in their hands were primed and ready, every means of survival instantly activated, as if they were about to face some terrifying presence the next second. A creature's instinct is to survive. But only one well-dressed man stood outside the door. Yuri inclined himself slightly and said politely, "Good day, everyone. I brought a repairman to inspect your room outside." Everything seemed normal. The elegant ship owner asked politely, "May I come in?" Their nerves relaxed for a moment, but the instant the thing behind him appeared, they tightened up again. The repairman he had mentioned was a huge walrus. This walrus had a human face, its eyes gray and murky, lacking any of the clear, innocent look animals usually have. Its fur and skin were slick, stitched with patch after patch of material that couldn't be identified, which made its coloring impossible to discern. The one that had just locked eyes with that Class B was this walrus. It was seen slowly shuffling indoors together with Chisi, and people instinctively parted to make a way for it. The monster's expression remained one of pain and despair, but its movements were methodical. A wing resembling a human arm reached out and, as if quite proper, lifted a toolbox. But no one found the scene funny. They only felt fear and strangeness. "Dear guest, there will be other guests resting at night. Please do not make noise. This is the first time. If it happens again, we will have to take certain measures, Kai said with a smiling reminder. After all, our master does not like noise. An impolite guest like you cannot go up to Mermaid Island to see the master. That Blevel agent never expected that his shout would actually cause no trouble, and would only earn him a verbal warning. He covered his mouth and kept nodding. He turned his head unintentionally. The repairman, who should have been inspecting properly, happened to raise his head and look at him, and a hint of an emotion he couldn't read showed in his dim, murky eyes. Startled, his heart gave another jolt, and he hurriedly looked away. By the way, may I ask which guest went down to the lower hold tonight? Kai smiled as he tossed out another question. A little mouse ran into the granary and ruined the precious supplies. I need to find this little mouse and report back to my master, he said. No one answered him. Kai's waited patiently for a while, predictably receiving no response. Since no one answered, I'll have to solve it my own way then? Chess shrugged, looking helpless. A minute later, the repairman walked out with half a bloodied, mangled body in his mouth. Satisfied, the cramped space was splattered with blood. Everyone stood frozen where they were. Chess took out a snow-white handkerchief and wiped the blood that had accidentally splashed on his face, apologizing. Sorry to have startled you, but your room is fine now. The half of the body that had been carried off belonged to an ordinary person. He was unconscious, without even a cry. Chapter 42. Give me back my things. After such a terrifying event, the entire room 104 was silent for a long time, because whenever that walrus made a move, they seemed to be pinned to the spot by a dreadful psychic force and could not move, let alone rescue anyone. The fear that welled up inside made everyone tightly shut their eyes. That hat was in Sklass. Someone murmured that if those monsters are all shrank, then keys. He didn't finish the sentence, but everyone could guess what he meant. At the very least, keys was a double shrank elite. Shinga looked very gloomy and said nothing. When Keys left, he thoughtfully closed their door for them. A moment later, a high-pitched female voice came from next door. Everyone heard her terrified cries. I didn't go to the lower hold. Don't grab me. Help. From another angle, you also heard Chi's helpless voice. Ma'am, please do not shout. You are seriously disturbing the other passengers on the ship. The woman was still wearing a splendid gown, but her expression and bearing were like those of a shrew, extremely rude. And oh no. Don't grab me. Please, I'm begging you. I didn't do anything. She saw the half-bitten, bloodied body clutched in the repairman's mouth and felt completely numbed. A minute later, the limp woman was supported by sailors and dragged back into the crowd. Heavens no. I really didn't mean to lay hands on a lady, Kai said helplessly to the mechanic beside him. You know me, am always a gentleman. The walrus nodded in agreement. Yuyu watched the ridiculous scene while thinking that quite a few people must have gone to the lower hold just now. She just didn't know what those creatures were using to judge. She remembered there were clearly no monitors in the lower hold. From the perspective of the young bone dragon, Kai's had checked room after room. Not everyone was eaten by the mechanic like that first person. More people were pulled out and, unknowingly, escorted by the sailors, a long line trailing behind. The large dormitory for ordinary guests was quickly screened, and Kai's led people up to the VIP second floor. Yuyu remembered that Zhou Jin's room seemed to be number 1. They had just been talking together on the deck. Judging by the direction he went, it looked like he had gone down to the hold to investigate. Sure enough, before long Zhou Jin was brought out. Although he still forced a calm expression, the anxiety in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. When Zhou Jin heard the announcement, he knew it was bad. Most likely had been discovered. He could faintly hear activity over there. As he whispered to the team leader, room doors were pushed open one by one. Besides him, another teammate who had gone to the lower compartment to plant mini explosives was also taken out. Don't be afraid. Apart from the first person, the rest are fine. You two go with them for now. While keeping yourselves safe, try to see what they're planning, Fengsheng reassured him. If you have to use your ability, survival comes first. From now on, stay in contact with me and describe your surroundings as best you can. Yes, Zhou Jin replied softly. He looked up and met Kai's meaningful gaze. Damn, you've noticed me? Zhou Jin's heart jolted. Then Kai's looked away. The repairman walrus didn't come up. Zhou Jin and Xiao Lu from the team exchanged a glance and silently stood together. The crowd was very quiet. Not a single person spoke. Zhou Jin observed that most of them looked numb, like walking corpses, with no intention of resisting. Only a few faces were especially expressive, displaying fear and panic, and because Kai's had earlier said he didn't like noisy guests, They didn't dare open their mouths, seeming even to breathe cautiously. Zhou counted. There were about 15 or 16 people in the group, among whom he could sense at least 4 other espers. Counting the 2 of them, there were 6 in all. If anything unexpected happened later, acting together might buy them a way out. Thinking this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Soon Yu's door was knocked on. "Please come in." The girl's voice was soft, mellow and ethereal, easily bringing pleasant images to mind. But for some reason, Kai's body trembled. He remembered the duplicate that had always followed the owner of the Black Pearl, and the suffocating pressure that had tightly gripped him a moment ago seemed to sweep over him again. After seeing the girl's pretty, delicate face, he respectfully bowed slightly and said, "Sorry to bother you, miss you. Just a routine check." He went through the motions, glanced around the room, didn't even step into the cabin, and said, "There's nothing wrong with your room. I wish you a pleasant journey." Why you didn't understand. Why was this Kes attitude so strange? "Thank you," she replied, then watched him quietly close the door and go to someone else's room. A boundless black mist billowed, covering the active volcano. The creature let out a roar that shook the heavens and leapt from the crater. Half its face was molten lava, the other half human. Its entire body seemed assembled from lava, looking bizarre and beautiful. Gasso. The thick mist, almost tangible, churned as the boy's voice rang out cold and cruel. The lava creature opened its mouth, its voice coarse and unpleasant. "How did you find this place? You think I couldn't find you just because he protects you?" The boy sneered, full of contempt. Where the black fog spread, everything was dyed a lifeless gray. Gasso frowned. "What do you want?" "Give me back my things." The massive scythe plunged into the ground. The curve of the hook had a keen beauty. The youth's silhouette shimmered in the black fog and, at a speed too fast for the naked eye to track, charged at the lava creature. Where calamity reached, it could reap and devour all life. The ghostly scythe, wrapped in black fog, viciously hooked into Gasso's chest. That piece immediately withered at a pace visible to the eye, turning into gray dust. But the lava creature acted as if it couldn't be harmed. It reversed its grip and seized the scythe's handle. The youth's movements were uncanny, giving it no chance to strike. He vanished in an instant, then reappeared behind it and slashed off its left arm. Gasso finally realized this monster was for real. With a low growl, the severed hand instantly regrew. 2 terrifying high-level beings fought savagely atop the volcano, thunderclouds churning. No creature dared approach that area. Chapter 43. Take off your hood and talk. After an inspection, the ship returned to normal and the lights came back on. Chi's gentle, low voice sounded slightly distorted over the broadcast. "Dear guests, good evening. The Black Pearl's power system has been repaired. We apologize for the inconvenience." The guests in their splendid clothes returned to the deck. And surprisingly, no one cared that some companions had already been taken away. Oblivious, they sank back into the golden lights. Yuyu stayed inside the cabin and didn't go out. Little Bone bobbed back and told her the ship was approaching a high-level presence with a very strong aura. This was within her expectations. The destination this time was Mermaid Island, presumably the lair of that boss, and the master should also be there. Zhou followed the group. After turning a corner, the light grew noticeably dimmer, the icy sea breeze slapped at their cheeks, and people gradually sobered up, seeing their current predicament and becoming panic-stricken. "Oh, it's happening. What are they doing? Why are so many people surrounding us? What's going on?" "I don't know, I only remember getting on the ship there were a lot of handsome guys and beautiful girls like we were at some kind of ball. How did we go from attending that to this? What is that smell on these sailors? Holy shit." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone frowned in strong agreement. The air was thick with the smell of seafood, salty and fishy, unbearably so. Once they reached a deserted spot and everyone's minds began to clear, the sailors finally revealed their true faces. The stiff human faces above the collars of their uniforms no longer hid anything. They all reverted to identical salted fish. Their lower bodies were still human, but just changing the head was horrifying enough. Someone couldn't help exclaiming aloud, "Ah! What kind of monster is this? So terrifying. How did it turn into a fish? Is it a headpiece? How could it be a headpiece? Wake up. Look closely. How could this possibly be a headpiece?" The sailors' real faces were comical and odd rather than truly frightening. They didn't seem very deadly, so people hadn't started running around in panic. Zhou face had already gone dark. He felt he was losing control of his hands. Brother Zhou, calm down. Xiao Lu grabbed Zhou Jin's twitching hand and murmured a reminder. These monsters haven't made a move yet. Wait a bit. The monsters really hadn't attacked. They didn't even seem inclined to. They were simply dutifully watching over the group, preventing them from running off. Then they took advantage of the time to relax and reveal their true forms. After all, pretending to be human is pretty exhausting. The sailors drove these bewildered humans down to the hold. Zhou Jin became alert when he saw the room full of mermaids. His composure visibly collapsed. Xiao Lu asked him with concern, "What's wrong, Brother Zhou? Is there a problem?" Zhou Jin didn't hide it from him either. He made a small motion and pointed at that cabin. "I came down to the lower deck earlier and saw mermaids." Xiao Lu was also taken aback. "What? Mermaids?" Zhou Jin covered his mouth. "Keep your voice down." Xiao Liu's little move just now drew some attention. A few people were already looking over this way, whispering. But more people were puzzled about why these sailors had brought them here. Because of the strange heads of these salted fish guys, no one dared to go up and speak to them for the time being. However, there are always people brave enough to try new things. Naturally, there were also daredevils who went to talk to the salted fish. "Hey, what did you bring us to this godforsaken place for?" A man couldn't help but speak up. He was burly and looked not easy to mess with. He stepped forward, grabbed one sailor by the collar, and said stubbornly, "I paid that much for a ticket. What kind of service is this? We're here to find the secret of immortality, not to come to this pitch-black place to watch you cosplay as salted fish. Take that headpiece off." Salted fish sailors. Are you being polite? These fish had no thoughts, no personalities. Being grabbed by the collar barely elicited any reaction, so the man grew even more wanton. Assuming they'd been paid to be too afraid to speak up. "What are you playing at, pretending to be dead?" The man reached up to grab the sailor's head, trying to pull it off. "What the hell are you putting on airs for? Take off the hood and talk to me." The sailors' heads nearly came off. Finally one reacted. The sailor whose head was being pulled turned his head slowly, his dead fish eyes staring unblinking at the man. "Don't move." The man was startled by his strange appearance and couldn't pull the hood off no matter what, suddenly feeling a bit unnerved. He stubbornly kept pulling harder, but still failed. Then the salted fish sailor raised his arm and lifted him up. This non-human monster had absurdly great strength. The strong man had no chance to fight back. He flailed like a little chick, struggling in vain and cursing, "Put me down. I'm going to report you." By then the people nearby had already figured out roughly what was happening. They all looked terrified at the man struggling in the salted fish's hands and covered their mouths. The man struggled for a long time and finally realized something was wrong. He saw that this sailor's neck was also a fish, disappearing into his clothes, with no part that looked human. That he was frightened. His curses turned into cries for help and pleas for mercy, his voice breaking. "Help! Let go of me. What kind of monster is this? Help!" The sailor grabbed the man's collar, looked left and right, and finally carried the man away. The moment it took a step, the man suddenly fainted from fear, and his screams stopped abruptly. Zhou Jin watched with mixed feelings as the person and the monster left, and signaled to Xiao Lu. "Aren't we acting yet? They've already taken the people away." "Don't rush," Xiao Lu replied, equally conflicted. "We don't know how the captain is doing over there. Hold on a bit longer." Over with Fengshan, they were still planting bombs around the ship. The original plan had been to find an opportunity to install micro-explosives, and when they fought the master mid-journey, send the survivors into his special space and then blow up the Black Pearl directly. But now the master wasn't even on the ship, so they had no choice but to hold their positions and wait until they reached that so-called Mermaid Island before making any further plans. That if it really comes to it, just blow up Mermaid Island. After all, one of their teammates has the ability to make bombs, and there's no shortage of them. Besides, there aren't any obvious abnormalities on the ship right now, so we can't act yet, lest we accidentally hurt ordinary people. Zhou Jin clenched his fist, suppressing his growing agitation. Chapter 44 Mermaid. After that man was led away alone by the sailor, they continued forward. From here they could still see the view outside the ship. The sea was misty, and the direction ahead was unclear. Zhou Jin and the others were taken to a remote cabin, and the sailors only escorted them inside, seeming to have no other intention. Having learned from the example of the previous man, no one dared to step forward this time. They trembled like a flock of quail and obediently squatted in the room. The room looked unremarkable. Zhou heard the sound of a lock falling into place as the sailor's footsteps receded. Xiaolu, can your bomb blow this door open? Zhou asked, looking at the pitch-dark hatch. There was only a small window in the room. Moonlight spilled in, providing a little light. The hatch was made of wood. Xiaolu nodded. After the sailors locked them in the little dark room, they left. Zhou remembered the sharp-toothed mermaid in another cabin and couldn't help shivering. What do we do now? Just wait here? Zhou asked Xiaolu. They couldn't do this or that, had to keep from acting now they're locked up and still can't make any big moves. Xiaolu looked at him with a complicated expression. I finally understand why you couldn't be an undercover agent. With your temper, the moment you see a monster you want to strike. We're not even in a real contaminated zone yet, can't you save some combat effectiveness? Zhou closed his mouth in frustration. I know, he'll hold back. He awakened his ability last year, and was then recruited by the Special Management Bureau of District 16. Although his talent level was high, he was also an unstable factor, so he hadn't been given missions in high-level contaminated zones until 2 months of training after the exchange conference ended. Haicheng Ghost Stories is a notorious contaminated zone famous across the country and even worldwide. It was his first mission, so he was naturally excited and nervous, wanting to perform well. But Xiaolu was right. The higher the level of the contaminated zone, the more you have to keep your composure. He committed everything he had experienced to memory, then sat down obediently. Good evening, esteemed passengers. Our journey's terminus, Mermaid Island, will be reached in half an hour. Please prepare to disembark. A friendly reminder. For your personal safety, we ask that you remain in your cabins for the next half hour. Do not go out casually, and whatever you may see, please do not shout. Also, try to plug your ears as much as possible. When Key's voice came over the loudspeaker, Yuyu was leaning against the glass, looking out at the sky. In fact, the sea was gray and hazy, and there were no creatures near the Black Pearl. But as soon as Kai's finished speaking, Yuyu saw an island not far away surrounded by reefs. The island appeared very abruptly, as if it had materialized out of nowhere directly in the Black Pearl's path. From this side, each reef looked like a chocolate chip sprouting from the sea. On closer inspection, there seemed to be faint shapes of creatures sitting on them. Yuyu fixed her gaze, about to take a closer look, when she saw a man outside the window walking toward it with rapt eyes, murmuring something as he went. The VIP room's soundproofing was so good she couldn't make out his words, only his lip movements, and she could roughly tell he was saying mermaid mermaid? Yuyu wasn't sure if she had heard wrong. She followed the man's direction with her eyes. On a nearby rock, sure enough, a beautiful woman was singing with her mouth open. Chapter 45. Mermaid Island. If Zhou were here, he would notice that the creature sitting on the rock was completely different from the roomful of mermaids he had seen in the lower cabin. The being here was so beautiful it seemed like God's most exquisite creation. Its glassy eyes shone with a strange, bewitching light that made people involuntarily draw closer. The giant fishtail beneath her emitted a beautiful sheen in the silver moonlight, easily capturing everyone's gaze. Mermaid. That's a mermaid. So beautiful. More and more people gathered on the deck. They wanted to get closer to that beautiful and mysterious creature. A strange, wonderful song suddenly sounded in Yu's ears. The voice was very low and left her feeling dazed. Again, its mental power. She watched the group outside. Those people longing for the mermaid with a thoughtful look. She guessed that the monster had lured those ordinary cabins humans through song. After all, ordinary cabins aren't soundproof. Even Yuyu was nearly affected. Clearly the people hadn't heeded Chi's warning, nor had they plugged their ears. The first man had already reached the railing of the deck. He grabbed the edge of the rail, plunged into the sea with a splash, and then struggled to swim over in that direction. People began jumping down like dumplings, until Chi's exasperated voice sounded. Hey, don't go too far. A dozen ordinary people had already jumped, then activated their swimming skills and sped toward that direction. Those by the ship's side seemed to wake from a dream, looking at their inexplicable actions in fear and bewilderment. The mermaid's song stopped, and people regained their senses. The first man who had been tempted had already swum over to the mermaid. His hands clung tight to the reef as he tilted his head back, staring at it in a daze. The expression on the mermaid's face was gentle and pitying. It slowly lowered its head, as if responding to his gaze, then it slowly lifted its moist, pale arm as if to stroke him, and then its webbed claws dug violently into the man's skull. Someone on the shore had already cried out uncontrollably, But the man remained ignorant and unaware, as if feeling no pain at all. He was still staring at the mermaid with a rapt look, even trying to reach out his arms to embrace it. The mermaid opened her mouth wide the moment he lifted his body, revealing a sharp, terrifying oral apparatus, then bit off half his head. Blood sprayed everywhere. Yuyu. It's hard to imagine that such a beautiful, elegant creature could open its mouth so wide. The scene was so bloody and horrifying that the onlookers on the ship were too frightened to make a sound, and the man never struggled even once before he died, his willing sacrifice. He's dead. The monster is eating him. Finally someone couldn't hold back and cried out when the mermaid bit the man's corpse to pieces. That monster is eating him. What kind of place is this? Let us go back. Help. The crowd stirred. The mere people over there had finished eating and were still savoring it as they licked their fingers, while the dozen or so people soaking in the sea suddenly came to, and the blood blooming not far off spread out as they scrambled and crawled back, swimming in a panic. Honored guests, up ahead is Mermaid Island, Kai said with a smile. I told everyone to plug your ears earlier because the mere people here collect a toll from passersby. If you aren't careful, you'll be tempted to jump into the sea and become a sacrifice to enter Mermaid Island. The mermaids, having eaten and drunk their fill, flicked their tails contentedly. The reefs that were blocking the Black Pearl from docking stirred, and in no time vanished without a trace. When they reached Mermaid Island, the Black Pearl's mental influence disappeared completely. Every human on board suddenly became acutely aware of the predicament they were now in. Countless thick tentacles scooped the people in the water up and mercilessly threw them back onto the ship. The Black Pearl accelerated and finally reached the shore. Monsters! Monsters! So many monsters! Someone had already been scared senseless, snot and tears streaming as they pointed at the sea and the side of the ship. Help! Someone shouted, trying to get rescue in this godforsaken place. Please save us! Spare us! What's wrong with you guests? Kais was surprised. Back at the base camp he no longer pretended. His lower body relaxed into transparent tentacles. He narrowed his eyes and said, Mermaid Island has many beautiful corals and countless treasures. The Black Pearl has never welcomed guests ashore. Don't you want to go up and search for treasure? There's also the Mermaid Banquet. Didn't everyone come for the Mermaid Banquet? The Mermaid Banquet is about to begin. The merfolk gathered not far off, eyeing the crew like predators, inadvertently bearing terrifying fangs. Kais ordered the stunned, numb captain to helm the ship, and drove the terrified, speechless crew onto the island. Once they reached Mermaid Island, the monsters dropped their disguises. The sailors fully revealed their true, salted salmon natures. The personal butler Lia slapped himself against the transparent window through which Yuyu was looking out, and the pale-faced zombies' eyeballs practically popped out of their sockets. Yuyu. Unable to bear looking, Yuyu averted her eyes. Kais glanced over casually and saw the butler-uniformed zombie baring its teeth and claws. Thinking Yuyu hadn't noticed, he quickly plucked the zombie off and threw it aside. This one must not be frightened. Otherwise Lord Yuri would surely not let him off after the ship docked. The sailors drove the trembling humans onto the boat, and the VIP rooms were knocked on one by one. It was Kais who knocked on Yuyu's door. The tooth glassbox jellyfish was very obedient in front of the young girl, respectfully even avoiding eye contact. Miss Yu, Mermaid Island has arrived. The master has been awaiting you on the island for some time. Please disembark. Yuyu's compound I had just opened. Upon hearing him she wanted to pounce and cover his mouth, but then remembered the compound I couldn't record sound, so she refrained with what he said. Never mind the bureau, if anyone on their squad heard it, they'd be finished. Yuyu thought for a moment and gently warned, Mr. Kais, watch your words. The two talking alone might not be a problem, but if anyone pulled them out for a look, even a blind person could see the trick. Kais thought she wanted to keep a low profile and hurriedly said, Miss Yu, rest assured. After we arrive on the island I'll take you to meet the master alone. No one will find out. Yuyu. What to do, saying that makes her sound even more like an undercover agent. The tentacles hidden around the Mermaid Island sensed a familiar presence, waved excitedly, and twistedly welcomed her arrival, meanwhile passing the news to the island's main body. The Mother Goddess has come. The Mother Goddess has come to see Yuri. Chapter 46. The merfolk lantern. At some point, the guests seemed to have become lambs led to the slaughter, silently driven forward by the monsters. Yuyu was the last to disembark. She exchanged a glance with Feng Sheng ahead of her. then saw Zhou and the others being driven off the other side of the boat. The compound eyes began to work, taking all of this in. Most people's mental state was still okay. Apart from panic and confusion, there didn't seem to be any other reaction. But the group that included Zhou looked much worse. Their way of walking was very strange, as if they were treading on knife tips. Each person's face was horribly contorted in pain. At the same time, Yuyu noticed something. Under the moonlight, faint silver scales seemed to be appearing on each of their faces. Zhou expression grew even more hostile. He had seen these people in this cabin begin to mutate with his own eyes, yet he couldn't find any reason at all. He could only watch helplessly as they writhed in pain and wailed, scales slowly forming on their faces. The process was baffling and strange, and none of these espers showed much in the way of reaction. Seeing this group about to be taken in a different direction from them, Feng Sheng hurriedly called in a low voice, "Zhou, acknowledge please. Captain, I'm here." "What is happening to those being taken to the lower hold?" Feng Sheng asked. His brow deeply furrowed. With his eyesight, he naturally noticed that this group was unusual. "I can't explain it, Captain." Zhou clutched his head in pain. "I can't find the cause of their mutation. After we were taken inside, the room was filled with a strange gas, and before long we all passed out. I don't know how long we were unconscious. When we woke up, they had become like this." The crowd's crying and clamor covered their conversation. The sailors surrounding them had no capacity for thought, so they naturally paid no attention to what the two humans were whispering about. "It looks like they're going to split us up." Zhou noticed they were already falling further behind the main force and hurriedly said, "The communicator signal seems to be getting worse. If they make a move later, have Delu fire a signal flare into the sky. I'll do my best to organize the psychics in our team to help. Delu and Xiaolu are twins, and both of their abilities are bomb-making. Right now each of them is accompanying one side, which is very convenient. There is a peculiar telepathic link between twin psychics. The signal flare Feng Jin mentioned is the way this pair of twins communicate. No matter how far apart they are, the moment a flare is launched they can sense each other's presence and approximate location. This is also one of the squad's trump cards." Feng Sheng listened to the intermittent reports, nodded and said, "Understood. You must also stay safe. You don't have to wait for my signal if a monster threatens your lives. Take action immediately." Yuyu was mingling in the crowd too. She dawdled over to Feng Sheng, lowered her voice and said, "I'm going to use my psychic power to cloak myself now." They were already at the battlefield. The recorder had one task only: to protect themselves while documenting every characteristic of the contaminated zone record as much as possible. "There are a lot of people here, a real mixed bunch, perfect for playing at disappearing." Feng Sheng nodded, then saw a soft, restrained golden light ripple across the person's body, and then they vanished completely. He had also seen the ability of the other recorder, Yu. He directly transformed into an unremarkable stone. That low profile could fool everyone, never mind monsters. But Yu's concealment was even more exquisite. She disappeared into thin air right in front of everyone. Feng Sheng was astonished, thinking, "Is this the potency of 8,000 spirit power?" In fact, Yu's shielding was also a form of psychic influence. Her psychic power was higher than everyone else's, and except for high-level 3S beings, no creature could escape her shield. So when she disappeared, not a single person noticed anything amiss. There were many ponds and caves on Mermaid Island. Along the way you could see merfolk of various sizes soaking in the pool, some as small as fish fry, others as large as an adult man in form, only with their lower bodies transformed into gorgeous, beautiful tails. Having seen how a merperson here once took a toll and bit off someone's head, no one dared to be careless toward these seemingly beautiful, gentle creatures. They stared at the flock of lambs with green, lustrous eyes, watching with keen interest like a pack of wolves fixated on prey, unabashedly displaying a fierce hunger. But the box jelly guided the way up front, and the salted fish sailors clung closely around the crowd. They couldn't pull one out to make a midnight snack. Yuyu dutifully recorded everything into the compound eye, even transmitting back the terrifying fangs revealed when some merperson by the roadside yawned with their mouth wide open. Compound eye psychic. Zzz. These mermaids couldn't sense her presence, so Yuyu stepped forward with ease and snapped close-up shots. Mysterious beautiful green eyes, seaweed-like soft wet black hair, pallid, pale skin, and that magnificent fishtail. After photographing the mermaids, Yuyu moved on to photograph the salty sailors, capturing every detail from head to toe, making everything crystal clear. The camera pulled in from a distance and even caught some unlucky guy scared so badly he wet his pants. Fengxiang still hadn't made a move, so Yuyu followed the group at a yarn or two for distance, watching them walk into a huge cave. The cave was very bright. Yuyu took a closer look. The light all came from a kind of oil lamp, which looked terrifying, as if made from the heads of aged-old Mont eye sockets hollow. The lamp oil congealed inside the skulls. Up close there was a faint, unusual fragrance quite peculiar. These lamps are called merfolk lamps. Both the lamp oil and the lamp's construction use a very precious material. Do you all smell the fragrance in the air? This is what you seek. Stay in this cave a little longer and you will extend your life. The merfolk banquet will be held here shortly. Kiss introduced cheerfully. At the merfolk banquet our host will personally appear and dine with everyone. The secret to immortality will also be revealed at the banquet, so please remain patient. The people, who had been panicked before, fell silent upon entering the cave. They couldn't help but take deep breaths of the cave's fragrant air, and after hearing Kiss' introduction they wished they could clutch the lamps to their chests. Although the place was a bit eerie, as long as it granted immortality, such strangeness was nothing. The rich circles were already superstitious and foolish. Their vitality could not satisfy their ambition to acquire wealth, so they would stop at nothing to obtain immortality. Chapter 47 Does the Mother Goddess dislike Yuri? The people in the cave inhaled greedily and obsessively. Kishi watched the familiar scene with satisfaction and lifted his mental control over them from then on. Without deliberate guidance, they would stay here and never leave. Fengxiang looked at these people, who were gradually going mad, with a complicated expression. He also caught a faint scent in the air, but unlike the others, he thought the fragrance had a bit of a rotten note to it. The more he smelled it, the more nauseating it became. He glanced at the other few ability users. Some of them were also frowning subtly. This shark person lamp definitely has something wrong with it. Kiss led everyone further in. The cave entrance didn't reveal much at first, but the deeper they went, the more and more golden glitter began to appear. The precious blue crystal and the pink diamond that could fetch a sky-high price at auction here are only decorations. Besides the shark person lamp casting light, the cave ceiling is studded with countless fist-sized luminous pearls, making the whole cavern as bright as data. So rich. Fengxiang heard someone marvel, "This big diamond looks familiar. I think it was an item at a foreign royal auction last century, and it fetched an astronomical price back then." A clear-headed psychic explained. "Wasn't it later taken away by some Marchioness? Coincidentally, that Marchioness later boarded the Black Pearl, which sank, and many treasures became unique items from then on. Didn't expect to see it here. This really is wealth brought by the Black Pearl. This is simply unbelievable. This cave clearly can satisfy all human desires. Immortality, wealth. It's like Pandora's box, full of temptations that you can't take your eyes off. Do you think we could cut a piece and take it with us?" Someone fantasized. "If we could take even one piece from here and sell it, the money would be enough for the rest of our lives." I don't know, all these things are making my head spin. Don't ask me which piece to take. If I could, I'd load them all up and take them away. What are you all thinking? Aren't you afraid this cave might be tricky? A clear-headed person poured cold water on them. This fucking place is a Class 3S contamination zone. We might not even get out alive. What are you doing daydreaming here? Did the employer tell you where the people you're supposed to find are? At these words everyone fell silent, exchanging glances. Right, they were here to complete a mission. They were hired to find someone, so where exactly did those missing people go? Fengxiang was accompanied by Lu and 2 other team members. They kept vigilantly scanning their surroundings and were not distracted by the treasures. Kais, who walked ahead, was constantly smiling, pretending not to notice their behavior, with an air of indifference as if it were commonplace. Over the years, no human had ever set foot on Mermaid Island, but he had some idea of the master's wealth. So many precious jewels used to pave the cavern, it was understandable that these greedy humans were nearly drooling in astonishment. There was a corner ahead. After turning it, the light grew stronger, as if it led to another world. Clearly, the main hall of the mermaid banquet was right there. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath and cautiously follow Kai's inside. Once they entered the main hall, they understood why it was so bright. The entire hall was constructed from gold bricks. Compared to the outside, every decoration here could be summed up with the words luxurious and extravagant. The grandeur leaving people dumbfounded. "Master Yuri, the guests have all arrived." When Kai said this, That vague notion in Yu's mind finally became concrete. One of the creatures she had written about, the tentacled monster Yuri, was based on the blue-ringed octopus. Yuyu had enlarged it countless times. A marine creature that adored anything that glittered gold, and it had a little hobby of its own, cooking dark, bizarre dishes. How to put it? When Yuyu first set it up, it was designed to use several claws working together, with its cooking skill set to the highest, but Yuri's curiosity always made it want to try something unusual. Its previous bizarre dishes had no audience, but now they did. Feng Shang's gaze was already firmly captivated by the man in front of him. The master had a refined face, his features so perfectly handsome that no flaw could be found. If the merman outside were the creator's proudest works, then he was God's beloved favorite. Almost as soon as he stepped into the banquet hall, an overwhelming sense of terror swept over him. Feng Shang could clearly feel that this was a Class 3 level horror, and he finally understood where the real difficulty of this mission lay. He couldn't even imagine how a body that looked human could contain the core of such a monster. But fortunately, the oppressive feeling lasted only an instant. It quickly subsided. The host looked to have prepared carefully today. He wore an expensive suit, and even a modest black cuff seemed to conceal secrets. At first glance, this tall, long-legged man looked like the scion of a wealthy family, and no one would associate this ordinary human with a monster. Yuri scanned the crowd but did not see the person he was looking for. His excited, thrilled mood instantly evaporated. Come in. He waved listlessly, letting Kais arrange seats for the guests. The Mother Goddess? Where is the Mother Goddess? He had clearly just felt the Mother Goddess' presence. Where is the Mother Goddess? Could it be that she doesn't want to see him? Does the Mother Goddess no longer want Yuri? The master wore an inscrutable expression, but any clear-eyed person could see that he was in a bad mood. Yuri is a very willful child. He can't find the person he's looking for, and he's too lazy even to go through the motions. This whole spread of newly developed dishes was meant to placate those people. The feast he wanted to present to the Mother Goddess still wasn't finished. Yuri vanished from the spot in an instant, leaving behind a bewildered kiss. When Yuyu saw this, her good little one had actually run off, so she hung her bracelet on the cave ceiling, forming a fixed surveillance camera, and followed the aura she could sense outward. As Yuri's creator, Yuyu could tell from the droop at the corner of his mouth that he was beginning to get impatient. She didn't know why, but she was still prepared to go look for him. The mental barrier Yuyu created was enhanced by her writing. An ordinary barrier could fool those below 3S, but this strengthened version would be undetectable even if the Heavenly King himself came looking for her. So Yuyu left without anyone knowing. The compound eyes were still dutifully operating, only the constantly flashing red light warning that the power was about to run out. Why Yuyu didn't realize that because it was her first use, she couldn't quite control the timing, so the final battle scene would probably be impossible to film. Chapter 48. Anomaly. Yuyu was still a human body after all and couldn't vanish on the spot like Yuri. Once she stepped out of the cave, her mental shield came down, and the little bone dragon crouched on her shoulder, curiously looking around. The most common creatures on the island were merfolk. The whole island was very damp, with puddles and small lakes everywhere, and they could swim along the waterways straight out to sea. The moment Yuyu emerged from the cave, she could feel several pairs of eyes on her. The green, glistening gazes were like a pack of wolves in the jungle, watching the prey that had wandered into their circle. The mermaids made no move, but those fascinated gazes were hard to ignore. Fafnir beside them felt each of those looks as well. He let out a fierce low growl, and a 3-level pressure radiated from his small body, carrying a thoroughly terrifying deterrent. Do not offend the Mother God. Do not show disrespect to the Mother God. Human language came awkwardly and laboriously from its mouth, and the merfolk bowed their heads in alarm. Most of these merfolk were brank monsters. Taking out a single one wouldn't be difficult. The trouble was that this was at sea, and there were a great many of them. But no matter how many there are, in the face of absolute superiority they can only submit. The merfolk clearly hadn't expected such a powerful presence to be beside this prey, and immediately dared not underestimate her. All right, little bone, we have other matters now, don't bother with them. Yuyu smiled as she soothed the fiercely cute little bone dragon. What matters now is finding Yuri in case a fight breaks out later and it hasn't been recalled yet. What if the cub gets hurt? The little bone dragon had no idea another creature was about to come share its spoiling. It was still lost in the shiver of the Mother Goddess touching its skull, obediently nodding and crouching back on her shoulder. It had already warned those ugly things. They shouldn't dare be disrespectful to the mother goddess again. The merfolk were indeed frightened by the little bone dragon. They no longer dared to treat Yuyu as prey and watched them swagger away. But the little bone dragon's current form really wasn't intimidating. Although this delicate, adorable little toy emitted enough deterrence, there were always some bold ones who wanted to try. A particularly sturdy-looking merman glanced covertly in the direction they had left his tail, compared with the drab-colored tails of the two merfolk beside him, was extraordinarily resplendent. It seemed as if all the most beautiful colors in the world had gathered on that huge, magnificent tail. Merfolk ranks are determined by the color of their tails. Its power surpassed most of its kin, so its ambition was unusually great. After all, monsters can devour one another. If it could eat this seemingly diminutive high-level one, and then swallow that human, it would achieve absolute high-level evolution, allowing it to leap from a rank to a new 2s. Merfolk are proud, aloof creatures, and the strongest Greya is especially arrogant. Apart from the 2s glass box jellyfish and the 3s glass blue-ringed octopus, it was the island's highest-ranked being. It ruled over all the merfolk on the island and long refused to bow to those two high-levels. So it, overestimating itself, set its sights on Fafnir, attempting to devour its power to strengthen itself. The human and the beast had already gone far, completely unaware that they had been targeted. Mermaid Island was especially large, and pearls of various sizes and qualities could be found everywhere. Yuyu had never seen a pearl bigger than her own head and couldn't imagine how big the mermaid who cried it must be. Curious, Yuyu picked up the great pearl. The little bone dragon was also intrigued by the smooth, beautiful orb and moved from Yuyu's shoulder onto the pearl she was cradling. Greya had been secretly following them, and after seeing Yuyu picking up pearls she felt even more disdainful. Sure enough, humans are weak and greedy. They treasure nothing more than some of their own excretions. Yuyu walked for a while and noticed something strange. The surroundings were dim, but she sensed the terrain here seems to be constantly changing. She had clearly just walked past that spot, but she quickly circled back. The pit where she had picked up the pearl was still there. She could feel a little tail following her, but she paid it no mind. Gods do not bother with little ants. Zhou and the others were taken to a small cave. The cave was pitch black, only a few luminous pearls giving off a faint light. Apart from the uninfected psychics, this small group of people were already somewhat delirious. Their movements grew increasingly difficult. Almost as soon as they entered the cave they would collapse to the ground wailing. Their skin became dry, small patches of scales appeared on their faces, and gill-like organs used by fish to breathe formed behind their ears. There were pools inside the cave and people almost couldn't wait to plunge into them. There were only 2 guards at the cave entrance, both dried-up salted fish with no brains and not very lethal. Ordinary humans infected have already gone down into the pool. Those still on the shore are all psychics. My name is Zhou, Special Management Bureau Commissioner. The young man's steady voice echoed in the cave, successfully drawing everyone's attention. It was Zhou's first mission too, and he wasn't very familiar with the role of leader. Bracing himself, he showed his credentials and said, I think everyone has a vague idea of the situation we're in now. The Special Management Bureau has rated the Haiqing anomalies as 3s level. The danger far exceeds our expectations. A sudden inexplicable mutation. A 2s glass box jellyfish. And one they themselves still hadn't seen. The master. The master's strength is at least 3s glass. Whether at the Special Administration Bureau or on the dark web, there's almost no information about it. Even the variable called Mermaid Island was beyond everyone's expectations. They were in a very passive situation now. Those who took the job all prided themselves on considerable ability. After awakening their powers, every aspect of their bodies had been enhanced, including sixth sense and intelligence. They had all previously received help from the Special Management Bureau and knew they were professionals at handling these things. Seeing official personnel now, their expressions relaxed somewhat. A strong-bodied man stepped forward and shook his hand. My name is Li Chang. We're all civilian psychics from the same team. We took a client's job to look for someone. This contaminated area is hard to deal with. Want to cooperate? Zhou offered an olive branch. Our mission is also to find the missing people. There's no conflict. Of course. Li Chang nodded quickly. He was only an untrained class. Let alone rescuing people. With so many monsters on Mermaid Island, it was uncertain whether anyone could get out alive. Cooperation would be best. The people in the water wailed in pain loudly, successfully drawing their attention. Chapter 49. The master saved many people, Compared to just now, this group's rate of mutation after coming ashore accelerated. Their legs began inexplicably to crack and bleed, staining the entire pool. Red-eyed Chong hesitated and stepped forward to observe, finding that the hands clinging to the bank were starting to turn transparent, and thin webbing had grown between their fingers there. Skin became increasingly moist, and after entering the pool the gill slits behind their ears opened, and they actually began to breathe like fish. Ah! It hurts so much. Save me. Save me. It hurts so much. Help. My leg. Ah! The rising and falling wails made the place feel like a living hell. The ability users on the shore couldn't help but frown. Brotherly. How about I put them to sleep first? A thin man stepped forward and said cautiously. Li Chong looked at the group of people who wouldn't stop crying and shouting, feeling a creeping unease, and nodded. The thin man's supernatural ability was to hypnotize all living beings. The lower the level, the greater the effect. People like those in the pool, who had only just begun to mutate, were at most low-level monsters and were easily successfully hypnotized by him. When Zhou Jin noticed he had started using his ability, a sound wave escaped his mouth that resembled him very much. This sound wave had little effect on them, but the people in the pool went limp and passed out. Xiao Lu. Socks? After the cave quieted down, Zhou Jin began to think about escaping. Now it seemed that the people who had gone missing earlier were of unknown fate. If they were still alive, it was very likely they were being held in similar caves. He remembered the mermaids he had seen on the ship and belatedly felt that something was wrong. That if there were so many real mermaids on the island, why would they keep a whole room of them on the ship? From a certain perspective, they were more like the island's masters. Even if ruled by Kais, they shouldn't be so low in status after all. Even the lowest rank salted fish can disguise themselves as sailors, and low-intelligence zombies are countless. Is someone here? A faint voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Zhou Jin was startled. The cave was pitch black. He followed the source of the voice and was surprised to find that the depths of the cave actually hid a secret. The person making the sound strained to reach a hand out from inside the cage. Cautiously probing, Zhou Jin stepped around and finally saw the speaker's face clearly. When he saw the face he was stunned. This was clearly a merperson. Its webbed hands were large and thin. Its legs had completely deformed into a fish tail, sparsely covered with scales that looked ugly and pitiful. The only thing different from the other mere people outside was that its pupils were still black, and it showed none of the mere people's usual proud, cruel expression. Instead it was full of sorrow and helplessness. Most importantly, it was his face. Zhou Jin felt he looked very familiar. While pondering why this mermaid seemed familiar, Li Chong had already exclaimed, "Lu Shizhou?" The mermaid sharply looked at him. "You recognize me?" Li Chong was also very surprised. "You are. But you should already be 50 years old this year." Zhou Jin remembered Liu Shizhou was the earliest guest to disappear when the Black Pearl sank. 30 years ago. He was the youngest and most successful tycoon in the country, invited to attend the Black Pearl's grand banquet. The cruise never returned, taking with it so many of the world's most powerful people. Seeing him now, everyone felt utterly incredulous. Lu Shizhou still looked as he did in his youth. The only change was that he had become a mermancer. What happened? Zhou Jin couldn't help asking. Liu Shizhou gave a bitter laugh. You are the second group of guests brought back to Mermaid Island. 30 years ago, the Black Pearl sank in a storm at sea. Everyone perished in that storm and I was the only one who survived. It was because I encountered it. Who is it? The master of Mermaid Island, a gigantic and terrifying monster. When Lu Shizhou said this there was no hint of fear. He simply said calmly, he saved me and brought me and the wreckage of the Black Pearl back to Mermaid Island. For the first half of my life I was a staunch materialist. But when it appeared I thought a sea god had descended. It took me back to the island. This island used to be the territory of those mere people. It seized the place. Not long after I arrived here I began to mutate. The process was like those outside, painful and horrible, and inexplicably without reason that I was very afraid. From the moment my mutation began I knew I was no longer human. I am exactly the same as those mere people outside. My appearance is frozen forever at the age of 25. I should be the first human to be exposed to the mutations on Mermaid Island. When I felt my consciousness beginning to fade, I cried out for help, which attracted the master. But it was discovered too late. I had already become what I am now. The master helped me terminate the mutation. It made a request to learn about human society from me. Under its protection, Those merfolk outside did not eat me. I survived. It placed me in this cave. I lost all sense of time and only saw it bring batch after batch of humans beginning to mutate. Shijo pointed to the side, where there was a very concealed prison door. Inside were half merfolk unconscious. Without needing much prompting, the hostage had already told everything he knew in detail. Zhou Jin breathed a sigh of relief. The mutation can be stopped? Lu Shijo nodded. The mutation is irreversible. Every human who boards the Black Pearl becomes contaminated when they pass through a certain place, and the mutation progresses quickly. And it can contaminate others. But the only effective way to halt it is to go into this cave. There's something the owner left in the pool. If they soak in it for a while, the mutation will stop. Everyone. Zhou Jin and Xiao Lu exchanged a look. Complicated feelings passing between them. Could it be that locking them up separately was actually for their own good? Do you want to go see those people? Lu Shijo said. Except for me, they've actually been in a coma-like state for years. Sleeping is the only activity that keeps them alive. And I heard the master say that sleep might help them return to their original selves, although I don't think I can anymore. He sounded a bit disappointed. Didn't you say the anomaly was irreversible? The master can change that rule, Lu Shijo said. This is a talent that every high-level being has. Within its domain it is the sovereign. Why did they abduct so many people onto the Black Pearl? Zhou Jin didn't understand. Since the master would actively save people, and from Lu Ziz's description it wasn't a bad thing, why still capture so many people onto the ship? Lu Shijo was silent for a moment, his expression somewhat complicated as he said. It hopes to find someone who appreciates it. Zhou Jin? Chapter 50. Do not. The Mother Goddess. At the mermaid banquet. The shark person lamps emitted a scent that tempted the heart. Exquisite dishes were laid out one by one on the table. Feng Shang looked at the dishes with mixed feelings, finding the mermaid banquet somewhat different from what he had imagined. Steamed eggs with strawberries, pickled chili mango, canned herring, maggot cheese. Feng Shang fell silent. The smell of the canned herring was so strong that he hardly dared face the table now. He felt as if these exquisite and expensive tableware had been ruined by the dish. Cheese didn't say much. He left after serving the food, and Feng Shang reasonably suspected he had left because he couldn't stand the smell of the canned herring. Once the mermaid feast began, no creature within 100-mile radius dared approach, so this so-called mermaid feast is actually dark cuisine. Right. They themselves won't eat this dark cuisine, and you invited so many people to eat it? Strangely, the people at the table seemed as if trapped in a hallucination. What they saw didn't seem quite the same. Madam, Feng Shang said politely, looking at the woman beside him who was staring at the dishes with fanatic intensity. Could you evaluate these dishes? The woman said obsessively, these are all very beautiful little mermaids. Another man was muttering to himself. Feng Shang leaned in to listen and found that he was reciting the names of the dishes. What on earth is going on? What dishes are on the table? He asked Daliu beside him to confirm. Mooncake stir-fried with chili. Blue cheesecake. Canned herring. Ugh, so disgusting. Daliu goggled that he ran off to vomit, so his perception was fine. Feng Shang thought expressionlessly. The multifaceted bracelet that Yuyu had hung above the cave was so smoke-stinged it made the wearer weep. And in the end it finally couldn't bear the strain and snapped. The well-dressed rich seemed completely oblivious. Eagerly and without any decorum they grabbed food and shoved it into their mouths. But clearly these foods were not something normal people could stomach. After eating they couldn't help but run off to vomit, and once they were done they would feverishly and longingly swallow more. Feng Shang. Why bother? They seemed to have been imbued with some idea that the dishes at the mermaid banquet would make them immortal, so they scrambled and shoved the food into their mouths. The scent of the mermaid lamps grew stronger. People entranced leaned toward each lit lamp, holding aging heads in their arms, the scene both eerie and absurd. Fine, he understood now. This had to be mental contamination. People each took a lamp on their own. And the headlamp suddenly spoke. Honored guest. Please rate the dishes at the mermaid banquet. The shark people lanterns squawked and chattered. Their dark cuisine was not something ordinary people could stomach. However much they ate, they couldn't help but vomit up just as much. By the end of their retching, it felt as if even their stomachs would be hurled up alongside it. Case solved. So the reason Chairman Ma vomited like that was because had eaten those things too? Kiss and his master had both left, and the real monsters at the cave mouth began to stir. When the moon was at its fullest, the mermaids all began to sing soft, enticing songs. Humans carried the mermaid lanterns and filed out of the cave one by one, heading toward the shore, their gazes vacant and intoxicated under the moonlight. The mermaids revealed scornful, hungry smiles. They hadn't yet reached the shore when there was a loud, sharp pop. Thick tentacles glinting with bright blue rings burst from the water and lashed out, fiercely dragging the humans near the shore back onto the island. Only then did Feng Sheng realize that, at some point, all the mer people on the island had already returned to the sea. Watching the shore with eyes full of hatred and jealousy, Lu naturally assumed that these mer people were hostile toward them. He used his power to create a high-explosive grenade and then tossed into the pile of merfolk. The thunderous sound was like the trumpet of war. The merfolk bared their fanged mouths and roared, launching a frenzied counterattack. They can manipulate water elements, and the sea is their home field. Feng Sheng's expression turned grave. The team's defensive ability user promptly activated a large area shield, protecting all the sprawled humans on the shore behind it. Feng Sheng is a 3-rank esper, and his ability is also the manipulation of water elements. These merfolk are all monsters several ranks below him. He refused to believe they could beat him. People on the shore gradually came to their senses, and after seeing the situation clearly they couldn't help but drop the merfolk lamps they held in fear. The lamps had already gone out. The psychics all rose into the air and, facing the densely packed mermaids on the sea, began a clearance operation. The mermaids leapt from the surface like venomous snakes and tore viciously. A slightly weaker psychic had his leg bitten by a mermaid and was dragged into the sea, howling in pain after hauling the humans back to shore. The thick blue-ring tentacles stopped moving and showed no intention of dealing with the psychics, so the monsters became even more brazen. Feng Sheng never expected to truly rely on another monster to solve the problem. He had Lu fire a signal flare to request support, then focused all his attention on dealing with the mermaids. The blue-ring tentacle had been watching the spectacle with great interest. When it suddenly froze for a moment and then vanished in an instant on the surface battlefield, only monsters and humans remained. Yuyu passed by countless caves, and when she went past this unusually bright cave, the pen in her pocket began to buzz. Gria, who had been following her, grew a little restless. It sensed the signals from its companions. The mermaids were asking their leader to return, but the prey before it had not yet been eaten. Seeing that she was about to walk into another monster's lair, Gria became anxious. It lunged at Yuyu with lightning speed. The little bone dragon had been staying on the pearl in her arms. Tonight was a full moon and it itched all over. Since boarding the ship it had been listless. Midway Yuyu had comforted it once. Its bony wings had temporarily finished evolving, and it had now entered a debilitated period. The weakened period didn't come all at once. It was a process from strong to weak. As luck would have it, it was already the middle of the night, and the little bone was at its weakest. Grea was coming for the little bone dragon. She had slyly noticed something wrong with this high-level creature before and had patiently waited for the opportunity, which she had now seized. Yuyu shoved the struggling, fight-ready little bone dragon back into the maternal book to recuperate, pulled out her pen, and prepared to strike back before she could move. A thick blue-ring tentacle viciously coiled around the lunging Grea. All the blue rings became extraordinarily vivid at that moment, emitting their most lethal venom toward the mermaid. "Don't come near the mother." The giant octopus burst through the cave, countless terrifying thick tentacles frantically whipping through the air, surging toward the tiny mermaid. Chapter 51. Yuri finally saw the mother goddess. Countless thick, terrifying blue-ring tentacles swarmed out of the cave like bees rising. The enormous monster even blocked the moonlight above Yuyu's head. The whole cave was being forced to rupture, but clearly no one cared about the heap of rubble now. Gria looked at the sweeping tentacles with horror and hatred. Although she knew she stood no chance against the true master of this island, she still leapt away, dragging her huge fish tail. The tentacles carefully lifted Yuyu and placed her in a perfectly safe spot on the creature's huge, springy head. After securing the mother goddess, Yuri unleashed his full force to catch this fish that didn't know how high the sky and how deep the earth were. Grea dodged the first strike, but in the end couldn't avoid the full force blow from a 3s high. It was easily wrapped up in the tentacles, its face turning bright red, with no strength to fight back. Yuri held it up to eye level, his pitch-black eyes fixed on it, flashing a cold, cruel light. The tentacle that had wrapped the mermaid became suddenly resplendent, the blue rings seeming to come alive. Countless tiny, invisible barbs probed out and sank into the mermaid's tender, smooth skin. Gria only felt an overwhelming, devastating pain and a deadly suffocating sensation wash over it. It felt as if its whole body were being slowly dismembered, and after resisting for merely 10 seconds it fell completely silent. The eye on the tentacle stared coldly at its corpse, as if looking at a very filthy piece of trash. After dealing with the mermaid, Yuri's violent mood calmed down somewhat. Gria's body had already turned into a pool of pus and water, emitting a nauseating stench. It recalled that the mother goddess didn't seem to like it handling enemies that way, and suddenly felt a bit guilty. The tentacles rummaged through the nearby dirt heap and buried that puddle of pus. Yuyu couldn't help but let out a light laugh when she saw the cub's self-deceptive behavior. Yuri's head was a transparent blue, bouncing softly on top like crystal jelly. After the merfolk were dealt with, all was silent, and the girl's light laughter was very clear. The dark eyes strained upward, producing layer upon layer of forehead wrinkles. Mother. The huge blue jelly emitted a young man's deep voice. His tone was devout and gentle, tinged with cautious flattery. Yuyu patted its head and smiled. Little one, put me down first. A suspicious hint of pink appeared on the blue little jelly. Yuri lowered his head. The tentacles eagerly crowded forward to take Yuyu and set her back on the ground. The human and the creature were silent for a moment, and in the end it was Yuyu the mother who spoke first. These people? Did you bring them here? The monster looked at her nervously, then nodded and said with righteous indignation, Yuri, cook, give them to eat. Before Yuyu could speak, a bunch of tentacles suddenly went to rummage through the collapsed cave behind them, and after a short while brought back a gray, dusty thing. The tentacles carefully wiped the gray, dusty object about half Yuyu's size until it gleamed, then shoved it into Yuyu's arms. An offering for the mother goddess. It sneaked a glance at the girl's expression, anxiously awaiting her reaction. It was a huge gold coin. Yuyu, laughing and crying, held it with one hand while with the other she stroked the tentacle that had given it. Thanks, baby. She had written the setting herself. The tentacled monster liked everything that glittered in gold, and it had hidden its most precious treasure somewhere. Yuri, seeing that she showed no sign of disgust, was overjoyed, especially the tentacle that had been touched, which happily waved in the air. It looked back at the collapsed cave and felt a little distressed. Yuri gave the food for the mother goddess is gone. Sorry. It saw what the goddess was eating on the boat, and after making its favorite dark cuisine for those humans, it immediately went to prepare the foods Yuyu liked, but in its excitement it just collapsed the cave. The tentacle felt soft, bouncy, smooth and delicate. Yuyu liked it very much, casually scooped up a smaller one nearby, kneading and pinching it. It's okay, that little tentacle had never been stimulated like this. The whole thing trembled and shook until it blushed pink, wobbling over to snuggle close to the goddess. The goddess is so gentle. I love you so much, mother goddess. Yuri wants to give all his darlings to the mother goddess. The little blue jelly, drowsy and muddled, thought this as it scooped up Yuyu and sped toward the surface. Yuyu cried out, watching the scenery whiz by. She looked down and saw Yuri's tentacles used for movement, leaving afterimages, not forgetting to make her a seatbelt, binding her tightly. Yuri cleverly avoided the place where the mermaids and the psychics were fighting. When Yuyu landed again, it was on a new little island. Only this island was unusually small, with just one cave, and that cave wasn't even half the size of Yuri's skull. He set Yuyu down in front of the cave. Before Yuyu could enter, the dazzling golden light at the cave mouth blinded her. She guessed what it was and looked back at Yuri, who was half submerged in the water. The little tentacle nudged her, and Yuri's voice gurgled through the water. A gift for the mother goddess. It pushed Yuyu into the cave and stuck its big head in the entrance to watch. Are all these sparkly things Yuri's favorite? Are you going to give them all to me? Give them to the mother goddess. Little jealous voice was firm and stubborn. The favorite sparkly things should be placed together with the favorite mother goddess. It confessed in a small voice, a little embarrassed. Yuyu is literally overwhelmed by how cute her little one is. She goes to the cave entrance and presses against the little jealous soft, slippery face. Thanks, baby mother goddess, please don't leave Yuri. The little jelly takes the opportunity to make a request. Yuri can cook for mother goddess. Will mother goddess take Yuri home? Love mother goddess the most. The talking cub really is far better at being coy than the silent one. Little Bone was Yuyu's first cub. She hadn't activated its language system back then, so when the little thing wanted affection it could only keep begging for pets with whimpers. Now that little jelly could speak, that was something else entirely. Confessions spilled out like scattering beans, leaving Yuyu's heart in full bloom. All right, she said, summoning out the mother book, preparing to put Yuri inside, when she suddenly remembered another aspect of her identity. Right, she was apparently also a commissioner of the Special Administration Bureau. Zai, what's going on with Mermaid Island? She asked casually. Yuri wants to have them try new dishes. The little jelly opponent said. Mermaids can infect humans, so Yuri put them in a cave. Yuri had jellyfish take a boat to buy groceries and bring people back at the same time. Yuyu understood. Cub, take Mom to find the cave. Someone was fighting on the main battlefield. She went to deal with the trouble Yuri had caused. Chapter 52. The Master and the Mermaid aren't on the same side. Xiao Lu sensed it the moment De Lu fired the signal flare. He looked at Zhou Jin anxiously. My brother sent a signal. Zhou Jin glanced at the people unconscious in the pool and the demimerfolk hiding in the dark, thought for a moment and asked, you humans are a bit more numerous, can one of you stay behind to watch them? This cave shouldn't pose any danger, but since there are many important people here, it's likely that those who disappeared over the last decade or so are all here. Red-eyed Chang cooperatively designated someone to stay and said, has a fight already broken out over there? We can help. Zhou Jin nodded, had Xiao Lu lead the way up front, and the group hurried toward the direction where the signal flare had been lighted. Red-eyed Chang was also in strength powerhouse. When he acted, he showed no hesitation. Fortunately, the two locations weren't far apart, and it didn't take long to arrive. Many merfolk were already trying to get onto the island from the shore, swimming up the river channel. They had assumed the merfolk were only the ones on the island, but one cry summoned a dense mass of them. Countless scales flashed a grim cold light under the moon. Apart from their beautiful singing, the shrieks they let out once the battle began were truly bone-chilling. They looked like schools of fish thrashing on the sea surface. Even for these high-level ability users, they weren't much of a life-threatening danger. But they were very troublesome to deal with. Mermaids are social creatures, and this island is called Mermaid Island. They desperately want to come ashore and devour human flesh and blood to increase their strength. Before, they coexisted with Yuri and didn't dare act up. Now that Yuri is gone, they immediately began to stir. The mermaids seemed endless, one tail after another swimming this way. Their song is the most powerful psychic attack. When they sing together, it leaves people disoriented and staggering, involuntarily stepping into the sea and into their embrace. Everyone had already witnessed the enchantment of the mermaids singing when they first came ashore, so the first time they opened their mouths, Feng Shang shouted at the top of his lungs, everyone plug your ears, don't listen to their voices. Don't look them in the eyes. People are, after all, afraid of death. Most managed to shut down their senses in time, but a few didn't make it and, having been beguiled, staggered onto the shore. All the rivers flowing into the sea had been blocked by people sent by Feng Shang, and the merfolk's attacks grew increasingly fierce. The barrier was on the verge of collapse. There were few powered individuals, and they had to fight monsters while also looking after the safety of the people on shore. So there were always one or two unlucky ones who weren't watched closely. That bulky, pig-faced man had been crying his eyes out a moment before, and the next moment he was mentally controlled, wobbling toward the shore with a face all snot and tears. Then there was a splash like goldfish fighting over food in a river. The spray of blood exploded in an instant. This time it was even more brutal than before. Flesh torn into countless pieces and swallowed by the bloodthirsty monster. A woman on the shore cried out in terror and grief, stumbling to the bank, only to be turned back by the barrier that had been repaired. Husband, she covered her mouth, tears streaming from her eyes in big drops. A young-looking Esper watched this scene with pity, as a mermaid that had leaped up bit down viciously on his leg. He cried out in pain. Coming to his senses, he unleashed his ability as if it cost nothing. That mermaid was dead. Its corpse was quickly devoured by its kind. By the time Zhou Jin arrived, Feng Shang was already exhausted from dealing with them. Mermaids kept coming. Even after dying, they could transfer power to the living ones, and the survivors were subtly evolving, becoming even harder to fight. With the help of another teammate, Zhou Jin also took to the air. His ability mainly relied on sonic attacks, which in a sense countered the mermaid songs. After Zhou Jinlai arrived, Feng Shang visibly let out a breath of relief. I've managed to fix a position on the shore, reinforcements will arrive soon, let's hold on a bit longer. The moon over the sea was full and large. It was already the latter half of the night. After the Lu twins fused, the bomb's power increased significantly, and with the newly arrived psychics, their speed of clearing the monsters noticeably picked up. Feng Shang condensed a shaft of ice arrows from water elements, continuously shooting while worrying, where are the master and cheese? Those two are the strongest monsters on the entire mermaid island, why haven't they shown up yet? Zhoujin shook his head. The master isn't allied with the merfolk. Qixi is the master's person, so he probably won't show up here either. Fengshang's eyes lit up. If that's the case, the difficulty of this contaminated zone was greatly reduced. He had been worried about the 3th-level master appearing, so he had been holding back his strength and hadn't dared to exhaust himself so quickly. But now he was told the two most troublesome guys wouldn't come. That made things easy. I'll tell you the details later. Zhoujin glanced at him. Captain. We can act without restraint now, okay? When the sea was raked by continuous artillery fire, what Fengshang feared most was Gao Deng, who was moving rapidly with Yuyu. She first went to the mermaid banquet restaurant to get the surveillance bracelet, and sure enough found that the compound had already been retracted. At some point she must have stopped. Yuyu put the bracelet back on her wrist. Yuri tugged at her dress. Yuri looks better on the mother goddess. A tentacle reached over, and on it was a jade bangle of extremely fine quality. Mother goddess, wear this. Little Jelly disdainfully adjusted the bangle on her hand. Why, Yuyu laughed through tears. But this is my equipment. I can't just drop it carelessly. She couldn't disappoint the child's sincere intention. Seeing the tentacle creature clearly looking downcast, she took its bracelet and put it on her other wrist. Thank you, Yuli. You're welcome. The little jellyfish hurriedly took her to another cave, the cave where humans and merpeople were being detained. Yuyu sat on its head and suddenly remembered another thing. What about Kai's? She heard the sound of cannon fire over the sea. It must have already started. There hadn't been any jellyfish since a while ago. Gues is a 2th class, fairly high rank. Will he go help? Yuri was very displeased that the mother goddess had placed another monster on him, but he still sulkily extended a tentacle. Here on the blue-ring tentacle clung a little jellyfish fast asleep, so hard to notice unless you looked closely, like a puddle of crystal slimed. As long as my kid doesn't cause trouble for others, that's fine. Why, Yuyu relaxed and signaled that Yuri could put the jellyfish back. It lives on me, Yuri explained. Rent is that it helps me buy groceries. Why, Yuyu couldn't help but nod, amused. The relationship between landlord and tenant. Chapter 53 Support. There was a sound at the cave entrance. Lu Shizhou was the first to hear it. Yuri had already taken human form and walked into the cave, followed at an unhurried pace by a girl wearing a fox mask. Master? The single word master caused the other Esper left behind to guard the place to instantly bristle with fear. He watched the man entering the cave warily, keeping perfectly composed while assuming a full offensive stance. This is a top-tier 3S. Documented, one of the very best. The Esper thought in despair. It's not at the main battlefield on the sea. What is it doing here? All the combat power is over there. He's just a Class A defense type. Can he hold it back? Lu Shizhou wasn't as panicked as he was. He had spent some time with Yuri, staying with him all day for a while, and had grown fairly familiar with him. He knew it didn't eat people and usually had a good temper, so he asked, "You came here for something?" He glanced curiously at the unfamiliar girl standing behind his master, feeling she didn't look like a half-mermaid about to mutate. Yuri said nothing. He walked up to the cage and several thick tentacles shot out from behind him. Without another word he ripped the cage door off. All the humans Yuri brought over the years are here. The tentacle withdrew after use, and the man reverted to a graceful nobleman. He bowed his head and spoke attentively to the girl, showing no intention of attending to the others. Liu Shizhou and the psychics exchanged glances, unsure of what he intended to do to be treated with such reverence by an SS-class being. This girl with the fox mask must not be underestimated. They just need to sleep a bit longer, Yuri explained. The lower hold of the Black Pearl is cursed by merfolk, so any humans who accidentally enter the hold are brought to this cavern. I used my talent to halt their transformations. Yuri always listens to you. He has never harmed a human, Little Jelly cautiously said as she looked at the girl, noticing the troublesome mask on her face that hid her expression, and suddenly feeling a bit guilty. He has never hurt a human. The mother goddess shouldn't think he's a bad child, right? Yuyu? Yuri didn't hurt people, he only hurt their stomachs. The girl in the fox mask raised her hand and affectionately patted his head. Her voice brimmed with laughter, giving no hint of tone. There, Yuri is very good at a monster. It had even, in a sense, protected humanity. They only need to sleep and they'll slowly turn back into humans, Yuri said. What about me? Everyone there had heard Yuri's words. Lu Shijo couldn't help asking, Master, do I really have no chance of turning back? Yuri looked at him, his clear blue eyes beautiful and innocent. You have completed the metamorphosis, I just helped you retain your mind eye in a certain sense. You have indeed obtained true immortality, mermaids live for 2,000 years, for a human it starts off too long. Lu Shijo's life froze at the age of 25, and after that time would slow down by countless times, he would go through separation again and again, and in the end when he died, he would be the only person left in the world, although Lu Shijo had anticipated this outcome. He still felt a bit sad that he knew it was lucky he hadn't been eaten by the mare people, although after being rescued he had become this ghastly mess, at least his will remained at why Yuyu had come specifically to clear her child's name. Yuli's explanation seemed directed at her, but another Esper standing guard here had heard it too, which confirmed what Lu Shijo had said before. Although the Haicheng freaks originated with Yuri, the ones who truly harmed humans were those merfolk. In a sense, Yuri restrained the merfolk island that was gradually approaching the shore, and also reigned in the brutal, cunning merfolk. Although the Haicheng freaks rank highly, in a real sense their danger level is even lower than some rank creatures, because the two most powerful monsters are actually harmless, and up to now, aside from those eaten by the merfolk, the tastetisters who actually ended up in Yuri's hands have all had their lives spared and are kept in the cave. Yuri didn't let them taste for nothing. The tentacled monster defended itself. I gave them wealth. One person, one large pearl, unique in the outside world. Yuyu looked and indeed saw that under the bellies of the half-mermaids in the cell, pearls glittered beautiful and round. The mother goddess had taught them to understand equivalent exchange, and Lu Shijo had also told him many things about human society. Yuri felt he had done quite well. He had already planned to find a way to get these people back. And just then the Special Administration Bureau people arrived. Yuyu walked around here, had Yuri bring the cage and checked the condition of those people. She found that as long as they could be revived through hibernation, they could be fully recovered, and she was completely relieved. Yuri could reasonably escape, and the Special Administration people probably wouldn't pursue him anymore. On the sea surface, the number of merfolk in the water had long since dwindled compared to the beginning. Only a handful remained, yet Feng Shang and the others dared not be complacent. For good reason. These merfolk were like those bred with goo poisonous spirit. The weak die, are swallowed by their companions, and what remains are those refined and purified through the process, all rising to a rank, the strongest even approaching S rank. It should be noted that a human 3s rank is by no means comparable to a monster 3s rank. If these mermaids eventually evolved to 2s rank, they would all be a huge problem. So far, among civilian ability users, 5 or 6 weaker rank ones have already fallen. They ran out of stamina at the end and, taken by surprise, had their legs bitten, were dragged into the sea, and torn apart. Zhou Jin felt this scene would be a lifelong psychological shadow. From now on he wouldn't be able to look directly at schools of goldfish in parks when they were feeding. Fortunately Feng Shang's distress call had already been sent out. Even if they couldn't get back to headquarters immediately, at least the teammates on the shore could provide timely support. Another mermaid was brought down by the combined efforts of the psychics. The moment its corpse plunged into the sea, its companions swarmed and devoured it. The merfolk had evolved to a rank now Zhou Jin could even see the remaining monster's eyes glowing with a crimson bloodthirst. They stared coldly at the clearly exhausted humans, constantly seeking angles to pounce and tear them apart. Lu and Xiao Liu's bomb tactic was no longer working. The merfolk were too cunning, dispersing the instant a bomb was thrown, and later on they could even easily dodge bullets. This was very bad. Feng Shang's psychic power had already been pushed to its limits. By the end, he felt a dull pain in his head from overusing his mental energy. Captain, we're here. Not far away, a shark's dorsal fin shimmered. On its back stood a group of young people, waving at them excitedly. Feng Shang finally let out a breath. Reinforcements had arrived. Chapter 54. The End. Captain, we're here. The team members on the shore finally arrived. The shark was a mutated form of some S-rank Esper. He had a summoning ability on his back, and he came with a large pack of great white sharks. The mermaids were already bloodthirsty, and soon tore into the shark swarm. The newly arrived teammates had rested and recuperated all night, so they fought with ease. Feng Shang and the others fell back to the shore to catch their breath for a short while. At this moment, Yuye's figure also appeared. You were here? Feng Shang pressed his faintly aching head and asked her. I thought you'd gone somewhere else on the island. Yuyu lifted the large camera in her hands. I just got back. I filmed Mermaid Island. The Eye of Eternal Calamity time was up, and I don't know when it was reclaimed by headquarters, so I used this to shoot some video that I don't know if we'll still be able to watch it once it goes back to headquarters. Did you get our heroic poses just now? Zhou was still thinking about his earlier performance. Did you catch it? I think I did really well, could be used as a promo for our Special Administration Bureau. Fengxiang gave him a hard whack. She said it was on Mermaid Island just now, still making promotional videos? You're so full of yourself. Yuyu glanced at the people on the sea, then at the human huddled behind the barrier trembling, and said, I can go help. Fengxiang? Yuyu felt a little guilty. She was actually still cleaning up her own kid's mess. Right now the little jelly and its golden mountain cave were fast asleep in the mother's book, so she could appear openly and aboveboard that I have very strong mental power. Yuyu read Fengxiang's distrustful look and defended herself. Mermaids are also psychic. I can stop their singing. Fengxiang thought about it and agreed. When the mermaids began to sing in chorus earlier, it was easy to affect their minds, especially later on when they became increasingly troublesome. Then be careful. Zhou actually had some confidence in Yuyu. After all, she's one of only 2 recorders in the country, so she must have some ability. Maybe she really can restrain these things. Why? Yuyu nodded confidently, quietly took out her pen, and gave her throat a little buff. She stood at the water's edge, cleared her throat, and began confidently, ready to sing a song she'd recently learned from short videos to interrupt the mermaid singing. Zhou watched her with anticipation. Why? Yuyu lowered her voice and sang. Getting married? Getting married? You're getting married? The bride isn't me. Zhou Fengxiang. I finally managed to forget that melody. When Yuyu started singing, the air's vibrations changed at once. The mermaids, usually bewitching with their beautiful voices, seemed to see twisted notes in the air. With the buff applied, Yuyu sang with abandon, unable to hear the mermaids' agonized wails. After watching so many videos these past few days, this song was all that filled her head. Today she could finally sing it on the public dime. Fengxiang covered his ears with a blank expression, finding it even more terrifying than the mermaids singing earlier. At least theirs was pleasant. How could such a pretty young girl open her mouth and be so frightening? Yes, nearly 10,000 spiritual power crushed the mermaids. The moment she opened her mouth, the entire space was reduced to a single line. You're getting married. The mermaids rolled onto their backs and covered their ears, unable to bear it. One fish angrily shouted, detestable human. You are defiling music. Yuyu paid no mind. She was intoxicated by her own singing, convinced her usual performance was steady. Fortunately, her attack range targeted only the monsters. Although the psychics could also hear her singing, they weren't so affected. After crumpling up a piece of paper to plug their ears, they rode the mermaids' flipping bellies and sped off like mad. The shark squad fought like demons, helping the new teammate a psychic take out the bad fish, then bumped fins and went back. Yuyu finished singing, and the battle was coming to an end when she sang. There was a kind of magic that interrupted the mermaids' ability to devour one another to increase their strength, keeping this greatly diminished group of mermaids at class. If the superpowered people on the sea surface randomly took a mermaid corpse as a sample, threw it into the space, and then one after another fell back to the shore, Zhou covered Yu's mouth, was silent for a moment, and said, It's over. The rest are our people. Don't speak up. Yuyu smacked her lips, not yet satisfied. Already done? I only sang it 10 times. Not enough yet. Fengxiang lady, it's already been 10 times. This melody has been carved into our DNA. Okay. Enough. Xiao Lu pulled the wad of paper out of his ear. How was it? Yuyu asked excitedly. Did that help you? Am I pretty amazing? Does it sound good? Her confident barrage of 4 questions halted everyone. The powered individuals exchanged glances, and finally Zhou answered cautiously. The effect was outstanding. That's good then. Yuyu pondered for a moment. It's just that the lyrics are a bit short, so it might sound monotonous to everyone, right? I'll go back and learn a few more songs. Maybe I can use them next time. Miss Zhou said with a troubled look, please cut down on the fast notes. My livestream channel is on Kuaishun. How can I not get views? Yuyu righteously refused. I need to tie it to current hot topics to attract people to our popular science. Fengxiang looked at the camera in his hand with mixed feelings and was surprised to find that Yuyu made a good point. All right, Zhou waved his hand and said, let's not talk about this anymore. Is this contamination zone considered finished? After the Mare People's School died, the The black mist that had intermittently shrouded Mermaid Island was slowly dissipating, the people on the shore huddled together like quails, not daring to run around. The defense-type ability users who had been exhausted all day could finally breathe a sigh of relief and withdrew their protective barrier to be by the way. Where are Kai's and the master? Feng Sheng remembered and asked Zhou Jin, what did you mean just now? Zhou Jin scratched his head and after a moment remembered what he had failed to explain in his earlier haste. He said, well, the real monsters in the Haiqing legends are the merfolk. The master and Kai's had no intention of fighting us. Our battle is over. Never mind, it's hard to explain right now. Come on, let's go back to the cave and find those who went missing. Liu Shizhou was the eyewitness to the whole incident, and his testimony was the most reliable. Feng Sheng nodded, then went to calm the people on the shore. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't panic. We are commissioners from the Special Administration Bureau, specially dispatched to handle the matter of the Black Pearl. You are now safe. He left a few people to continue comforting the crowd, while he and Zhou Jin went to the cave to rescue those inside. The evil had already dissipated. They would soon be able to contact the outside world and then leave here. Chapter 55. The Mother Goddess actually has other babies. Ominma. Feng Sheng followed Zhou Jin to the cave full of humans. Liu Shizhou repeated what Yuri had said earlier, then added, the master came by just now and opened the cage door. Since the merfolk have all been wiped out, there shouldn't be anything more to worry about. Feng Sheng and Zhou Jin went in to check the people at the back and indeed found that they had returned to normal human condition. When the team outside saw that the evil had completely dissipated, they used a special communicator to contact the Special Administration Bureau of District 16, which agreed to immediately send a helicopter and a boat to pick people up, because many people had come to the mermaid banquet out of curiosity, and because there were very few casualties, there were a great number of civilians who needed to be taken back. The District 16 Special Administration Bureau personnel arrived half an hour later. They had, of course, already been informed that personnel from the Central District would be coming to clear up this decades-old contaminated area. And when they heard the mission was finished, they immediately sent people to pick them up. Thank you for your hard work. The director had personally come with the helicopter. Upon meeting them, he grasped Feng Sheng's hand, speaking politely and gratefully. The Black Pearl incident has long been a grave concern for our district and has been raised many times. This year you finally helped us resolve it. Thank you all. Feng Sheng waved his hand, politely saying it was nothing to thank him for. The director was still wiping his eyes and complaining. Captain Feng, you don't know. District 16 was already a large zone, and of course the missing people are those important commercial tycoons and figures. Every so often those aristocratic families send people to negotiate with our Special Administration Bureau, and we're really at our wits' end. It's so dangerous we only have 5 assess levels. But other contaminated zones need to be dealt with too, and the Black Pearl has the fewest victims. In other polluted areas people die every day. I don't even dare count. You all know how many ability users there are these days. I'm afraid ours will all get stuck in there. What will happen to the rest of the people? Feng Sheng nodded as he comforted him. Director Zhang, don't be so pessimistic. As contaminated zones increase, so do ability users, and humanity is striving to evolve. Things will get better and better. He paused, then said, humanity will never submit to confusion and evil. This sentence is the one printed on the title page of the Special Administration Bureau's Code of Conduct. Director Zhang used to be a highly decorated ability user himself, so of course he knew the phrase. Seeing the young man's resolute eyes across from him, he smiled. Humanity will never bow to bewilderment and evil. After the mission ended, Feng Sheng stayed behind to hand over materials and information at the Special Administration Bureau, while the others returned to their lodgings to rest. Director Zhang invited them to stay a few more days so he could play the host. Feng Sheng didn't rush to decline and first asked what the headquarters thought. I heard they weren't in a hurry for them to return over there, so they calmly prepared to stay a few more days. Silverfish Villa. As soon as Yuyu entered the room, she closed the door. She had expended her mental energy all night, and afterward felt dead tired. At this moment it was just dawn. Yuyu set the camera on the table outside, organized the footage and sent it back to headquarters, which replied immediately. Got it. Get some rest. We'll talk about the next steps after you get back. After the Bureau archives received the return videos and materials, and completed the file handover with the operatives responsible for the mission, There was temporarily nothing left for the record keeper to do. Yuyu checked the task team's group chat again and found that everyone was up late writing their reports. As soon as they finished and submitted them, they went straight to sleep, so no one should be showing up unexpectedly now. Yuyu charged her phone, then prepared to let the two little ones out. Although the mother book was their place of origin, it was obvious the little ones preferred staying outside and cuddling with her. Just in case, she also added a small enchantment to the whole house that would wake her up whenever someone came in. After finishing those tasks, she took out the mother book. Yuyu never imagined what consequences would arise from having many little ones, because each of her little ones believed the mother goddess had only them as her treasured. Yuyu wrote a bestiary. She first released the little bone from the first page. The little bone had been sleeping. When it woke and saw the mother goddess, it gave a delighted ing and, as if it always did this, went to snuggle against her face. Yuyu yawned and turned to the second page. Little bone dragon? Sigma de. The little bone dragon nuzzled up, whining in complaint. Wah wah wah, am I not the only darling of the mother goddess? Yuyu was tired and sleepy, only thinking about letting the two little ones out and then going to bed, so she didn't notice the little bone dragon's reaction. Then a flash of blue light, and a palm-sized little jelly appeared in her hand. This little jelly looked exactly like the logo on the back of the invitation. Its tentacles had become soft and short. As soon as Yuri appeared, he stuck himself to Yu's palm, lay flat, and in a thin, affectionate voice purred. Mother Goddess cuddle. One of Yuri's tentacles had a glob of transparent crystal slime stuck to it. Yuyu struggled and found two tiny black dots on the slime, daringly guessing they were Kiz's eyes. 1 minute later, the two small creatures both let out agonized cries. Wah wah wah! Who is it? What is this thing? The little jelly gnashed its tiny teeth, flashing a ferocious look, and brandished its limp little tentacles as it was about to rush up and fight the skeleton to the death. The little bone dragon, not to be outdone, flapped its wings and charged forward, still muttering and whining in its mouth. Yuyu slowly widened her eyes? Why did they suddenly start fighting? They used a language the mother goddess couldn't understand with perfect coordination, fighting while swearing. The little bone dragon flicked its tail like a divine dragon across the little jealous bouncy head. Where did you come from, you flashy bitch? How dare you compete with me for favor? Little Jelly stretched out its tentacle and yanked the little bone dragon out of the air, slamming it to the ground. You're talking nonsense. I'm the baby the mother goddess loves most. Do you even understand first come, first served? The mother goddess is mine. Yuyu looked at the two monsters that were growing bigger and bigger, feeling a headache as she grabbed one by each hand. No fighting. That if they kept going the house would collapse. The little bone dragon swung its leg unwillingly in her hand, wanting to kick this younger brother one more time. No fighting. Okay, the girl put on a stern face, gentle yet serious. And the two immediately dared not act rashly. You're both my babies, you should get along. Yuyu gave each of them a smooch on the forehead as she taught them. Mom will be heartbroken if either of you gets hurt. The mother goddess kisses were extremely soothing. Both of them, without coordination, covered the spots that had been kissed and sprouted little pink bubbles, feeling utterly convinced, their minds filled with 5 words. The mother goddess kissed us. Then they heard the second half of yes sentence. After all, Mom has 9 babies in total. If you all fight, what a mess that would be. Chapter 56. Where did the little kittens come from? Both little monsters were plunged into the immense grief of the mother goddess and all the other cubs, momentarily stupefied. Yuyu didn't care about their thoughts at all, seeing that everyone had quieted down. She contentedly lay back on the bed. The two youngsters who had been fighting glanced at each other and felt all desire to compete for favor vanish. The other little monsters hadn't appeared yet. They needed to take advantage of appearing early to consolidate. DeBeos scratch out the head of the main nest's position. I can't let the mother goddess think I'm being naughty and turn away to dote on other little ones. After Little Jelly and Little Bone Dragon figured it out, they stopped sulking. Each found a spot to snuggle up to Yuyu and slept with her. Little Jelly latched onto the girl's finger, holding on tight, while Little Bone Dragon slept slightly above Yu's pillow half asleep. Yuyu felt a little regretful and thought, after writing so many bizarre creatures, why didn't I write a furry one back then? Otherwise she could still hold them in her arms to sleep. The girl didn't know that after she fell asleep, faint, silken threads of gentle, dewy spiritual power seeped from her body, enveloping the two little monsters who were also asleep. The silver light on their bodies flashed and faded, and the unease that had been in their dreams relaxed. A blinding red light shot up into the sky. Viscous black mist gradually compressed, sinking lower and lower, until it finally entered a furry little creature not far away. The volcano's lava had already been shattered beyond recognition. The nearby vegetation was largely destroyed. Lying on the ground was a molten, malformed lifeform known other than Gasso. A large hole had been torn in the monster's chest, as if some terrifying force had ripped through it and taken something away. The black mist dispersed, revealing a furry shape. It turned out to be a small kitten, not large in size. Obviously it hadn't expected to become like this either, but soon it accepted its new body. The little silver fluff ball arrogantly and indifferently licked its paw, then stepped toward the fallen monster. Countless black mists emanated from its body, enveloping the lava creature, and then the kitten ate it. This entire volcanic peak belonged to Gasso. He hadn't even finished building the polluted zone when he was killed by the boy who came to attack after eating the monster. The little fluff ball suddenly sat up, sensed briefly, then reached out a paw. Its sharp claws emerged from the pink pads and tore a rift in the air, after absorbing a fragment of a soul. The subsequent digestion time is also a period of weakness. He needs to find a safe place to get through this vulnerable period. Her gaze returned to the silverfish villa. After waking, Yuyu felt a warm bundle in her arms. She had slept for a full 8 hours. When she woke it was already afternoon. She wondered as she fumbled with the furry bundle in her arms. How strange, I was just dreaming. Did my dream come true so quickly? She opened her eyes and met the gaze of the kitten curled on her chest. Do you? The kitten's little purr cut off abruptly. With her scant knowledge, Yuyu barely identified it by its fur as a silver-shaded. What was peculiar was that this silver-shaded's pupils were a strange dark red. When it looked at her, its eyes changed from full moons to slits, which was especially uncanny. The kitten only glanced at her once, then nonchalantly curled back uponly. This time it didn't lie on the girl's chest, but rested its head on her arm. The fluffy, insistent rubbing melted Yu's heart in an instant. She looked up at the window and the door, wondering where this little cat had come from. And such a beautiful breed of cat usually has an owner, doesn't it? Could it be lost? Yuyu thought absent-mindedly, then noticed a small bedroom window had been opened a crack. Could it have come in through there? Yuyu thought so. Her little spell could only sense people. Cats were indeed hard to guard against. When she woke up the little bony dragon must have gone out to play, and Yuri showed no sign of movement. Besides her, the only thing in the room was the small fluff ball. Yuyu didn't pay it much mind and tilted her head to see the warm water on the table. Unsure who had prepared it, she sat up, picked the kitten up to eye level and examined it up and down, asking gently, "Baby, where did you come from?" The kitten stiffened and looked at her with an incredulous gaze. What did she call me? What did she call me? No one has ever dared to call me that. He, Siesun, the native king of spirits and monsters of Hylan Star. Today he was actually being held by a human girl who called him baby. Siesun couldn't quite accept it. When he shifted into another form he suddenly felt the rules within him stirring. A natural instinct told him that if there was a chance he shouldn't pass it up. So he followed his Bodis impulse to District 16. There he found the girl who had previously been able to use the laws against him. She was surrounded by a bright, warm spiritual energy. Even before he got close, he felt very comfortable, so he boldly hid his own breath and snuggled up beside her. Who knew that while dozing off he ended up on her chest, soft and fluffy. The kitten-like instinct made him want to need. Why Yuyu saw the little thing in her hands suddenly stop reacting, froze for a moment, then watched it absent-mindedly splay its paws and realized it must have dozed off. This little kitten looked as ordinary as could be. Yuyu didn't think anything else, assuming that after a sleep her dream had come true and she really owned a furry little pet. Still so pretty. Yuyu grew more and more pleased. She leaned in and took a big inhale. Healing. This cat didn't look like a stray either, no smell. Clean and fresh, and it stayed perfectly still while she kneaded it, filling Yuyu with happiness. A minute later, the kitten crouched on the enormous chandelier, looking down at the humans below from a lofty height. Siesun felt a little embarrassed by his earlier reaction. He had really been ruled by an animal instinct, obediently offering no resistance. This was completely unacceptable. Yuyu stood on the floor and coaxed gently and patiently, "Come down, baby, mommy won't bite you anymore." Calling them babies in a single breath and calling herself mom again. The old mother Yuyu didn't think anything was wrong. They're cats. Aloof. Arrogant. Able to run along eaves and walls. Everything fits perfectly normal. The only abnormal thing was that they were obediently letting her knead and squish them just now. They must have been half asleep. They came into my room, so they're my cats. Yuyu thought that was only natural. How could Siesun listen to her? But the rules within his body were faintly controlling his current form, and the little kitten had no power to resist. Obediently, it jumped back into her arms. Siesun? He suddenly felt a bit regretful about coming here. Chapter 57. I really want to poison this little thing to death. Little Jelly thought this. Yuyu finished drinking water, picked up the cat and was about to go downstairs. The silver little furball froze stiff in her arms and didn't dare move. Obedient as if it were a toy, the girl rewarded it with a kiss on the forehead. Good boy, sister will take you to eat Siesun. If it weren't for this body being so weak, how could he have been held and toyed with in someone's arms by that human? But he soon yielded to the body's instinctual desires. After all, he was here to recuperate, and no one knew he was Siesun downstairs. The refined and elegant noble young master was preparing a meal. If one ignored the several tentacles wildly flailing behind him, this was still a rather pleasant scene. Yuri saw the girl yawning as she came down the stairs and smiled. You're awake? He then noticed the little kitten dozing in the goddess' arms, squinted but showed no particular expression on his face. What's that? Yuri ground his teeth as he looked at the little thing. Had never been this close to the goddess before. It ran in from outside. I don't know if it has an owner. I'll go ask around in a bit, Yuyu said. Although she was tempted by the kitten, she worried it might belong to someone, so it was safer to go ask someone else's. Yuri exhaled in relief. There was already an annoying dragon at home vying for affection with him. No more cats, please. Siesun calmly absorbed the healing-type psychic energy emanating from the girl. Feeling the chaotic powers within him being patched up bit by bit, he had indeed come for a reason. When the rules were being set, he had vaguely sensed, although this girl had forced him into being her maternal deity, obliging him to submit to her unconditionally and never hurt her, the benefits he gained were also enormous. The children would be sheltered by the monster mother's constantly emanating powerful psychic force, which would patch up any negative effects bit by bit. Even his own evil could be repaired. Siesun found it hard to believe this was a human awakened ability. Although she couldn't completely control herself, the very power to plant a rule within someone was already beyond the realm of humanity, and he could faintly sense from her the power of the same law that he possessed. This indicated that they should be beings of the same level. She certainly was not an ordinary human, however. She was still very weak now. And she probably hadn't even realized how terrifying her own abilities truly were. If he could use her to deal with that it down in the rift who stole his things. Siesun thought this as he glanced at Yuyu, then secretly shook his head. No, still too weak. Forget it. Hell, wait until he locates the other three bastards and reclaims all his soul fragments, then take action personally. But he truly hadn't expected it could go this far. If he had come even later and Gasatra had completely absorbed his power, it would have succeeded in becoming Hylon Star's first Super 3's level monster. This is going to be troublesome. You didn't know a little cat could have so many thoughts in its head. She looked at the dishes Yuli had already prepared and took a deep, blissful breath. It smells so good. Here it comes. Here it comes. She finally got to experience for herself the joy of creating Yuli's happy life. Yuli was clearly happy to prepare food for his closest goddess. He pulled out her chair and set out exquisite, expensive tableware. Please enjoy. The little furball obediently jumped down. Yuyu said thank you, then pointed at it. I remember there's some milk and meat left. Can you help prepare some simple food for it too? Yuri certainly didn't want to. He couldn't wait for this thing occupying the mother goddess embrace to get lost, but he didn't say so. Since the mother goddess had instructed it, he naturally agreed unconditionally. All right, that he chose the latter to prepare food for the little creature rather than poison and kill it. The mother goddess liked obedient children. This is a rule of conduct in the hearts of all monsters that if it secretly killed this little creature while appearing to obey, the mother goddess would surely be angry. Yuri didn't want the mother goddess to be angry, so he gritted his teeth, swallowed his jealousy, and obediently went to prepare food for the little kitten. The reports from the psychics were all sent to headquarters. Dr. Fuss' team was in the conference room conducting a comprehensive analysis of this contaminated zone and preparing to seal it completely. The master played a very strange role in this contaminated zone, a young man said as he flipped through the files and the videos that had been sent back. I watched the Eye of Eternal Calamity the whole time. It only appeared briefly at the mermaid banquet at the end, It hadn't shown up before that. I also watched the footage that recorder you shot later. The master still didn't appear, didn't even show up in the final battle scene. That's what greatly reduced the assessed danger level of this contaminated zone. Where did the master go? He circled a spot in his notebook, encircling the terrifying blue-ring tentacle creature. Could his disappearance still pose a danger to us? Dr. Fu wasn't as tense or serious as the others. He tapped Mermaid Island and said, "The merfolk crawled out of the fissures in the ground. They're the true source of the contamination. From what the hostages said, you can roughly infer that the master doesn't have evil either. It's not a product of the fissures, and it probably doesn't genuinely intend to harm humans." "Doctor, should we keep looking then?" someone asked, frowning. "A monster is still a monster after all. It's safer to clear it out or put it in containment." Dr. Fu shook his head and said, "From the reports sent up from the districts, there's another kind of monster that's from a different origin than evil. Do you remember it?" Everyone stared at one another. A young researcher raised his hand. "Fafnir from District 108. Dr. Fu nodded. "That's right. Fafnir's appearance was sudden too. It drew 80% of District 108's monsters to the blood pool," the old man said with a smile. "Then it disappeared after it drained the pool dry. Look at it another way. If the master hadn't anchored Mermaid Island in a mysterious sea unreachable by ordinary people, where would the merfolk have pushed the island? If it really was the merfolk controlling Mermaid Island, they'd surely place the island in waters where humans live. At their terrifying rate of evolution, once they grow up they'll be in existence even more terrifying than the Black Pearl, so we just let it go. If they won't do anything to harm human society, why should we waste force and resources to hunt them?" Dr. Fu said. "There are plenty of other troublesome polluted zones. A single 3s level is not something you can catch casually. It would take at least 10 3s level psychics to barely stand a chance against one. And now any 3s class psychokinetic in the country is an extremely important strategic weapon. Under no circumstances can they be lost lightly." Chapter 58 Angelic Guardians. "Then this contamination zone will be temporarily closed." Dr. Fu nodded. "Those little ones applied to stay a few more days to rest. I approved it." "The recorder should be called back first, right?" someone asked. "There are other higher-level contamination zones that need to have footage recorded. There are 3 Eyes of Eternity in total. They can be distributed separately," Dr. Fu said. "They don't have to go to the recorders. Give them to the squad leaders who take on the dangerous missions and have them carry them. The Eyes of Eternity will continue to evolve. It's safer for their cores to stay at headquarters. Through repeated use in combat they'll become stronger." "Okay, Dr. By the way, I haven't been keeping an eye on it these past few days. How's the purifier coming along?" "We're still a few experiments short. That special energy is certainly highly destructive and purifies quickly. But it's also very rare," a researcher said. He glanced at Dr. Fu's expression and hesitated for a moment. "I actually agree with Dr. Yes' theory. The Meteorological Bureau detected that many extreme weather events will occur in the near future. I think calling them extreme weather doesn't quite fit." The researcher thought for a moment and said, "Based on the transmitted data, this should be called a catastrophe. Obviously all of this is related to the appearance of the fissures in the ground." Dr. Fu sighed. How could he not know that the ground fissures were widening? What they were doing now to handle the polluted areas across the country was only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. "Doctor, the Bureau can't save all of humanity. Global evolution is the only solution," the researcher said. Abroad there simply aren't organizations like ours. Their casualty rates are certainly high, but they have far more psychics than we do. Mercy is useless under such a brutal system. Your wife was a great person. She possessed the most powerful healing ability in human history. Yet she couldn't change anything. Not even your daughter, Liang. Don't say any more." Another researcher urgently interrupted the excited man's words, and as expected saw Dr. Fu lower his eyes. Liang calmed down, seeing the old man's sorrowful expression, fell silent for a moment and said, "I'm sorry, Doctor. Dr. Fu waved his hand, forcing out a smile. "I know the evolutionists are right, and there are fewer and fewer white doves. The Bureau is propped up by a few of us old-timers, but—" His voice grew a little choked by the end. He waved his hand and didn't continue. But the 2 people he loved most had already done so much for humanity, and he also wanted to do everything he could to protect them. "All right, the meeting's over. You all can go back now, the old man said kindly to the young people in the room. Doctor, you... Liang felt extremely guilty. I'm sorry. I'll go check on the two of them. Dr. Fu waved his hand and said, It's all right, Shaoli. I know you said that for the long-term benefit of humanity. I also know a lot of you young people privately call me an old stubborn, that I admit all of that. But until the last moment, I still refuse to give up the ocean blue planet that my wife and daughter have worked so hard to protect. Liang stared blankly at the old man's departing figure, then gave himself a loud slap. What did you just say? He denied the two greatest women in human history. Dr. Fu returned to his office, took off his white coat, put on a dull gray overcoat, and headed to a most secret part of the Special Administration Bureau. No one else walked this path. Fu Aiyan walked quietly until he arrived at a specially made silver door. Fu Aiyan verification passed. Please don your protective suit. A cold electronic female voice sounded, and his personal protective suit popped up beside it. He skillfully put it on, then passed through a light membrane and entered this space. Except for the ground, the entire space was wrapped in a special silver material. This is where the fissure of Huaxia country is located, strictly monitored by the General Bureau. In fact, the fissure didn't look as exaggeratedly terrifying as people imagined. It resembled a gap that constantly emitted black mist, only 10 meters long. The special silver walls couldn't stop the black mist. It kept spilling out and then disappearing from the naked eye. Beside the fissure stood a statue of an angel. The angel's beautiful, gentle face was frozen forever, sorrow lingering in her eyes as she looked down at the angelic baby cradled in her arms. The statue and the fissure formed, faintly, a kind of standoff. The holy light had grown so dim it was almost invisible, and the statue's condition had already reached its limit over the years. Too many high-level beings had crawled out of the fissure. 20 years ago, a psychic who could foresee the future exhausted his life to divine that there was one most terrifying existence still inside the fissure. If it came out, the end of Sea Blue Planet would truly arrive. When the most critical moment came, that existence had already revealed half its head. Such an eldritch godlike being, simply by appearing, caused all the psychics present to fall. Fu Ai's wife was the youngest and most terrifyingly gifted Esper at the time, and the first person in human history to be rated as a Super 3's level ability user. The mutation direction was something that belonged to the non-human world. An angel. When she and Fu Ai's child was born, she also had the same angelic ability, even purer in energy than her mother's. The prophetic type Esper pointed out the only way to save them, so she did not hesitate to sacrifice her 98-month-old daughter on the spot. At that time there were very few superpowered people in the world. If that evil God had been unleashed, humanity would have been completely annihilated, so the angel willingly fell, and the holy light suppressed the earth rift for 30 years. Fu Ai had been seeing a psychiatrist for 10 years. He is 50 this year, but looks like a frail old man of 70 or 80. He walked up to the angel statue, stroked her face tenderly, his eyes full of longing and sorrow. Wan, I can't hold on any longer. You and the baby must be tired too, right? Of course no one answered. He sat at the angel's feet, his gaze fixed on the distance. The end is almost here. We've held on as long as we could. It's time to finally rest. When I come back down to find you, will you still be the same? Taking care of the baby by yourself must be very hard, right? I'm sorry Wan, I couldn't be by your side in the end. Every time Fu Ai came over he would say that sentence, as if confessing to a past he could never return to. A small drop appeared on the ground, plip, plop, and then many more fell. But the angel's gentle, beautiful face would never move again. Just like Fu Ai's Wan, who would never again hold him tenderly when he was sad. Everyone praised heaven for using life to guard this world, but she actually only wanted her beloved to live well. Chapter 59. If you're willing to stay. Meow. Yuyu tempts the little kitten. The little bone dragon returned after Yuyu and the others finished lunch. When it saw the lazy kitten curled up in the girl's arms, although it was angry, it tacitly kept the same attitude as Yuri and Dor. The mother goddess already said this little thing isn't from their family and will be sent away soon. It won't occupy the mother goddess' attention for long. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Yuyu prepared to go look for the cat's owner. There are no other residential compounds near Silverfish Villa, which greatly reduces the area to investigate. Because of the Black Pearl incident, not many people live in the whole compound. Excluding their people, there are only 2 or 3 dozen households left. Finding the cat's owner shouldn't take too long. Mother Goddess, you don't need to handle this personally. The sun is lovely today and the terrace is already set with lounge chairs. I'll have Chisi go ask. Yuli drew back the curtain. The large terrace of the Zhou family's home had already been arranged with an afternoon tea set that no one could refuse. A tentacle appeared behind him and, with a puff, spat out a puddle of transparent crystal slime. The crystal slime slowly writhed and transformed into a man, Lord Yuri. Kais bowed respectfully as soon as he emerged. Any orders? There was no longer any of the malice that had been brought out from the earth fissure on this native sea blue star monster. It had probably been with Yuri long enough for all of it to be absorbed by Yuyu's silver light. Take this cat outside and ask whose pet it is. Xiao Judong was noticeably cold toward everyone except Yuyu. Its personality was naturally arrogant and indifferent, only showing a different childish side in front of its creator. Cheese accepted without any temper. Xie had been absorbed in his own thoughts and didn't hear the group discussing sending him away. He only realized when the box jellyfish carried it out. The fur ball that had been quiet and obedient in the girl's arms suddenly exploded. A flash of disgust crossed its dark red pupils, and it instantly mentally overpowered the jellyfish. An hour later, Kais returned with the cat that I asked everyone in Silverfish Villa. No one had lost a cat, so I brought it back. A small fluff ball lay at Chi's feet, intently licking its paws. The man and the cat both looking a little tired. It seemed to truly be ownerless. Why Yuyu felt a little happy. After the kitten left, she hadn't been comfortable sunning herself, always a bit reluctant to let it go. And when it was near her, even Mushu reacted strangely. The mother book is the source of the monster she created. She doesn't remember ever having a kitten. Since no one wants you, do you want to come with me? Yuyu crouched down, naturally picked up the kitten, gave it a peck on the forehead and promised, "Mommy will take good care of you if you agree." Meow once. Yuri and the little bone dragon looked at the cat. They couldn't drive away with envy. They exchanged a glance and saw the other's sharp intent to sharpen their blades. Xie had by now almost gotten used to this woman pawing at him. He lazily opened his mouth and yawned at her. Why Yuyu, hooray. You're willing to stay. Yuri littlebone Xie. Captain, aren't we supposed to call her Yuyu? That night, Zhou Jin said between bites of the duck leg in his hand, "Isn't it wrong that we snuck out to eat behind her back?" "I already told her. She said she'll return to the central district tonight and won't stay." Feng Sheng said faintly. Zhou Jin was extremely disappointed. He took out his phone, snapped a few pictures of the food on the table, and then sent them to their task squad. "You little fishy. Look at how much delicious food you missed by leaving so early." Yuyu replied instantly, "Thanks for the invite. I just got off the plane and am already eating in the cafeteria. Auntie's hands are shaking as always. I don't feel full, so I plan to go check out the night market later." Everyone else saw the message and in unison sighed that the recorder was so busy he could hardly be in two places at once, then happily began to enjoy their brief holiday. After completing each mission, the powered individuals had to undergo psychological counseling. Evil is literal here. It easily provokes malicious thoughts in people's minds. Although it can't corrupt those who have already awakened abilities, it can easily make them lose control and become violent and bloodthirsty. The higher the level, the greater the contaminating area's effect. So after every task squad finished a mission, they had to spend some time in the purification room set up by the local Special Administration Bureau, and then do some recreational activities to relieve their stress. Feng Sheng's squad members were all high-level, and the true contamination level of Haicheng ghost stories, the contaminated zone, was only glass, so it didn't have too much of an effect on them. Still, psychological counseling was necessary. They were invited to stay and rest for a while before returning. Of course, although Yuyu the recorder was hurried back by Ma, the bureau would still take care of her psychologically. Yuyu left the new kitten in her dorm, put the other two creatures back into the mother book, and went alone to the recorder's designated lounge. When she arrived, everyone was there. Xiao Ruan, who usually handled archive records, said happily, "You're back." Yujie poured her a cup of tea and teased, "You made pretty quick progress, finished in just a week, and with such low casualties." Yu waved her hand. "I didn't sleep all night." "When did senior brother finish his mission?" "Not long ago. I only arrived yesterday too," Yujie said. "I was assigned to the mission with the Tree of Life team." Lin? "There is only one Tree of Life in the whole country." Yu asked, "Who is he with?" "The Devourer, Green Vine, Ghost Mask, and the others." Yu auto-translated, "Oh, little fire, Xiaoqing, a piao." Except for Dewar and Xiaoqing being fairly familiar with each other, the rest didn't know one another. "How was it? Smooth?" Yuyu thought about how well the little fire person and the little tree person had adapted and felt it should be fine. Ugh, very smooth. Yuyu leaned closer to her and lowered his voice. It was my first time seeing the Devourer's power. It was terrifying. He shivered, recalling the scene. Especially after the Tree of Life was injured, it was brutal, even more frightening than the higher level ones. I wouldn't believe it if you said there's nothing between the two of them. Yuyu stifled a laugh. I second that. I've gone through the materials sent back. After joking for a moment, Yuyu spoke seriously. Aside from the master's disappearance, the rest is basically fine. District 16 just sent the test report to headquarters. It can be archived. What do you think? Any additional details to add? Yuyu thought for a moment and shook her head. Nothing else. Of course she couldn't say that the master was in her pocket. Chapter 60. Can ghosts still crawl out of the fissures? How are you? Having finished the main business, Yuyu politely asked after his junior sister's mental state. Do you need psychological counseling? Yuyu shook her head. I don't think so. I'll go ask Lin for 2 leaves and brew some tea for a couple of days and that should do it. Fine. Yuyu didn't insist. He knew better than anyone how abnormal Yuyu's psychic powers were. With her level, she would probably only react if she went unprotected right up to the fissure. You don't need to go with the team on the next mission. Look through the files and see if anything interests you. After a few days' rest, you can start preparing for the new assignment. Yuyu pushed a thick stack of documents across to her. Go in undercover and film as much as you can, but prioritize your safety. Mainly you should do a live stream and give the whole country a science-based explanation. This was exactly asking her to return to her old specialty. I am giving you some of the more controversial cases, contamination zones that lie within human settlements and have become urban legends in various districts. Streamers always run over there and end up in trouble. You go there and stream live. You'll satisfy their curiosity in one go. Alright. Yuyu nodded, flipped through the booklet at hand, and found most of it were supernatural tales. She looked up and asked, can ghosts crawl out of the ground fissures too? Yuyu nodded. Evil can paint the things humans fear most. It includes not only domestic ones but those from Western countries as well. Domestic ghosts, monsters, Zhongshi, foreign zombies, vampires, werewolves, and so on. There's nothing humans can't imagine, and nothing that can't crawl out of a ground fissure. Okay. Yuyu turned to the 3rd page and suddenly saw a double-shrink contamination zone called Deyong Girls High. Inside was a 3S elite codename Blood Moon, and from the description it seemed to be a woman in red. The other tasks in the booklet were generally grade A, so an S suddenly appearing stood out. This one? Yuyu tapped the booklet. The description was brief, just 1 sentence. On nights of the full moon, the dance studio in the academic building always lights up with an eerie red glow late at night. People often see 2 slender, graceful figures performing a beautiful swan dance at the window. Yuyu glanced at it, thought for a moment and said, only 1 person has ever died in this contaminated zone. Only 1? Yuyu exclaimed in surprise. This was supposed to be a high-level contaminated zone. How could it seem even less dangerous than those grade A ones? Yes, and it happened just as the contamination zone had formed. The person who died was a male teacher who had molested a female student. Later he inexplicably jumped to his death. He leapt from the dance studio in the complex building. Yuyu told everything he knew and suggested you can check the darknet for Zone 63. There might be more information there. Okay. Yuyu nodded. After reporting, Yuyu returned to her apartment. She planned to rest for 3 days, and in the meantime look for information about Deyong Girls High and think about how to shoot the footage. Yuyu didn't go anywhere for those 3 days. She holed up in her apartment studying Deyong Girls High. This time she was on the assignment herself, so she was a little nervous. And that was a ghost. In the interstellar era there are no ghosts, so Yuyu was curious and scared. She spent almost the whole day browsing the dark web of District 63. Anyone going to Deyong Women's High? Let's team up. This sentence was the information about that contaminated zone that Yuyu finally found after searching for a long time. She scrolled down through the conversation. Someone replied to the original poster. What's so good about the Women's High mission? All day it's just that crazy woman looking for people, looking for Taoists, looking for psychics. Aren't you afraid she won't pay you the reward? Ugh, I'm currently in District 63 and want to make some extra cash. What do you mean? Is that employer crazy? Yes, there's something wrong with your brain. The girls' high school does have some issues. But the black mist in that contaminated zone is so weak it doesn't affect ordinary people. and nobody's ever died there. The local special management bureau can't be bothered. The school has never had any incidents. Why do that mission? As everyone knows, the more people die in a contaminated zone, the more serious the case becomes and the higher the bounty. Not to mention victims' families seeking help. When the local special management bureau can't handle something, they'll put out a reward to civilian ability users. At a place like Deyang Girls High, with a high-level contaminated zone mission in name only, is the one people least want to take. The monsters are hard to beat, the bounty is low, and it's a waste of time. Who would do it for no reason? The OP should look for other monsters to deal with. District 63 is a notorious paranormal area. Those wealthy people are very willing to pay to dispel disasters. As long as your ability matches, you can definitely go. Point 1. District 63 has the most ghosts. Rather than hunting the scariest blood moon, you'd be better off catching some small monsters. If interested, PM me, I have assignments. After that, it fizzled out. Yuyu clicked her tongue. It seems very few people at Deyang Girls High are actually willing to do it. Never mind getting more information, they don't even want to talk about it. She sighed and had to think of another way. The little fluff ball beside her paced back and forth on the quilt. Yuyu suddenly remembered a local legend from Hylan Star, so she pulled the cat up in front of her and stared into its eyes. Xiasun? Is something the matter with you? Yuyu said seriously, I heard that cats are all clairvoyant. Can you see ghosts? Xiasun. The kitten wriggled free from her hands and ran off, and before leaving it gave Yuyu a fierce hiss that almost melted her heart. Yuri, who had seen all her reactions from the side. Wake up. For heaven's sake. It's warning you, not acting cute. The cat refused to pay her any attention. The little blue jelly-flavored lapdog nuzzled up to Yuyu rubbed its springy little head with her finger. Yuri is still better still, one's own is more obedient like that previous evil god, and this picked up Mimi, they are all rebellious to the same degree. The little bone dragon had been lazily turning along with the fan, but upon hearing this it wouldn't be outdone. It accepted that it couldn't compete with this cat, but this seafood creature even brought its whole family to fight for favor with it to Tragus. It let out a soft ding and rubbed its cheek against you, yes, using every trick it had to act cute. Mama is going on a business trip in a couple of days. Yuyu told the three little ones in the room, Yoli and Little Bone can come, but Mimi cannot. The two monsters' eyes lit up instantly. Hooray! This furball is going to fall out of favor. It's not that I don't want you, it's because the place I'm going is dangerous, so I can't take you, Yuyu explained to the little kitten. I can board you at a pet shop, or leave enough food at home. Which do you choose? If you stay at home, I'll ask Aunt Xiaoqing to come by now and then to check on you and scoop your poop. If you don't want her, just meow twice. The little kitten didn't make a sound. Alright, it seems you're very willing. Chapter 61, The New Transfer Student. District 63, Deyang Girls High School. This all-girls high school is the largest high school in District 63. Students can enter as early as kindergarten and continue straight through to high school. With a history of over 200 years, it is a long-established prestigious school, SA girls only school. Deyang Girls High was renowned throughout the entire Huaxia nation. That day, a transfer student joined Class 3, Year 2. The homeroom teacher was a middle-aged bald man surnamed Wang. The girls all called him Old Wang behind his back. Old Wang was kind and rarely lost his temper, and he was one of the most popular teachers at the school. The second period was supposed to be math, but Old Wang, who taught Chinese, walked into the classroom holding the glass cup in which he had brewed tea, cleared his throat and said, "Everyone quiet down. Today our class has a transfer student." The girls who had been gossiping in a circle fell silent, their curious eyes turning toward the doorway. A delicate, pretty girl stood obediently in the doorway. As soon as Old Wang finished speaking, she walked into the classroom. She didn't look like a 17 or 18-year-old with striking tall features. Rather, she seemed a bit younger, her face still showing an adorable baby fat, her lively high ponytail tied up. She was clearly wearing the standard girls' high school uniform skirt. Her calves were slender and straight, the lines pleasing to the eye. As if she were a little prettier than the others. "Hello everyone, my name is Yuyu, I'm 16. The girl's round, doe-like eyes were innocent and clear, easily evoking the other girl's affection, and her voice was soft and slightly husky. I'm a new music student and will be studying academic courses in our class for half a month. I heard from the grade head that you seniors are all very capable. Please take care of me. Thank you everyone." "Only 16. Someone whispered in surprise, but looking at her face there was no real doubt. So young. Of course Yuyu wasn't really 16. She was 2 or 3 years older than those girls, but with a new identity she had to play the part. The girl was cute and polite, calling everyone big sister in a sweet voice that melted their hearts. She even praised them for being impressive. Who wouldn't like that? Old Wang knew the kids in his own class fairly well. The girls' high school wasn't as chaotic as outsiders imagined. Most classes didn't have scheming and backstabbing. After all, everyone was busy studying. Who has time to think about all that nonsense? The sight of the gazes below maternal love was about to spill out, so there was naturally nothing to worry about. One big trait of their class: collective looks-based preference. Whether she's a mature beauty or a lowly, as long as she's pretty, everyone wants to stick close to the pretty girl. The first time he saw the transfer student, he predicted how she'd fare in the class, and as expected he found that everyone liked her. All right, everyone, get to know her a bit. Yuyu. Pick any empty seat below and sit for now. Your desk mate will read the same book as you. After class, the class monitor will bring her to the office for me to give her the book, Old Wang ordered, then walked off holding his cup. Yuyu stood at the podium, still searching for an empty seat when she saw people below already waving enthusiastically. Sister. Sit next to me. Sit next to me, sit next to me. I'm first in math in the grade. My English is great. Come sit with me, I'll teach you English. Yuyu smiled. The math teacher was already standing at the door. She picked up her bag and went down, only to be grabbed midway by a girl who pulled her to sit beside her. Class monitor. The math teacher came in and the others lowered their voices to show their displeasure. The class monitor pretended not to hear, took out the required math book and placed it in the middle, cleared his throat. Quiet, class is starting. The others. Math classes in Huaxia country were different from what Yuyu had experienced before, but she had inherited the original Buddhist memories. Although the original had dropped out after high school, she had also been a top student, and having graduated less than a year ago, most of the knowledge was still fresh. Yuyu was pleased and relaxed. Being able to solve problems without listening to the lesson felt great. Completely unlike the terror she felt when she first received the mission and relived high school. My name is Liu Yang. I'm the class monitor. Even though you'll only be here for half a month, you're still very welcome. If you need any help later, you can come to me, the monitor said in a low voice. Okay, Yuyu nodded, sincere. Thank you. After her break yesterday, Yuyu received a new assignment from her senior, which was to first blend into Deyong Girls High to get familiar with it, and then find an opportunity to livestream. After all, an all-girls high school isn't like other unspoiled areas. The school has students attending classes properly every day, so they naturally wouldn't allow a bunch of random outsiders to come in and livestream. It just so happens that Yuyu looks young, making her the easiest to blend in. Yuyu Jia recalled Yu's performance in the earlier Haicheng ghost stories. That new groom song made him firmly believe Yuyu should really learn how to sing properly. Hoped she wouldn't come out and cause trouble again. The math teacher was a strict middle-aged woman who liked to call students up to solve problems during class. To show respect for the transfer student, she called Yuyu up once. Yuyu was still lost in her own thoughts, looking absent-minded. The class monitor glanced at her with some concern and asked, if you don't know, just tell the teacher, she won't make things hard for you. Yuyu looked up at the question and found she could do it without any instruction. She gave the class monitor an okay sign from her seat to indicate she was fine. That night, Yuyu went with local custom and moved into the student dormitory. The girls' high school dormitory in Deyong had 6-person rooms with bunk beds and private bathrooms. At the end of the corridor there was a large washroom, lights out at 10:30 p.m. and a dorm supervisor on each floor. Because of the long years, the hallway lights were very dim. Inside the dorm it was tolerable, but the doors creaked whenever they opened or closed, and the toilet at the end of the corridor was also a long-neglected stall straight out of a horror movie. Yuyu lived in room 404, which had stood empty for years because someone had died there. The room number was very unlucky, making it feel more like a horror movie because there were so many people. There were basically no empty dorms left. The few remaining rooms all had some problems inside. Only 404 was relatively intact. Although the number sounded ominous, there was basically nothing wrong with it. The class monitor, worried the new girl would be scared sleeping alone, suggested, Yuyu, why don't you squeeze in with us? Yuyu shook her head. Thanks, monitor. But I'm going to be staying for quite a while. I can't trouble you every day. It's fine, I can live by myself. Nonsense, as an agent with a mission, living with these girls would be far too restrictive. Living alone is the best. Then finish washing up and come to our dormitory. Wait until lights out is nearly time before going back. We can keep you company and chat. Chapter 62 Rules of Young Girls High School. Yuyu obediently finished washing up and hugging her pillow went to monitor in the others' dormitory, room 401. She wasn't in a hurry to go back and pack. On the first day here, she definitely wanted to ask the locals about the situation first. Besides, the class monitor had been acting all secretive, as if insisting that she must come to their dorm no matter what, like there was something important to tell her. For some reason, the girls' high school had no evening study sessions. At 7 every night everyone was sent back to the dormitories, and no one was allowed to wander around campus. So getting back early to the dorm meant there really wasn't much to do either study or relax. Both were fine. When they reached room 401, the 6 girls inside had already changed into their pajamas and were holding pillows, waiting. Yuyu stood at the door hugging her big white pillow. The class monitor pulled her in, and the 6 of them sat in a circle on the blanket-covered floor and started chatting. Yuyu, today was hectic and I didn't get a chance to tell you about our school's rules. I need to make up for that now. It's important, it concerns your personal safety. I hope you'll listen carefully. The class monitor was very serious, which made Yuyu a bit more earnest as well. Go ahead. I'll remember it for sure. Our school rules, they're neither too many nor too few. Before you came, you must have heard the legend about our school, right? A legend? Yuyu thought for a moment and tentatively said 2 words. The Red Moon? The class monitor nodded. Yes, the Red Moon. The legend says that a girl's red dancing shoes remain in the dance studio of the multipurpose building. After she died unwilling to enter reincarnation, her spirit stayed at the school until she avenged herself, killed that male teacher. Yet her obsession never dissipated and she remained forever in the dance studio on the 4th floor of the teaching building. This legend is half true, half false, but the dance studio is indeed a forbidden place that no one may set foot in. The elevator in the multipurpose building has a broken button for the 4th floor. Above the 3rd floor is the 5th, and no one may go to the 4th floor. The first thing every newly enrolled student must do is remember the school rules. This concerns our safety. There are no traps if we follow the rules. We will survive unharmed. Yuyu nodded and began listening as the class monitor explained several school rules of Young Girls High. First, the 4th floor of the comprehensive building is a forbidden area for this school. No one may enter. Do not let your curiosity lead you into the restricted area. Everyone must obey this rule. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. Second, all transfer students in the arts track have classes on the 5th floor in the music classroom. Please remember this point. No one will schedule your classes in the 4th floor dance classroom. If you find such a schedule, ignore it and immediately go to the academic affairs office on the 1st floor to have your timetable corrected. Third, this school never holds evening study sessions. School ends at 6:30 p.m. Students must return to their dormitories by 7 p.m. and not linger on campus or in teaching buildings. If a teacher of any subject asks you to add an evening study session, ignore them. If possible, check their teacher ID. Those with a red 5-point star are teachers at our school. If you do not see a red 5-point star, leave them immediately, return to the dormitory, and report the incident to your dorm supervisor right away. Fourth, our school has only one main complex building. If you discover a second building during the daytime, do not enter the one with the yellow sidewall. If you accidentally enter it, leave immediately as long as nothing has happened. Remember, under no circumstances go to the 4th floor. Fifth, there are cleaning staff everywhere on campus. If you find anything unclean in the green belt or elsewhere, you can ask the cleaning staff to remove it. Remember, the cleaning staff wear gray uniforms. Those above are the rules for being on campus during the day. There are only 5 rules, not many, and easy to remember. The dormitory rules are posted in each room. 404s are a bit different from ours, so figure those out when you return and write them down. Just don't break them. The class monitor went on at length, then summed up, in short. Those are the 5 basic rules. They're posted in the classrooms too, but normal people usually wouldn't violate them, and the classrooms are very safe. Every place has its own rules. There will be many notices posted on the walls. It's okay if you can't remember them all right away. There's just one thing you must remember. Under no circumstances go to the dance studio on the 4th floor of the complex building. The class monitor repeated this again and again. Our school actually takes transfer students around this time every year, but they always end up leaving the school because they don't follow the rules and something unexpected happens. You are a transfer student in our class. I hope you can get through this short half-month safely. Yuyu listened carefully and even took notes, nodding, okay, I remember. Thank you. You're welcome, the monitor waved a hand. Actually, aside from the school's rather strange and cumbersome rules, everything else here is pretty good. The teaching quality goes without saying. This prestigious school in District 63 has the highest advancement rate. The teachers are all great, and as long as transfer students make it through this period safely, they all go on to get into the universities they want. Following the rules is pretty simple. You can definitely do it too. The squad leader encouraged her. Don't be afraid. It's a bit strange, but it's nothing. You thought for a moment and asked, can I know why? Why is the fourth floor off limits? The squad leader didn't speak. Another girl with glasses opened her mouth, because the spirits of the girls dead linger there. On the night of the blood moon, on the 15th of every month when the moon is fullest, the entire complex turns red, and the dance studio plays the dance the girl used to perform most often while she was alive. The eerie piano piece fills the whole campus. The girl's voice was low and hoarse, making everyone present scalps tingle. Damn, Danny, shut up, that's too scary. Someone finally couldn't hold back and slapped the girl with glasses on the arm. The little sister just got here. Don't you have any decency scaring people like that? Tisk, don't even say scaring people. We all got goosebumps listening to that. You're really bold, saying anything that comes to mind. God, everyone in the school knows about this, but none of them speak out as bluntly as you do. Di and I chuckled. Tell the new little sister in advance, let her remember it in her heart. Good fear is useful. Only when they're afraid will they follow the rules. Yuyu had heard so much, and didn't expect that this brief-sounding young girl's high assignment would actually hold so much inside. Sure enough, no high-level contamination zone is easy to deal with. This is only the first day. Although the daytime passed uneventfully with no incidents, after the squad leader's nighttime comment, the rest of the half-month is likely to be quite eventful. Young Girls High is not as peaceful on the surface as it appears. Chapter 63 Dorm 404. After explaining the basic school rules to Yuyu, the squad leader checked the time and said, it's already 8. Go back to your dorm and get settled. One of the apartment rules is that anyone who isn't a member of 404 is not allowed to enter dorm 404. So we can't help you with that. Sorry. Yuyu shook her head. It's alright, she had already put Chi-Si in ahead of time, so by the time she returned he would just be able to sleep. The class monitor and the others from the dorm escorted her to the door of room 404, then remembered, what about your luggage? It's already been taken in, Yuyu said. Alright, you all should head back. Lights out will be in a little while. Thanks for your help tonight. Everyone exchanged glances. They had seen people who refused to leave during break time, but never anyone so eager to go to the supposedly haunted dormitory. But the young girl had already gone in, clutching a pillow. They looked at each other and had no choice but to turn back to their own dormitory. Only Dani's eyes behind her glasses flashed with a faint dark gleam as she watched the girl's retreating figure. Thoughtful. When Yuyu returned to dorm 404, Kai's had already finished cleaning when she opened the door. An upper body of a handsome man in a suit and a lower body of jellyfish tentacles was leaning on a broom, gathering trash. Seeing the newcomer, his dark eyes fixed on her. My lady. A small blue tentacle monster crawled up behind Yuyu, plopped onto her shoulder, then lazily extended a thin little tentacle and retracted. Butler Chi-Si. Although the class monitor said 404 generally had no intruders, she wasn't sure whether non-404 members included dorm supervisors and other school staff. So to be safe she decided to put the little monsters back into the mother book. The one-person dormitory was very empty. Although Chi-Si had tried his best to clean, some traces remained that couldn't be shaken off. The light in the room was as dim and yellow as the hallway. Forget studying in there, it was like the bulbs they used in the 50s and 60s, and Yuyu briefly felt her eyesight must be failing. Dorm 404 also had 3 bunk beds and 1 long table. Because no one lived there, it felt especially empty. The bathroom door was closed and the light off, the window and security bars were a bit rusty, and the bed curtain was half drawn. Probably Kasai wanted to open the window for ventilation, so faint, indistinct shadows of trees could be seen. The curtain was being blown and flipping about. This place was totally a horror movie's. Yuyu turned her gaze to the beds. Of the 3 bunk beds, she was sleeping on the top bunk by the door, with her back against a tall cabinet, 3 sides backed against things, giving her a strong sense of security. However, Yuyu looked over and saw that on the wall beside almost every bed was a strange black human-shaped shadow, grotesquely twisted, like a child's spilled blotch of paint. yet somehow still roughly recognizable except for the bed she had already made. The other bunks were covered in dust and large patches of dried stains. Yuyu thought for a moment, took a small jar from her handbag, sprayed around, and then turned off the light. The whole room glowing fluorescent green. Yuyu. Well damn, what kind of horrifying murder scene is this? Someone must have died in this place, right? Right? The moment she turned off the light, the previously quiet room began to make faint noises everywhere. The cabinet by the bed went thud thud thud, as if someone were sitting inside knocking on its door. Yuyu. No way. One compartment of a cabinet is so small, don't even talk about putting a person in. Maybe a head would just about fit. Then the bathroom, which had originally shown no sign of anything wrong, began to flicker its lights on and off, and more eerily, the black silhouettes on the wall each started to writhe, as if they were about to crawl right through the walls. Of course, none of this was enough to truly surprise Yuyu. Before coming she had crammed on horror films, successfully scaring herself, while also mentally preparing for the 63rd Paranormal District. These are all small noises. Small noises. The cabinet door, finally unable to bear the strain, crashed to the floor with a clang. That sound seemed like a signal. The ghostly figures lurking in the darkness instantly lunged toward the room's only living person. Then there was a sharp slap. The light was turned on again. Standing at the doorway was a middle-aged woman who looked extremely ferocious. She said angrily, "Who told you to turn off the light? Didn't you read the rules on the wall?" Everything fell back into silence, as if the strange sounds just now had been her imagination, but the feeling of being about to be swallowed whole by some ghostly thing was too real. Yuyu still hadn't recovered. The goosebumps on her back had already reacted. The aunt's fierce voice dragged this ordinary human body back to the world. The Yuyu inside the shell gave a start and came to her senses. "You're new here?" The dorm supervisor snapped a couple times, then noticed the girl was deathly pale and couldn't respond for a long moment and realized, "You haven't read the rules on the wall?" Yuyu put on a pitiful look, gazed up at her plaintively and nodded. "Sorry, Auntie, I didn't see where the rules were." The girl's sincere eyes cooled the supervisor's temper a bit. She stood in the doorway without going in, her hand that had turned off the light quickly withdrawing and slipping back into her pocket, and said, "Didn't your class monitor tell you? 404 has its own rules. I don't know the details, but the most basic one is you can't turn off the light." The auntie looked her over and asked, "Are you okay? Any physical discomfort?" Yuyu shook her head, then nodded. "I just feel a bit of a chill at the back." The aunt didn't speak, only said, "Don't turn off the light again before lights out." Her other hand took a small flashlight from her pocket and handed it over. "Hang this by the bedside at night, remember not to turn it off." Yuyu nodded. "Okay, thank you, aunt. Make sure you remember the rules on the wall and follow them. At night there must be light in the room, do you hear me?" The aunt repeated her warnings. Only after she saw the girl nod obediently did she leave. The dormitory supervisor's 3 musts were enough to stress how serious the matter was. If she hadn't come in time to turn on the light, Yuyu had no doubt that something would have happened next that ordinary people couldn't deal with. After the dorm supervisor left, Yuyu rubbed the goosebumps on her arms and went to the wardrobe that had made the most noise a moment ago, and found that a cupboard door had indeed fallen to the floor. The inside of the wardrobe was pitch dark. The missing panel looked extremely conspicuous, as if some monster were peering out. The knocking sound from before did not seem fake, yet the wide-open wardrobe was indeed emptied. Yuyu crouched down, picked up the fallen cabinet door and flipped it over, seeing a yellowed piece of paper affixed to it, on which was written Dormitory 404 Rules Chapter 64. Please remember, never turn off the lights at any time. Welcome to Deyong Girls High School Dormitory 404. Please believe that our dormitory is no different from any other. We ask all residents not to panic over small noises. Stay calm and remember the following dormitory rules. Rule 1: at all times, whenever you return to dorm 404, make sure to keep the lights on in the room. If it is the lights out time at night, proactively ask the dorm supervisor for a night light. Rule 2: ignore any noises after the lights are turned off. If you hear someone call your name after lights out, do not respond, just continue sleeping. Rule 3: if you wake up during the night for any reason, be sure not to open your eyes. If you accidentally open them, whatever you see, pretend you didn't see it and show no sign of fear. Rule for the bathroom in our dorm may only be used before lights out. Be sure to take care of any physiological needs before getting into bed. Remember, do not enter the bathroom after lights out, and do not look into the bathroom mirror. Article 5. Whether you sleep on the top bunk or the bottom bunk, after lights out you must remain on your own bed. Try not to lean against the wall or against the wardrobe. Article 6. There is also a mirror in the dormitory. Please find it before lights out and turn it face down on the table, otherwise very serious consequences will occur. Article 7, Article 8, Article 9, Article 10. Please remember, you are not the only one in the dormitory. You must strictly follow the above rules. They concern your life and safety. Do not treat them as a joke. Remember, if anything tries to lure you into turning off the lights, be sure to ignore it. Yuyu finished reading. There was nothing there to lure her, so she turned off the light, the sort of self-destructive move you see from victims in horror movies. Yuyu reattached the cabinet door, looked at the first item thoughtfully, then left. Each floor had a dorm supervisor. They lived in the large room at the end of the corridor. There were 40 dorms per floor. And 404 was still quite far from the corridor's end. You could see how alert the students were at night. The hallway was empty, almost nobody around. The dim yellow light made the corridor seem interminable. Rule 1. Before lights out, proactively ask the dorm supervisor Auntie for a nightlight. Yuyu walked alone in the hallway. The miniature camera kept diligently working. From just now until this moment, the entire livestream room exuded a suffocating quiet. It was an ordinary, commonplace night, and countless people's phones received a special notification. After 2 months, the streamer you follow, Yuyu, is finally live. So countless people swarmed over, and then saw everything that happened after Yuyu turned off the lights, as well as the 404 dormitory rules she had filmed. What started with scrolling barrage comments soon fell eerily silent, all in the time it took to flip a light switch. The special tech developed by the Administrative Bureau recorded everything faithfully. Of course, Yuyu had blocked out the presence of her little monsters. In the footage, the corridor was dim and empty. The streamer walked quietly, her shadow, faint and almost indistinguishable, flickered on the floor in the camera. Finally, someone spoke, breaking the eerie silence in the live stream room. I think this scene looks kind of familiar. Familiar 1. Familiar 10086. Could it not look familiar? A little over 2 months ago, the streamer led them to face the fishhead monster just like this. The streamer is from the Special Administration Bureau. I have good reason to believe what she filmed is real. As for that, I'll close mine first out of respect. The person upstairs is really timid. Closing your eyes, what kind of hero is that? You're behind a screen. Can the monster crawl out from it and eat you? Exactly. Why close your eyes? If you've got guts, plug your ears like I do. Because of equipment issues, you couldn't see everyone in the live room babbling. A few minutes later, she arrived at the dorm supervisor's big room. Didn't the dorm supervisor already give the streamer a flashlight? Why is she still going to look for them? Who told you that whoever brings something must be the dorm supervisor? The first rule clearly states, before lights out, proactively ask the dorm supervisor for a night light. A night light? It doesn't say flashlight. The upstairs truth revealed, the streamer is actually pretty cautious. Yuyu knocked on the door and soon heard a reply from inside. Come in. Corresponding to that very aged voice was a decrepit woman. She wore a loose black robe, her skin sagging and withered, her body extremely stooped, but her eyes were as pure and clear as a baby's. Compared to the aunt who had proactively come earlier to give Yuyu the flashlight, she was practically a witch out of a dark fairy tale. So the question is, who is the dorm supervisor? Who was the woman who just arrived? What did she mean by giving Yuyu the flashlight? Are you the new transfer student? The old woman spoke. Although she tried to soften her tone, her voice couldn't hide its eeriness. I'm the dorm supervisor for building A, 4th floor. Are you here to get a nightlight from me? Yuyu nodded and took out the flashlight to hand it to her. Someone else gave this to me at the dormitory door. The old lady obligingly took the small flashlight and set it on the table. The moment her hand touched it, Yuyu clearly saw a red light envelop the flashlight. As if some kind of seal had been lifted, the barrage of comments started scrolling again. Damn. That person really wasn't the dorm supervisor after all. That person never said they were the dorm supervisor, alright? We jump to conclusions first. But a normal person seeing an auntie who looks like a dorm supervisor would immediately think she's the dorm supervisor, and real dorm supervisors really do look like witches, they just don't look easy to mess with. Seriously, honestly, what school would hire such an old woman as a dorm supervisor? That's weird, really weird. Keep watching for a while. The dorm supervisor took a small, old-fashioned oil lamp out of a drawer and said, when you go back, light this and you'll sleep a bit more peacefully. Put it by your pillow, remember? Okay, thank you, teacher. Is there anything else I should pay attention to? No. Don't leave the dorm after lights out. And just make sure to follow the dorm rules. The old woman waved her hand, slowly sat back at the table, and began fiddling with the flashlight Yuyu had given her. Why Yuyu said goodbye, but the old woman ignored her, muttering something to herself. She couldn't catch it before she left, because the hallway bell for lights out rang and gave her a start. Dear students, lights out is in 5 minutes. Please return to your dormitories as soon as possible, and do not linger in the corridors. Please follow the rules. Good night, sweet dreams. Chapter 65. Dream within a dream. When the announcement came on, Yuyu was still in the corridor. The light was so dim and blurred she could hardly see. A large clock hung by the door of the dormitory supervisor's room, its hands turning round and round. A detail she hadn't noticed at all when she first went in suddenly became clear at this moment, and the ticking of the hands seemed to echo in her ears. 5 minutes until lights out. The viewers in the live stream, of course, clearly heard that prompt. It was as if they were suddenly transported into that dim corridor. The tick-tick of the second hand amplified to an unbearable extent with Yuyu's movements. It was as if they mechanically took steps forward as well. 5 minutes felt like a death countdown, their steps getting faster and faster until they couldn't help but break into a run. The corridor seemed to stretch longer, the lights blurred. They ran numbly, the sound of the clock growing louder and louder. Tick-tick-tick. 5 minutes were almost up, so why could the ticking still be heard? Why was the hallway so long? Why hadn't they reached 404 yet? The ticking stopped. With the last clack falling, everyone seemed to feel someone lay a hand on their shoulder from behind, and a voice sounded in their ear. Why haven't you gone back to your dorm yet? At the door of 404, Yuyu adjusted the camera and opened the dorm door. She didn't know that in just that moment. While the corridor's psychological influence hadn't affected her, 80% of the viewers in the live stream had been trapped by the nightmare and plunged into a profound terror until the camera twitched. The corridor that had seemed endlessly dark was finally gone from view, the ticking of clocks completely silenced, and on the dormitory door a cold mechanical, dim yellow metal plate flickered with the numbers 404. Yuyu pushed the door open and went in. The live stream chat, which had been frozen, began scrolling again. Oh shit. That scared the hell out of me. I was literally suffocating just now. Damn. I feel the same. I feel like I'll never get out of that corridor. Are you all like me? This is clearly just a live stream, so how is it so immersive? Damn. This is insane. Tens of thousands in the stream. Has everyone been bewitched? Most people said they were bewitched. Only a very small number said they weren't, just as she was coming back to her senses from the scare. With a creak, the haunted dormitory door opened again. When they had just left the hallway, everyone had thought the dormitory lights were damn dark. Now it seemed the dormitory itself looked a bit safer, but that thought didn't last long. As soon as Yuyu sat on the bed, the dim light went out, and that was that. Most obvious was the black shadow on the wall beginning to twist, clawing and sprawling as if about to break through the wall. Yuyu turned her head, and the live stream camera slammed up against the wall. Ah! What the? Why did the lights go out so fast? What the? It's so dark. Why can I still see this ghostly thing? The live stream erupted in screams and wails. The dark shadow slowly writhed, and at the instant it lunged forward. The thin candlelight pushed it back. Yuyu lit the lamp. The shadow retreated unwillingly into the wall, reverting to its previous form. According to the dorm rules, after lights out it's best not to get out of bed. It's best to fall asleep immediately and try to keep your eyes closed as much as possible. Yuyu glanced at the curtain that was still trembling, trying to catch her attention, and thought that in early summer it probably wouldn't be cold even if the window was left open. The oil lamp was small, just the right size to sit on the cabinet. The lamp oil didn't look like much. She didn't know whether it would go out in the middle of the night or whether it would last for half a month. Yuyu placed the lighter the dorm supervisor old woman had given her beside the lamp and prepared to sleep. As she closed her eyes, the live stream screen went dark and viewers received a notification. This broadcast has ended. We will now switch you to another live stream. You can add the streamer to your special follow list. The system will remind you next time they go live. Everyone? That's it, it's over. After turning off the live stream, Yuyu blinked, took off the miniature camera that had been on her pupil, then took her phone from under the pillow and switched to the Quain backstage to do some operations. Don't ask, it's a special tech from the Special Administration Bureau. As a high school student, she wasn't allowed to have a phone, so Yuyu didn't play with it much. She finished and went to sleep. Before going to sleep, she summoned the little bone dragon from the maternal book and placed it by her pillow. Baby, can you help mommy keep watch tonight? Yuyu smiled as she looked at the two flames in the little bone dragon's eye sockets. Oui, of course I can. Watching the little bone dragon about to excitedly grow bigger, Yuyu quickly tapped its head. Don't get too big, just stay by my side. This silly child, tone it down a bit, hey! At those words the bone dragon obediently flew to Yuyu's pillow, plopped down, and even stretched out a wing to brush her hair. I will definitely protect the mother goddess. Yuyu closed her eyes in peace. Just before sleep she always felt like she'd forgotten something. What on earth was it? She thought and thought but couldn't remember. Forget it, go to sleep, deal with things tomorrow. Lights out, the bed is the safest place. Yuyu had a dream that in the dream she was still in this dormitory. The candle had gone out and she woke with a start. A disheveled ghost appeared in her view. The shadow on the wall lunged forward and bound her tightly to the bed. And the cupboard that had been making strange noises at last revealed its true face. A head that was pounding wildly thudded against the cabinet, knocking it over with a huge crash. The bathroom flickered between light and dark. The previously tightly shut door opened, and something crawled out. The tiny dormitory suddenly became lively, a host of ghosts swirling around. Each fierce demon charging toward the bed where Yuyu lay. A crack sound at why Yuyu opened her eyes. The little bone dragon was struggling to swallow a head attached to a long black shadow like eating noodles. Just as its jaw was about to dislocate, there was a crack, and it bit the head off the body. Fafna. Oh, Yuyu? The candlelight overhead was so weak it was almost invisible. Yuyu automatically ignored the little bone's habit of eating things at random. The oil lamp was still lit, which meant the cabinet hadn't fallen, so whatever it was eating couldn't be the heads from inside the cabinet. The bathroom door was still closed, so it couldn't have been the shadow inside the bathroom. The distorted humanoid figures on the wall stood motionless. All 6 were there, and the one beside me had somehow climbed up onto the ceiling. Why Yuyu found it strange. But she ruled that out. Then the little bone dragon could only have eaten one thing. That was the long-haired ghost that had been lying by her bedside, staring at her. From the moment she opened her eyes in the dream within a dream, could it be that it created the dream within a dream to wake humans from fear? Chapter 66. Our school forbids puppy love. The next morning, after Yuyu woke up, she glanced at the dorm rules again, then remembered she had forgotten what she'd been supposed to do last night. She didn't find the mirror and turned it upside down. So is it possible that dreaming within a dream was actually because she forgot to deal with that ghost in the mirror? When the first ray of morning sunlight lit up the whole school, all the gloom was driven away, and the entire dormitory returned to normal, as if all the supernatural events of last night had been her illusion. The little oil lamp on the cabinet had already gone out, and a final wisp of smoke lingered in the air. Why Yuyu still remembered the class monitor's schedule and daily routine he gave her yesterday. It was exactly 6 in the morning, and she had 20 minutes to wash up and get to the playground for morning exercise. After morning exercise there was half an hour for breakfast, then morning study at 7 o'clock. Why Yuyu hadn't done morning exercises for many years, but she had previously done a month of physical training at the exchange conference, so running 800 meters in the morning was still an easy task. The class monitor, worried she might not find the place, had gotten ready early to come find her, and the group went downstairs together. You must have slept pretty well last night, right? The monitor glanced at Yuyu's expression. Quite pleased. You're still the first person who moved into 404 and looked this good the morning after. Looks like you followed the dorm rules properly. Why you hadn't gotten up this early in a long time and felt dead tired. She yawned, nodded absent-mindedly and said, pretty good. Just a bit exhausted from dreaming. A nightmare? Di and I suddenly leaned in, exaggeratedly covering her mouth. Shoo. Whatever you do, don't say it out loud. Yuyu. I actually didn't mean to say it out loud. Di and I finished those 2 sentences, looked at her mysteriously, smiled, and without intending to say more, turned back. By chance, the class monitor and the others weren't paying attention to the 2 of them at that moment, and Yuyu felt suspicious, secretly taking a few more glances at Dani. The girl had a head of fluffy, large natural curls, wore round-framed glasses, and had a few cute freckles on her cheeks. Her features were delicate and bright. She looked every bit like an ordinary high school student, but several of her actions seemed to suggest she knew something. If she was a regular student, how would she know about the transfer student's dormitory situation? Yuyu. Dani. Come here. We're starting to run. The class monitor called from the line. Danny responded as usual and ran over, and seeing that, Yuyu had no choice but to follow. The plastic track had already been filled by rows of square formations. At the whistle, the lines began to roll while running. Yuyu casually scanned the whole campus and indeed spotted quite a few janitors in gray uniforms. Most wore masks, hiding their faces and figures, silently sweeping with brooms. Beside the main playground were the basketball and ping-pong courts, which were also staffed by cleaners. From Yuyu's observation, the entire campus was very clean, likely thanks to those cleaners. From the field she couldn't clearly see the white multipurpose building, but she could make out a row of teaching buildings. The tallest teaching building rose 5 stories, while the multipurpose building reached 7, just blocking Yuyu's view of the 4th floor she was most curious about. But it didn't matter. Art students had plenty of chances to go to the academic building, and besides, she had a whole afternoon of classes there one day, so she'd surely have time to explore. After morning exercises, homeroom teacher Old Wong spent a minute summarizing, then dismissed them. As usual, the class monitor and the others took Yuyu to the cafeteria and helped her get familiar with the campus. While Yuyu noticed that Deyong Girls High had exceptionally good landscaping. The green areas were far larger than at ordinary schools, with greenery almost everywhere. And one entire side of the last dormitory building was nearly completely covered with climbing vines. As everyone knows, places where climbing vines grow densely tend to have heavy yin energy. While Yuyu thought about last night's dream and understood why there were so many ghosts in their dorm. The cafeteria was called C Building. It had 3 floors and a phrase was written on the facade for every bowl of porridge and every meal. Remember how hard it was to come by. The first 2 floors were the student dining hall, and the 3rd floor was for faculty and staff. At this time, everyone was basically heading toward C Building. The school cafeteria was quite large, and the food was fairly standard in flavor. The class monitor and the others enthusiastically told Yuyu about several signature dishes and said they'd take her to try them all over the next few days. Except for the 4th floor of the main building and the school at night. Deyong Girls High looked like any perfectly normal high school, making it hard to imagine it was actually a high-pollution zone, especially since even the students themselves didn't think anything was wrong with those strange rules. After breakfast came a normal morning of classes. During a break, Yuyu discovered a teaching building rules notice posted in a corner of the classroom. Welcome students to Deyong Girls High School. From now on, you will spend 3 years of study here. Please note that our school is a high school with a good environment. To ensure your personal safety and mental health, please strictly follow the rules below. First, before leaving every day, the students on duty must finish cleaning the classroom. Every night at 7 o'clock, the cleaning staff will begin their patrols. Please leave the classroom before then. Second, all teachers, students, and staff must wear their teacher IDs, student IDs, or staff badges. If you see anyone without an ID on campus, please keep away from them. Third, do not initiate conversations with the cleaning staff unless necessary. Remember, this rule must be followed. Fourth, if you see dirty things on campus, please proactively find staff. This line was half written, then crossed out with an unidentified red pen. The following entries were all conventional school rules, like greeting teachers when you see them, proactively wiping the blackboard before class, and so on until the final item appeared. Eighth, dating is strictly forbidden at this school. If any signs of early romantic involvement are found, the student will be immediately expelled. Yuyu was still thinking how could there be early romantic relationships in an all-girls high school when she saw the next line. The teacher in question shall be dismissed. In serious cases the police will be notified immediately. Yuyu. She suddenly remembered that she seemed to have overlooked something important. The core incident at Deyong Girls High is clearly centered in the 4th floor dance studio, so why was it there? What does that have to do with the campus becoming extremely dangerous at night? Why did the girl in the haunted dormitory commit suicide? Also, why does the school rule explicitly forbid puppy love? Did something happen in the past? Most importantly, are these things connected? Perhaps she should immediately find someone to first learn about the origins and details of the legend, and then analyze this contaminated area. Chapter 67. The live stream room quietly turned yellow after morning exercises. It was regular class time. Yuyu was an art student who had come specifically to study academic subjects. Morning classes were held together with Class 3. In the afternoon she had to go to the music classroom in the comprehensive building to study for the whole afternoon. And the evening dismissal time was the same as theirs. On the first morning, the class monitor mainly showed her around the school. From what she could see so far, apart from the overly numerous and mysterious cleaning staff and the abundant greenery, everything else seemed fairly normal. However, District 63 itself was a paranormal hotspot. When Yuyu first arrived, she noticed that various vines, locust trees, and other plants with a leaning nature were particularly common, so that could be ruled out. The main question then was, what exactly were these cleaning staff tasked with? What could the filthy things be that they needed to clean, given there were so many of them? There were 4 classes in the morning. Class 23's last class ended at exactly noon. Because the school was crowded, the 3 grades ate at staggered times. The gap between second and third year was only 10 minutes. As soon as the bell rang, everyone in the classroom dashed out like a 100-meter sprinter. At noon, when it came to eating, Yuyu intended to use the time to investigate something. As soon as the last class began, she told the class monitor she wouldn't be eating lunch and that they didn't need to wait for her. The monitor assumed she was unwell and worriedly tried to take her to the school clinic, but Yuyu hurriedly waved her off. "I'm not sick. You guys go eat. My hair feels greasy. I'll go back to the dorm to wash it first." That excuse was perfectly reasonable. The monitor glanced at the girl's dry hair and muttered in confusion, "It's not dirty." Yuyu forced an explanation. "Well, we art students pay a lot of attention to our appearance, so we wash our hair once a day." The class monitor was shocked. "No wonder you all are always so elegant and pretty, so particular." Yuyu nodded as if it were a serious matter. Given that, the monitor nodded and reminded her, "Be sure to be back in the dorm before 1. From 1 to 2:10 p.m. and after 6:30 p.m. are the cleaning staff's main working times. Class time is fine, but never disturb them at those 2 time slots." Yuyu nodded and decided not to return to the dorm at noon today. She wanted to see what the cleaning staff were actually doing at midday. Ryan, class is over. Teacher, thank you for your hard work. Please clean up and keep the place tidy. The schedule is busy, so after eating everyone please return to the dormitories for a nap as soon as possible. The dismissal bell was like a signal. Desks and stools were shoved away in an instant. The starving students bolted like runaway dogs, disappearing within a minute, leaving only a few morose duty students grumbling as they cleaned up. "Damn, I'm so hungry, I really want to go eat. When will this bad habit of making us clean at noon at school ever change? I'm really starving. Even letting us come back earlier in the afternoon would be fine. Ugh. Enough talking, hurry up and do it. If you finish, there'll still be food in the cafeteria. Don't let everything be gone in a bit. The main thing is we can't not do it. Damn, it's school rules and no one can afford the consequences of breaking them." The duty students exchanged a woeful look and continued to bother him. The teaching building is laid out in a large shape, with restrooms in the middle and at both ends. Classes for grades 2 and 3 are on the 3rd floor, and above the tallest section for grade 3 there's also a rooftop. The higher you stand, the farther you can see. Although the teaching building's rooftop wasn't as tall as the complex, Yuyu felt that the 5th floor was high enough to see the cleaner's movements. She climbed up to the 5th floor, planning to go to the bathroom first to put on her colored contact camera and turn on the live stream. The central staircase led straight to the rooftop. Yuyu waited patiently in the classroom for a while, and went in when it happened to be after senior year classes had let out and no one was in the restroom. She kept a small mirror on her. After putting in her colored contacts, she pulled out her phone, and just as she started her live stream and was about to go out, she heard strange noises coming from outside the bathroom door, the rustle of fabric, and a strange mixture of male and female gasps. Yuyu froze for a moment, then immediately and quietly bolted her bathroom door, stretching her neck gossipily. "Teacher, it's not here." It was the voice of a delicate girl, half refusing, half inviting. Then the door, which Yu's ear was about to press against, suddenly shook with a bang. As if someone had been pressed up against it. Yuyu felt a thrill of all times to come to the restroom. She had to run into something so awkward and face-flushingly heartbeat-raising. In both her past life and this one she had been a sheltered young lady. Having grown up like this, she had never seen such a scene and was momentarily stunned. Just then her phone was still on the live stream screen, and within minutes tens of thousands of viewers flooded into the room. "I am here, fishy fishy. PR lecherous. Wow. The streamer has been so active lately? Streaming again. Rocket One'll be the first to call out to the generous sponsor upstairs. Thanks Big Brother for showing us the special effects. I still haven't recovered from last night, had nightmares all night, luckily I don't have to work today. Same here, felt so fucking real I didn't sleep well. Didn't sleep well. Wanda didn't sleep well. ID number. The barrage of small talk at the start didn't last long. As the voice was clearly recorded, the tone of the comments began to change. Everyone, along with Yuyu, held their breath and listened while making sarcastic remarks, because the streamer had booking so any future explicit scenes of hers wouldn't be detected and banned by the platform. Quietly, the live chat turned lewd. The most impressive thing about the Special Administration Bureau's black technology was that everyone's viewpoint would involuntarily synchronize with you. Yes. After the girl's voice fell, another male voice snorted with a laugh. Not here? But you clearly like it, the girl gasped softly. How annoying, still conscious of her dignity after all. And then Yuyu heard a clank. They had entered the bathroom next to hers. Why? Yuyu swallowed, not daring to speak. She sneaked a look at the live comments. 666. Today's livestream content is really exciting. I am still a kid. This isn't right. Host, come closer. I can't hear you. Huh, what's that noise? This the fuck is a school. From the way they're addressed, it sounds like it's fucking a male teacher and a female student. So daring. High school students these days are really bold. At why you finally understood the meaning of the last school rule. The behavior of those two next door would get them immediately arrested. Teacher, if we do this, Mrs. Teacher won't be angry, right? After about 15 minutes, the people next door were done, and the girl asked somewhat nervously. The man was clearly being driven by his urges, and said indifferently, puffed, who cares what that yellow-faced hag says? Don't worry, Sheen, the teacher loves you most. Chapter 68. Then let's open a heavenly eye. Next door stayed sweetly cozy for a while, exchanging a lot of lecherous, sappy sweet talk, until the girl cried, it's already 12:50. I need to go back to the dorm. The man was obviously sexually frustrated and tried to persuade her, come back to the faculty dorm with me, baby. The girl was firm on this point. No, we can't go back to the dorm. They'll find out and it'll be screwed. At most I can stay here with you. Once won't matter, just tell them you stayed in the office. Are you stupid? After all this time, who still says they stayed in the office at noon? The school rules are right there. I don't want to die. The girl was a little angry. All right, you can go back now, the man said awkwardly. Come, let me give you a kiss. For some reason she giggled. You're so bad after all. They still kept one of the school rules in mind. So the two of them stopped dawdling and left, chatting and laughing. Once she was sure they had both gone, Yuyu gently pushed the door open. She of course didn't frantically go to check on the neighbors. Instead she couldn't help but sigh toward the direction the two had left. While the live stream chat while 10086, these two have already broken school rules. Not sure what the consequences will be. Yuyu decided to turn back and inquire about what was going on. There's no wall the world can't leak through. If these two are dating there must be signs, and on the senior year floors it's easy to find out. There are only 10 classes in the senior year. Yuyu glanced down at the time. There were 5 minutes left until 1 o'clock. The rooftop door wasn't locked and she easily climbed to the highest point. As the sweet girl's voice sounded, the dormitory gates slowly closed. Teachers, students, good afternoon. There are 5 minutes left until 1 o'clock. Please return to your dormitories for lunch break and do not loiter in classrooms, on the playground, or any places other than the dormitories. Yuyu, still lingering, smiled foolishly. What? The wind is too strong. Couldn't hear. 5 minutes later, the cleaning staff, who had been hiding somewhere unseen like little gray dots, had unconsciously scattered across the campus. Yuyu had a gut feeling that there was something here her naked eye couldn't see. Places where supernatural events often occur usually require a medium, so she took out a pen and opened her third eye. A silver glint flickered through the girl's originally deep black pupils, and the entire campus scene immediately changed. The normally peaceful campus was shrouded in a thin veil of black mist. Not far away, the academic building was wrapped in patches of blood red of varying intensity. The 4th floor was the worst hit. The red was painfully glaring where the vegetation was lush. The black mist was even thicker. Unsurprisingly, the cleanest place was the teaching building beneath her feet, while faint golden lights radiated from the ends of the dormitory wings, dispelling the black mist that tried to creep in. The janitors scattered across the campus looked like tiny gray specks, dutifully beginning to clear away the black fog. Yuyu was utterly stunned. Evil can actually be cleansed away. After wandering roughly around the campus, they filed into the teaching building. Everything Yuyu saw was naturally streamed to the live broadcast at the same time. If in the previous times they could find reasons to tell themselves those incidents were coincidences or accidents, In this moment the viewers finally truly saw an extraordinary feature of this world. The worldview and materialism they had long defended were shattered and rearranged. Someone asked tremblingly, "What are these?" Yuyu happened to look down and let out a faint laugh. "It's evil, finally." Her work as a recorder was finally starting to operate officially. "What is evil?" Literally, the girl's voice restrained an excitement they couldn't understand, speaking of something they had never encountered. "It's the stuff that spills out from the world's wounds. It pollutes humans, and it evolves them." This is both calamity and blessing. Why Yuyu felt like the leader of the Xia cult, hoodwinking the naive sweet ones until they were stunned. Are these supernatural incidents and urban legends appearing just because evil exists? Someone said uneasily. What should we do then? Human evolution is an unstoppable trend, Yuyu said coldly and flatly, stating the fact. She even unwrapped a lollipop the class monitor had given her and popped it into her mouth. The rest of her cold words were mumbled indistinctly. Survival of the fittest. Why Yuyu wasn't from this planet, so she was naturally an impartial observer. Before she came she had already understood the state of Sea Blue Planet, and she knew the Special Administration Bureau's power was scant consolation. The real monster tide hadn't yet erupted, and humanity's rate of evolution was far slower than that of other species. She didn't mind telling people this cruel truth early, so that when it really happened they wouldn't panic so badly. This wasn't the end of the world. It was the new era this planet wanted to usher in. Isn't the streamer lying? This is a script, right? What evolution, what evil, this is a scam. Someone said incredulously through gritted teeth. Exactly. The world is fine. Those who should be working, work. Those who should be studying, study. Streamers, stop scaring people with this mysterious nonsense, okay? Official authorities, look over here. Ban this person. She's spreading negative energy. The truth was simply too outrageous. Most people still didn't quite believe it. They lived in a too peaceful, too comfortable dream and couldn't step out of their comfort zones. They would rather believe this was Yuyu's scheme than consider that what she said might be true. Oh, right. Yuyu had no intention of explaining further. Her tone shifted, and she cheerfully moved on to something else. Let me introduce today's livestream topic. Livestream theme: Red Moon. Some of you may have already recognized the location. The nationally renowned Young Girls High. Of course, this stream is completely anonymous. No one will know who I am, so don't try to dox me. Come explore the mystery together with Yuyu. Some people have probably heard the legends about Young Girls High as well. Yes, what about that ghostly sister who dances gracefully in the dance studio of the administration building on nights of the red moon? In the coming days, I'll be streaming updates on the investigation progress at irregular times. She really has a bold tongue. Zhou Jin, who was watching the live stream at the same time, recalled Yu's earlier words and gave a bitter smile. The special administration went to great lengths to hide something for decades, and she just exposed it like that. That's her mission, and it's the truth. The blue-haired, blue-eyed young man blew out a smoke ring. We can't protect everyone. Captain, you're way too rational. Feng Shang couldn't deny it. Chapter 69. Remember, this rule must be followed. What are you doing on the rooftop? A stiff, deep voice suddenly came from behind. Its abruptness made everyone startle. Yuyu turned her head. A cleaner wrapped head to toe in a dark gray uniform was holding a broom. Their face was covered by a mask, leaving only a pair of dull, stiff eyes staring at her. Holy moly. You scared me. The viewers in the live stream hadn't yet recovered from the shock of their worldview collapsing when, following Yu's gaze, they suddenly noticed an important character from the school regulations. How did that janitor get up here so fast? Should we go up and ask? Are you stupid upstairs? Did you forget the school rules? Do not initiate conversation with cleaning staff. But he was the one who came to ask us first. There was nothing dirty. Why are you talking to him? And look at the situation now, we're the ones breaking the school rules. Right, the announcement just told them to hurry back to the dorms. Who knows if this person came to capture them? Unlike the others in the livestream who reacted, Yuyu stood where she was without a sound. Silver light flashed in her eyes as she quickly ran through the 108 styles Lingbo Weibu, the 18 palms of the dragon subduing technique, and so on, preparing to deal with this heretic. The cleaning staff didn't come to respond, and the mist on their bodies grew thicker, nearly blacked out. A minute later, Yuyu charged at the cleaning staff along with tens of thousands of people from the livestream. People were everywhere now. although she didn't know whether the commotion would actually draw them over just in case Yuyu decided to take action herself. Because whether it was Little Bone, Yuri, or even Kai's, when these higher beings manifested in their true forms, they would inevitably attract the attention of the real monsters of this urban legend. Earlier they had become small not only because they appeared in incomplete forms, but also because Yuyu had suppressed about 80% of their power, reducing their level to roughly B. If I'm not mistaken, these cleaners are all grade B, and the various apparitions in the dormitory are about grade B as well. Any one of them would be too much for a normal person, but they were matched against Yuyu. Earlier training had also included some basic combat techniques. Yuyu didn't know the true nature of these cleaners, because even with her heavenly eye she could only tell that they were mists of different colors. Not sure whether physical attacks would work, she secretly added a holy light bug to her own hand. The only cleaner who had gone up to the rooftop received no answer, so he repeated mechanically and blankly. It's lunch break now, why are you here? You broke the school rules, you broke the school rules, you broke the school rules. The words hit like a barrage of mental attacks. Yuyu was close by and wasn't affected, but the resentful viewers in the live stream fell into a trance again. A vast, dense black fog swept over everything. They felt their senses shut down, a drowning suffocation enveloping their entire bodies. What are the consequences of breaking school rules? Is it death? Or something more terrifying? Every person harbors evil thoughts, and at this moment, the evil within them is magnified to its fullest. They can't help but have twisted expressions, forced to confront the evil that robs them of sleep. Bang, with a muffled thud. The girl's savage palm slammed hard into the cleaner's chest, and no matter what it is, the core is generally in the thorax. Yuyu, having added holy light hand techniques to Lin's supernatural ability, can dispel evil. If these gray cleaners weren't evil, that strike would at most have pushed one back a step, but in an instant, the humanoid body shattered into countless black insect-like mists. The evil spilled out, vanishing and fleeing onto the rooftop, slipping away at a speed invisible to the naked eye to merge into the black fog that cloaked the entire campus. Everyone in the live stream room shuddered together and suddenly broke free from the hallucination. Separated by the screen, they won't truly be harmed. By the evil at most they'll only have nightmares. But they suddenly realized that this thing was actually not a cleaner. Although its outfit was exactly the same as the cleaners, only a shade darker, the school rules made it clear. Cleaners wear gray work clothes. A darker shade is black, the color of evil. Everyone on campus must carry an ID badge. And the humanoid that had just dispersed was not wearing one. Even if these few flaws weren't enough to draw attention, there was another point. It had actively spoken to Yuyu. School rule number 3. Unless necessary, do not initiate conversation with cleaning staff. Remember, this rule must be followed. Since the school rules warn students not to communicate with cleaning staff, how could the cleaning staff ever take the initiative to talk to them? Besides, Yuyu had already noticed during morning exercise that all the cleaning staff wearing gray uniforms never spoke to students. They were like rigid, pre-programmed machines, focused only on their tasks, as if they had no thoughts. This cleaning attendant questioning her was clearly different from the others. Its dark gray pupils carried a mind control that plunged people into nightmares. It was far from being as harmless as Little Grade at Chapter 70. You don't leave after school, as Yuyu had suspected. The little gray dots downstairs really had no intention of going up to the roof. The evil in the children's hearts is the least, which is also why Deyong Girls High wasn't the previous blackened pollution zone. Whether a person can overcome the evil thoughts in their heart determines whether they will be alienated into a monster or gain a gift at noon. After all the children returned to their dormitories, the evil on campus began to change. The once extensive black mist gradually thinned, then condensed into individual humanoid shapes. There were teachers wearing faculty clothes, female students in school uniforms, and cleaning staff just like those actual cleaners, but the most noticeable difference was that the humanoid figures formed from the evil were all shrouded in a faint layer of black. Then a small gray spot would appear, and the little gray dots would swarm up like a wasp cocoon. Raising their brooms and driving them off after dispersing, they would quickly reform, and then surge up again to beat them into a pulp, until the rate of clustering slowed more and more, until they could no longer gather. This process took exactly 1 hour. During the last half hour of the lunch break, the cleaning staff went into each floor of the teaching building and began spontaneously absorbing any evil that might have remained in the classrooms. The cleaners and the main battlefield of evil are right here in the teaching building. No wonder this side is the cleanest. 2:10. All the cleaners left the classrooms and headed toward the complex building. 2:15. Every little grate in their sight turned into a gray vapor, rose to the fourth floor of the complex building and stopped. The gray flowed into the red and vanished. So that's how it is. 2:25. The dormitory building stirred. The students were allowed out. Yuyu went downstairs and headed to the third-floor restroom. The viewers in the live stream finished watching that baffling cleanup with her. Their already shaky worldviews had left them numb. The streamer is back in the restroom? Is it about to end? Goodbye, streamer. I'll come back next time you go live. I've already followed. There's nothing left that can surprise me. I've been through too many shocks these past few days. Me too. Same here. Yuyu took out a miniature camera and pocketed her phone. Coincidentally, students were trickling by, chatting and laughing as they headed toward the restrooms. Yuyu pretended she had just finished and was walking out. She heard two girls nearby talking. It seems like the Thursday after next is the night of the full moon. They don't give us that day off, do they? Yeah, it's a weekday. What kind of holiday would that be? Anyway, we're stuck at school, so why can't they let us go back? It's always been like this, just treat it as studying in school. Fine. At first glance there was nothing wrong with what the two girls said. But Yuyu suddenly saw the light. The strange thing was that they thought there was nothing wrong. Weird rules, a once-a-month blood moon night, forbidden places they could not set foot in. Out of the several thousand students in the whole school, why didn't a single person question any of this? In a way, these students had always been in a very dangerous situation. Although no one so far had broken school rules and gotten into trouble for reasons unknown, if their parents found out about these matters they would surely feel something was wrong, let alone allow their children to keep studying here. Haven't they ever worried that the senior on the fourth floor of the academic building might suddenly go berserk? Why do they obey the school rules so obediently? Yuyu leans more toward the idea that this senior has exerted a spiritual influence over the entire school. What exactly are these cleaning staff? Could it be that they maintain the school's ecological balance? Dani, who seemed ordinary and normal, looked like she might know something. Should I go ask her about the blood moon legend? The first period in the afternoon was still in the teaching building, and Yuyu couldn't help glancing at Dani repeatedly, hoping she would accept her signal and have a long talk with her. This person was so secretive. In this strange tale she was definitely someone in the know. Why Yuyu thought this idly, when Dani over there finally felt her burning gaze and turned her head. Yuyu's spirit flickered. She tossed the slip of paper in her hand toward her. Her movement was very subtle, timed perfectly when old Wong had turned his back to write on the board. The paper ball arced through the air and landed on Dani's desk. What's up? Do you need to talk to Dani? The class monitor looked at her risky act of passing a note and said, Actually, we can help you pass a message. Secret. Yuyu looked mysteriously sly. It isn't convenient for you to hear. Huh? It's only the first day and you already have a little secret with Dani? The class monitor muttered in confusion. Yeah, women's friendships just happen like that, Yuyu forced as an explanation. Alright then. The class monitor shrugged and went back to paying attention to the lesson. Dani tilted her body to the side, subtly shielding her desk mate's view, and opened the scrap of paper the transfer student had given her after reading the note. She gave a slight curl of her lips, crumpled the paper into a ball, and stuffed it into her pocket. If there's something, wait for me in the classroom after afternoon study period. Chapter 71. She broke the school rules. This is an extra chapter. Yuyu asked Dai and I not to leave after school. And she agreed. So after the first period ended, she went off to the main building for her major class with a sense of relief. It was only her first day, and Yuyu didn't intend to rush into the restricted area and trigger trouble. She hadn't figured some things out yet and planned to behave herself for now. The schedule listed the time and place as 4 p.m., dance studio in the main building, on the fourth floor. At first Yuyu didn't think anything was wrong. After a casual glance she prepared to set off. Only a dozen or so transfer students arrived these past 2 days, and even fewer attended music class. They trickled out from their respective classrooms toward the complex building. The complex building is located right by the school gate. Taking a shortcut from the teaching building requires going along a little path. It had just turned to summer, and the vegetation was extremely lush. The 4 o'clock afternoon sun was no longer as fierce as at noon. But Yuyu still felt a wave of heat making her head swim and her vision blur. Walking across the path, a tall building, predominantly red with one side painted a pale yellow, came into view. It had 7 floors in total. Yuyu had noticed the main building when she first entered the school. With only a few minutes until class, The other girls ran hurriedly into the building without even glancing back at why Yuyu lifted her foot and felt something was wrong the moment she stepped into the building. That it was like a basin of cold water poured over her head. A chilling sensation spread through her limbs and bones, and Yuyu came to her senses. What was the color of the sidewall just now? On which floor was the classroom? Where she had to teach? Of all people, they even tricked her into it. The few girls who had just entered the building seemed to suddenly realize something. In the instant they were enveloped by the chilling feeling. Extreme terror showed across their faces. Let's go, we went the wrong way. Forth, this school has only one main building. If you discover a second building during the daytime, do not enter the one whose sidewall is yellow. If you accidentally enter it, leave immediately as long as nothing has happened. Remember, under no circumstances go to the fourth floor. Once everyone understood, they both felt relieved that they hadn't reached the fourth floor and quickly retreated. Yuyu retreated a step without changing her expression. A few girls timidly hurried over, like a bunch of trembling hamsters. The quicker-legged ones had already run away. Yuyu waited until they had almost all left before she prepared to go. Class is about to start? What are you doing over there? At that moment, a man stepping off the elevator suddenly called out to the remaining three girls, his tone quite stern. Teacher? One timid girl shuddered and reflexively began to explain that the very moment she started to answer, something in her mind was quietly rewritten. Yuyu didn't have time to cover her mouth. Everything happened in an instant. The girl's foot that had already stepped out into the corridor stepped back into the academic building, and she walked uncontrollably toward the elevator point. One of her companions was apparently still clear-headed and immediately tried to pull her back, but was grabbed by the arm by Yuyu and stepped back just as the man was about to look over. The others had already left, leaving only Yuyu and this girl. The girl looked at Yuyu, lips moving as if to speak, then hesitated and stamped her foot anxiously. What are you doing? Li Jai hasn't come out yet. Yuyu said softly. She broke school rules. Yao stood frozen, subconsciously glancing again at the academic building. Before she realized it, a faint gray mist had settled over Li Jai, who had followed the male teacher. The man's teacher badge doesn't have a red 5-point star. The girl's voice was gentle and pitying. Your friend has been taken away. Yao stared for a while after hearing that, and then burst into tears. What do we do? Will Li Jai die? Yuyu handed over a piece of paper and shook her head. I don't know. Wah. Alright, let's go to class first. She helplessly patted the shoulder of the girl who was crying. The building in front of them had already disappeared, and the side of the other complex building was white. This time there was no mistake. Everyone's gone. How am I supposed to be in the mood for class now? Boo-hoo. Yao cried as she spoke. Why did she listen to that person's words? What do we do? Boo-hoo. Yuyu also didn't know what to do. According to school rules, the two of them first went to the academic office on the first floor to apply for a schedule change, and only then went up to the fifth floor together. The music classroom on the fifth floor was already quite full. The two of them had arrived late, but the female teacher seemed unsurprised and didn't call out Li Jiai's name during roll call. Yuyu found it odd, but saw that Yao, who had been sobbing moments ago, now looked perfectly fine, without a trace of her earlier sadness or distress. Seeing her looking back, she asked curiously, is something wrong? Why are you not crying anymore? Although it felt a bit impolite, Yuyu couldn't help asking. Why would I be crying? Yao looked at this newly met friend in puzzlement. Li Jai was taken away for breaking school rules. Yuyu couldn't help but remind her, you were just crying your eyes out a moment ago. What? What Li Jai? I don't know her. Yao was extremely puzzled. What are you talking about? I came alone. I don't know anyone here. Chapter 72. I'll tell you a story. That's right, this is still an extra chapter. Praise me. Yao's words greatly surprised Yuyu, because she had just been crying and saying that Li Jai was a childhood friend who grew up with her, that they had known each other for over 10 years. So how could she suddenly say she didn't know her now? She didn't ask further. From the teacher's reaction and Yao's words, it seemed as if Li Jai had suddenly been erased. Everyone had forgotten her. Yuyu recalled the gray mist that clung to her when she left and felt a vague suspicion. Music class proceeded as usual. After being here so long only one day, Yuyu felt busy but finally able to properly study the things she wanted to learn. After that video of her time on Mermaid Island was sent back to headquarters, everyone without exception watched it, and Xiaqing tactfully told her she could try a new method of attack next time. Lin was utterly ruthless. He pulled out that part where she sang and kept tearing into it. Every time she sang a line he had to laugh, and after laughing had humiliate her. What kind of thing was that? I've never heard such a moving singing voice in my life. You've practically surpassed the original, ha 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 hic. Yuyu was really angry. Okay, I know I sang terribly, stop laughing. Feng Shang and Zhou Jin still considered the girl's pride. Unlike Lin Lin and Xia Qing, who were more familiar and shattered Yu's confidence with a blunt remark, she happened to be here on a government scholarship to further her studies, and she refused to believe she couldn't sing well. The teacher began the lesson. She had everyone warm up their voices first, then each person would sing a song so she could hear things like pitch. Everyone in the room had at least some foundation, and when it was Yu's turn she lost her composure. She felt that her professional career was facing a huge challenge. She asked as calmly as she could, "Classmate, how long have you been studying music?" Yuyu answered honestly and plainly. 1 month. All in all, she had been practicing seriously at home for a month. Only back then she had been blinded by confidence. Now that she thought about it, she seemed to understand why the little ones who had been clinging to her for days were unwilling to come out. Well, at your current level, getting into the joint entrance exam might be difficult. Maybe you could try a different direction? The teacher said, feeling both troubled and tactful. Perhaps your real talent isn't in this area. Yuyu just stared at her with wide eyes. The sight made the female teacher's heart ache. She found herself powerless against those eyes full of dreams. She couldn't bring herself to say those cruel words anymore. She wanted to do her best to help every child realize their dreams. Yuyu didn't know what the teacher was thinking, only that the teacher suddenly became incredibly patient and gentle as she said, "It's okay. Don't rush. Teacher will teach you well. We can start with the basics. If you're unsure, you can ask Yao. Her vocal technique is very good." Balabalat. Yuyu was deeply moved. Everyone else had told her not to sing, but this was the one person who supported her so gently and firmly. She looked at the teacher with teary eyes and promised, "I will work hard." From then on, the music room experienced the darkest 14 days. Yuyu sang freely and contentedly all afternoon. But she didn't forget she had an appointment, so she turned and headed toward the classroom of advanced grade 2, class 3. The music teacher dismissed them early, letting them go at 5. Ordinary students' last afternoon class ended at 5:20, then they went to the cafeteria to eat, and after that they could return to their dormitories. Last night Danny's horrific tale was vague. Although it was scary, Yuyu didn't glean any key information from it. The others were wary and evasive about the blood moon, and were even less likely to take the initiative to tell her about the legend. So I still had to start with Danny. Yuyu dawdled on the sports field for a while. At this hour there was no cleaning staff, only students or teachers passing by, making it look like an ordinary high school afternoon. The academic building basked in the afterglow of the setting sun, shrouded in golden light. The 4th floor was tightly covered with blue curtains, appearing like an ordinary closed-off level ring. The shrill class bell rang and countless students quickly hurried downstairs toward the cafeteria. The cleaning staff began their rounds at 6:30. There was still plenty of time left. Dai and I descended the stairs unhurriedly, speaking to Yuyu as if it were routine. "What shall we have for dinner?" "Not familiar, take me to look." The two of them tacitly did not immediately bring up the daytime matters. Everyone understood without words. Dai and I's implied hint achieved its aim. Yuyu had her own intentions, and the two naturally could cooperate happily. The two of them ate dinner unhurriedly. It wasn't yet 6, there was still time. Danny suggested, "Let's go up to the rooftop to feel the breeze, and I'll tell you a story." Chapter 73. Blood moon. Many of our school rules were only established 2 years ago. Danny pushed up her glasses and gazed distantly at the slowly sinking sun disk. 2 years ago, DeYoung Girls High was just an ordinary high school from 6 to 9, no strange janitors, no rules plastered everywhere, and no legends about a blood moon. Until that incident happened. Yuyu sensed she was about to hear something secret she didn't know and leaned in to listen intently. But Danny suddenly laughed and instead of hurrying to the point, looked at Yuyu with a faint expression and said, "You're not actually a student, are you?" Normal transfer students start to be influenced by the rules by their second day here. They follow school regulations more strictly than we do, acting very conformist. But you are very headstrong. Danny kept her eyes fixed on Yuyu, and the girl showed no surprise at being questioned. This was exactly what Danny most doubted. Yuyu's expression was for the most part calm and untroubled, as if she had a pleasant temperament. But only she saw the true emotion in that person's ice coldness. Yes, coldness. She hid her true indifference and lack of concern behind a guise of pure gentleness, pretending to be an outsider. So far she seemed not to have violated any school rules, but in truth she was not afraid to break them. If anything, she was eager to see what the consequences would be. She had been restraining herself simply because certain conditions hadn't yet been met. She was full of curiosity about everything in this school. Dane couldn't detect a trace of fear on her. The girl regarded this school, even this world, as a god above all beings. Driven by curiosity, she tried to immerse herself in it, but some things truly cannot be faked. Dane knew what made her special. Ever since that incident, she had become different from normal people. She could see the essence of some things with a single glance. She intuitively sensed some unusual changes happening in this world. She knew Yuyu definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Otherwise she wouldn't have walked out of 404 unscathed on that first night, so she hinted to Yuyu, and sure enough it worked out. Why Yuyu didn't respond to her meaning, and Danny didn't press it, continuing. The incident 2 years ago in District 63 where a student jumped to her death is known to all. Outwardly it was blamed on a girl's promiscuity, pregnancy and suicide, but the truth was covered up. Well-dressed beasts persecuted an innocent girl and stood aside, sneering as they watched. But good and evil will be repaid in the end. He thought he could escape the retribution of heaven. You haven't heard the whole story, have you? Danny said with a smile as she looked at her. That's right, 2 people died in total. Why you suddenly realized something. She suddenly understood why the last school rule was written that way. Point 8. This school absolutely prohibits dating. If any signs of early romance are discovered, the student will be immediately expelled. The teacher involved will be dismissed, and in severe cases the police will be notified immediately. Sure enough, Danny said slowly, she wasn't the one who made the mistake. The wicked stand on the moral high ground and sneer. She was helpless and frightened, crushed by public opinion until she could hardly breathe. Countless insults and cold stares stabbed at her like murderous blades. She didn't dare tell her parents. She wanted to die. She had no one to rely on. She was originally the most beautiful white swan, but a disgusting toad bit a chunk out of her. Yet everyone called her shameless, disgraceful, a slut, a whore. They waved the banner of public opinion and, convinced of their righteousness, hurt others wantonly. Why Yuyu? Do you know there's a saying, don't comment if you don't know the truth? Danny's eyes were full of gray sorrow. Rumors and slander can really kill a person. The one who actually made the mistake was clearly someone else. How did it become her fault in everyone's mouths? The young woman who had once been the epitome of grace had her life ruined by a scoundrel. Even after her death, the truth remained unknown. The departed soul lingered here, unwilling to leave, watching the villain's every move with sorrow and resentment, and was eventually shaped into this kind of being by the influence of evil. She still has reason. She is stained all over with evil, but her heart is warm and kind. She killed the scum who harmed her, letting his soul disperse between heaven and earth. But she never took her anger out on any ordinary person again. In life she was an elegant, beautiful white swan. After death she lingered in the dance studio she once knew, repeating her favorite dances over and over. Her dream was forever buried at the age when she had the most hope. So she established a new set of rules with her own hands, aiming to spare more people from the same fate. But the girl occasionally lost control. Those who disobeyed the rules would be punished. The night she killed herself, the moon was particularly full. She didn't wake anyone and quietly climbed up to the rooftop. Then she leapt. The starlight shattered. Evil lifted the newborn blood moon. Chapter 74. I just know it. She'll come and take me away any day now. 4th floor of the academic building. The girl in red propped her chin up in boredom, staring out the window. On the high stool next to her sat a little maid. White robe, golden crown, hair like countless short ebony snakes, and round black eyes rolling about. I didn't learn it today, teach me again. The little girl's voice was soft and syrupy. Setting aside her unique appearance, anyone would be drawn to her adorable voice. The young woman glanced at her, her delicate brows knitting. But you've been practicing for a long time today, aren't you tired? I want to learn the little swan quickly. The little girl had lofty ambitions, her smooth little head bobbing excitedly. I'll dance it for the mother goddess. How do you know when she'll come? The young woman asked gently, looking at her. Maybe you can learn it slowly. I just know it's hell come to take me away soon. The little girl puckered her rosy lips, looking stubborn and pitiful at the same time as she stared at her. Row, please teach me. Xiaorao remembered how she had been on the night of the full moon and, fearing she might be punished indiscriminately if she refused, had no choice but to give in. All right. Thank you. Rara. After I find my mother goddess, I'll definitely get you out of here. The little girl babbled on, making the promise that my mother goddess is wonderful. She's the most powerful person in the world. She's incredibly gentle. Once she started talking about her, she couldn't stop. When we meet for the first time, I must make a great impression. I want to be her favorite baby. But you've never even seen her. Xiaorao chuckled. So what? I love the mother goddess the mostest. Under the setting sun, the girl rose. Her slender, graceful figure was like a beautiful swan. The little lass jumped down from the stool, enthusiastically waving her tiny arms and legs as she jumped. The little dimples on her short hands were utterly adorable. Xiaorao suddenly remembered the first time the two of them met. The little girl who had appeared out of nowhere tilted her head, pointing at the corpse on the ground with surprise and excitement. You're bleeding a lot. Save me. Please. She felt herself about to fall into reincarnation, unwilling and desperate. Instinctively she reached out her hand. The light in the little girl's eyes carried a cruel curiosity, and it was those chubby little hands, casually pointing, that made all the laws serve her. Xiaorao felt her spirit being pulled by the laws, the black evil entangling with the red on the girl's body. The three forces combined to create who she is now. If only my toy were here, I could have done even better. That was what the little girl said later, huffing after she became familiar with her. Xiaorao didn't know exactly what kind of existence this little girl called Yuyu was, but her appearance did make her feel grateful. She would have fallen into the abyss. Teachers, students, good evening. The current time is 18:30. Please return to your dormitories as soon as possible. Do not linger on the playground or in the classrooms. The cleaning staff will begin patrols shortly. Please return to your dormitories immediately. On the rooftop, both of them heard the announcement. Danny rose first. Let's go. Yuyu looked at her, not moving, the restless eagerness in her eyes barely concealed. Don't you want to know what will happen if we stay on campus tonight? Danny yawned and refused without a second thought. No, hurry back. This girl had something about her way too brave. She's just an ordinary student. I'm not going to take that risk with her. Fine. Unexpectedly, Yuyu just shrugged regretfully, jumped down from the stage and walked out with her, not insisting. Then let's go. Dormitory 404 was as cold and damp as ever. Under the dim light, Yuyu took out her phone and began searching for the incident at Deyong Girls High from 2 years ago. These days many negative news items are often deliberately suppressed. After searching for a long time, Yuyu finally found a post commenting on that incident. The clickbait account commented on the incident like this. The female lead of the incident was called Xiaorao. Before the accident, she excelled in both academics and specialties, and she was beautiful. But just as she was taking the arts joint entrance exams in her third year of high school, some scandalous deeds were exposed. Then the tone shifted, accusing her of shamelessly using vile methods to obtain scores that didn't belong to her, questioning that all her achievements were fake. The comments below were even more horrible. Netizens who didn't know the truth hurled every vicious word they could at the girl who had already passed away. These days, how can girls have so little self-respect? So young and already using crooked tricks to get what they want? Isn't that disgusting? Of course, if there's no way anyone is that perfect, pretty and outstanding. Her grades must be dirty. If my daughter were like that, I would strangle her at birth and let her loose to make a public spectacle. Someone weakly retorted, but the school didn't say why, did it? Why are you all going to insult that girl? What reason could there be? Of course the authorities will try to suppress if this reflects so badly on the school. What else is there to say? How can this even be defended? It's an obvious fact, isn't it? Why would the authorities need to explain something so shameful? You're really strange. Did you do the same thing as that girl and so you're speaking up for her? Someone threw dirty water at the only person who wasn't being arbitrary, so no one dared to raise objections anymore. Chapter 75. The rules don't apply. The comment section under the post was unbearable to look at. After reading for a while, Yuyu roughly understood what had happened. Contrary to what Dai and I had said, over the past 2 years Xiaorao's image had been forgotten by the public, and when the incident occurred she was cyberbullied by countless people, with all kinds of nasty words hurled at her. After all, the cost of spreading rumors is too low. Everyone wants to chip in and join the spectacle. Once the event's heat died down, people quickly shifted their attention to other things, and the girl was Completely forgotten that it now seems that the core of this contaminated zone is very likely Xia Rao in an apocalypse where evil has spilled over. Anything can be corrupted into something uncontrollable. But Xia Rao didn't seem like the kind of monster who lost her mind, and the way the rules of this contamination zone were set made Yuyu feel incredibly familiar. But she couldn't remember why for the moment. Yuyu yawned, shoved her phone back under the pillow, and lit the little oil lamp to go to sleep. She hadn't forgotten to look for the mirror mentioned in the dorm rules tonight. She just didn't know why it was already shattered into pieces when she found it. It lay hidden in the dust-covered corner of the wall, broken without her noticing. You must follow the rules. Yuyu picked the pieces up one by one and fitted them together, then turned them upside down on the table. The mirror shard in her hand trembled inexplicably, as if it were alive. Yuyu looked at it again and again, and to her surprise felt an emotion from it called fear. Weird. What's going on with this mirror? Yuyu has always been the kind of person who sleeps straight through until morning, but since she arrived 2 days ago, every night she's been jolted awake for various reasons. Tonight she kept hearing a man's voice calling her name, urgently, Yuyu. Over and over she sat up expressionlessly. The small oil lamp flickered, and Yuyu inexplicably felt a sudden urge to urinate. Yuyu couldn't help but let out a cold snort. She hadn't had a single sip of water before bed. How could she get up at night for that reason? Yuyu remembered the dormitory rules for turn the mirror away. Don't respond if you hear your name. Resolve physiological needs before sleep. Don't sleep against the wall or a closet. Don't get out of bed. It also said she wasn't the only one. Could these ghostly things be trying every night to wake her and make her trigger the rules? Can this damn house let a person sleep properly or not? Yuyu angrily pulled out the little bone dragon. I am not the only one, huh? Fine, I'll clean the room properly tonight. Yuyu ground her teeth and thought. Are you hungry, baby? The little bone dragon shivered inexplicably when it heard the girl's gentle voice. Mommy will take you out for a late-night snack. Okay. Late-night snack. The little bone dragon suddenly wasn't scared anymore. Excitedly it whimpered, indicating it was very willing. Yuyu coldly punctuated. In the bathroom mirror, the little bone dragon, hungry for a long time, happily whoosh flew into the bathroom, and after some strange tugging sounds, a horrifying scream echoed from inside. In the cupboard. The person trying to roll away panicked and scrambled blindly, smashing onto the ground with a thud, rolling frantically like a rubber ball trying to escape. This terrifying place, the excited little bone dragon let out an whir and bit down, then crackle crackle. It chewed like candy and swallowed. The shadows on the wall trembled and clung together, all warpedly retreating to the diagonal opposite of Yuyu. That was the farthest place from her. They were the only ones who had witnessed this woman's ferocity with their own eyes. They had never thought to provoke her and had always kept to themselves, quietly doing their work as ghosts. The little bone dragon on the first night was too low-key and silently got eaten by the mirror ghost. It didn't even have a chance to warn anyone, and now tonight some unwary ones bumped into her and angered this mistress. This is it, we're done for. They're all going to be wiped out. The girl in the cartoon pajamas rubbed her drowsy eyes, looking adorably cute with a pout of morning grumpiness. But in the eyes of the twisted black shadow on the wall, this was even more terrifying than a demon. She just has a harmless-looking face. She even eats ghosts. 5 minutes later, the little bone dragon rubbed its belly contentedly, curled up on Yuyu's pillow, and fell asleep. The chill of the ever-present 404 was completely dispelled this night. The paper on the wall bearing the monastery rules cracked and shattered into powder in the air. The conditions that constituted the rules have been broken. The rule does not apply. Yuyu finally had a good sleep. The next morning, sunlight poured into the dormitory that was usually dark, warming Yuyu's body. Her lashes, long and delicate like butterfly wings, trembled slightly as the girl opened her eyes. The little oil lamp had already gone out. The last wisp of blue smoke drifted into the air. Yuyu hadn't paid much attention to the small thing before, but when she picked it up now she sensed a faint trace of luminous energy within it. The dormitory supervisor, the old woman? Yuyu went to class as usual and found everyone talking excitedly. Really? That's unbelievable. That senior is universally recognized as the campus belle. She was already guaranteed admission to Sun Yat-sen University. This is true. She'll definitely lose her recommendation. She was even recommended for admission. Who knows how she got that recommendation? A group of girls were loudly discussing it. Yuyu quietly sat down among them, nodded, and said in surprise, How could she do something like that? I don't believe it. You can't make accusations without evidence. What are you talking about? Her roommate found a dead kid gag in her bag. A women's college. Who else would she use something like that with? Someone immediately retorted. Really? I thought their class was pretty impressive. You kept probing for information. Why would she do something like that? Class 12 impressive. The girl said contemptuously. Classes 1, 3, and 5 are recognized as the key classes. Class 12 has more art students. Those senior girls who won so many awards still didn't get the guaranteed admission. When they gave it to her, I immediately thought there was something fishy. I remember what her name was, Lee something, right? The name sounded pretty dignified. Yuyu said solemnly, talking nonsense. Someone else stepped forward to contradict her. You're remembering wrong. Her name is Wang Yi. No matter how you hear it, it doesn't match the word dignified at all. So that's how it was. They're probably the couple she ran into that day, Wang Yi from Senior 3 Class 32, who had something hidden in her bag that a roommate found and pulled out. Now the whole school knows about it. Yuyu collected enough information and satisfied slipped out of the crowd. Huh? Yuyu, what are you doing in class for? Class is about to start. The class monitor walking past the door glanced into the window and called out. Okay, coming. Damn. She ended up in the wrong class after all. No wonder everyone looked so unfamiliar. Chapter 76. Punishmently. Daquan was a senior year teacher at Deyong Girls High, in charge of the arts class and concurrently the head of the senior year teaching team. He had been appointed to such an important position soon after transferring because he was backed by the school's board. On the surface he behaved respectably, but deep down he was despicable and lecherous. After coming here he was like a starving wolf before a flock of sheep. The young beautiful girls all made his mouth watered. He hadn't been here long, but he knew the school's strange rules, and while he felt apprehensive he couldn't stop the greed inside him from growing. Given his status, it would actually be very easy for him to grab a target at will. Hint a little, bully or bribe a little, and it would be easy to succeed. He had done this a lot where he used to stay, and a few times for lack of restraint it even resulted in someone's death. But he had paid to settle those matters later. He couldn't stay at his previous school, so Lee Daquan used connections to get into Deyong Girls High, planning to go there and hunt for young women. What was strange was that the students at Deyong Girls High adhered to the school rules as if possessed, or rather, every woman in that school followed the rules with extreme strictness. He really couldn't find an opportunity to make a move. Just when Lee Daquan was tearing his hair out, a new art student transferred into their class. Her name was Wang Yi. Wang Yi had only just transferred and hadn't yet been much influenced by the school rules, so the methods Lee Daquan often used finally worked. Every year Deyong Girls High has a few guaranteed admission slots to central universities, and as the grade coordinator, Lee Daquan naturally had the authority to influence those. Wang Yi herself wasn't bad, but by her real capabilities she still wasn't quite there. To be safe, she was willing to submit to Lee Daquan. Each had their own agenda, and they hit it off immediately. The two colluded for 2 or 3 months and each achieved their goals, but for some reason Wang Yi gradually became like all the other students in the school, increasingly concerned with the rules. After getting the slot she was even less willing to be intimate with him. Lee Daquan had a hard time threatening her with photos and videos once and managed to arrange a meeting at noon. She half resisted, half consented, and in the end gave in to him again. Then, when both of them were feeling relaxed and satisfied in body and mind, they did something stupid. The unfinished child's pacifier was casually stuffed into Wang Yi's pocket, and then a roommate saw it. The roommate couldn't keep her mouth shut and immediately shared it with her best friend, and then it spread from 10 to 100. Everyone found out Lee Daquan was a scumbag. Had done this kind of thing many times, and besides no one knew the male lead was himself, so he did what he wanted without being affected at all. These past 2 days Wang Yi's reputation had been trashed. Wherever she went people looked at her with scorn and disgust. She hated the roommate who leaked the secret, and she cursed Lee Daquan for abandoning her after getting his satisfaction. The people above also learned of the matter very quickly, but before they could intervene and investigate, the sword of judgment had already silently fallen with a clang. It severed the criminal's head. Lee Daquan received the small slip of paper that Wang Yi had quietly placed on his desk. On it were plaintive complaints about the grievances she had suffered over the past 2 days. Lately both of them had been in the eye of the storm, and they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Lee Daquan could almost picture the little bowtie's aggrieved expression and plaintive voice. Just the thought of it made him want to hold her in his arms and cherish her. So when he saw the note asking him to meet in the dance studio on the 4th floor of the complex after 7, he agreed without a second thought. Had never taken the school rules seriously, thinking that the so-called restricted area was just a bit of show-off nonsense. It was only a shabby classroom. What could happen if he went in for a moment? At 6:30 in the afternoon, everyone was gradually returning to their dorms. Lee Daquan washed his hands and hummed a leisurely tune as he headed toward the complex. Walking along the path, a tall building came into view. The sun had set, and the pale yellow side wall was warmed by the last light. Lee Daquan didn't worry about anything, nor did he remember the school rules about the academic building. Without hesitation he stepped into the building. As soon as he entered, he was hit by a chill and shivered. Damn. Why is this crappy building so cold? He usually doesn't come over here for no reason, so he naturally didn't notice anything unusual about the building. After swearing a few unclean words under his breath, he was about to press the elevator button to go up. The sun had completely set. The last bit of light vanished, and neither the teaching building nor the main building had power. Everything was pitch black. As expected, the elevator had no power either. There was nothing to be done. Having come this far, he couldn't turn back, could he? Maybe she's still waiting for him in the dance studio. Feeling sorry for him, he cursed and began to go up the stairs. 4th floor of the main building, the dance studio. Rao, he's come up. The little girl's eyes were suddenly covered by a white cloth for reasons unknown. The snake at the back of her head also calmly shut its eyes and quietly coiled atop her head. Xia Rao's originally black eyes had somehow turned a vivid blood red, matching the bright red dress she wore, carrying a hysterical, crazed look. Wait here, I'll handle it. Go play over there, children shouldn't watch. The woman in red instinctively and gently admonished the little girl, suppressing the excitement and cruelty in her eyes. Xia Rao always tended to overlook what kind of being you actually was because of Yu's appearance. In her white dress you looked like a little angel. Standing next to the fierce woman in red, there was nothing discordant about them. Yu's pure, adorable little face showed a child's curiosity. But I want to watch. Rao, I want to see how you carry out judgment. The moon slowly rose, nearly full. Lee Daquan felt tonight's staircase was unusually long and steep. Had been walking for a long time, gasping with exhaustion, yet couldn't make it up. He found it odd. Could his stamina really be that poor? Everything around was pitch black. Anyone would inevitably feel fear after staying long in the dark. Besides, for some reason this place was especially cold and the night had fallen unusually early. Now the moon had risen outside the window, and its light brought a faint glow. Fear tightened inexplicably around Lee Daquan's heart. He felt as if he'd been climbing the stairs for a long time but still couldn't see the sign for the 2nd floor. What's going on? What's going on? He quickened his pace upward, and after a while even began to jog. The 2nd floor. Why isn't it the 2nd floor yet? He had been walking for so long already. How was it not the 2nd floor yet? Cold sweat began to pour uncontrollably from Lee Daquan's forehead, and he began to suspect something. Could it be a ghost trap? He slapped himself. Ghost trap my foot, there are no ghosts in this world. He's just scaring himself. If it's not a ghost trap, then what is it? A voice inside loudly objected, tearing at his reason. You've bumped into a ghost, Lee Daquan. You've done something guilty. Lee Daquan looked up. His eyes were all bloodshot. A graceful figure holding a black umbrella suddenly appeared on the steps above. Chapter 77. Were you looking for me? Lee Daquan stared at the graceful figure in terror. He remembered what the old people back in his hometown used to say, that opening a black umbrella indoors will make you run into ghosts. An umbrella is used to block the sun. Only ghosts that cannot bear the light would need to keep an umbrella open at all times. What kind of person would appear indoors at night holding a black umbrella? Lee Daquan felt the figure in the cheapao look somewhat familiar, but the black umbrella hid the woman's face. Paralyzed by fear, he stood frozen in place, his chest pounding wildly. Whether from the earlier strenuous exertion or from fear, he couldn't tell. He knew there was no such person at DeYoung Girls High here. Whether teachers or students, anyone with status wore the standard uniform. It was impossible for anyone to be so unconventional as to wear a cheapao. Wait, unconventional? Lee Daquan suddenly remembered something. His face growing even more terrified, he stared at the figure as if seeing a ghost, rooted to the spot as it walked toward him under the umbrella, drawing nearer and nearer. The woman revealed her true face. Her bluish-white face was overgrown with rotting flesh, her features horribly distorted, eyeballs hanging out of their sockets, and her tongue dangling 3 Chinese feet long. There was a savage red mark on her neck, indicating her cause of death. Daquan finally couldn't help stepping back, murmuring under his breath, Wan. He remembered, the earliest thing he had done that made him live in fear for the rest of his life was that he had caused a girl's death. That was the first time his filthy deeds led to someone's death. Later his family found a way to get him off the hook. Officially the girl's suicide had nothing to do with him, but she had indeed hanged herself. He would never forget what he saw at the scene, enough to haunt him with nightmares for the rest of his life. He never expected that after so many years, the scenes from his dreams would actually reappear. A horribly disfigured female ghost walked toward him step by step, emitting a hoarse, screaming sound from her throat. Li Daquan, return my life to me. Ah! The body reacted before his brain did. Li Daquan kicked off his shoes and ran like mad. He dashed down the stairs as fast as he could, but it seemed there was no end to it. He could feel the ghostly woman drawing nearer, a chill crawling up his back. A hair-raising dread washed over him. Help! He ran while shouting, there's a ghost! Help! The staircase seemed to have no end. The female ghost closed in step by step, and he could even smell the rot of her facial flesh, nauseating. Let go of me! Let go of me! Li Daquan cried, tears and snot streaming, retreating as he tried to put distance between himself and the female ghost. The ghost pressed in step by step, her hollow eye sockets staring at him, and Li Daquan could feel her towering hatred. He felt he was done for. All right, don't finish me off so quickly. The girl's murmured voice drifted through the air. A flurry of scattered footsteps sounded. Li Daquan thought he was saved and, scrambling and crawling, made his way toward the source of the noise. Help, someone help me. Help! There's a ghost. The cleaner in a gray uniform looked at him with lifeless eyes, tilting their head. Li Daquan had never been this close to cleaning staff before. Seeing them up close like this, he was instantly startled by their unnaturally gray skin. It's a ghost. Li Daquan felt utter despair. He felt certain he would die here tonight. This place is full of ghosts. No one knew why when the cleaning staff arrived. The female ghost who had been relentlessly pursuing him vanished instantly, dissolving into an invisible black mist. Li Daquan stared blankly at the spot where the female ghost had disappeared, then stared blankly at the cleaning staff. Then they turned into gray mist and went downstairs right in front of them. A pile of living people vanished before his eyes. It disappeared. Lost? Dunna! Li Daquan let out another ear-splitting scream after all the strangeness had disappeared. He stared blankly at the sign on the wall. He's already reached the 4th floor. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. In the end he grit his teeth and went in. It's come to this point. There's no way he can get out of that door safely tonight. Something drew him here, and it must be aiming to achieve some purpose. Li Daquan had never been to the complex building. He didn't even know its layout, let alone the 4th floor, which is closed most of the year. He trembled as he searched one by one. Under the moon, the plaques of the classrooms glinted with a chilly light, blurred and hard to make out. Every classroom was empty, thickly covered in dust. Since earlier, Li Daquan had regretted more than once having accepted Wang Yi's invitation, and regretted even more that he had not taken the school rules seriously. Now he couldn't get out even if he wanted to. He searched for a long time, his heart overwhelmed by boundless unease and fear, and finally found a sign that said dance studio. He instinctively looked inside and the empty dance studio. A slender, willowy figure was dancing gracefully under the moonlight. The girl's posture was exquisitely elegant, like a long-necked white swan, impossible to take one's eyes off. She wasn't wearing a white dance costume but a dazzling red dress, which lent her an uncanny kind of beauty. Seeing this, Li Daquan instead breathed a sigh of relief. He remembered Wang Yi studied ballet. She should be waiting for him here. Although he felt Wang Yi's posture tonight was off, fear and unease had eroded his ability to think, and he instinctively ignored the detail, convincing himself that everything was normal. This is Wang Yi. There's absolutely no problem. The night's encounters left him irritable and depressed, but the girl's dance was beautiful and graceful, and he couldn't bear to interrupt. He didn't know when the piano music had begun, but the melody grew ever more triumphant. The swan beat its wings and flew, its snowy feathers tracing a graceful arc. Li Daquan stared at the dancing girl as if bewitched. The music twisted downward in haste. The swan was struck in the chest and fell helplessly from the air. It thrashed and struggled to death painfully on the ground. The blood beneath the girl grew deeper and deeper. forming a shallow pull blindingly vivid and terrifying. Red-eyed Daquan woke from the beautiful dream and plunged once more into the dreadful nightmare. Ah! Lee Daquan collapsed to the ground, his eyes full of blinding blood. The blood kept increasing, pooling at his feet, the heavy metallic smell assaulting his nose, and he couldn't help but bow his head and gag. He looked back into the classroom again. The girl's figure had already vanished, and the pool of blood on the floor was gone too. What's going on? Lee Daquan was filled with doubt and unease. Was that just a hallucination? He rubbed his eyes and checked again. There truly was nothing in the classroom. He breathed a sigh of relief, telling himself it had all been an illusion. With no one in the classroom, Lee Daquan turned and began to walk back. Just as he thought everything for the night was over, a faint voice came from behind him. Teacher Lee, are you looking for me? Chapter 78 Secrets. It was the 6th day since Yuyu arrived at Deyong Girls High, a weekend. Except for the nights of the full moon, ordinary workdays proceeded routinely, no different from other schools. Basically, the moon is fullest around the middle of each month. Yuyu checked the time. Next Sunday will be a full moon night. According to the legend of the blood moon, some unusual things happen that night. All students are forced to stay in their dorms. Yuyu felt that that night would be the best time for her to complete her task. After staying at school for a week, it was finally time for a break. Everyone was quite excited that day. At lunch they chatted, discussing how to spend the weekend and why Mom has surely already cooked and is waiting for me. Every weekend she improves my meals, a girl said happily, picking up a mouthful from her plate and putting it in her mouth. I'm really tired of eating in the cafeteria. Are you planning to go anywhere this weekend? The class monitor asked excitedly. We just finished exams recently. I think we can relax a bit. I heard a haunted house just opened downtown. My friend invited me last week, but I didn't go because of exams. We could go this week. Danny pushed up her glasses, looked around and gave a mysterious smile. Anyone interested? Yuyu, who was eating, looked up slowly at her. The class monitor shivered, remembered the area's various supernatural incidents and firmly declined. I won't go, I'm too timid. What if there's actually a real one in there? Also in the paranormal zone, the other girls weren't interested in the haunted house either. While they dug into their meals, they reacted as if nothing unusual was happening. What's so fun about a haunted house? In our zone you can pull out any urban legend and it'll be a horror story. Okay. Seeing no response, Danny shrugged regretfully and turned her gaze to Yuyu. Yuyu, I think you're from out of town, right? Yuyu, come with me. Danny invited her eagerly. I heard that haunted house was modeled after Qingyang Ghost School and is a bit like our school. It has to be thrilling. Nothing is as thrilling as our school, Yuyu thought expressionlessly, and in the end Danny couldn't find anyone willing to go to the haunted house with her. She sneered in boredom and turned her attention back to Yuyu. Do you want to come over to my place this weekend? Knowing that Yuyu wasn't ordinary was one thing. Although Danny always acted calm and composed, as if she were the only clear-headed outsider in the whole school besides Yuyu, she was still a young girl. Aware that her own ability was strange and that she too had secrets, she was all the more eager to talk with Yuyu. There's usually only me at home during the week and just 2 days on the weekend. You don't stay in hotels, do you? Why not live with me, Danny said. I have a lot of interesting things at home that you'll definitely be curious about. Interesting things? Yuyu twitched her ear. This girl was being mysteriously secretive. Besides the story she told that day, she must know other things, and since she could stay clear-headed at the noticeably off-kilter Deyong Girls High, her mental strength couldn't be underestimated. It's possible she had already awakened some kind of psychic ability without realizing it. Okay. Yuyu agreed readily. After school, Yuyu shouldered her canvas bag as a token and followed Danny. Diana's home is in a high-end residential complex in the central district of Zone 63. Her parents work out of town most of the year, only leaving their daughter the apartment. They hired a housekeeper to come on weekends to cook and clean, and then every month they transfer enough living expenses and leave it at that. There really is no one at home. Make yourself comfortable, don't be formal. Diana changed into slippers on her own, then took out a new pair and handed them to Yuyu. You can sleep in the room next to mine tonight. Okay. Yuyu agreed happily. She noticed Diana had lots of bottles and jars and, curious, pointed at one and asked, "What's in this?" Diana glanced at it and said casually, "Some little gadgets." Don't open them. Casually, she thought for a moment, then said, "Never mind if it's yours. It should be fine to open. Yuyu picked up a small vial to look, and found many gray little currents drifting slowly inside. When her breath drew near, they suddenly contracted into a ball, miserably squeezing into a corner. So I'll open it. After asking the owner's nod, she removed the lid. She had expected the gray currents to flee, but that never happened. They remained huddled in the corner of the bottle, too afraid to move. When she lifted the lid, that familiar feeling became even more pronounced. Yuyu looked up and said, "Isn't this the gray stream that makes up the cleaning staff?" Danny silently glanced at her. She wasn't playing dumb at all and nodded. "Yes. Why do you have this thing at your place?" "I made it." Danny snapped her fingers, and a thin wisp of gray seeped from her fingertip at the appropriate moment. "You did this?" Yuyu was surprised this time. That girl really is a psychic. She couldn't not know, could she? Danny nodded, a wisp of vapor from her fingers slipping into the bottle Yuyu had opened. "After they come out they can coalesce into anything, so I kept them separated. The ones in the bottle are from before. They spilled out when I couldn't control them." She scratched her head. "You know what's in the main academic building, right?" Yuyu suddenly said this sentence. Although it was phrased as a question, its tone was one of affirmation. She leaned closer to Diana and thoughtful said, "You must know a lot of things." The cleaners made of gray mist had been operating at scale for some time. It was clearly man-made. At the time Yuyu had been wondering about their mastermind, and now the case was solved. The cleaners are a very important role at this school. There are a great many of them. Although they are usually low-key and unobtrusive, they are an indispensable part of maintaining the ecological balance of Girls High. And that mist was Danny's ability. That meant she must be related to what happened 2 years ago, or at least she knew more than she was saying. Danny inviting her to her home meant she had nothing to hide. She took 2 yogurts from the fridge and tossed one to Yuyu. "Yes, I know some things." Yuyu shook the bottle in her hand, moved to sit beside her, crossed her legs on the sofa and looked a bit curious. "Tell me about it." The gray current swirled and scattered in a dizzying way, then after a while quickly coalesced again. Danny took a sip of yogurt and said, "Actually I stayed at Girls High for more than 2 years. I was in the same year as the girl who jumped off the building back then. I was in the same year as Xia Rao, the same class, the same dormitory. We've known each other for a long time," she said calmly. Chapter 79. Judgment. On the 8th day of the Red Moon mission, a new week began and the peaceful routine of Girls High was disrupted by an unexpected visitor. The middle-aged woman burst into the school, shouting and cursing, looking for a girl named Xian. It was just the break between exercises when the commotion immediately drew a crowd. "Who's calling Xian? Get out here right now. You little vixen, I'll beat you to death if I don't." The woman stomped and cursed, "So young and already seducing men. Have you no shame? Stealing someone right under my nose? Think I won't tear you apart? Bitch, come out here." Yuyu also enjoyed the spectacle, and she vaguely guessed who this Shinshin was after all. She was an eyewitness. Diana stood beside her, an expression of gossip on her face. "What's going on?" The eyewitness looked calm. "Caught in the act of adultery." As soon as they connected it with the rumor about Wang from class 12 a few days ago, everyone suddenly understood, as though the male lead was here. Wasn't that girl called Wang Yi? The class monitor also came over to listen. Wasn't she looking for Shinshin? Idiot, could that be her nickname? Not far away Wang Yi stood rooted to the spot, too scared to move. Her pretty face was deathly pale, as if she had seen a ghost, her legs unsteady. She couldn't help taking 2 steps back. There was no one by her side. Ever since last week's Kid Hiccup incident, no one wanted to play with her anymore. And Li Duquan, after sleeping with her, stopped caring. As their homeroom teacher he often skipped class. He hadn't shown up for days and everyone had grown used to it. The 2 of them hadn't seen each other at all in those days. Her reputation was already ruined. She heard the Moral Education Office had decided to withdraw her guaranteed admission slot. There's actually a crazy woman who came to the school. She's finished. A vacuum opened up around Wang Yi. Fortunately everyone was just there to gawk, not actually pushing her out, saying, "This is Shinshin, go beat her." Seeing that no one was coming to deal with her, the middle-aged woman grew furious and shouted, "Where is class 32 of senior year 3? After a while a teacher finally appeared. "Madam, please calm down. If there's something you can come to our office to talk about it, don't." The female teacher gently pleaded while gesturing for the students to go back and get ready for class. "Are you upset because I'm making a scene here?" The middle-aged woman's loud voice was anything but polite. Hands on her hips, she said. Where's Lee Duquan? Call him out. I'm going to ask him in front of all these people right now, what does it mean that he hasn't come home for weeks? And who is this woman named Shinshin in his phone? I'm not ashamed, he's the guilty one. Make him come out and face me. And where is that little vixen? I'll tear her face up. Let's see how she dares seduce men again. Lee Duquan. The female teacher's expression immediately became hard to read. She swallowed her urge to retort and patiently coaxed, look, whatever the issue, you can first come to discuss it with our principal in the office. We've already been contacting Teacher Lee. As for what you're saying, we will need to verify things. Reputation is very important for the young woman. The students were driven back to class. Yuyu smacked her lips, still not fully satisfied, feeling she had learned a lot of new words. Class 3 had a good atmosphere, but during the third period everyone still couldn't help whispering, forcing the teacher to bang the desk several times to remind them of classroom discipline. After class, a crowd pressed against the window to keep watching, but regrettably the farce was over and the domineering woman was no longer on the playground. She had probably gone to the office to cool off. Class 32's classroom was even more lively than during the new year. Except for Wang Yi, who sat in the corner dazed, everyone else was clustered in groups, chatting about their class leader's gossip, and every so often glancing at her and laughing with malicious satisfaction. I really didn't expect it. We were just feasting on the gossip last week, and now there's already a follow-up. A girl held a handful of sunflower seeds, cracking them as she spoke. Our class leader hasn't shown up for so long. Do you think he's already run off somewhere to lie low? I didn't expect it either, that the big scoop would be right next to me. Another girl clicked her tongue, stole a glance at Wang Yi, and lowered her voice. I always thought our class leader's gaze was a bit off. Sometimes I didn't notice who he was looking at before, but now it's clear. All my limited knowledge lets me say is, badass. Me too. Wang Yi hated those whispering people and hated Lee Duquan at the same time. Where on earth had that man gone? She had been bullied like this. Where was Lee Duquan? His wife had even come to the school, and he was still hiding like a coward, leaving one of his students to face everything alone. Was he even a man? Did all the sweet words you said while drunk end up being fed to the dogs? That strange day passed, and Lee Duquan vanished as if into thin air. No one could contact him, and the girl called Shinshin was temporarily not told to the woman. Where on earth did Lee Duquan go? The woman didn't know de young girls' high school's rules and wouldn't give up, pestering the office staff until 6 in the afternoon. With dusk approaching and the ever-present danger lurking on campus about to emerge, everyone finally couldn't hold out any longer and coaxed and tricked her into leaving the school grounds. I'll come back tomorrow. How could the woman give up so easily? If Lee Duquan doesn't return home for a day, I'll make a scene at the school for a whole day. What's more, I'll expose your school to the media so the whole country can see what kind of wonderful things your school is producing. The woman cursed as she walked away. There were 3 days left until the night of the full moon. That day the school would be completely sealed off. No one would be allowed in or out, let alone her bringing the media to make a scene. Where on earth is Lee Duquan? The school leader in charge of the matter was having a headache. What on earth is wrong with him? Who was it that brought him in the first place? Director Zhang? Nobody can reach Lee Duquan. He isn't answering calls or replying to messages. He's probably not at the school. Someone said in distress, what are we going to do? That woman comes to cause trouble every day. What will that do to our school's reputation? Enough, hurry up and find someone. That night, the same evening Lee Duquan's wife left, she had a dream. Or rather, the entire school's teachers and students had the same dream. And the dream, the 4th floor of the academic building opened. Lee Duquan was tied outside the window, recounting his crimes one by one, waiting for judgment. The goddess Themis in a white robe and golden crown, holding scales in one hand, and the sword of judgment in the other. A black snake coils around the sword. A white cloth covers her eyes, and a radiant aura of inviolable justice surrounds her. Chapter 80. The truth. I am guilty, I accept judgment. The man sat on a stool in the middle of the empty dance studio, facing the large mirror. His eyes were hollow and lifeless, but he wasn't the only one in the mirror. Countless malicious, vengeful spirits of young women clung angrily to his back, their hands choking his neck. Lee Duquan was tied to a chair, leaving him suspended in a state between falling and not falling. He recounted his crimes one by one. Judging from the vengeful spirits behind him, Over the years he had harmed many girls and a host of victims who lived in fear and pain, and he named them all. The entire school, teachers and students, was shocked, and his wife was furious beyond measure. Over all these years, the women also knew Lee Daquan's character. Except when things got too loud, they always turned a blind eye. She didn't know Lee Daquan had put so many green hats on her. On Tuesday, Lee Daquan's wife, as usual, came to the school carrying her bag to make a scene, except this time she wasn't coming after Sheen. Half believing the content of the dream, she only demanded that the school hand over her husband. Everyone had had this strange dream. In it, Themis announced that on the next full moon night she would mete out punishment to the most wicked in front of everyone, and at that time all the faculty and students would have to watch the sentencing under the academic building. Unlike Lee Daquan's wife, the whole school believed this dream wholeheartedly, and they quickly drafted the Thursday event. "Where's my husband?" This time the woman was stopped by the guard at the school gate. She stomped her foot and cursed viciously. "I'm calling the police. Where have you hidden my husband? This is kidnapping. I'm calling the police. Police! I'm going to get your lousy school shut down. You're all kidnappers. Bring my husband out." The woman's voice was high and penetrating. Everyone sitting in the classrooms could hear her. It was also break time, and Di and I, who'd somehow bought a bag of chicken feet, opened it, and the pickled pepper smell assaulted everyone's taste buds. People sat by the window to watch the commotion. "Squad leader, what do you think about this?" Danny stared fixedly out the window. "Watch with your eyes." The squad leader shook his leg. "Isn't there an event on Thursday? Then everything will come to light." "What does Yuyu think?" The students at the school had an almost bewitched trust in the fourth floor of the comprehensive building. Danny knew it was better to ask Yuyu than to ask these girls who had been spiritually polluted. The little girl was silent for a moment. Her lips moved as she spat out a chicken bone and said, "Then I'll go to the event." Danny pouted, finding it boring. "The fourth floor of the complex building is being opened for the first time," a girl said, excited and nervous. "The person in my dream, I couldn't make out her face, but I feel she was exactly like the goddess of order from the myths." "I think so too." The students suddenly seemed to have become like that exalted believer on the fourth floor. Not fearful at all. On the contrary, they were filled with trust and reverence for him, as if the school were under his protection. Yuyu looked at them thoughtfully and asked Danny in puzzlement, "Is Xiao Rao that powerful? A tormented dead spirit doesn't seem like a creature completely tainted by evil, a mindless monster. Clearly there was another force aiding her." "Xiao Rao is not Themis," Danny said coldly. "Themis is the true exalted one of this corrupted zone." After that night, Yuyu deliberately helped the Special Management District recruit new personnel, explained a lot about the Special Management Bureau to Danny, and also made her realize, at least initially, that she was a psychic-type ability user of an unknown rank. Danny laid out everything she knew. She had originally been on the same level as Xiao Rao and knew the whole sequence of events that led to Xiao Rao's incident. On the night their friend died, she had been unable to stop it. At the same time, the evil was drawn to that resentful lingering spirit, and both of them were affected after you saved Xiao Rao. She stayed in the dance studio where you had died, and Di and I awakened her psychic powers without realizing it. Di and I knew the man who ruined her friend years ago later died too, but not being able to save Xiao Rao became a knot in her heart. She took 2 years off from school. Afterward she re-enrolled at Young Girls High. 2 years later, Young Girls High no longer resembled what she remembered. As the only person with a special ability, Yu's mental influence failed to brainwash her. Before Danny created the little gray dots, it was all thanks to Xiao Rao that the evil shrouding the campus was resisted. School leaders, having received instructions from the goddess of order, hired a dorm manager with special powers, gradually constructing a set of rules after Danny enrolled. She investigated the school's affairs while learning to use her own ability. All the hallucinations were manufactured by the evil, the rules were set by Themis, the cleaning staff were Danny's power, the dorm manager represented the school's authority. Inevitably, Xiao Rao brought evil and contamination with her. The remaining people used various methods to fight the evil, and everyone with abilities worked hard to shelter the students. This is the ultimate reason why the pollution zone of Young Girls High has never had an incident. The cleaning staff are people who were non-compliant with school rules and were severely contaminated. Danny told Yuyu, "I discovered that my gray mist can effectively counteract mental contamination." So I wrapped up the contaminated people. I can't lift this state. Perhaps Themis and Xiaorao have a way to be why Thursday. Everything will come to light. Yuyu was deeply impressed by the Miss image, because this was her little girl. The moon was a creature Yuyu had written after reading myths for a while, and it was also the one most like her own abilities. She wore a white robe, bore a golden crown, held the sword of judgment and the scales that weigh crimes, her eyes blindfolded with white cloth so as not to affect her judgment. The moon has no moral standards of its own. All its judgments employ the power of this planet's laws. And it is both good and evil. She has two states. Most of the time she takes the form of a snake-haired girl, and only on moonlit nights does she become like the goddess of judgment. Why Yuyu hadn't expected that she would stumble upon Yaya by accident. The remaining 3 days were just for recognizing their kin. The situation in this contaminated zone had basically been clarified as well. There was nothing more to investigate. Why Yuyu had been very relaxed these past 2 days. She was waiting to finish work and go home with her daughter, and even felt more inclined to sing. Li Dequan's wife said she wanted to call the police, but actually she was the least likely to do so. Her husband had committed so many evils that his crimes were enough to lock him up for life. Right now the school authorities were out of their minds. Yuyu planned to deal with this contaminated area when she took Yaya away in a couple of days. How do you plan to deal with Xiaorao? Dianai asked her, a bit uneasily. Dianai knew this transfer student was actually an undercover agent planted by the Special Management Bureau, and afraid she would take her friend under her wing. She kept a close eye on her for no particular reason. Chapter 81. I really want to kill you, Yuri thought. What are you going to do about Xiaorao? Dani asked her nervously. Why Yuyu thought for a moment and shook her head honestly. I don't know. She planned to contact the Special Administration Bureau of District 63 to see what to do. Xiaorao hadn't hurt anyone, so she probably wouldn't do anything to her. On Wednesday, Yuyu watched closely as the cleanup crew went to work. Although they wore the same uniforms, hats and masks, their builds still differed, and she recognized Li Jiai by memory. Li Jiai's face was hidden beneath her mask. Her eyes remained hollow and listless, looking like an emotionless robot, diligently beating the condensed black mist together with the others all day. Li Dequan's wife still made a scene at the school. Her threats to call the police were never real. The school responded by handling it coldly. And for a time everyone waited for Thursday. That night, Yuyu released the 2 cubs from the maternal book and began working on them psychologically, trying to get them to accept their younger sister. Little Bone Dragon knew nothing, went to its favorite spot, stood on Yuye's shoulder and snuggled against her, while Yuli casually clung to Yuye's finger and slid back and forth. Ahem. Yuyu cleared her throat and said, I might be bringing a new little one home tomorrow night. Little Bone Dragon. Yuli. Esekurikasi. Although it was expected, they still couldn't accept that in less than a month the mother goddess already had new babies. Seeing that they seemed unbothered, Yuyu thought the 2 little ones had already accepted her fickleness by her brood, and relaxed. It seems you also welcome the new babies home, Yuyu said happily. You 2 won't fight with them, will you? Little Bone Yuri. Tonight we'll go beat it out of them. The 2 cubs obediently shook their heads, which reassured Yuyu. She said confidently, great, I'm sure you'll get along well. I'll take you to see her tomorrow. No, we're going to beat it to death in a little while. Reassured, Yuyu went to sleep. At night the monsters were all happy to snuggle with her. So recently the Bone Dragon and Yuri have been outside. That made it easier for them to sneak away. 4th floor of the academic building, dance studio. Xiaorao had gone somewhere unknown. Yu sat alone on the high stool by the window, swinging her legs and watching the moon. She remembered that the first time she became conscious was on a full moon night, when the Mother Book was given its origin. Each monster had its own page, unaware of the other's existence, knowing only that the Mother Goddess had created them. After the moon fell into the earth fissure, it swayed out by sheer force. The native monsters didn't dare provoke this little girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old. She drifted helplessly into District 63 and encountered Xiaorao, who was about to dissipate. Her subconscious told her that she should obediently wait for the arrival of the Mother Goddess in one place. 2 years is a long time. You waited seriously and patiently, but she never sensed that powerful, gentle presence. Most of the time you was very bored. Her destiny from birth was to find the Mother Goddess and protect her, but she could no longer find her faith. She didn't know what to do, and she was very afraid that the Mother Goddess had forgotten her. The Mother Goddess is so powerful and formidable. She surely isn't the only created being. Would she prefer other little ones more? So you carefully prepared for her first meeting with the Mother Goddess, diligently learning to dance with Xia Rao. Mother Goddess, will you use dance? The little girl wondered anxiously. Countless times. Two swans danced under the blood moon, each for the sake of their own faith. A razor wind blade suddenly swept in through the window, heading straight for Yuxu's cute little face. At the same time, countless thick and terrifying blue-ring tentacles slithered in through the wide-open window like a swarm of wasp pupae. The brilliant blue rings signaled how deadly the monster's venom was. Yu quickly took a step back and avoided the strike. The little girl's round eyes narrowed, and a head full of snake-like threats hissed. Yu's hair did not have the power to petrify, and in her full form those snakes would coil around the sword of judgment. The moon clearly felt that the approaching ones were not friendly. These two must be high-level talents of the same rank as her to be able to ignore her rules and charge straight up to the 4th floor. She slowly looked out the window. Beneath the nearly full lunar disk, a gigantic bone dragon beat its wings, 2 flames flickering in its eye sockets as it looked this way. It seemed like God's most perfect creation, its entire body exuding a sharp, striking beauty. There must be more than just that one. You looked down from the window. Countless tentacles with brilliant blue rings clung to the walls of the complex building, rapidly climbing upward. With a final push from 2 tentacles, a handsome-looking man was thrown inside. The tentacles slowly withdrew from that beautiful human body. Yuri looked at the small thing in front of him, a cold yet gentle smile curving his lips. You are the thing the Mother Goddess prepared to bring back? The little skeleton couldn't transform into a human shape. It stared coldly at the standoff between the 2 monsters inside the building, ready to rush up at any moment and burst the structure open. What are you supposed to be? You snapped back without courtesy. The little girl's fair face looking indignant. Yuri looked her up and down with disdain, then said proudly and confidently, "Can you cook?" Moon shook her head. She didn't need to eat. The Mother Goddess really likes the things I make. Yuri continued proudly. What skills do you have to win the Mother Goddess' favor? Yu was stunned for a moment, offended, and said, I can dance for the Mother Goddess. Can you? I really want to kill you, Yuri said, his dark pupils harboring undisguised murderous intent. He pointed out the window. That stupid thing has already taken away the Mother Goddess love, and now there's another one. Humph, the little lowly grinned, not taking the ugly octopus seriously at all. But you can't. Yu was very clever. The Mother Goddess divides love fairly among all creations. You can't kill me, and you won't be able to. She could feel that her power was on par with these 2 monsters. They could all fight to a standstill. The little bone dragon, tired from flying outside, saw that the 2 inside had no intention of fighting, shrank a bit, and landed on the platform to listen to them speak. The 2 pups received Yuyu's order tonight. They really couldn't do anything to you, nor could they silently kill her. They could only come take a look at what the newcomer looked like. Yuri thought the other 2 weren't as good-looking as him, and Little Bone confidently believed he was the best-looking. Yu glanced at the 2 odd-shaped creatures and was certain the Mother Goddess would prefer her. Thinking that way, the hostility among the 3 inexplicably vanished. Anyway, the Mother Goddess loves me the most. Why care about them? Chapter 82 Night of Judgment. You didn't know that while she was sleeping at night, the 2 little things had already had their first confrontation with you. She woke up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed early on Thursday morning. Little Bone Dragon, groggy, was sunk into the soft pillow, and Yuri had become an even smaller lump, clinging to the dragon's wing. Did these 2 go stealing last night? So tired? Yuyu poked the little bone. You're lying on my hair. The little bone dragon in its sleep heard this, rolled over with its eyes closed toward the other side, and as if being playful, nuzzled the girl's finger. Little Yuri the octopus was like a lump of crystal slime, sleeping in a daze together with the dragon. Since when did they become so close? Yuyu didn't know those 2 had gone off together last night to pick a quarrel with her little daughter's elementary school boy. She just found it odd. But now they could cuddle up and sleep together, so the distance to their home in Wanchixing probably wasn't far. She thought confidently. Thursday morning was as calm as usual. What was different was that the cleaning creature seemed unusually restless today. Unlike before, they mostly wandered aimlessly around the campus. What's wrong with them? Yuyu found it strange, pointed downstairs and asked, Is it because tonight is a moonlit night? These gray vapors were made by Dani. She should be the one who understood their condition best. Unexpectedly, the girl shook her head and said, I only make them. At night they are collected and taken to the complex building, controlled by Themis. And over the countless previous moonlit nights, they haven't shown any abnormality. The two of them idly looked out the window as the janitorial staff in gray uniforms had already begun pulling up the grass in a daze. That's right. They were now clearing the excessively luxuriant climbing plants growing across the campus. The vines that had climbed up the dormitory building were being removed in large swathes, and the wall surfaces that hadn't seen sunlight for years finally revealed their true appearance. In a sense, they were still cleaning. The evil that had shrouded the campus during the day had basically dropped to its lowest level over these 2 days. With the evil gone, they turned to clearing the energy brought by the vengeful ghost Xiaorao. Today Li Duquan and his wife still haven't come to the school to make a scene. It's been a week, and the students finally had a peaceful morning. That woman not coming to shout at people is kind of boring. During the break, Yao dropped into Yu's class, snacking on sunflower seeds while watching downstairs. Danny deeply agreed. I'm still a bit unaccustomed to it. Could she be planning some big move? Someone asked, a little worried. Sai, what big move could she possibly be planning? Judgment night is almost here. Won't the whole truth come out soon anyway? No matter what she does, calling the police or dragging in the media, we've done nothing wrong and have nothing to hide. Exactly. What can she do? She's not the one who did anything wrong. If she doesn't mind making a fool of herself by exposing what a scumbag her husband is, then fine. Ever since the misimage appeared in everyone's dreams, they all tacitly agreed to call today Judgment Night. The trial night event takes place when the moon rises, so after school today no one returned to the dormitories. The entire school quietly waited on the large plaza in front of the Zhonghe. Yuyu took a moment to put on the camera. Everyone looked a little out of their minds right now, so she didn't bother with the rule about no phones and started a live stream. After several days, as soon as she went live, the stream quickly filled with viewers. Good evening, streamer. I'm here. I am here. I am from District 63. After I went back last time I did some homework, someone on site immediately said weirdly, it seems Deyong Girls High hasn't really had any high-profile strange rumors. I am also from District 63. I have some gossip, but since nothing ever happened, it's not big. You could see it during the first livestream. There are a lot of odd school rules. Indeed, compared to other urban legends in District 63, the Girls High really hasn't had much going on. Yuyu kept her gaze on the 4th floor of the classroom building. To make things clearer for everyone, she even opened a Tianyan Heaven's Eye today. Normally, the night's evil would thicken rapidly once she stayed an hour and witnessed black mist, red light, and gray vapor vying for dominance, quite domineering, but tonight, the red light almost entirely enveloped the campus. The legendary description of a blood moon night matched this very scene. Even the normally sly moonlight was tinged by the endless red glow. A blood moon appeared. Everyone clearly saw, at the 4th floor window that had been kept covered by curtains for years, a slender figure, the body of a young girl, delicate and graceful, like God's most cherished creation, unknowingly drawing the gaze of every person. A strange, beguiling piano melody sounded in everyone's ears. The girl, like an elegant and beautiful swan, began to move with the music. The red light surged and everyone fell into a shared hallucination. Shirao, you're impressive, but if you don't agree with me, see if this spot can still fall to you. I in the closed office, the man sat leisurely in his chair, eyeing the girl before him with lecherous eyes. The girl wore the most ordinary school uniform, yet couldn't hide her delicate, pretty features. Her neck was long and fair, like a beautiful little swan. She said nothing, head bowed as she bit her lip, her eyes full of pain and anger. The teacher doesn't want to block you for so long either. The man's voice softened, coaxing. Look, there are only 5 days left to finalize the slots. Everyone can see your ability, but if I hold you back for some other reason, what a pity that would be, right? He tossed the file in his hand onto the table. It was conspicuously an injury assessment. During the joint exams, Xiaorao injured her leg. Although it wasn't a severe injury, and she was still young, time and rest could heal it, and she could barely limp through the exam. Intensity training can cause unpredictable damage down the line. Art students face high expenses every year, and Xiaorao's family was poor, so naturally they couldn't afford her tuition for the 2nd year. This year's exam was the time when she was closest to her dream. The man had seized her compromising evidence. Once this injury assessment was submitted, no matter how good her grades were, every school would make her recover first and try again next year. Rao, come with me, and the teacher won't let you be treated unfairly. The man coaxed and threatened her, itching to touch the girl's delicate, soft hand. Shirao felt sick, took several steps back, and looked at him with disgust, snapping, "Get away! Don't touch me!" The man suddenly flew into a rage. He stood up and closed in on her step by step. "What are you acting so high and mighty for? You don't want this spot. I have full control over who gets into middle dance now. If you don't curry favor with me properly, what are you doing putting on airs here? Get away!" Shirao tried to run but found that the office door had been locked from the outside. Chapter 83. How did they run away? The girl was forced, and a month later 2 lines appeared on the test. She was scared and in pain. She told this to her only friend Dani. The 2 young girls were powerless and speechless, bewildered and not knowing what to do. A few days later, the man's wife made a scene at the school and exposed the matter online. Public opinion unanimously began to curse the girl. Even her family looked at her with distrust. Finally, on the way home from school, someone recognized the woman at the center of the controversy, hurled eggs at her, and cursed her as shameless. At that point Xiaorao completely broke down. She chose a night of the full moon and leaped. What happened afterward, everyone knew. The case was overturned, the man inexplicably committed suicide, and the police uncovered many truths that had been hidden beneath the surface. Dani had already told you about these things, but for the others it was the first time facing the past directly. There are many scoundrels in this world, and many victims as well. 3 years later, a similar incident happened again at Deyang Girls High. This time the goddess of justice descended and unleashed divine punishment upon the villains. Li Dequan was tied to a chair, suspended in midair, appearing in everyone's sight. Li Dequan's wife had really called over a lot of media. The moment Li Dequan began to recount his crimes, his wife's entire expression suddenly turned unpleasant. She glared viciously at her husband. Ashamed and enraged, the reporters, seeing the scene for the first time, were like wolves and tigers gleefully sniffing fresh meat. Both fearful and excited, countless flashes began to record it. The Miss eyes were covered with a white cloth, and the black snake at the back of her head quietly twisted the space. On her hands there was neither the sword of judgment nor the scales of weighing, but no one paid attention to that. The radiance surrounding the god made people unable to look directly at him, and his voice, majestic and just, compelled them to bow in surrender. Except for Yuyu, she looked at her creation with eyes of appreciation and affection. The moon matched all her fantasies about a god, beautiful, mysterious, and powerful. Themis, someone murmured with obsession. In the end, the trial did not proceed. Aside from the media, Li Dequan's wife had also brought many other psychics. Somehow, through unknown channels, she managed to find so many civilian psychics. They could of course tell at a glance that this was not a god, but a terrifying higher being. From the moment the fissure in the ground appeared, everyone knew there were no gods in this world, only various monsters. Even though Li Dequian's crimes were inexcusable, they still all surged forward in unison. Human crimes should be judged by humans, not by those monsters that crawled out of the fissure. The red light was broken. The students and teachers of the whole school, who had been mentally controlled, felt as if something had collapsed in their minds. The fog was swept aside, and they finally felt terror at the strange phenomena before them. Even though Themis was a deity, her form was so inhuman that any normal person, at first glance, felt a sense of dread. Yuyu stood among the crowd, watching the psychic's attacks vanish like stones sinking into the sea. While the goddess looked upon the living with pity, even if her strength were suppressed to 50%, she could still handle them with ease. Countless strange attacks couldn't even touch her. They were swallowed by the red light and dissipated. Although there were many civilian psychics, most were low-level. Before a god they were like ants, barely a scratch. The teachers forced themselves to stay calm and organized the students to fall back. But in truth, if Themis wanted to act, no one in this area could escape her attack. The subtle, insidious mental influence told them that the god would not strike them. 5 minutes later, the police arrived. It was unclear which smart aleck had called them, and the anomaly at Deyang Girls High had been under the local Special Administration Bureau's surveillance. As the police deployed, the Bureau also dispatched their psychics. The Bureau's psychics were much more professional than the civilian ones, and their ranks were higher. Yuyu had no weapon. It's uncertain whether she could win in a fight. Yuyu thought of doing what she had last time, placing her eyes here and finding an opportunity to take Yuyu away herself. But it was obviously not going to work. It was all in plain sight. The psychics kept pursuing Yuyu relentlessly. If she rashly went forward, she feared she'd be unmasked on the spot. She thought for a moment, blocked out some things, summoned the little bone drake, and said softly, "Go help Yaya." The little bone drake let out a reluctant ing. It was itchy all over now, its bone wings gradually shedding and strengthening, which felt uncomfortable, but it would never disobey the mother's command, so it took a crooked path and flew off. Fafner. I don't want to fight, I just want to be scratched. The 63rd District Special Administration dispatched a squad to handle this emergency. The captain was in class psychic. It was clear they were trying to apply the right remedy, but facing a high-level 2S, their strength still fell somewhat short. However, the squad worked in close coordination. Many psychic contamination zones had been cleared by them. Even with a large gap in power, they didn't panic. Instead, they quickly made a plan and began their assault. Ordinary people had already retreated to a safe area. Only Yuyu and some other psychics remained in the square. Her ostensible role was that of a feeble clerk who couldn't even lift a chicken, so not taking part in the fight was normal. Therefore, even if she couldn't help Yaya, at least she wouldn't be causing any more trouble by going up. Yuyu began to fish in troubled waters. Wei Xiang, captain of Squad 5 in District 63, hadn't expected to suddenly be assigned the task of taking Deyong Girls High School. He never expected that in the middle of their fierce fight, yet another high would suddenly appear. A huge monster flew out from behind Themis. Its white skeletal frame looked even colder and more terrifying under the moon, blue flames flickering in its hollow eye sockets. When it glanced at everyone, all the superhumans felt a chill behind them at once. It wasn't just the creature. The oppressive presence of a high was directed at all living beings. Fafner. Someone stammered as the first advanced monster to escape. Fafner's name was practically known across the whole country. That iconic white skeleton and blue flame made it recognizable at a glance. This is trouble. Wei Xiang murmured. How could she have accomplices? A 2S advanced was already hard to deal with, and now there's a 3S. How do we fight this? Wei Xiang exchanged heavy, troubled looks with his teammates and decided that tonight they would fight to the death to leave at least one behind. They absolutely could not let them go out and rampage. You little bone? Themis glanced back at the bone dragon indifferently. The two monsters, in tacit agreement, stepped back at the same time, just as Fafna's deterrent still held and everyone dared not make a move. They both fled. Wei Xiang. Other psychics? They looked at the two high-level beings who had already vanished on the horizon, full of bewilderment. Just leaving like that? Gone? Does that make sense? Aren't they the ones who should be fleeing? Chapter 84. The end. Everyone was baffled. They hadn't expected the two extremely troublesome monsters to leave just like that. Wei Xiang's team remained on high alert until the red light completely vanished, and the two advanced ones did not reappear. Li Dequan had long since passed out. He had no physical wounds, but his mind was controlled by Themis, repeating over and over the evil acts he had committed before. The spirits of those he had killed tormented him for all eternity, sinking him deeply into the nightmare of his sins. The reporters were, after all, relatively bold. By coincidence, the Special Administration Bureau arrived just as Themis was about to pass judgment. Li Dequan revealed everything, and it all went online. In fact, Yuyu, without the sword of judgment and the scales of measure, did not truly possess the power to judge, but no one knew that. They thought this high official was about to kill someone and hurriedly moved in to stop him. What they did not realize was that the mistrue purpose had already been achieved. Fafna's deterrent power was no joke. They had run far out and no one had caught up. Little Bone remembered the spot marked by Yuyu, took you and flew to a rather secluded place, obediently waiting for her to come. This place was already outside the school, and Yuyu wasn't in a hurry to look for the two little ones. She looked toward the fourth floor of the complex building, which still bore a faint red glow. The girl's figure had already vanished. It was completely quiet there. Denny didn't know from which direction she had come. She stood beside Yuyu and, a little anxious, said, do you know where Xiaorao went? Yuyu had explained the existence of the Special Administration Bureau to her, but Denny didn't really understand it and was still very afraid that this group would deal with Xiaorao without explanation. Wei Xiang had already taken people upstairs. She was very worried and kept wanting to follow them up to see. Don't worry, the live stream was about done anyway, Yuyu said as she took out her colored contacts to reassure her. No one was harmed in this matter and Xiaorao isn't some monster from a crevice. Although she's been rated a class, she won't form a contamination zone anymore. Everything can be negotiated. Xiaorao is so special. The administration won't act rashly. Why you didn't check the livestream comments? The on-site media had already released all the information about tonight. It would surely ferment by tomorrow, and the authorities would quickly issue a statement. When Wei Xiang and the others brought Xiaorao down, it went smoothly. The red-clad fear ghost walked quietly behind them. If not for the faint red glow all over her body, she would have looked like an ordinary human girl. Xiaorao, the moment she saw her friend, Diana's eyes filled with tears. She sobbed, unable to speak. Wei Xiang left the two to talk and went aside to speak with the recorder who had come from the Central District. "Hello, I'm Wei Xiang, Captain of Squad 5 of District 63 Special Administration Bureau, Yuyu." The two flashed their nameplates to show their identities and exchanged polite greetings. 2 weeks ago I received the surveillance assignment. I didn't expect to be able to take care of it at the same time. The girl blinked with doe-like eyes, looking grateful that tonight's matter had been perfectly resolved at no casualties. How nice. That made her seem so innocent. Naturally no one could link her to the premeditated, escape-minded monster. Thanks for your hard work. The young girl's high has always been an annoying presence in everyone's minds. We were afraid it might suddenly run amok and hurt people, so we've wanted to place someone inside to oversee things. But we didn't expect the senior psychic power to be so strong. Everyone who broke the school rules was turned into cleaning staff, which made the whole incident harder and harder to investigate. Wei Xiang explained, of all things, only the psychics can sense this contaminated area. The students and their parents don't think anything is wrong, and the general public can't perceive the danger. This kind of contaminated zone needs psychics with strong mental power to be sent in. Yuyu thought about how her little daughter had made an entrance like Instructor Xie's child and strongly agreed. Indeed, except for Diana, who had unexpectedly awakened powers, the whole school was affected. Even the psychics sent by the Special Administration Bureau were mentally contaminated. So it really wasn't easy to deal with. I didn't expect Fafner to appear here. Wei Xiang frowned again. It disappeared from District 108 and hasn't shown up since. How could it be here? I don't know. Yuyu played dumb and followed his lead. Do you think it came to take Themis away for some purpose? Wei Xiang shook his head. There was no evil in Themis. All the evil in this contaminated zone was attracted by Xiaorao. She and the rift aren't of the same origin. Fafner isn't of the same origin as the rift either. That's too much of a coincidence. Yuyu said matter-of-factly. What a coincidence. I'll report today's events truthfully. Wei Xiang stretched lazily. Let's not talk about that now. This place is basically clear after a senior has been here. Polluted zones won't attract monsters anymore. Xiaorao, what are you going to do? Yuyu asked on Danny's behalf. Take them back to the bureau first, Wei Xiang said. We'll figure out how to handle it once we're back. Are you coming back with us? Yuyu shook her head and lied deftly. I'll rest for one night and return to the Central District to report tomorrow. All right. Wei Xiang said regretfully, took out his phone and added her as a contact, then go back and get some rest. Yuyu had finished the report last night. She sent an electronic copy to Wei Xiang, and the handwritten one had to be taken back to the Central District for submission. Okay? She glanced toward Danny and Xiaorao and said, this young girl has awakened an ability. It's psychic type and her talent looks pretty good. She and Xiaorao are very close. Wei Xiang understood her look and showed an expression of sudden realization, making an okay gesture. The subsequent handling had nothing to do with Yuyu. She planned to rest one more night and then leave. She had just released Little Bone and Yu. Her conviction could reach the consciousness of every monster. Yuyu told Yaya to take Little Bone to get something to eat first, and she would go find them tomorrow. This night had been too thrilling. It would take some time for everyone at the school to be freed from mental control. Aside from her, it was unlikely anyone could sleep peacefully. All involved were taken back to the administration office or the police station to give statements. Once everything quieted down, the red, black, and gray that had shrouded the campus had largely dissipated. The god had left, and the rules he had left behind had been broken. The cleaning staff were taken away as well. They were humans whose minds had been more severely tainted. Thanks to Totoini, no mutations occurred. They were simply in an unconscious state. This condition might be reversible. Those involved have all been taken away. They themselves are pondering what to do. On the last full moon night at DeYoung Girls High, the red glow faded. The swan that had cried blood and wailed for 3 years was finally freed. All the truths would come to light. All the villains would be punished. Chapter 85. Mother and daughter reunited. Fafner led Themis to an abandoned old factory. The surroundings were gloomy and desolate when they arrived. Themis reverted to her little girl form. She glanced at the massive bone dragon and, petulantly with her hands on her hips, asked, "What is this place?" Did the mother goddess send you to fetch me? Little bone nodded. After folding its wings it was about to go out to hunt monsters, but the little girl grabbed its hind leg. Where are you going? The mother goddess? Was she just here? Did she see me? Does she like me? You asked a whole bunch of questions in one breath, blinking expectantly at it. The little bone dragon gave a ing sound it couldn't understand. Heh? A being that can't communicate actually showed up? That silly dragon didn't speak at all last night like a decoration. You thought it hadn't shifted shape. Now it seems it really just looks like this. Little bone wriggled free of Yu's hand, its wings flashing as it flew off, clearly with no intention of looking after her. Oh wait, before it left it drew a little circle for you, then somehow fished out half a candied hawthorn stick and shoved it into her hand. It had the whole you stay here and wait for me. I'll go buy you an orange vibe. You stared at the red little ball in her hand, her head full of question marks, and the little twists on the head couldn't resist the charm of the red ball. One by one they stretched out to reach that sweet little treat. You, fearing that this thing belonged to the goddess, hurriedly shielded it, pouting and saying, "Don't eat it." The twists looked at their owner pitifully. Every time her mouth opened she bit off half. Then her face twisted in sourness. This was Yui's first time eating the food of this planet. Although its face was fierce, it still treasured each bite and licked it up mouthful by mouthful. The snakes were very greedy. Their owner wouldn't let them eat the red balls, so they angrily bit at the stick of the candied hawthorn. There was sugary sweetness on the stick too. When Yuyu woke from her sleep it was already almost noon. She had returned to the dormitory around midnight last night, and still felt a bit sleepy upon waking. She said she would leave quietly today. Yuri got up early and tidied the place, and after Yuyu got up he quickly put everything back to look as if no one had lived there. The little oil lamp had completely burned out. Last night the whole school's teachers and students were probably pretty shocked. Now there's no one anywhere. I don't know where they all went. Why Yuyu slipped out through the school gate and headed toward the place Xiao Guda had given. Yuli clung to her finger, cold as ice, lost in thought with a dazed look. Mother goddess. Little Jelly suddenly spoke. To be honest, it's a bit startling when an adorably looking little monster suddenly utters a deep magnetic man's voice. Yuyu had been daydreaming. Coming back to her senses she asked, "What's wrong?" Yuri called to her once more, then said nothing, only repeatedly and uneasily. Mother goddess. Yuyu rubbed its cute bouncy head and replied with a soft hum. Yuri felt the girl's gentle, patient mood and grew a little bolder. Nudging her finger he asked, "If you have other little ones, will the mother goddess abandon me?" He looked at her last night. Although he didn't want to admit it, the new female was somewhat good-looking. Most importantly, she looked a little like the mother goddess. Just because of that, he couldn't bring himself to harm this little thing. Yuyu was amused by Yuli's thought and paused, then burst into a smile. How could that be? Yuli is my little one too. Will the mother goddess never abandon Yuli? The little jealous black same-sized eyes stared intently at the girl's beautiful profile. Never. When Yuyu arrived, the two little things were leaning against each other asleep. The little girl was wearing a white dress, sitting on the ground without a care, leaning against the bone dragon behind her. Her head bobbing up and down, her chubby hand gripped a bamboo skewer. No one knew what it was for, and the little snakes on her head were piled atop one another. As if sensing a strange presence, one of them shivered and opened its eyes. Then the little girl opened her eyes too. Yaya, who had been clamoring to see the mother goddess, suddenly became shy and timid upon actually seeing her. Her large, sharply contrasting eyes greedily watched her creator. She stood up and took 2 steps but dared not approach. Mother goddess? Is this really the mother goddess? You actually saw the goddess with her own eyes. The little girl was really different from the other two. Yuyu remembered that when Yuri and Little Bone first saw her they eagerly came over to nuzzle, but the little lowly shyly hid behind the bone dragon, only showing her head to look. She couldn't bear to look away, yet didn't dare to approach rashly. The little bone dragon was also very happy to see Yuyu. It hurried over to nuzzle, leaving you standing in place, utterly embarrassed. Yuyu smiled and gently stroked the little skeleton's head, looking at the shy little girl. You of course could not resist the gentle call of the mother goddess. Before long she let go of her reserve, lowering her head and clasping her hands behind her back as she shyly approached. She finally nuzzled up to Yu's side. But before the mother and daughter could be reunited, a strange black mist suddenly enveloped the abandoned warehouse. Yuyu could sense that this black mist wasn't evil per se, but leaned more towards something like energy. When the black mist appeared, the whole warehouse became like night. Vision was obscured, and Yuyu felt as if suddenly she were the only person left in the place. This little trick hadn't even really begun before it was broken by an ear-piercing ghostly scream. The black mist vanished instantly, and the three little ones who had been beside her were somehow suddenly on the roof. A scrawny blue-faced ghost was being savagely strangled by the little girls struggling. Little Bone Dragon and Yoli stood to one side watching, itching to tear something apart with the mother goddess absent. The monster's cruel and vicious natures were laid bare. The twisty ones on the moon hadn't gotten any red balls last night. Now seeing the blue-faced ghost, they wanted a bite too. The little girl let her guard down for a moment, and the blue-faced ghost's head was bitten off. Yuyu only then realized that a snake's mouth could open that wide. When would be a bad time if not now? Of all times you choose to disturb my bonding with the mother goddess? Yu's voice was eerie, and a red light instantly crushed the blue-faced ghost's frail body. Yuri was the first to notice the black mist clearing. He reached out his tentacle and pulled up a bone dragon and a little lolly-da-da. Mother goddess. Yu turned and saw Yu's gaze like that of an old mother, and quickly said, "I'm not usually like this." The three little ones jumped down together. Yu rubbed Yu's palm with his fair little cheek and said in a small voice, "It's all that ugly thing." Yuyu gave a light laugh. She almost forgot Yu's ferocious performance last night. Fooled by this little Lolita. Chapter 86. The swarm. Yuyu took the little loli back to the hotel. Halfway there she received a message from Yujie, telling her that a monster surge had broken out in the central district. The situation was extremely urgent, and she didn't need to hurry back. Just be careful on the way if she was returning after all. It was still a 2s level. That kind of combat power wasn't just for show. Yujie sent her 2 pictures taken of the sky. It was densely packed with giant black beetles, a black mist almost shrouding the entire Special Administration Bureau. The beetles' sharp, terrifying mandibles seemed stained with a green liquid, and any buildings splashed with that liquid were being violently corroded. Even from the photos one could feel a terrifying sense of oppression. All the psychics in the photos were wearing specially made protective suits. The battle looked intense. Yuyu saw a life tree emitting holy light in the picture, and an eerie red-haired boy standing beside it, forming a strange formation with his hands. Yujie told her the swarm of beasts erupted last night. Black beetles, carrying a vast mist of insects, came on fiercely and headed straight for the fissure. The beetle swarm was probably mutated by the black mist. In fact, besides the beetle swarms Yuyu saw for the first time today, there are other mutated plants and animals in nature. Several well-known high contamination zones were formed by these mutated creatures. Over the years, the angel statues sealing the fissure have nearly crumbled, and the evil that leaks out has been increasing. The mutated monsters and native creatures are restless, trying to pry the fissure open completely. This beetle attack seemed organized and premeditated, catching the Special Administration Bureau completely off guard. Yuyu stared at the photo for a long time. The little girl, not understanding, tugged at her clothes and whispered, "Ye can help the Divine Mother get rid of those ugly things, Ichem?" Yuyu came back to herself and seeing the little girl's slightly worried look, couldn't help smiling. "Thanks, Yuya, but that's not your task." The little girl was nearly drowned by Yuya's gentleness. She covered her slightly flushed cheeks, pursed her lips, and looked at her imploringly. Yuya doesn't want the Divine Mother to be troubled by these things. Yuyu ruffled the little girl's hair and pointed at the picture on the phone. Our home was robbed. The apartment building she lived in had been corroded almost beyond recognition by the green liquid secreted by the mutant beetles. It looked pitiable. You had always lived in the teaching building, so the concept of home wasn't very clear to her. But the Mother Goddess said it was our home. The Mother Goddess must like her, otherwise she wouldn't be willing to take her home. Thinking that, the little girl also grew defiant, glaring angrily at the culprits in the photo. Yuya is going to kill them. Yuyu didn't speak. She knew this swarm of beetles would be powerless in front of the moon. But Themis and Fafnir disappearing together and then suddenly reappearing was not a good sign. Central District Special Administration Bureau. The mutated beetles swept in with an overwhelming tide of evil. The tertiary protection system activated, and a transparent energy dome enveloped the gray giant tortoise. Thankfully, this Special Administration Bureau was in the suburbs of the Central District, with few ordinary residents nearby, so all the psychics who weren't on missions could come out to respond. The beetle's sharp, massive elytra scraped against the visor, sparking and emitting a piercing, terrifying sound. The Tree of Life grew enormous, towering in the center of the great plaza. each leaf radiating vibrant vitality. Xia Qing, whose lower body had turned into green vines, had already scrambled up to the canopy, the thick tendrils coiling upward and strangling the giant insects one by one. Disgusting black blood and insect limbs flew everywhere. All blocked outside the light shield, the young man's black hair billowed in the wind. Ice arrows instantly condensed one after another and shot through the air. The small, delicate bird opened its beak and emitted a shrill sonic wave that disrupted the directions of the black beetles. A few dazed ones were quickly knocked down by other powered individuals. Under the tree of life, the red-haired boy stood with his arms folded at one side, showing no intention of taking action to war. The youth's skin was pale, his lips devoid of any color. His long light green eyelashes fluttered closed as he spoke softly. "Are you really not going to help?" The red-haired boy's face was covered in strange fiery markings, his whole body radiating a violent impatience. When he sneered, the markings shifted, making him look all the more dangerous. He lounged against Lin Lin without a care and said without hesitation, "No, but if you want, go. The burden on me will be huge." Lin Lin's voice remained soft and gentle. "Just think of it as helping me quickly get rid of these bugs." Daiwol clicked his tongue and sneered, "If I get involved, this lot will probably change their attack target." The devourer had a fearsome reputation. His power was domineering and uncanny. Anyone who saw him would think he was more like an elite. The last time the two of them took a job together, the losses were severe. A 6-person squad was reduced to 3 survivors. Apart from the two of them, another person had been left half dead. After they returned, people at the bureau began to distance themselves from him, whether intentionally or not. This person is reclusive and domineering. He cares about no one except Lin Lin Y. Although he completed the last mission neatly and brilliantly, his methods were extremely brutal. He cared not only little for the enemy but even less for his teammates, which resulted in such a high casualty rate. He seems to lack any of the morals or kindness that humans have. But Duval had indeed passed the Bureau's physical examination, proving that he was human. After this mission, the Bureau didn't rush to assign him a new task. They planned to observe him for a while, considering whether to put him in a new squad, and then the mutant swarm arrived. It won't happen, Duval. I'll be your partner. They won't lay a hand on you. The presence of the tree of life grew a little stronger, pouring itself over Duval. The red-haired youth finally condescended to move forward, irritated. "I really can't do anything with you." He wasn't that bothered by those words. When the devourer entered the field, all the other psychics silently gave him a wide berth. As if something ferocious and catastrophic surrounded him, he rapidly formed hand seals. A complex, strange pattern took shape and pressed toward the insect tide. Wherever the pattern went, nothing grew. Everything seemed to have its life force devoured, leaving in the end only a handful of ash. One psychic failed to get away in time and was tainted by the devourer's aura. His entire arm rapidly carbonized. He cursed under his breath and cut the arm off immediately. Then another one grew out. This man's ability happened to be regeneration. He wasted no hesitation in severing the amputated arm. If he didn't cut off that arm, the wound would rapidly expand until his whole body carbonized, and he would be reduced to ashes on the spot. Daiwol's other 3 teammates died under his indiscriminate attacks just like that. Chapter 87. The Mirror Shaper. The insectide has a clear objective: the rooms where angels stand guard over the fissures. Their numbers are enormous, a black mass stretching out of sight. When the psychics wipe out a section, more quickly fill in behind. The silvery white cat licked its paw, turned into a human-shaped black mist, and stood atop the lookout tower at the highest point of the Special Administration Bureau, its gaze casually fixed on the battlefield not far away. The exterminated mutant beetles quickly dissolved into the black mist, and the mist at the rear would form new beetles. Only a portion of the insects are truly mutated. The rest are all part of a deliberate manipulation behind the black mist. It seems an old friend is hiding there. The dense, pure source of evil vanished on the spot, heading straight toward the back of the insect tide. The insect mist kept pouring in, and the powered fighters on the field gradually ran out of strength. The green light around Lin Lin dimmed. Daiwol jumped down and caught the boy who had lost strength and fainted. This battle had already been going on for 3 hours, and the laboratory. A researcher wrapped tightly from head to toe hurriedly opened the door and reported to a sharp-eyed old man. "Dr. Chong, the superpowered individuals ahead can't hold on any longer." Dr. Chong turned his gaze to the nutrient chamber behind him and said slowly, "Release test subject 5. The white dove has been resisting our experiments the whole time. At this critical moment we still have to rely on these real strategic weapons. The green nutrient solution slowly receded. What was in the incubation pod could hardly be called human, a being roughly resembling a human female, its limbs all elongated into branch-like appendages, its whole body an odd brown color, like some kind of insect. She slowly opened her eyes. Strange patterns spread across her brown irises. The moment she emerged, everyone in the laboratory felt an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure, as if they could not catch their breath. That oppressive force was nearly on par with Double's level, rendering everyone petrified and speechless. This was the product of the evolutionist God-making project. Subject number 5, the Destroyer. Like her name, her ability bears a curious resemblance to the Devourer's. The difference is that her attack range is larger and her attack method is different. The Destroyer trudged stiffly and slowly out of the incubation pod. Upon seeing Dr. Chung, it lazily bowed its head in a submissive pose and spoke in a dry, strange voice. "Awaiting your orders." Dr. Chung expressionlessly pointed toward the insect mist and said only 2 words. "Clear it." Yes, the Destroyer vanished from the spot in an instant. The sense of oppression did not dissipate, the lingering evil faint and almost imperceptible. The researchers, clutching their wildly pounding hearts, worriedly asked, "Doctor, is this strategic weapon really controllable?" Dr. Chung touched the empty incubation pod. The fanaticism in his eyes had not yet faded, and he remained silent for a long time. His inner thoughts were far from as calm as his expression. There were 9 more incubation pods like this. The God-making project had been underway for 10 years. During that decade, the evolutionary faction had sought out countless humans or ability users who volunteered for the experiments, and finally cultivated 10 relatively mature near-advanced beings. These will be the most important strategic weapons in the future fight against the Fisher monsters. Uncontrollable. So what? Dr. Chung murmured. When will the mother goddess who saves the world in the prophecy appear? The Earth's fissures are about to split open. Humanity can only save itself. Behind the swarm of insects, an evil far denser and purer than the black mist suddenly appeared. A tall, long-legged silver-haired youth revealed himself. His eyes were like a vampire's in the dark, and his pale, slender hand gripped a massive hooked scythe. The originally calm black mist suddenly convulsed violently, then surged crazily into the boy's body, transforming into an even purer form of evil. Before long, most of the black mist had dispersed, and the number of rapidly condensing giant beetles dwindled. "Who is it?" A curse rang out from within the black mist, a hoarse, unpleasant male voice that would mentally corrupt anyone who heard it even once. A man entirely concealed in a black robe from head to toe appeared in the boy's sight. He held a gray staff topped with a deep black crystal, which was likewise absorbing evil at an extremely slow pace. "Mirrorite," the boy sneered, his dark red eyes lazily turning toward the black crystal. The Mirror Master's face changed the instant he saw the young man. Shifting from furious to fearful with a strange, complicated expression, he tightened his staff in his hand and spoke warily. "Siasun, how are you here?" The youth's gaze was like a venomous snake, cold and cruel. His handsome lips were slightly curved, but it only made the Mirror Master feel uneasy and afraid. "Perfect timing, I was just going to look for you, and you appeared on your own. The broodmother told you to attack the rift?" He sneered when he heard the 2 words broodmother. The mirror wielder's expression instantly turned furious. "She is a god? A disgusting worm dares to call herself a god?" The youth suddenly leapt up. The hooked scythe flashed and was swung toward the mirror wielder's chest, countless black mists coiling around the staff in his hand. The black crystal at the tip of the staff seemed to sense something and began to hum excitedly, eager to fly into the boy's palm. The mirror mage reacted quickly, taking a large step back. A gray staff emitted wisps of murky black mist, pinning the black crystal to the staff tip so it couldn't leave. The staff waved, and a boy identical to Siasun appeared in place. Thick gray fog enveloped his body as he swung the hook sickle in his hand and charged forward. Mirror Mage Class 3S, Ability, Duplication. Currently there are no files on him in the Special Administration Bureau's dossiers. Anything he copied had 60 of the original strength. He could copy countless times in a day, but the later copies became progressively weaker, facing this true evil god of Hylon Star. He dared not be careless. In one breath he produced 5 duplicates, abandoned his mission, and swiftly fled. These 5 duplicates were enough to hold Siasun off for a while. The mirror artist was much smarter than Picasso and never intended to confront him head-on. Xiesun was the malignant origin of Hylan Star's birth, the only true god in this world. Even if the worm mother had gravely injured him, he was still not someone to be trifled with. Basically, this guy is impossible to kill. As long as there is evil in this world, he can continue to exist. Xiesun is vengeful. The battle with the worm mother back then was earth-shattering. Although he himself was weakened to this extent, all the monsters the worm mother produced in the earth fissures were also severely damaged. That if I don't run today, hell chase me to the ends of the earth and kill me. The worm mother split Xiesun's core into 7 fragments and bestowed them upon 7 high ones. The mirror master ran into trouble today. He believed that after he fled, Xiesun might possibly go after other monsters. Let them bear it. Chapter 88 I Lost My Cat. The continuous generation of mutated beetles suddenly seemed to slow. Daiwul gazed darkly at the strange insects, sneered, and spat out a name. The mirror master point one of the Thonic brood's most favored descendants. That I didn't expect him to turn up here with the mirror master's ability. He could clearly keep reproducing these low-level monsters to wear down the Special Services Bureau to death. After all, most of the high-level psychics called up had been sent off to mop up across the regions. The mirror master is very sly and deliberately chose this time to launch a surprise attack. Logically he shouldn't have blundered. He suddenly stopped. Could something more powerful than him have intervened? The mirror master was already among the top fighters of the rift. There really weren't many who could force him into a steady retreat. Besides the broodmother's minions, there were plenty of neutral monsters like them. But it didn't matter who they were, Daiwul thought indifferently. The sapling man went limp and fainted. The strange red-haired youth looked at his face with an expression like pity for a broken toy. Clicked his tongue impatiently, picked him up and left. Too weak. Evil and disarray kept pouring endlessly from the fissure in the ground, and the angel statue was already teetering in the deep, dark underground. A terrifying skeletal hand suddenly shot out, shrouded in dense black mist, and with a clank it latched onto the ground. That hand led the way. Following it, countless skeletal hands crawled out of the fissure. The angel, whose holy light had been faint, suddenly erupted in a burst of fierce golden radiance, forcibly pressing those restless monsters back again. From deep beneath the earth came a hair-raising wail, angry and unwilling. As it tried to break through the blockade, Jingguang forcefully pushed them back, and the sense of shattering on the angel's face deepened. The appearance of the destroyer instantly turned the tide of battle. The protective energy shield over the Special Administration Bureau had been exhausted, and all the psychics present were on the verge of collapse. Giant beetles swung their terrifying elytra and dove toward the humans on the ground, their serrated wings severing heads in an instant. These ordinarily insignificant insects, magnified several times, unleashed their bloodthirsty instincts, and coupled with the highly corrosive venom they could spray from their mouths. Once the shield shattered, ordinary people were defenseless and suffered heavy casualties. The destroyer ascended expressionlessly, muttering in a strange, stiff voice. Mission clear. The branch-like hands lifted slightly, then instantly lengthened. The eerie brown branches quickly wove into a massive net, precisely enveloping the swarming beetles. The vines around Xiaqing's lower body listlessly wound around her brother's bow. Staring at the monster that had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, she gaped in surprise. What is that? The brown net blocked everyone's view. They could only hear a piercing screech from inside the net and the buzzing of the beetles' wings as, seemingly agitated, they frantically slammed against the great WI. In an instant, all sound vanished. On the battlefield that had been chaotic, where the air had been torn by the beating of insects' wings and by some strange calls among them, everything fell silent. The battlefield was deathly quiet. Xiaqing's half-finished sentence stuck in his throat, his eyes full of horror. After the brown net dispersed, aside from some lingering black mist, the once densely packed swarm of beetles had all disappeared. Not a single broken wing remained. In a few breaths, everything was cleaned up. Even the trees not far away had been neatly cut. Xiaqing looked and found that the sections that had been cut away were exactly within the range of the brown net. Actually, these bugs aren't hard for the Esper to deal with. They wouldn't even qualify as Class D. But they make up for it with sheer numbers. The insect-see tactic was very successful. Espers aren't machines, and the huge, insidious swarms of beetles were good at finding gaps. Humans inevitably get tired. But this newly appearing monster wiped them all out with its first strike. All of them. Not a single one was left. Xiaqing could also weave nets, Her attack method was very similar to the destroyer's, but her lethality was far inferior. The destroyer's attack method was more developed. Compared to it, Xiaqing was like an underdeveloped little vine. Brother, what the hell is that creature? Xiaqing trembled as she tugged at Xiaoye's clothes, her face ashen with fear. We just finished dealing with the insect tide. And now an even more terrifying higher level one shows up. Xiaoyu glanced at test subject number 5 with a complex look, then silently pushed his sister back behind him. The instant the insect tide was cleared, every psychic on the field stood as if facing a great enemy. Was it their turn next? But the destroyer, having completed her task, stood blankly in place. She stared at her hands as if she suddenly didn't recognize herself. I am. She suddenly clutched her head and murmured, I am. Who? An arrow tore through the air and struck the destroyer in the back. Xiaqing's gaze shifted to the owner of the arrow, an old man wearing a white lab coat. Dr. Chung looked very grim. He stared at subject number 5, who had nearly lost control, pressed his lips, and said in a deep voice, Take it back. Xiaqing watched the destroyer being taken away with a complex expression. Only a pair of eyes remained visible on the creature's face. The irises were white, its entire body wrapped in brown, and one could make out the graceful curves of a human woman, but its expression was always blank and stiff, more like a robot running a preset program. Yet, in the second before it was struck by the tranquilizer dart, Xiaqing saw a flicker of pain cross its face. A human-like pain. Xiaqing looked at her older brother and tugged his sleeve. Brother, do you know what this is? Xiaoyu shook his head expressionlessly and silently tightened his grip on the arrow in his hand. After receiving a text from her senior brother, Yuyu packed her things and hurried back. There are no direct vehicles from District 63 to the Central District. She first had to transfer to Wine City in District 3. Just as she arrived in District 3 and before she could buy a ticket, Yuyu told her not to worry, the insectide had already been dealt with. There's been an incident in the Central District. Don't come back yet, stay in Wind City. Yuyu said, the angel statue is about to shatter. There's a problem with the ground fissures. And the Central District is very dangerous right now. Why Yuyu didn't expect that while she was on a business trip for half a month, her home would be robbed. She asked, Senior brother, what about the place we live? Yuyu sent her a picture. Apart from the Special Administration Bureau that looks like a tortoise shell, the whole area had become a wasteland. At Yuyu. Oh no, my cat is gone. Chapter 89. The single mother's life raising her kid is about to begin. Don't worry. Before the insect tide came, the Bureau detected abnormal contamination levels and had already gathered everyone early inside the Bureau's protective dome. There are no living things left in the apartments. Yuyu guessed Yuyu was thinking about her cat and comforted her. Your cat has probably run away by now. Yuyu. Fine, I guess that counts as some consolation. Stay in District 3 for now. Yuyu pointed her a clear path. If you don't have money, you can take some jobs on the dark web for a while. The Bureau's current notice is for everyone not to come back. I reckon the ground fissure problem is pretty severe. In just this short time they've already held several emergency meetings. Yuyu didn't really care where she was after all. She was always toting a family around, and hadn't even bonded with the newly adopted white cat yet. If it ran away, so be it. They told her to stay in Zone 3 for now, so she'd stay there. Yuyu had done several missions in high-level polluted zones before and had saved up a fair amount of money. While human currency still had value, she might as well splurge a little. She decisively rented a fully furnished large flat in Wind City, planning to live a while eating and killing time before worrying about anything else. Wine City isn't too far from the Central District. It's also a prosperous region and the hometown of that proud little bird. Yuyu had glanced at the files earlier and it seemed he had been carrying out missions in this district recently, but she wasn't familiar with him. Yuyu only wanted a quiet vacation and had never thought of looking him up. I don't agree. The white-bearded old man slammed the table heavily, glaring across at the other side. You yourself said all the test subjects are unstable. The God creation project was never feasible. Releasing the subjects now will only create chaos. Sitting opposite him with a cold expression, Dr. Chang said lightly, the angel statue is already about to shatter. It can no longer protect humanity as it used to. This mutated insect swarm is an example. Even animals are constantly evolving. Why insist on your so-called preservation? The chasm will surely split, and humanity must evolve. Dr. Chang said startlingly. We developed a reagent as a product of the God-making project. It can help humanity complete its evolution. But the effects are still unstable, we need experiments. Dr. Chang said indifferently, human trials no. Fu Ai immediately objected. Human trials have always been against human ethics. Besides, your reagent's effects are unclear. How can you use humans as test subjects? I've already injected myself, the old man said calmly. Within 10 days I will complete the evolution. If I'm successful, I'll submit a report and request approval from above. Chinja, you're crazy, Fu Ai said in disbelief. You won't even spare yourself. If the captain saw you like this now, how heartbroken would he be? I'm mad. I've been mad for a long time. Hearing the words captain, the old man finally changed expression. He stood up excitedly. Fu Ai, you're nothing but a coward. You don't dare avenge Jiangwan. You don't dare avenge the captain. I do. No matter how the monsters from the cracks in the earth came out, I want them all to be reduced to dust. After a long time, everyone in the conference room remained silent. Not a single person spoke. Jiangwan is going to disappear too, Changzhe said, taking a breath as he looked at Fu Ai's sullen face. We can't protect all of humanity. Human evolution is inevitable. If there is evolution, there is death. Sacrificing some people is okay. He sounded like he was speaking to others and like he was convincing himself. It's okay, it's all inevitable. The fissure is about to open. We don't have time. A profound sense of powerlessness settled over everyone's hearts, and finally a younger member sobbed, helplessly saying, what are we going to do? They had all seen the monster-infested contaminated zones, and how helpless humans were against absolute power. Since decades ago, contaminated zones had inevitably been increasing. And over the years one shocking statistic had been steadily rising, never revealed to the public. More and more humans are losing their lives in the contaminated zones. They attend to the immediate without thinking ahead, listening to the client's cries and having no solutions at all. Many internal data are known only to the high-ups at the Special Management Bureau. Even the ability users don't know how terrible the rift's impact truly is. It couldn't be hidden. Although the rift appeared only in Huaxia district, its effects have already spread across the world. Foreign organizations of ability users are no longer a secret. At first their human casualty rates were much higher than Huaxia districts, but in recent years that figure has been decreasing. They are already adapting and evolving. The last few white pigeons in the world had grown old. Yuyu was very pleased with her new home. And it was clear that the little monsters were pleased as well. Yuri has gone into the new kitchen to get settled. Little Bone Dragon stood on the wind chime by the door, bobbing its head to the tinkling sounds, and the moment Yaya entered the room she was drawn to the big screen. Yuyu put on an idle drama for her. On the big screen, the fresh-faced heartthrob's looks were a knockout, making the little girl's eyes light up. Yuyu was groggy. She didn't know how long she would be staying here and was too lazy to go out, so she impulsively ordered a lot of things online in one go: food, drinks, supplies enough for the two of them, mother and orphan, to live for several months. After placing the order, she told Yuri she would pick them up in the afternoon, then went back to sleep without a care. The big flat she rented fronts a bustling shopping street, and there are many residential compounds nearby, so it's actually very convenient to buy anything. If she ordered now, she could go downstairs to collect it that evening. The moment Yuyu opened the door and stepped in, the three otherwise peaceful monsters in the living room immediately flashed hostile expressions. Yuri was still in the kitchen, and the enormous blue-ring tentacle had already stretched into the living room. The three monsters instantly turned into a tangled mess. They tacitly made no sound, squabbling like kids from elementary school. The scene looked strange and amusing. To be good to each other. No fighting. A sweet female voice suddenly came from inside the room. The three little ones froze in place, dumbfounded. 1 minute later, the three little ones obediently sat on the sofa, all staring at their own hands, tentacles, paws with conflicted expressions. Yuri, little bone moon. Why can't I control it? Yuyu in the room didn't know that in just 5 minutes the three monsters had already fought. After she reminded them, she went back to sleep peacefully, leaving the three cubs outside staring at their own paws, contemplating their strange lives. They glanced at each other, forcing down the urge to drive the others away, and sat together in sullen silence. Yurima. I'll gut them tonight, little bone dragon. Why would anyone come and compete with a dragon for the mother goddess, Moon Iota? I don't want to live with these two nuisances. Chapter 90 Natural Disaster. Dear citizens of District 63. Hello everyone, welcome to today's weather forecast. You doesn't like watching the weather forecast. She had just switched to Paw Patrol when a gentle female voice came from behind. Get, help mommy check the weather forecast. The girl came out after her shower, her hair still wet. She walked toward the living room while using a dry towel to rub her hair. The little loli obediently switched it back. Forecast for the coming month. This district will continue to experience heavy rainfall. Citizens, please take care when traveling. Yuyu glanced out the window. The wind was gentle, the sky clear and vast, nothing like rain. She had already been living in Wind City for a week. The central district still showed no sign of wanting her back, and Yujia had been unreachable. She didn't know what had happened. It was now June, early summer, and the weather was already hot. These days Yuri had been languidly soaking in the large sea salt bathtub. When cooking he wasn't present. The fully automated tentacles could handle everything. The little bone dragon also sprawled about everywhere like a griddle cake. It's so hot, mommy. Yaya pouted, the little twisted buns on her head drooping listlessly as if they'd lost their energy. On the balcony, the flowers Yuyu had bought less than 3 days ago were already dead. Even Yuri, who brought a little watering can every day, couldn't save them. If it rains, it should cool down. Yuyu rubbed Yu's little head. Want to take a shower? Do you need my help? No thanks, mommy. The little girl shyly pinched the hem of her dress, took the pajamas Yuyu had bought her a couple of days ago, and ran to the other bathroom. The tentacles took frozen fruit slushies from the fridge, brought a serving to Yuyu on the sofa, one to Yuri in the bathtub, and stingily gave the little bone dragon on the coffee table a cup of ice cubes. Why Yuyu stopped the tentacles that were about to break down the bathroom door and smiled. Wait until Yaya comes. Out. What if a child has no sense of gender? Teach them, of course. Although they are all monsters, they still have basic gender divisions. It's just that the monsters don't seem to care. At night they pile into one bed. And the next morning you can always see the writhing and the tentacles tangled together. The scene is for a time quite surreal. Why Yuyu wondered if she should assign them different rooms. The fruit smoothie was sweet and sour and delicious. The soft slush melted in her mouth, and Yuyu happily narrowed her eyes. The little bone dragon didn't care at all about Yuri's preferential treatment. It let out a cheer and happily leapt into the plain white ice to cool off physically. It's so hot. Yuri's weak voice came from the bathtub. Yuyu walked over. The little jelly was stuffing ice cubes into its mouth, a bunch of tentacles restless and everywhere, filling the entire bathroom. This spacious flat is great in every way. Most of the appliances are already there. It's just that the air conditioner hasn't been installed. Why Yuyu glanced at the food in the refrigerator and thought that if it really kept raining for a whole month in the future, she probably wouldn't need to go out. She found it a bit strange. The Fengcheng Meteorological Station issued blue wind warnings most often, and precipitation was usually moderate and predictable. How could it suddenly rain continuously for a month, as if a great flood were coming? The rain started that night. The midnight thunder and downpour woke everyone in the house. It's been very hot the past 2 days. Yuyu kept the window open at night. The little bone dragon was curled up on the bay window sleeping, got woken by the rain, whimpered and flew to the bedside giving a hard shake, splashing water all over Yuri's head. Rumble, a tremendous clap of thunder sounded. A purple lightning cleaved the sky, and in the instant the black canopy lit up. A strange eye flickered into view. It was now 3 in the morning. Yuyu turned on the bathroom light, wrapped the aggrieved little bone dragon in a soft towel, and dried it off nice and clean. Thunder. The little girl rubbed her eyes and climbed out of bed, walking over to Yuyu to cling to her thigh. Yaya is scared. Yuri wanted the cool breeze to blow, but disliked the rain wetting the windowsill, so he curled up into a ball and blocked the open window. The exposed skin was pelted by the icy cold rain, and little Jelly squinted contentedly. After coaxing the 2 little ones to sleep, Yuyu came back and saw Yuri already stuck to the window, asleep. When they woke the next morning, the rain was still falling, not as heavy as last night's steady moderate rain. The sun had been chased away, and thick rain clouds filled the sky. The weather forecast was on at the meteorological station. Yaya was sharing fragrant slices of bread with her twisters. One twister snarled and bit down on the edge of the table. As soon as it rained, the temperature dropped sharply. The creatures that were panting from the heat yesterday have today comfortably adapted by putting on a jacket. Yuy's rented apartment was on the 18th floor, with a clear view of pedestrians walking below carrying umbrellas. It was, after all, a prosperous district with a well-developed underground drainage system. Even after a night of rain, there was still no standing water on the streets. Rainwater pattered, and with it came a gray mist. For some reason, whenever she saw haze now, Yuyu reflexively thought of something abnormal. But mist during rain is a normal phenomenon. Yuyu felt she was probably overthinking why Yuyu took a small umbrella downstairs for a stroll, a little bone dragon perched on her shoulder, Yuri coiled around her wrist like a pretty bracelet, and Yaya stayed home watching TV. There were many people who had come down to stroll with her, walking under umbrellas and chatting as they went. It's been so hot for so many days, finally it's raining. Yeah, the temperature hit 30 C a few days ago, and it's only June. Finally a bit cooler. The climate these past few years has really gotten weirder and weirder, droughts and heat waves. It's been really exhausting. Well, I watched the weather forecast yesterday. They said there will be continuous heavy rain for a month. Weather forecasts are never accurate. Rain of that intensity would only last 2 or 3 days, not a whole month. If it rained for a month, would be flooded. The largest river in Huaxia district, the Blue River, runs through Wind City, and its numerous tributaries crisscross the area. If the rain continued, the rivers would swell, wouldn't that cause floods? Flooding? I don't think it's that bad, the man said skeptically. A few days ago I walked by the Jing River. It was very dry, the riverbed was exposed. This rain should just be a climate adjustment, right? It'll just come and make up for the earlier dry spell. I'm not so sure. If it really rains like this for the next month with this amount of precipitation, we could really get a flood, a big flood. While listening, Yuyu calmly joined the topic. Our Wind City's drainage system is pretty good, isn't it? If it drains in time, how could there be a flood? That's not how it looks, someone objected. Think about it, where does all the water go? If it keeps raining like this, the drains will eventually fill up. Chapter 91 Natural Disaster. On the first day of the heavy rain warning, everyone went to work and school as usual. Those with nothing to do at home went downstairs for a walk, enjoying the cool after many days of high temperatures. That on the second day, moderate rain continued, social order remained stable, and the underground drainage system worked hard. On the third day, the rain intensified, and the potted plant Yuyu had just bought was killed by the downpour. On the fourth day it was still raining. The roads drained noticeably slower, and a corner of the food in the refrigerator was gone, so germophobic Yuyu immediately went downstairs to buy a bunch and restocked. At night the downpour battered the windows wildly. A loud crash came from outside, an advertising board downstairs was blown down, and an unlucky person standing beneath it was struck, his head battered and bleeding. On the fifth day it rained. People's moods gradually grew irritable and listless. Yuyu stayed home learning to make cupcakes with Yuri, blew up an oven, and from then on the kitchen became a forbidden zone for her. Most of the time the windows were closed. The apartment Yuyu rented was still pretty good. A tree blown over had failed to smash her glass. Day 6. Heavy rainfall has lasted a week. More precipitation is expected. Temperatures will drop. Please keep warm and avoid going out unless necessary. Yuyu tossed a chip into her mouth and, after watching the weather report, happily settled in with Yaya to watch a melodramatic idol drama. Day 7, the weekend, everyone stayed home. While scrolling through QuickSound, Yuyu saw local footage. The river had risen very high, water on the ground reached her calves, traffic was clogged, and accidents were frequent. On the 10th day of heavy rain, the standing water reached thigh deep. Someone tried to force their way out to work and was swept away and went missing. The authorities issued an emergency notice prohibiting residents of the district from going outside. Everyone must stay home and resume work and school only after the storm passes. They also issued a typhoon warning. Water was already pouring into the first floor. Owners hurried to complain to the property management, and after much trouble reached the community office, only to find the property management's first floor was also flooded. After scrambling up to the second floor, the property staff said the city's drainage system was nearly paralyzed and the flooding across the city was extreme. They urged everyone to try to move their belongings to higher floors. The owners were of course unwilling and angrily berated the property management, threatening to sue them. The property staff waved them off, saying even if they sued, there was nothing anyone could do. The rainwater simply couldn't be drained. Only Yuyu and one other household lived on that floor. Opposite them lived a young man. The two happened to meet when they went out that day, and Yuyu felt he looked a little familiar. She couldn't help asking, "What is your relationship with Fengke?" The young man was startled, scratched his head and laughed. "You know Fengke? My name is Feng, I'm his older brother." "You? Oh, what a coincidence." She just felt this person looked a lot like Fengke, and didn't expect they would actually be relatives. Come sit at my place, Fengyu smiled, a small dimple appearing on his cheek. He looked many times better than the sarcastic Fengke. He sincerely invited her, then felt it might be inappropriate and added, you're a woman, never mind, that's not very convenient. Let's just chat here? I haven't seen Fengke in a long time. Alright, you smiled gently, but we're just ordinary colleagues, we don't interact much in our daily lives, it's okay. I'm just worried about that kid. Ever since he joined the Special Administration Bureau he's been very busy. He was always a bit prickly by nature, and when he's busy he becomes even less willing to communicate with us, Fengyu said. My parents miss him a lot too. In his older brother's words, Fengke came across as a prodigal son who rarely returned home. Maybe you can get in touch with him. I remember he was finishing a mission in District 3 recently. And with this heavy rain the past couple of days he probably hasn't left yet. Yuyu pointed out a clear course of action to the worried Fengyu. It was 10 in the morning now. The sky was heavy and black like night. Fengyu glanced out the window and shook his head. I don't even know if he's finished his mission, whether it's dangerous or not. Your work is classified, I don't know how dangerous that contaminated zone is. Contaminated zone. Yuyu picked up on the keyword in Fengyu's words and asked curiously, you know about the contaminated zone too? Fengyu scratched his head and laughed. I recently took part in a secret experiment and learned about the Special Administration Bureau through some channel. An experiment? What experiment? Yuyu was puzzled, but Fengyu clearly didn't intend to say more, and the topic returned to Fengke. How has he been lately? Come to think of it, it's been 2 years since we last saw each other. Fengke didn't want to inherit the family business. He had a huge fight with my dad back then, and after he went to the Special Administration Bureau they found he had very high aptitude, so he was even less willing to come back. Actually, I know what he's been doing, cleaning up monsters. That's so dangerous, like an old housekeeper who talks on and on. Fengyu's mother poured out a whole lot, as if she wanted to tell Yuyu all the longing she had held for her younger brother all this time. Why Yuyu felt a little jealous. She finally understood where that proud bird's daily confidence came from. The experiment I'm taking part in is precisely so I can be with the wind sparrow. If I can awaken an ability, I'll join the Special Management Bureau too, Fengyu said, full of hope. He had been used to taking care of his younger brother since childhood. The world was growing more dangerous. When the Feng family's conglomerate in Wind City was at its strongest, the chairman decisively sold off all his shares, left himself a huge pile of money, and retired to enjoy his old age. Fengyu no longer had a family business to inherit, so he simply joined the experiment and prepared to look for his younger brother. Yuyu chatted idly with Fengyu for a few sentences when the phone in her pocket suddenly rang. She looked, and to her surprise, it was exactly a call from Feng Quebec. She found it strange their first meeting had hardly been pleasant, and only after getting a bit closer did she learn that this person was that kind of proud, sharp-tongued and stubbornly unreasonable type. Even so, everyone was busy with their own affairs and they hardly communicated. Why would he suddenly call her? Could the Central District have issued some kind of assignment? You came to Fengcheng and didn't contact me. As soon as the call connected, an aggressive male voice came through. Fengke spoke without any politeness. Do you look down on me? Yuyu said gently. What do you want me for? I just finished the task. Fengke muttered a few words. Yuyu didn't catch them. He continued, I feel the recent heavy rains are unusual. Your mental power is strong. Could you take a look and see what's going on? As a member of the Special Management Bureau, Yuyu did have a responsibility to assist her colleagues in completing the task. After a moment's thought she said, I've checked it. The rainfall over the past 10 days is a normal natural disaster, but there seems to be a bit of a black mist in the rain. There wasn't before. Starting yesterday there has been a faint evil mixed into the rain. The wind sparrow on the other end of the line's expression changed abruptly. He said in a deep voice, where are you now? I'll bring people to find you. Chapter 92, dragging you all down into the water. Where are you now? I'll bring people to find you right away. Feng's urgent voice came through the phone. Yuyu didn't want him to come. She still had a bunch of criminals hiding here. Why aren't you answering? Fengke asked, puzzled. I'm with your brother. I don't know the exact address of this place. Ask him, Yuyu said unwillingly. My brother? Fengke thought he had misheard. Yeah, Fengyu. Fengke was furious. When did you get involved with my brother? Yuyu hadn't spoken yet when Fengyu couldn't take it any longer. What nonsense are you spouting? I just met your colleague and it was a coincidence, so we're talking about you when you called. Fengyu easily took Yuyu's phone. I just heard what you said. There's evil in the rain. I'm afraid something might happen. The whole district has been banned from going out. How did you come over? By boat. Phone K offered a very simple mode of travel. If you're far away, then don't come over yet. Phone U hesitated for a moment. I'm afraid something will happen. Phone K wasn't reckless either. Those with abilities have always been wary of the presence of evil. He had sensed something wrong with the rain, but he hadn't expected it to try to turn the entire Wind City into a contaminated zone. There must be senior ones, Phone K said firmly. All right, then we'll split up for now and see what happens. The rain outside fell day and night. Residents of the lower floors were carrying their luggage up to the higher stories. Those who can live in this residential complex are all respectable people. When the downstairs neighbor came up, he had no intention of driving them away. Instead, he kindly helped them bring their things in. On the 11th day of the heavy rain warning, most residents realized their household supplies were running low and finally thought to stock up. By then the water was already very high, and everything from the supermarket had been moved up to the second floor. Prices rose to an incredible height in just one day, and everyone rushed to the supermarket to hoard food. Yuyu looked over the loot shed acquired during her recent bout of hoarding and decided it should be enough. In addition to the usual fresh chicken, duck, fish, meat, vegetables, fruits, rice, noodles, and oil, there are also some convenience foods like lazy hot pot. Because it had been very hot the past few days and she wanted to go out less, she bought a little of everything. The rented apartment was quite spacious, so she wasn't worried about running out of space. She put snacks, bread, drinking water, and the like into an empty room. The convenience store downstairs had been flooded until only its roof remained. Residents below the third floor were all forced to move to the upper floors. On TV, the weather anchor wore a solemn expression as he announced that the city's drainage system had completely collapsed. The heavy rain was expected to continue, and all citizens were urged to protect their personal safety. By the 5th day, all land transportation in the city had been suspended. On the 7th day, the plane couldn't take off because of the heavy rain. Everyone was trapped in District 3 and couldn't get out. Some families were a bit better off. On the 10th day they tried to fly out of Wind City in a private plane, but the plane crashed halfway. Rainwater had flooded the ground, and the authorities couldn't go out to rescue anyone. On the 11th day, the people who had been drenched in rain suddenly developed low-grade fevers and many red rashes on their bodies that itched unbearably. They forced themselves to go to the hospital, and the on-duty doctors trapped there found that no method could eliminate the symptoms and didn't know why. There was no choice. Everyone could only be given medicine and sent home. The news was released on the 12th day, saying that the rain might contain some kind of pathogen and advising citizens to avoid getting wet. It was not yet known whether the pathogen was contagious, and those already showing symptoms should isolate at home and not go out casually. When Yuri was scrubbing the window while watching the news, Yuyu scooped up a tentacle, looked at it, and asked, "Does it itch?" The little jealous eyes shifted from outside the window to inside, blinked, shook its head going duang-duang. The nearly transparent blue-ring tentacle looked no different from usual, and Yuyu felt reassured. The little tendril on the moon didn't hesitate and let out a fierce yowl as it bit down on the tentacle in Yuyu's hand. When it released, there wasn't so much as a mark left behind. Look. Yu pointed to her handiwork and said, "Eurypie is thick-skinned. Nothing's going to happen." Eurypie? Who dared not move in the mother goddess presence? Just take that as a compliment. The little bone dragon wiggled its hips to the rhythm of the wind chimes, thoroughly pleased with itself because the rain might contain germs. The water supply was cut off on the 12th day. For a while, the whole city was wailing in misery, and the authorities sent volunteers to deliver large barrels of water to every household. The water deliveries continued with difficulty. Within a couple of days the power went out too, and by then the television could no longer be watched. The rooms were plunged into darkness. Yuyu remembered the female host at the meteorological station sounding a bit desperate as she kept repeating, over and over, that people must not go outside, under no circumstances should they get caught in the rain. Only 2 households lived on Yuyu's floor, and she still didn't know what would happen if she got wet in the rain. On the 12th afternoon, a sudden exclamation came from the upstairs of the building across the way. Yuyu instinctively moved to the window to see what was happening and found that everyone across the way was staring at the ground. Looking down, she saw a humanoid creature floating on the water, and several people holding umbrellas were trying to fish it out. The humanoid looked like a severely swollen version of a human. Its limbs were trapped inside its clothing, but the exposed parts were already so swollen as to be Unrecognizable, the floor was so high that Yuyu wasn't sure if she was seeing things. She thought she could see lots of warty bumps on the exposed skin of the person, like toads. Extremely disgusting. The toadman, who had been motionless in the water, suddenly began to struggle violently, scaring those few people back onto the platform. After the toadman successfully mutated in the water, he quickly adapted. At this point he could no longer be called human. His eyes bulged, and when he opened his mouth he shot out a grotesquely long, bright red tongue. Yuyu felt the mutant look somewhat familiar. Whatever was in the rainwater must have some connection to the A-class monster from the ring-shaped lake. It's just that the offspring born from that giant snake can infect people and turn them into frog monsters. The ones below are a bit nastier. Toads. The battle below was fierce. A toad person wrapped its tongue around someone, and with a splash that person was pulled under. Seeing this, the others rushed to pull him up, only to watch with the naked eye as he mutated into an identical toad person. They all took a collective step back, abandoned the pole and ran off without helping anyone. Two frog people paired up and left, trying to drag more normal people down with them. Yuyu propped her chin and watched the whole thing thoughtfully. Realizing that these mutated frog people didn't seem very aggressive, they simply liked to transform humans. Chapter 93. Surrounded on all sides. On the 13th day, more frog people appeared, one after another flicking out long tongues to snatch things and throw them into the water. People shivered and cowered inside their homes, having shut their doors and windows tight that day. A man who looked very sullen came up from downstairs. He had nothing with him and, carrying only his bedding, walked up to the 18th floor. He wrapped himself up tight and refused the offer of help from a well-meaning resident named Fengyu, placing his bedding in a corner of the stairwell. The large flat has 2 apartments per stair. This middle-aged man lived outside, quietly, undisturbed by anyone. Yuri extended a tentacle to keep watch. The eyeballs dutifully reported the man's real-time condition to the main body. There are a lot of red spots on his skin, Yuri said expressionlessly. He smells a bit foul. That person scratched all the red spots until they burst. So much blood flowed. Ugh, it stinks. 3 hours later, the tentacles withdrew, and the pungent stench that could be smelled through the door wafted into the room. Yuri disdainfully flicked the tentaclebrand propeller, trying to disperse the odor. Yuyu couldn't help but push the door open and take a look. The silent man lay on the ground with his eyes tightly shut, life and death uncertain. His belly had grown very large, the bumps on his skin becoming translucent. Beneath the skin, many little tadpoles could be seen crawling about, a single glance sending chills down one's spine. Plop! A lump burst open, and countless little tadpoles fell to the ground and instantly became toads, then wildly lunged toward Yuyu. A faint golden light enveloped the girl's body, and the toads were extinguished before they could get close. Yuyu didn't forget to keep one to take back for study. The little toad crouched on the cutting board, trembling under the gaze of the tentacle's eyes, and finally kicked its legs and fainted. Yuyu studied them with gloves on and found that these little toads were just normal toads. Aside from the overly sharp teeth in their large mouths, the bumps on their skin weren't even poisonous, just a bit sticky. Taken out one by one, these little toads were not hard to handle, but when gathered en masse they could cause some unexpected trouble. After she finished examining it, the little toad was casually eaten by the nearby small bone dragon that had been watching hungrily. Another location in Zone 3, the little white bird was drenched by the rain. It opened its beak, and the sharp sound waves shattered a swath of frog people below. The frog people and little frogs in the water were packed so densely they seemed free, their gray-brown skin nauseatingly slimy. On a slightly higher platform stood 2 young men, continuously creating wind blades that, combined with the wind sparrows, slaughtered the frogs below in large swathes. 10 minutes later, the little white bird flew back to its teammates, chirped twice, and then transformed back into human form. The little toads opened their mouths wide and lunged, but were shredded by the wind blades. Disgusting bits of flesh flew everywhere as the 3 quickly retreated. They reached a slightly safer spot. Fonke took the water, took a sip, frowned and said, "We've checked for days. These toads are all normal species. I don't know what higher intelligence is involved that can produce so many creatures in nature. But they all have offensive capabilities." One team member said with disgust. There are only 3 types of monsters appearing for now. Some of the early infected people mutated into toad people, some into broodmothers, and the broodmothers continuously spawn these little toads. The toad people are those dumb monsters dragged downstairs, while the broodmother is the man in Yuyu's building corridor. His whole body a hotbed for nurturing toads, Phone-K sent all the current information over to Yuyu. The entire city is now offline. But the Special Administration Bureau has dedicated communicators and wasn't too affected. Phone-K watched the photos Yuyu had opened and fell a little silent. The mother specimen from the hallway on the 18th floor was picked up by Yuyu and taken home. Ever since they discovered these toads were edible, they became the family's emergency food supply. At first Yuyu couldn't accept it at all, but the three little monsters ate it with relish, and even Yu, who always liked to pick on Yuri, thought it was delicious. Not to mention the toadie's natural enemies, the nyonyos. Yuri had taken care of all the frogs around the mother body and stewed up a big pot of bullfrog soup. Later, after Yuri coaxed Yuyu into trying it once, she was hooked straight away. If Yuyu didn't say anything, Phone-K might have thought this was just a normal bullfrog stew. But attached along with the food photos was a picture of the mother. Disgusting. Phone-K was revolted and stunned. You even eat this? The text message he sent back was full of disbelief. Why you sent him a photo of Phone-You eating? Your brother said it's delicious too. I really can't stand you people. Aren't you afraid you'll get infected from eating it? Phone-K of course knew these frogs were ordinary, but he still couldn't accept that anyone would eat a monster's meat. Wait, the whole city has lost water and power. How did you manage that? Yuyu lied smoothly. I have a generator. Metaphysical power generation. Phone-K compared his own dingy, dirty state and felt aggrieved. Their conditions are really nice. They're working themselves to death here clearing monsters, while Yuyu's family has running water and electricity like a vacation. Didn't you notice anything? Phone-K was a bit anxious. This must be some high-level being causing this. We should hurry and catch it. This rain can't last forever, can it? A high-level entity causing pollution on such a scale is definitely not going to be easy to deal with. Phone-K was very anxious. He had originally planned to finish the task quickly this time and then go find his parents. He had left home in anger 2 years ago. It was about time to put an end to it. But this damned rain was blocking his way home. Look at the sky. Yuyu only replied with 2 words to Phone-K. He instinctively looked up and, aghast, discovered a gigantic eye half hidden and faintly visible within the thick clouds. Could that superior being be in the sky? Phone-K typed quickly. That eyeball thing is high-level? Do you know what's going on? I don't know, I just saw it earlier, Yuyu answered honestly. But I agree with what you said, this high-level is up in the sky. And it's at least a 3S rank. Such a large district was affected. This monster was not to be taken lightly. Request reinforcements, Yuyu said. Just the 2 of us aren't enough. Wine Sparrow's squad had only him and another 2S. The rest were split evenly between S rank and A rank. For ultra-high-class monsters, having more people isn't much of an advantage. Only several Esprits of the same rank could possibly stand against them. In other words, this contaminated zone must have at least 3 S rank Esprits present. Wind Sparrow took in Yuyu's words. But found the phone in the central area, couldn't get through. He remembered now the central district is in trouble too. Chapter 94. Is there really a monster climbing the 18th floor? The current situation is desperate on all sides. Everyone is trapped inside the city and can't get out. According to Ting Phone-K, they also went to the authorities and outside reinforcements can't get in. This strange rain has infected many citizens. 95% of those tainted by the rain have turned into monsters, while 5% of the populace have not yet shown any mutative reaction. Maybe they might awaken supernatural abilities. Day 14 of the heavy rain warning, moderate rain. Today's rainfall is a little lighter. The water has already risen to the 5th floor. The residents downstairs live in constant fear every day. The frequent cries of children only make people more panicked. It was the 5th day since the injections, and the power had been out for several days. The house was pitch dark. Fengyu felt as if his vision had somehow improved. He could make out a man clinging to a piece of wood, floating in the water a few hundred meters away. Half of the man's body had already mutated, with countless disgusting bumps growing beneath his skin, and little tadpoles kept leaping into the water. One after another. Fengyu now had a low-grade fever all over his body, his limbs so weak and sore he could barely stand. If he didn't lack those bumps on his own body, he would have thought he was turning into a toadman too. A week earlier, he had voluntarily enrolled in the Human Experiment Project Deification at the local Special Administration Bureau, and as soon as the first batch of injections arrived, he couldn't wait to get one. He still remembered the shuddering sensation when that strange purple syringe was injected into his body. He was unconscious for 3 days. When he woke, The man in the white coat told him he had survived the first stage and could go home to see if there were any other reactions. If no mutation occurred within a week of the injection, he might succeed. The Special Administration Bureau had been sending people to monitor him and would kill him with a special weapon the instant he mutated. But over the past few days the monsters in Zone 3 had grown more numerous, and Fenji's senses had become increasingly sharp. He felt as if the gaze that had been watching him all along had vanished. In the dim room, Fengyu lay weakly slumped on the sofa, and on the table sat a large bucket of mineral water delivered by his good neighbor Yuyu. Running a low fever made his mouth dry easily. Fengyu felt as if a fire were about to burst out of his throat. He tried to reach for the water on the table, weakly raised his hand, and was horrified to see that his skin was covered in dense black scales. The pitch-black scales gleamed with a dim luster. Looking very immature, Fengyu remembered what the researcher who had given him the reagent had said. What we injected you with is an extract from a certain S-level contaminated zone monster. Among all the reagents it has the highest contamination level and the greatest chance of failure. If you degenerate into a monster, our people will eliminate you immediately. Are you really sure you want it? Right after the injection you may fall unconscious. That unconscious period is your first hurdle. If you make it through that time, you've already succeeded halfway. After you wake up you can return home and wait for the subsequent reactions. During this period you might run a low fever while your body begins to mutate. But as long as your will remains, endure for a week and you will be basically successful. The serum will help your genes recombine while injecting corresponding higher-level genes. Any bodily mutation is normal. Remember, you must keep your will, do not let the monster erode your mind. Fengyu felt as if there were another monster inside his body. The monster was a large jet-black serpent, its scales shimmering with a mysterious sheen, its crimson tongue licking his neck, coaxing, "Come, give yourself to me." Fengyu knew it was the monster's genes acting up. He violently shook off the great serpent coiled around his body and the dim room. The young man lying on the sofa had his eyes tightly shut. His skin was completely covered in black scales, and his lips were pale and dried out. If it weren't for his fingers twitching now and then, one would have thought he was dead. Yuyu hadn't seen Fengyu come out for 3 days. And the trash at the door hadn't been touched. Signs of his life seemed to have suddenly vanished. Fengke messaged her to take care of Fengyu a bit. Yuyu automatically understood that meant she couldn't let him die. Although the monsters below were unlikely to rush all the way up to the 18th floor at once, there was no guarantee they wouldn't painstakingly crawl up the stairs from afar. Yuyu knocked on the neighboring door, but received no answer. She waited a moment, knocked again, still no response. Yuyu frowned and was about to open the door when a loud bang came from behind her. A super-mutated toadman stood at the stairwell, its bulging eyes staring vacantly at her. Yuyu. There really was a monster that crawled 18 floors from thousands of miles away. The phone happened to ring once. Taking advantage of the toadman's sluggish, slow movements, Yuyu deftly took her colored contact lenses out of her pocket and put them on. And countless fast sound users' video interfaces popped up a livestream notification. After XX days, the streamer you follow is finally live. WTF? Why did they go live all of a sudden? Holy shit. What the hell is this? Dream back to the ring lake. This toadman looks kind of familiar. Looks familiar. One more like and it'll follow. Does the streamer always start out this intense? There happened to be a baseball bat leaning against the Feng household gate. Yuyu grabbed it, flipped it to check the weight, and by the time she looked back at the giant toad monster her eyes were already feral. Toad monster. Iota. Suddenly it felt a chill on its back. Welcome to Yuyu's livestream. Today's theme is the heavy rain incident in Wind City. The girl's voice was gentle, a total mismatch for someone who was about to go up swinging a beat. As you can see, the heavy rain brought a lot of little frogs. The first stick came down instantly before the toadman could react. The dull thud making everyone in the stream wince. These little frogs have mutated a bit into something like this. The toadman was roused by the pain, opening his big mouth to try to bite the stick. Yuyu easily dodged and at the same time brought down a second stick onto the toadman's head. These little frogs are very naughty. They like to pull people under the water and turn them into little frogs like themselves. Once activated, the toadman reacted quickly, his crimson long tongue curling around the stick. So today Yuyu will show everyone how to deal with these little frogs. Yuyu let go. Then with an inhumanly powerful spring she jumped, kicking off the side wall for leverage and rocketing straight at the toadman's head. The little frog reacts quickly, so we have to be even faster. The girl's leg techniques were almost fast enough to leave afterimages, kicking the Toadman until he was dizzy and didn't know where to attack. After the final kick landed, the girl landed steadily, and the Toadman went boom and fell apart. Yuyu bent down slightly, removed the blade from the tip of her shoe, gave an elegant small bow, her voice sweet and gentle, and that's it. It's over. Chapter 95. Advanced psychokinetic done. Then as the girl's voice echoed down the empty corridor, the monster's body shattered into pieces, blood splattering everywhere. It was absolute violent aesthetics. Although the viewers had grown used to the streamer's daily flashy moves, they hadn't really seen a fight before. Today they finally got a look. The streamer. So fierce. Damn, is this a violent loli? I'm obsessed. Woo woo woo. Yuyu suddenly so I can't handle it. The phone suddenly chimed with a text message notification. Yuyu pulled out her phone to check. The special administration just sent new intelligence. Wherever the matrix appears, it will attract more frog people. You and my brother should move to another location immediately. The sender was Phone K. I've contacted people from District 3 Special Administration. Come to XXX and rendezvous with you. And a wonder that giant frog person climbed all the way up the stairs from so far away. It turned out the Matrix had appeared here before. But she had already cleared the host. How could monsters still be coming? Because of the scent. The place where the host was will be contaminated by its scent. Don't ask, hurry up and come. The Special Administration Bureau has a way. Oh, and don't forget to bring my brother. Fine. When Yuyu left, the three little monsters had originally been sitting peacefully on the sofa. The moment she was gone, they instantly started fighting. Yuri, relying on having more hands, tried to tie up the other two with one in each hand. You and the little bone dragon weren't to be messed with. They cursed and fought back. The twists, abandoning their usual quiet, savagely tangled with the tentacles, and the little bone dragon breathed fire at Yuri's face. A second before Yuyu pushed the door, the three monsters simultaneously stopped, and Yuri dragged them all into the kitchen in one go, closing the door behind him. Where is everyone? Yuyu glanced around and called to the kids, get ready to leave here, come into the matron's study, babies. There was a clattering crash from the kitchen like an iron basin hitting the floor, and Yuri's voice came out. Yes, Mother Goddess, Yuri will pack up right away. The moon's voice was also hazy. I'll help him. Little bone dragon gave a soft ding, showing it was in 2. Yuyu was already used to the three little ones loving each other, and responded with an HM, indicating she understood after A. While the three little ones came out, they looked normal except the moon's twist seemed listless, and the little bone dragon flew a bit crookedly. What were you doing in there? Yuyu asked suspiciously. Fighting behind my back again? Yu's expression stiffened and she immediately denied it. No way, Ye wouldn't bother with those two annoying people. The little loli snuggled up beside her, pressing her soft cheek against the palm of her hand, and obediently said, Ye listens to Mother Goddess and doesn't fight with them. But Yuri was the one who started it. If she fought back, you can't blame her. Yuyu thoroughly enjoyed her youngest daughter's coquettish behavior, and couldn't resist planting a smooch on her fair little face. Yeah, you're such a good girl. The little bone dragon nuzzled over, whimpering, indicating it wanted kisses. Yuyu was not stingy at all. Yuri, Mother Goddess, I want some too. Yuyu couldn't bring herself to bite Yuri's humanoid form and took a step back. The handsome young man poutingly looked wronged. With a bayou, a small blue jelly appeared in place, storming and crying while wrapping Yuyu with all its tentacles. Woo, Mother Goddess, kiss. Yuri wants to. Ahem ahem. Yuyu was a bit breathless. That big little jelly had soaked her clothes with its crying. Yuyu pecked its bouncy forehead and patted it. Don't cry. Yuri's forehead felt so nice that Yuyu couldn't help rubbing it. No crying. Having finally gotten a kiss, Yuri hiccuped and stopped crying, turning completely pink as he leaned against Yuyu, looking even more girlish than yet. You little bone. You green tea octopus. The first monster drawn to the brood has already arrived. How many more will follow is unknown. Yuyu decided to heed Phone K's advice and go join the main force. She hadn't seen her good neighbor Phone Yu for several days. Yesterday, when she went to look for him, she was interrupted by monsters. Now that she was preparing to leave, she needed to bring this human along. The little monsters had already been reabsorbed into the mother book. What had originally been only 2 pages now had an extra page. It depicted a blindfolded goddess wearing a white robe and a golden crown, holding a balance in her left hand, a sword raised in her right, and leaning on a staff. A snake is coiled around the staff, a dog sits at its feet, and on the table lie a scepter, several books, and a skull. The goddess of order radiates holy light all over her body, with the character Ya inscribed beside her. This is the monster most similar to Yuyu's own abilities. The rain keeps falling. The clouds are very thick and the sun is hidden away. The ground is one vast expanse of water, and everyone is waiting for the saving Noah's Ark. Yuyu had just stepped out of the room and hadn't yet knocked on Fengye's door when suddenly, an overwhelmingly powerful sense of pressure filled the entire space. This oppressive force was not inferior to that of an S-rank superior. Yuyu's expression darkened. The maternal book trembled slightly, and the monsters, sensing the threat, began to move opportunistically. The door next door opened, and a man whose entire body was wrapped in black scales stepped out. One step at a time, his bare upper body was completely covered in hard scales, only half of his face exposed. The other eye had become a golden serpent's pupil, flashing a cold, eerie light from that half-exposed face and the pants. Yuyu could barely recognize that this was her good neighbor Fengyu? Her good neighbor's appearance suddenly became so striking the sunny young man turned into a black-armored monster. Yuyu wasn't sure she could even take him to the Special Administration Bureau. The man's eyes blinked very slowly, and a hoarse sound came from his throat. Don't be afraid. Fengyu seemed to be readjusting to this body. The oppressive feeling that had been there earlier receded as he strained to speak. Give me time to adapt? A bit. Yuyu. Okay, about 10 minutes passed. Fengyu rebooted, the scales on his body slowly retracting, though those on his face could not be removed. The golden snake pupils remained. The good neighbor had reverted from a monster back into a bashful young man. Windwhisper scratched his head and cautiously reached out to touch his own face, saying uncertainly, I think I succeeded? He now felt power coursing through his entire body. The human form had been completely transformed, and the first advanced Esper in history had been created. The young man's exposed body was fair and strong, radiating the aesthetic of power. He realized this and, a little embarrassed, covered his chest. Wait a moment. Chapter 96 Reunion. When Fengyu finished changing clothes and came out, Yuyu showed him Fengke's text message. Do you know this place? Yeah. Fengyu nodded. At this moment his face wore a silver half mask, covering his golden serpent eyes and black scales. He was a native of Wind City. This place was the old address of the Special Administration Bureau, so he was very familiar with it. Now that they knew the address, a problem arose. How do we get there? Yuyu turned her gaze toward the good neighbor. Fengyu smiled and said decisively, I'll take you. It's a good chance to test my alienation direction. Hey, thanks. 5 minutes later, the jet-black flood dragon flew out of the 18th floor window, its two golden pupils fixed intently ahead. On its back sat a petite girl inside a golden bubble. The golden bubble kept out the rain, and Yuyu saw frog people happily swimming in the vast waters, having apparently adapted. The two of them arrived at the address sent by Fengke 10 minutes later. The Special Administration Bureau of District 3 was built on a hillside, at slightly higher ground, so although nearly the entire district was flooded, this place had been spared. The black flood descended and transformed into a man. A silver-white mask covered half his face. The young woman beside him knocked on the Special Management Bureau's door. Soon, someone came out carrying a heavy machine gun. He was wrapped head to toe in protective gear and didn't approach rashly. Warily he called out, Who is it? Anyone able to run around at this hour couldn't be ordinary. Besides, the two youths looked anything but simple. The instinct of an Esper told him they were definitely not human. Yuyu smiled and took out her ID. You dare? Special Administration Bureau record keeper Yuyu. Address given by Fengke. Sunwei took the ID, looked it over, and found nothing wrong. Only then did he relax a little. He glanced at Fengyu with suspicion and asked, Where is this person? The little girl's aura was almost indistinguishable from a human's. If she deliberately concealed something, no one would notice anything off. But this young man was different, had just successfully transformed, and his aura was no different from that of a high-level being. High-level psychics are a kind of existence between regular psychics and high-level beings. They can neither be called human nor monster. Perhaps it can be put this way: they are rational monsters. Fengyu forced a smile and took the initiative to say, Fengyu, subject number 4 from District 3's separation unit. Sunwei was startled. Of course he remembered that batch of test subjects from half a month ago. No. 4 had been especially unforgettable for having received the highest grade monster genes. You succeeded? Sunway stepped forward to take a look, patted his shoulder, and found he really had grown much more solid. They were all on the same side, so he felt relieved. Come in. Thanks to the publicity you did earlier, our district's official account reposted your popular science video, and in the past 2 days many newly awakened ability users have voluntarily come to the Special Administration Bureau asking for help. Sunway led them in and said, but we still can't contact the outside world, so we can only save ourselves. The Bureau's tests show that the place where the evil is most concentrated is in the sky. It's estimated that there's at least one high-level entity of doubles rank up there. The rain may stop in 3 days, he said. 3 days from now, that high-level is going to start harvesting. All the infected toads are his food, Wind whisper. So that's how it is. The 3rd District Special Management Bureau's strength must not be underestimated either. They sent personnel who, together with the Wind Sparrow Squad, killed many already mutated monsters. So far, the number of infected residents has already decreased significantly. You've come. Fonke was looking at data. Hearing the movement, he looked up and said, sit first. This proud little sparrow has also been exhausted lately. Always image-conscious, he now had 2 big dark circles under his eyes and his hair was a mess. When you said there was something wrong with the rain before, the aberration had already begun. Fonke irritably scratched his hair. That creature in the sky is producing reserves for it, and chose Wind City as the production site. Another staff member took over. Preliminary analysis suggests that the prototype of this creature should be a toad. It can throw out an eyeball to spy on the city. Toad? A toad eats toads. Yes, the staff member nodded decisively. We interrupted its food production process. It has to come down. It's already reclaiming all its combat power. Humans' alienation values should have reached their lowest point. When the rain stops, our fight with that high-level one will begin. When Fengyu finished the business at hand, he finally looked properly at the 2 of them. Yuyu was the same as always, her brother. Haven't seen him in 2 years. What's wrong with his brother? Brother, are you disfigured? Fonke asked, puzzled, looking at the half-mask of Fengyu. Fengyu? Might as well not take off that mask. A staff member heard Fonke's words and exclaimed in surprise, you and Subject 4 are brothers. Feng's face changed instantly. He grabbed the speaker's shoulder and said excitedly, what test subject? Explain yourself clearly. The staff member was startled. What are you doing? Fonke wiped his face and said, I've just been overworked lately and having hallucinations. What test subject? My brother has billions to inherit. What experiment would he participate in? Fengyu fell silent, a complex look flashing through his eyes. Don't you know? The staff member said in surprise. Then he quickly remembered. You might indeed not know. 2 weeks ago the General Bureau issued an order. The God-making project has officially begun, and the first batch of reagents has been distributed to the district branches. Because it's the first batch, the effects are unstable. Anyone can apply for an experiment. This kind of reagent, once injected into the human body, can modify certain things. If the alteration succeeds, a person near death can become an Asusur.mr. Fengyu applied for the S-grade superior Yulong gene and was injected 18 days ago. During the observation period he did not turn into a monster. Fonke was completely stunned. What test subject? What shadow dragon? What monster? He was the only one in their family who had been turned into this non-human because of what happened before. Why would his brother too? Why? They should have lived out the rest of their lives quietly. Fengyu, what are you barging into? Fonke, eyes red, looked at his brother. You passed up a perfectly good day and came to be some kind of test subject. Are you out of your mind? Fengyu lowered his gaze and said in a low voice, it's me. I'm sorry to you. I never stopped thinking about it. If it weren't for me, the one who should be living a good life would be you. He remembered when his younger brother first began to mutate, locking himself in his room all day. His painful screams audible every day. After he came out, Fonke silently went to the Special Management Bureau and never came home again. That bird had originally meant to peck at him. It was Fonke who shielded him at the critical moment. From then on, the green-tinged youth turned into a monster forced to bear everything. Chapter 97. The night before. What the hell are you talking about? Fonke shouted angrily. This experiment. I never even heard of this experiment. The reagent's effects aren't even stabilito. You realize what will happen if it fails. You fucking will die. That shout was already tinged with sobs. That I know I'll die. Fengyu looked up and shouted. He saw his younger brother's reddened eyes. But, I was supposed to have died long ago. That I wanted to help you, little you. Feng Yu knew Feng Ke had actually gone home many times. The stubborn, awkward boy didn't want anyone to see him. Every time he got hurt he would return to the room his family thought had never come back to and heal alone. Before becoming a powered individual, Feng Ke was like any rich young master, carefree, reckless, spoiled. He was pampered since childhood, had a bad temper, and was the kind of person everyone wanted to hit. But when that strange bird charged, Feng Ke didn't hesitate to push Feng Yu aside. The powered people who arrived in time couldn't save him. He had already begun to mutate. That I did it, little one. Feng Yu wanted to hug his younger brother, to tell him not to worry, but stopped when he met the stubborn look in his eyes. He took off his mask to show him, "I'm fine. I'm still your brother, and I won't die." The young man's half-face was covered in black scales. His once cold serpentine eyes even held a hint of softness when he looked at him. "I never blamed you. I volunteered to take the hit for you." Feng Ke wiped his eyes, looked into his eyes and said, "But if you die, I will hate you for the rest of my life. I won't. Promise." Feng Yu finally smiled and stroked Feng's head. "Brother already said he'll always protect you," as if sensing something. From that night on, every night many frog people came to the Special Administration Bureau, pounding hard on the glass doors. At night, when sleeping, their countless long tongues stuck to the doors, trying to pull them off. Yuyu. Is this meant to sicken them to lower the enemy's attack power? 17th day of the torrential rain warning. A very large frogman walked up to the Special Management Bureau's door. This was the biggest monster Yuyu had seen since the torrential rain warning. He stood in the floodwaters, which had submerged several floors, and the water only reached his knees. The Special Administration Bureau is preparing to send someone out to deal with this idiot who keeps getting passed around, and Feng Yu volunteered to go into battle. Abilities are tested through repeated battles, he said with a smile as he declined Fengjia's help. "You rest well and let Yuyu come out with me." Yuyu, who was suddenly called on? Yuyu swallowed the compressed biscuit in her mouth and thought that Yuri's cooking still tasted the best. All right. Good neighbor had asked for help. She naturally wouldn't refuse. And she brushed the cookie crumbs from her hands. "Let's go." At Yuyu and Feng Yu went out to fight, and the others pressed against the glass door to watch. A black flood dragon shot up into the sky, its golden eyes burning. All the toadmen stood stunned. After being struck by a tail that sent them reeling, they finally came to their senses. Its large size wasn't for show once activated. Its reaction speed was simply toadman plus. Its long tongue snapped out, trying to lash the flying, writhing worm into its mouth. Contrary to Yu Feng's calm and gentle appearance, after transforming into a Jiao he was like a true monster, ferocious and ruthless, his sharp claws leaving one wound after another on the toadman's skin. Yuyu didn't need to make a move. The giant toadman's tongue had huge barbs, and the Jiao fared no better. His whole body was dripping with blood. Whether from the monster or himself was unclear. By the end of the fight, this black Jiao seemed to have lost control, attacking more and more viciously. Even though a single strike would have ended the toadman's life, he toyed with him like a cat with a mouse, one paw then the other, refusing to finish him. The onlookers standing far away couldn't tell, but Yuyu noticed the black Jiao's golden eyes filled with blood, and an uncontrollable malice and evil seeping from him windward. The girl's voice was like a breeze waking windward's groggy, out-of-control mind. His golden eyes cleared, and the flood dragon efficiently finished off the toadman with a thud. The giant toadman collapsed, and the black dragon returned to human form. Windward walked over to Yu's side. Still a little dazed, that sound had struck his skull like a heavy hammer. When he came to, he felt dull and aching. A violent rage ran wild through his body. Feng Yu, who had been agitated and uncomfortable, felt as if doused with a bucket of cold water and finally calmed down. The girl's gaze was earnest and curious. When she looked at him it was like observing some small animal taking everything in but with no fear. "Don't tell them." Feng Yu's voice was a little hoarse. Yuyu didn't ask why, she just nodded. "Thank you." The two walked back side by side. Feng Yu smiled and said to his younger brother, "See, I told you there was no problem." "But you're injured," Feng Ke said, half worried, half embarrassed. "I told you you couldn't do it without me, but you just stood there watching." "You, don't say that." Feng Yu laughed. "You get hurt a lot too." And look, the young man's pale arm, which had originally been covered in gruesome wounds, was healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. "I'll be fine soon." Feng Ke reluctantly set aside his anger. "Alright, you guys seem different from us. Ordinary ability users, aside from healers who inherently possess extremely abnormal regenerative powers, only recover a bit faster than humans from other types of injuries. This kind of healing shouldn't exist. In 2 days, I don't know what else will come later. How strong was today's monster? A researcher came over holding a report book to take notes. The combat process of the specimen also had to be recorded. Yu thought for a moment and said, Balabala 1000 characters omitted here. What about how you feel? Any discomfort? Yu paused, then shook his head. No, tomorrow will be the 3rd day. The rain has eased a lot tonight and is expected to stop tomorrow. Everyone was a bit sleepless this evening, so Feng, without anyone knowing where he got it, brought some wine and poured a cup for each person. Brother, the sky is about to clear, Feng said happily. After we kill this monster, shall we go back to see Mom and Dad? I snuck a look, they're fine. I'll tell you, that monster may be huge, but at most it's an S rank. We can definitely beat it. Do you want to come with me to the Central District from now on? We'll be on the same squad. Okay, bro. Yu was a bit quiet tonight. He stared at the pitch-black sky, drained the wine in his cup in one gulp, and smiled. Alright, Chapter 98 Sparrow Speech 2-in-1. Yu and Feng were 8 years apart. When Feng was 3, his brother was already old enough to go with their father to the company and learn about the world. Mrs. Feng was a woman who loved playing mahjong. She and the head of the Feng family were tied in marriage for business reasons, and having children was treated as merely fulfilling a duty, but people have feelings, and after Feng was born, Mrs. Feng finally turned her heart to her younger son. Their father was a workaholic who hardly came home all year, and their mother spent her days out with the wives' group and wasn't often at home. The little wind whisper saw the nanny aunties most often. In the years right after Feng was born, Lady Feng still did as she pleased like before. After giving birth she went off traveling, so it could be said that Feng Yu raised her younger brother single-handedly. The nanny paid attention to the head but not the tail. An 80-year-old child stubbornly learned how to change diapers and make formula. When his brother cried, he would take him out of the cradle and soothe him gently. In the Feng family villa, the most common sight was a small child carrying a baby everywhere. Feng Yu would tenderly and patiently tell a baby without a full set of teeth that this is flour, this is leaf. It wasn't that he was unwilling to have a nanny take him. In such a large house, with only Feng Yu and Feng as the 2 little ones, he wanted to take his brother with him wherever he went. When Feng was just born, Feng Yu was even happier than their mother, because finally there was someone small to keep him company. He poked his brother's soft little face and thought to himself, Big Brother will definitely protect you. Master Feng and Madame Feng's attitude toward the 2 children was very indifferent. Well, maybe not exactly indifferent. It was more the sort of feeling where they're fond of them, but not that deeply fond. Their careers and lives were far more important than the child. The child's crying and petty matters could never keep them confined at home. Feng Yu had been an excellent heir since childhood. Whatever he did, he had both talent and hard work, and that extended even to parenting. Feng's first steps were taught by his brother, and the first word he said was gij kuing. In the depth of his dark, clear eyes was his brother's reflection, and every day he would wake up in that small embrace. His brother was a presence more important than their mother. The first time Feng cried out Mama, it pulled Madame Feng's heart back from the wilds outside. Papa made the workaholic head of the Feng family come home a little more often. The younger son was different from the elder. He was lively and fond of laughing, much more endearing than the reserved, introverted eldest. When Feng entered primary school, Feng Yu had already graduated high school, finished his college courses early, and joined the Feng family business to help his father. The older brother became as absent from home as his father and mother. Behind Feng's room was a glass conservatory that Feng Yu built for him when he first entered junior high. This awkward, Sundra little sparrow liked roses, so Feng Yu gathered all kinds of rose varieties from across the country. When Feng Yu opened the curtains, he could see a sea of blooming flowers. Feng had a very good temperament when he was little. When did he become unpleasant? Feng Yu thought for a moment. It must have been after he entered junior high. The young master of the Feng family had a father who did not care and a mother who did not love him. No one came to parent-teacher meetings, no one shared his good grades, everyone was too busy, and his classmates at school mocked him. So what if your family has money? You have no one who loves you. Feng wanted to retort, no, I'm not. I have an older brother, but the older brother hadn't been home for a long time either. He became even more silent. The boy's eyes had early on settled the world's vicissitudes. only showing a gentle smile when he saw his younger brother. Later he learned to disguise himself. The Feng family's introverted eldest son seemed to become sociable, cheerful and enthusiastic. He moved easily among wealthy merchants, securing one project after another for the Feng family. But Feng Ke couldn't see the burden his brother carried on his shoulders. He only felt that his brother was getting busier and busier and no longer wanted to come home to check on him. When he got into a fight at school, it was the secretary who came to handle it, not his brother. Neglected by his family, Feng Ke became a perversely rebellious child. He seemed to have caught all the common ailments of rich young masters: aloof and arrogant, rude and disrespectful, someone you just want to give a good beating. A 15 or 16-year-old's rebellion was like a roaring blaze, as if he wanted to burn everyone to ashes to prove his existence. By the time Feng Yu noticed, his younger brother had grown into a stranger of a youth. He no longer tilted his head like when he was little and soft-voiced called him Gidge, no longer stuck to his heels begging him not to go to school, no longer sat by his door waiting for him to come home. He bristled all over. Resisting his family's closeness, Feng Yu knew that his younger brother was still that child who was afraid of pain and of being alone. He liked to stay by his greenhouse, quietly staring into the sea of roses, lost in thought. In a diary he once showed Feng Yu, he had written that he wanted to become a carefree little bird, sleeping every day in a sea of roses. Feng Ke really liked his own name. He felt the name sounded inherently free, and the name had been given by his older brother. That wish sounded very girlish. When Feng Ke grew older, she later hid the diary and wouldn't let anyone read it, but Feng Yu always remembered it, and when his younger brother was in middle school he really built him a glass greenhouse. This place later became Feng's refuge. He told the roses about his sadness and grievances, imagining it was his brother's embrace. The little wind sparrow really missed Windspeaker. He wanted to ask his brother when he'd be back, but his brother didn't pick up the phone. So he planted the seed of a pink rose and quietly told himself that when it sprouted his brother would come back to see him. The pink rose sprouted, but his brother didn't return. Little Wind Sparrow said it was okay, he had given too short a time. When the rose grew its first bud, his brother would come back. The bud had sprouted, and he called his elder brother again, saying, "Brother, when will you come back?" He didn't tell Feng Yu that he had planted a rose waiting for him. Feng Yu was on a business trip, so busy he was dizzy. Rubbing his forehead he answered, "When the seed your brother gave you grows into a beautiful rose, you can bring it to pick me up and take me home." Feng Ke was so happy, filled with hope again. Okay. Every day he stared at the little bud, watching for when it would grow into a beautiful rose. When the children got a bit older, the nanny resigned, and only the hourly housekeeper who cleaned and cooked would come. Feng Ke spent day and night alone at home. When he was at his loneliest, he saw a photo in a magazine of his father, mother, and older brother attending some event together. He held the magazine, feeling wronged, and asked in a small voice, "Why didn't you take me?" The little wind sparrow didn't have much sense of time. For him a day wasn't long, a week was a bit long, and a month was several weeks, so it was even longer. But he waited for the rose to sprout for a month, and waited another month for it to form a bud. He thought that as long as his brother came back, it wouldn't matter to wait another month for the roses to bloom. He waited for a whole month and finally saw the roses bloomed. He learned to arrange flowers from the gardener uncle. The rose thorns pierced the little child's tender hand. It hurt a bit, but it was okay. The wind sparrow licked the drops of blood from his finger and made a big bouquet of pink roses for his brother. He waited at the door with his favorite beautiful flowers for his brother to come home. He was afraid his older brother would come back early, so the child who usually loved to stay in bed got up quickly today. He held Hua Hua and waited facing the morning sun. The sun had risen high, and his older brother still hadn't returned. The housekeeper auntie made Feng's favorite, stir-fried pumpkin. He said his brother would come back, so auntie made an extra mushroom soup because his brother liked it. The hourly help auntie told him to eat first and then wait. Feng Ke shook his head and said, "I want to wait for brother at the door." There was no choice. The meal had to be eaten at the door as well. The hourly help auntie left, and the sun had already dipped a little. Feng Ke puckered his lips. Two little people were fighting inside his heart. One unhappily said, "Why hasn't brother come back yet? Brother is a big liar." Another one said to wait a little longer. "Brother is just a bit busy." The moon rose, the little sparrow shivered with the wind, feeling a bit frightened. He ran home holding the flower. The mushroom soup had already gone cold. He called his brother and said, "The flower has already bloomed. Why haven't you come back yet?" Feng Yu was entertaining clients with his father at the time. The young man drank for the first time and was dizzied. He said instinctively, "What flower, Feng Ke?" silently hung up the phone and burst into tears. He placed the pink roses in his brother's room, then ran to the glass greenhouse, crying as he called his brother a big liar. He heard the noise on the other end of the phone and knew his brother wouldn't be coming home today. The cooling mushroom soup was drunk by Fongke. Since childhood his brother taught him not to waste food. After starting high school, Fongke made other friends. He no longer sat at the door every day waiting for his brother to come home like he did as a child. That he dyed and permed his hair, smoked and drank, went out with his raucous friends to pick up girls and sing karaoke. He spent so much time going out that he had no time left to miss him. In the first year of high school, Master Feng finally returned with his eldest son and wife, but the younger son had completely changed, and Fongke had a huge fight with the family. Conflicts kept arising within the family. Fongke put up sharp barbs to keep everyone away, including his beloved older brother. The bouquet of roses eventually withered and died in Feng Ye's room. Fongke took a photo of it and threw it into the trash. The turning point came in the third year of high school. The long-standing discord left Fengyu sad and helpless. His brother, who had been with him since birth, now refused to communicate. It took Fengyu a lot of effort to find an opportunity and get Fongke to agree to go out with the family, but an accident happened on the way back. A species of bird at the zoo suddenly mutated. The monsters broke out of their cages and frantically attacked the people in the park. They had already gone a long way out, but a small mutated bird still swooped down. The atmosphere among the family finally eased on this outing. The boy's hard, cold heart at last cracked, and so when the monster struck he didn't hesitate to push his brother away. The sharp long beak pierced the youth's arm, just as it was about to attack again. The special administration officers arrived in time and shot the bird dead. The anomaly began at night. Sparrow felt as if his pecked arm were on fire. His heart was pounding at an abnormal rate. He glanced down and saw the number on the bracelet 331. Is this the kind of heartbeat humans should have? 3 days after Fongke returned home he didn't leave his room. Silence became an invisible barrier, and the little bit of tenderness was shattered. On the first night, heartbreaking screams rang out from the young man's room. The door was double-locked and no one could get in. Later Fongke realized he had become a monster, left home without a word, and went to seek help from the Special Administration Bureau. From the moment he realized something was wrong, he knew he could never return to his former, ordinary days. After that it went as previously described. Fongke left the Feng family, and when he reappeared he was in the contaminated zone. He often sneaked back to his glass greenhouse and, having become a little white bird, preened his blood-stained feathers. He chirped and flitted into the center of the largest flower. As if sleeping on his brother's chest when he was a child, he went to the Special Administration Bureau but remained arrogant, rude, and ill-tempered, easily making people dislike him. Yet the boy's heart always kept a place for warmth. Fengyu had long been filled with guilt, believing he was the reason his younger brother was injured and turned into a monster. He had visited the Special Administration Bureau many times and learned some details about Fongke, and realized he had found something that put his mind at ease. The contaminated zones kept emerging one after another, and Fongke was tempered and grew through mission after mission. He returned to the glass greenhouse less and less often. He no longer needed his brother. But when Fengyu saw the blood-stained white feather he still felt worried and guilty. Brother will always protect you. These words were Fengji's promise to Fongke, but he did not keep it. He realized he had missed most of his brother's childhood, and when he tried to make amends, the bird had already flown away. So a few years later, the head of the Feng family came to terms with it. After selling off all the shares, the two elders retired, and Fengyu wanted to go find his younger brother. He often went to the Special Administration Bureau to inquire about his brother's situation, and the people there had become familiar with him, so when the god-making project was launched, they told Fengyu about it immediately. Fengyu thought this was an opportunity. He agreed to the human experiment without hesitation. His parents could now live out their old age in peace, so he had little to worry about. The only thing that troubled him was his younger brother, who had left home in his early teens. He thought that perhaps he could now fulfill that promise. The process of genes being torn apart and recombined was undoubtedly countless times more painful than a normal mutation, but Fengyu never complained. He gritted his teeth and endured it all. 3 days later, feverish and with a low temperature, he returned to the rented apartment in the city center. Fengyu has always been someone who doesn't show his true feelings much. Even though he always seems like a sunny, cheerful young man, he can keep a straight face while enduring all the abnormalities, which is why Yuyu didn't notice anything wrong the first time she met him. Then the catastrophe happened. When he learned his younger brother was carrying out a mission in Zone 3, at first he was very happy, but it quickly turned into worry. Negative emotions catalyzed the monster's genes, and his mutation was completed within a week. Wind Sparrow, who hadn't been seen for years, had grown a lot. He even had some very good friends. Time can dilute everything, and the process of letting bygones be bygones wasn't that difficult. Wind Sparrow finally sat with him again and said happily, "Brother, the sky is about to clear. Let's go back to see Mom and Dad." "Yeah, the sky is about to clear." Chapter 99. My brother is behind me. Day 20 of the heavy rain alert, and the rain stopped. The floodwaters had not yet receded, the clouds in the sky were very thick, and the sun was still nowhere to be seen. People who had stayed inside various buildings for nearly a month cheered and ran outside, eager to embrace the long-missed SUN.IN District 3's Special Administration Bureau. An instrument in a staff member's hand was frantically beeping and flashing, the red warning light weighing on everyone's minds. Since this morning, the pollution index in District 3 had risen at an incredible rate. By now 9:12 a.m., it had already broken through the normal A-level pollution range and was rapidly climbing toward the 3S pollution level. Feng's face was dark. Behind the thick cloud layer, a gray-white giant eye unseen by ordinary people flickered. Enormous webbed claws nearly breaking through the sky. A massive toad-like silhouette was trying to tear open the clouds and begin its harvest. This 3S high level is creating its own contamination zone. It's coming down. A staff member shouted in panic. Today the toads were like they were on adrenaline, rampaging into residential areas, trying to pull more people into the water. People quickly discovered that the rain stopping was not a good thing. Monsters were everywhere. The outside was full of rainwater that infects on contact, and the previously apathetic frog people displayed powerful jumping ability and sticky tongues. The number of anomalies, which had nearly stopped, hit a new high today. All psychics of Srank and below split into several small teams to clear the monsters in the city, while those above Srank, led by Windfinch, rushed toward the city center. The place of the deepest evil was the birthplace of the origin. That high-level 8-tailed creature in the sky would most likely land there. Yuyu had already put in her colored contact lenses ahead of time and strolled leisurely behind the others. It's live. The streamer is live again. I'm here. Where's it this time? Damn, this place looks kind of familiar. Be more confident. Drop the a bit. This is Wind City. What's wrong with Wind City? It seems the district has been sealed off for a month? Did a flood hit? Someone asked in confusion. Why seal the district for a flood? Yuyu didn't reply. The camera swung, and a gigantic toadman kicked its legs and swam past. Excavation? What is that? I knew it on the day Yuyu goes live. A monster is bound to appear. The torrential rain infection in Wind City this time is a newly forming high-level contaminated zone that hasn't even been entered into the records yet. Hello everyone, welcome to Yuyu's livestream. This is the disaster site in Wind City, and it's expected to soon become an SS-level high-level contamination zone. The girl's voice came from off-screen. She was smiling brightly, as if not at all worried about the disaster. The monster is about to appear, but conservatively estimating its contamination level, the cameras might fail, so everyone enjoy it while you can. The lockdown of District 3 is passive. This superior being won't let anyone in, and those inside can't get out. Relief supplies can't reach them, let alone powered individuals. The District 3 Special Administration Bureau is among the stronger branches in terms of combat resources. Counting Yuyu and the Feng brothers, there are 5 SS grade and 2 SSS grade powered individuals. Feng Yu has just gone through his mutation and hasn't been rated yet, but from what's visible now, his aura is the strongest, might even be 3S. This is the first 3S ability user in human history to successfully undergo advanced monster gene modification. Bro, this is probably your first time facing such a high-level monster. Stay behind me for now, don't just come out on your own. Feng Ke warned anxiously. His brother had been an unremarkable merchant before. Suddenly sending him to the battlefield to fight monsters was really putting him in a difficult position. And Feng Ke felt he was more experienced than his brother anyway. The main force in this battle should be the specially trained ability users, not Feng Yu, who had only just undergone a half-baked mutation. A small white sparrow flew in front of the black dragon, chirping urgently for it to hide behind. Then went to face the toad monster many times its size. Feng Yu smiled and nodded. The enormous toad monster had fully revealed itself in the air, coldly looking down at the ground as it assumed a diving posture. Everyone thought it was going to descend to the ground to fight, but this giant toad seemed to be restricted by something and did not rush down. There was a brain-type esper in the team. After analyzing countless data, he pushed up his glasses and said calmly, "Something's holding it back. This high-level can't come down. We need to kill it in one strike while it's restrained." What had restrained it no longer mattered. This unusually intelligent high-level seemed to sense the intent of the watching crowd. Its originally gray-white eyes suddenly reddened as if stimulated. It opened its huge mouth and let out a terrifying cry. The cry shattered the eardrums of countless people across the zone like a disaster. Limbs and severed arms flew everywhere. Fragile human tissue exploded, and the frog people, as if sacrificing themselves, rose one after another and all automatically fell into the high-level's mouth point. One of the frog high-level's claws rose. The defensive type esper is SS class. His protective shield is exceptionally large. At full power, he can extend his protection to cover the entire Sector 3. The high-ranking toad is just too powerful. One roar from its gaping mouth can snuff out the lives of countless ordinary people. The offensive espers transformed into various monsters and launched an attack toward the high-ranking toad. Just as the monsters emitted that shrill sonic wave, the faint light in Yu's eyes went out, and sure enough, the camera was blown out again. She deftly removed her colored contact lenses, cooperating with the defensive psychics to protect ordinary people while stealthily launching psychic attacks. She played the part of a psychic with very high mental power but not very aggressive. Class 2's use at the right moments, arousing no one's suspicion. The battle in the air was fierce. As the main force, Wind Sparrow took the brunt of it. His sonic attacks had a certain special effectiveness against any type of monster. The higher-ranked toad clearly lacked Wind Sparrow's expertise. A black flood dragon rose into the air, its cold golden eyes flashing as it watched the higher-ranked toad from behind the tiny bird, ready to strike at any moment. This high-grade toad was so enormous that the awakened felt all their attacks striking it like water off a duck's back, ineffective and barely even a nuisance. Everyone's stamina was limited. The high-grade toad could simply wait for them to exhaust themselves and then swipe them away with a single claw. "It's coming down." The high-grade toad's form grew clearer and clearer, its appearance fully revealed to the people in the lumps on the monster's back. Countless humans wrapped inside lay with their eyes closed, their life force being continuously drained by it. Chapter 100. Big Brother, you liar! It's coming down. No sooner had the AI finished speaking than the monster, as if it had heard, straightened up out of the brooding clouds. Countless vein-like things wildly lashed out from the toad's body, charging toward the tiny bird. The wind sparrow was small and flew with great agility, but the veins came like a sky-covering tide, weaving into a vast net. Sharp, terrible barbs grew on the veins, and the snow-white bird was soon covered in wounds. "Damn, this toad is way too sly." Fonke cursed through the pain that he frantically wriggled through gaps in the great net, breaking free again and again. His mutation favored small-bodied birds like this, mere specks before the colossal elites. The net tightened, its mesh growing denser. The attacker's power struck it to no effect. It looked like Fonke would be ensnared by the all-encompassing web and sucked dry into a bird jerky, when the normally quiet black Jiao suddenly threw back its head, let out a painful long howl, spewed black flames, and burned the blood vessel-woven net to sh. It was as if it suddenly went out of control. After spewing fire, it whipped its tail, mercilessly flinging the defenseless psychics in the air down to the ground. Black flames roared, the sea of fire merging with the ocean, creating a strange spectacle. The black dragon's tail showed no mercy. The fallen psychics all coughed up blood forced out by the impact. The black flames never died. Humans wailed in agony within the inferno, and Zone 3 descended into hell. The aberration in Wind Whisper came without warning. An absolutely powerful fighting force suddenly became its opposite, and the outcome of this battle seemed already sealed. When Fonke was pulled down, he was already dumbfounded. He stared at the blood vessels and the black dragon thrashing in the air as if he were looking at a monster. Bro, he stammered. Didn't know the black dragon's eyes were full of pain and ferocity. It didn't hesitate to attack everyone. It was not his brother. A brother wouldn't be like this. He wouldn't be like this. He clearly succeeded. Fengyu writhed painfully in the air, another consciousness tearing at him, trying to seize control of the body. The psychics had been pulled away by him, leaving only the Toa Dadvant's blood vessels in the air. He let his thoughts sink into the black sweet abyss, drawing closer to the voice that had been chattering inside his body. "Give your body to me. Give it to me." Countless evils coalesced into a giant hand. pulling the youth into the abyss of sin. Come. Fall with me. You're dreaming. The youth snarled, seizing control of his body and fiercely lunging toward the sky. The black dragon's golden eyes had completely turned blood-red, pressed from both front and back. The greater toad suddenly let out a strange cry. The black dragon burst through the clouds, entangling the creature and dragging it into the abyss. Brother! The youth's desperate cry rang out across the sky. The throbbing veins retracted as the body was struck away. Whether it was Yuyu's illusion or not, a small silver dot flickered faintly above the greater toad's head. The toad disappeared. And the black dragon disappeared as well. The black flames burned fiercely in the water, as if intent on destroying everything. But when everyone felt them carefully, they realized these black flames did not cause any real physical harm. People reached out tentatively and touched the black flames. There was none of the imagined stinging burn. Only a slight warmth lingering on their fingertips. The protective shield had already vanished from exhaustion. Wind Sparrow, covered in blood, collapsed to the ground weakly, staring blankly in the direction the two monsters had disappeared. After a moment, tears fell like beads broken from a string. Brother. Fonke choked, reverting to his bird form. He staggered into the sky as if trying to follow the direction of the wind whisper. You big liar of a brother. He flapped upward desperately, his injured wings aching as if they would break. I told you to stay behind me. Why did you come out? Now it's fine, you've been arrested and I have to go rescue you. The boy cried and shouted, as if questioning his brother and as if consoling himself at the same time. If you can hear me, then hurry up and come out yourself. The special administration is so busy. No one will go out of their way to look for you. We agreed to wait for a sunny day to visit Mom and Dad. You promised me. Big teardrops fell. Wind Sparrow seemed to have returned to when he was 8. The year his brother moved out of the house, he ran after the car, crying and shouting for his brother not to go, dust billowing, his brother being taken away. Brother, don't go. Brother, don't go. Sob, sob. Don't leave me behind. The bird fell into a warm hand and completely lost consciousness. Yuyu gently stroked its injured wing and looked thoughtfully up at the sky. The dark dragon's thrashing figure was gone, and the toad was gone too. She covered her body with a light membrane and quietly carried the unconscious Wind Sparrow off the battlefield. The sun finally broke through the clouds, and the high beings that had seemed intent on tearing the sky apart were as if they'd never appeared. The sky cleared with the higher powers no longer at work. 3 days later the floodwaters began to recede normally. The once prosperous city lay in shattered ruins. Human corpses, monster corpses, and animal bodies drifted everywhere. When he woke up, Fonke didn't cry again. His expression was very calm, as if the bird that had cried until it fainted that day weren't him. In the Fong family villa, the two elders were unharmed aside from being a bit shaken. Fonke forcibly dragged Yuyu to come back with him to see his parents. The young man went inside, and Yuyu stood outside feeling the breeze while she kept blowing. She suddenly turned her head and looked toward the nearby grove. A man draped in a black cloak stood there quietly. Yuyu lifted her foot and walked over. The man wore a familiar half-mask. The half of his face that was exposed was delicately handsome and calm. You're still alive, why don't you go in and find them? Yuyu said. Fonke is pretty upset. A flash of helplessness passed through the man's eyes. He reached out a hand. Black scales covered what had been human skin, a dragon's claw. Now that I've become like this, how can I go in and look for them? Yuyu could feel that the person in front of her was in a strange state. The evil about him was so thick it seemed almost tangible, yet his gaze was clear and calm, no different from an ordinary human's. The god-making project was obviously a failure. He did not become a higher-level psychic. He was not human, not a psychic, yet not of a higher order either. In the glass conservatory, the little white bird buried itself in the flower that was blooming the most, just like when it was young. Brother is a liar. In this life he deceived Fonke twice. He didn't keep a single promise. Fonke hated him for life. A new pink rose bloomed, flamboyant and radiant, the prettiest in the greenhouse. The little white bird buried its head in the pistil, and before long the pistil was wet. Before leaving, Fengyu left Yuyu a photograph and asked her to give it to Fonke. On the photo is a bouquet of pink roses wrapped very beautifully, and on the little card are a few crookedly written words, "Welcome home, brother."